I walked away and there was no resolve. My question, I had more questions than I had even answers. How, and then for one, how did Blackology get here? And how did it get to Minnesota? That's one. Two, how did they get that far? And how do I explain the train of thought of Black History Month being irrelevant today? Like, is there people who believe Black history has no utility, that it's a futile project? And lastly, can someone make an argument that Black history is some damn Blackology project, according to the various confusing social definitions of what Blackology is? And I said, I have to bring this to the Discord. We have to talk about it. Got to hold y'all to the task so we can dissect this and really have this conversation. Now, the beautiful thing is that my brother Fetty just had a back and forth with some people. I don't know if it was with Gullah, or Gullah and Fetty had a back and forth with somebody else in another space on a very similar topic. So yesterday, Fetty was like, "Look, I gotta ask this question. We got to discuss this. Some issues some envelopes needs to be addressed." So he asked the question, and I wanted to, once you got on and said, let's hold off until I get back in town. Wanted to hold it and just kind of, keep it pregnant. But by then, Betty had the dope converse. He had the dope questions out there. Logic got invested. Chef got invested. Stu Pease jumped in. Corey came in, and DQ. And it was, everybody had different parts of the tug of war, and they were stretching and pulling. And I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna try to wait. But the conversation got good. So that's where we're at. And you hear my questions. We got to talk about Blackology. We got to talk about Blackology's relationship to Black History Month. Then we got to talk about the relevancy of History Month. And is there a train of thought? Is the train of thought of the futility of Black History Month legitimate? Does it have any grounds to stand on? Now I'll land there. I'll open it up.
Logic, what was your argument?
Well, I kind of came in on the tail end of the discussion, or somewhere in the middle, I would say. So I didn't get a lot of this preliminary stuff. But I have to say that sometimes I believe that we're fooling ourselves when we say how niche or how niche some of the terms and some of the paradigms that we actually talk about here on the internet, and how, a lot of times people actually kind of do understand the sentiment behind what we're saying, even though they don't know where it comes from. But
Mm,
but to say but to answering the question of like what my position was, it was there was a lot of depth there. It wasn't just as simple as, by the time I came to the conversation, they were long past it being relevant or helpful to Black people. So, just to answer that particular part of it, no, it's got to be something very relevant and helpful to Black people. I think that, it depending on what school you went to or what environment it was, it might have been talked about in a very different way. For my experience, it was directly related to the civil rights movement, and directly related around the figures who actually who showed commitment and made some advances in that particular area. And I always saw that as a time to remind us that we had more, and we actually had some good examples to build off of. So that's always how I internalized Black History Month. It was, to me, it was directly related to the figures around the civil rights movement. And again, it was propelling us into more action, reminding us that we did have a legacy here in America that we were attempting to follow and, keep alive. And as far as our resistance or our resilience here in America, so by the time I actually got into the conversation, it was definitely more about what role does Africa play in Black History Month. But I think I might be jumping the gun, so I'm gonna just simply answer the question and let somebody else speak on it too.
Hmm.
and that's one of the things that we discussed. And so, Logic, You grew up thinking that Black History Month was specific in your experience. Not think you not grew up thinking. You grew up and was introduced to Black History Month as a project that was specifically talking about the diasporic Blacks or Africans in America and
Mhm,
celebrating their contributions to America, celebrating
mhm.
their achievements, their progressions, and the African or the Negro, according to Carter G. Woodson, in America. That's how you was introduced to the idea and the practices of Black History Month, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Fetty said. Fetty being Richmond, young brother, young blood over there. He like the history, the culture, the school systems used the utility of the institutions and museums and historical groundings over there to cultivate within children within Virginia the idea of the Negro's plight, the African in America. And it seems like the way it was curated to him, there was reference to these early Africans being on the soil in the late 15th and 16th century, as in the 16th and 17th century, as being kind of like from Africa, but then that was cut right there. There was no paragraph beyond who were these people before 1619. And so everything from there was just this great brilliance and achievements and the plight and the struggles and the circumstances and the developments and the progressions of the Black person in America from that departure point. And this was different from the locality, very similar to how Corey explained his experience, but it was different than what me and Chef experienced. And so we began to investigate if there was some generational differences. Hold on, just 1 second. Somebody got the door.
Well, Black
Thank
History
you, bro.
Month,
I'll be over there in a second. Okay, all right.
Black
Go
History
ahead.
Month for me wasn't I don't know what Carter G. Woodson intended, but it wasn't. We didn't discuss Africa though. Like it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
like a. Being that I know what African centered means now, and I know what an African focus is now, I know we didn't discuss those things. We didn't discuss like the empires or the kingdoms. It was basically as a child, it's great wonderment. You dress up in a play, you do Frederick Douglass or Thurgood Marshall, or the run of the mill guys. You start talking about how peanuts can make uh, SUVs and all this other stuff. So you're hearing about. Yeah, I mean they. The one thing I remember about Black History Month every year was I was about to find out something new that a peanut could make. So George Washington Carver was like, the one of the greatest. I'm not saying I don't mean to downplay him, but I'm kind of saying it somewhat in jest. But it was just like, that was like a running joke we used to have. But it was kind of like the same circle of well, not circle, same cast of characters. That's the word I'll use.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King, Frederick Douglass, Thurgood Marshall, lift every voice and sing. It was like kind of like the same thing. I don't think Carter G. Woodson intended it for some kind of empowerment of any kind. I think it was more like you could say Afrocentric or Blackology. I think he was trying to correct some history, or just at least make sure that our personal contributions, the inventions that we had, outside of slavery or slavery. I don't know what he meant, but I know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah,
know it
I
had
think.
nothing to do with Africa.
Yeah, I think the context.
And you're absolutely right. 1 second, Fede. You're absolutely right, Mujasi, that it was curated, right? It was that
Mm-hmm.
certain people made the list and certain people didn't. And to me, that central theme is where I get the idea of like it could have only been based on our relationship with America, because the people who are curated within that are, well, mostly Americans, and we're simply talking about stuff that they did here in America to push either our ethnic group forward or the entire America, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that was the whole theme around it. But go ahead, Fed. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
Oh no, you good. You good. I agree. And a lot of people, see, I get confused when people bring up the whole Carter G. Woodson thing because it's either one may think that he was using the Negro at large as the primary talking point, and others say different. Like when I see the president of the organization he created and what she's saying now and what their mission statement is, it kind of aligns to what we were saying earlier regarding it being strictly tied to African Americans. Because like we got to also understand, for one, Carter G. Woodson was a part of the American History Association, and
Association.
he was being barred from those white American historians way before he even created Negro History Week and shit like that. So that alone shows that his perspective in psychology dealt with highlighting the Negro in America and how white people carried it in those organizations like that, and also talk about Africa. Like he was using the Negro at large as a secondary talking point to say how all white people at large look at black people all together, but his main focal point was dealing in America. And we can also see how he used Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln birthday, because black people was already doing that, celebrating them holidays. We was already doing that already. So I mean, yeah, he was using the Negro and all of that and talking about Africa because that was just the social landscape of that time altogether in the world. But he definitely wanted to make sure the Negro story in America was told, because he got hella quotes saying Negro history is American history. And the fact that his same organization in 1975 teamed up and literally co-signed Gerald Ford to push it. And we know in 1976 was like the bicentennial, like the 200-year anniversary and shit like that. So like President Ford used that as a way to say, let's reflect back on the 200 years of America, and let's use this going forward as a way to celebrate those African Americans that contributed to it. So like that alone kind of shows a shift as to why like a person like Mia Logic sees it in the way we do now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. Which was credit and confirmed yesterday that it's become clear that there's a regional analysis that we have to put to this to understand that how people was introduced and brought into Black history and the practice of Black history is uniquely dependent upon where you're at, what institutions you were a part of, whether it was the school system, or your community centers, culture centers in your area, whether you had a relationship with like a historic society, or it could have been in your family and a part of your family culture. That is dependent upon those processes of how you were socialized. And so at a time, if you was a Gen X that was born in the 70s, like me, you came up at a time where the cultural revolution of the early to mid 70s had a major impact on cultural institutions in community. That there was still a movement and an effort of Black folks to say, we're not going to leave the entire educational processes on the backs of the school systems. That we still have to be responsible with making sure that children get to enact roles, plays, have community projects that that instills some sense of their identity. And so, in the same time, you're having these commitments of Black folks continuing to keep on these practices beyond the school system. You have publications starting to exponentialize in the 70s and the 80s of Black scholars, whether they were top tier scholars or Class B scholars, who was producing more books on the African in various parts of the globe. So they were elevating more material on the Haitian Revolution. You start seeing more stuff coming out of the Caribbeans. You start seeing more stuff about the African in America. I mean, in the continent. You start seeing a lot of publications of the African in the UK. But you also start seeing this obsession and fixation more publicized with the African and antiquity, placing the Black man in Egypt, placing the Black man in what we now call Iraq, placing the Black man in Russia, and and all of these various different places, and claiming everybody is Black. That's where it gets a little convoluted. But what ended up happening is that now you got these young, you know, high schoolers, middle schoolers, and high schoolers who can go over to a cafe or a bookstore or a community center, and once in a while they might meet Joseph White. Once in a while they may run across Joseph Ben Hagen. And once in a while they may see a Clark. They may see some of the newer scholarship and newer historians in their community pumping this new book. But the key thing is that they begin to get access to African history beyond what Asala essentially intended for. And so I'm giving you kind of a small prism of how I was introduced into Black history. It had the narration of what my middle school and high school said this is what Black history is. But then I had these mentors and these folks in the community who was like, "Whoa, there's way more to this." There was a guy, his name is Philip True, and y'all could Google him. He's an interesting character. But we organized this little committee. I don't even want to say the name because I'm embarrassed to, I was young. I was 15, young and stupid.
Please
But
say the
anyway,
name. Please say the name.
we called ourselves the Black Panther Party for Self-Education.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
we was
Going back
14,
on me.
15, 16. But it
I,
was
I think
for
that's a
that
beautiful
Leave,
time
name,
leave,
frame.
by the way.
But
leave that
thank
man
you.
alone,
Thank you.
Brad. Go
I
ahead.
think that's a
Please.
wonderful
Yes.
name, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But at the time, we were kids, and my
I think
high
at
school
15, y'all should have been at the park playing basketball instead of
could
trying to
have
be the
been.
new Black Panther Party.
Leave,
But I'm gonna go for it.
leave that man, leave that man alone, Brad. Leave him alone. Let him
We're
tell
gonna
his
talk about
story.
that on a different day. But what we did is that we helped to push. We thought our high school was a microcosm of the world. We wanted to challenge why there wasn't more Black teachers. We wanted to challenge them on the curriculum of what they had in social studies and history and stuff like that. But the key thing is that during Black History Month, we sat on a committee to bring people in. So the first person we brought in was my godfather, Mahmoud El Kati. He came in 1 year. The second year was Philip True. And Philip True was the first guy to attempt to convince me that everything Egypt was African and Black. That they looked like me, they smelt like me, they didn't talk like me, but all the achievements that Egypt established was done by these people that looked like me. And that these white folks didn't want me to know that. And so that was part of my architectural framework of what Black history was, is that it canvassed all of these different topics, if you want to use a term in a Pan-African way, to introduce me to the African as the center of civilization, human development, progress, and achievement, and not specifically focus on the African in America. And Chef had a very similar upbringing in Baltimore, that he's saying that it encompasses a whole lot. Now, we know that that may have been a deviation from what the intention of Carter G. Woodson's position was. But like I mentioned yesterday, you can only just look at his protege and his successor, Lawrence Green, to see that he shifted to where it became a study of the Negro even abroad and beyond. And you see it with the submissions of some of the folks who not only went beyond talking about the Civil War and the plight in the South and the Negro in America, but they started contributing articles and scholarship about the Negro or the African in various different localities across the globe, particularly in the Caribbeans and in Africa. And so it just depends on which narrative you come from. But I say all of this because that's kind of the context of how we're having this conversation from yesterday. But for me, I'm looking at this conversation that I had with these young people the other day and asking myself if they're not, depending on how Black history was introduced to them, which I don't know. I never really got to get that far in the conversation before I was asked to be excused. How, what is the trajectory of somebody being introduced to Black history in a way where they walk away with the conclusion that this is a decisive community practice. Divisive, I'm saying decisive, divisive community practice. That Black folks or anybody recognizing Black history is doing more harm than good, not only for Black people, but for
Well,
how do
were
you
you saying
arrive at that
before?
conclusion?
Were you saying
Go ahead.
before that they felt like Black History Month was promoting Black supremacy? It's
Yes.
kind of like you
One
didn't
of
really
them said
explain.
that.
Okay.
One of them said
Yeah,
that. One of them said that
I'm.
Black
Wait,
history centers,
one of them said that?
yes, that
That's
Black
crazy how I
history
picked that up.
centers Black people, and it's a way of promoting like racism. Now,
Wow.
and for them, for him, it's a it's it's a Blackology project.
What? So wait, that's where
That's
the
what he said. That's
blackology
what the
phrase,
man said. That's what he said.
that's where the
That's
black,
what the man
oh,
said. That's why I'm
Well,
oh, we,
saying we have to talk about this. Uh,
oh no,
It
we
can't.
failed.
How can someone use Blackology and in the same phrase say Black History Month is racist? How does that happen, y'all? Talk to me. Talk to me.
Oh no,
I mean,
we
they would
dropped the
have.
ball
Go ahead, go
somewhere.
ahead, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say like that, like we must have dropped the ball because you didn't explain the context yesterday.
Mm-mm,
Holy
mm-mm.
fuck, holy shit. Yeah, we to me, to me, we done fucked up somewhere.
No,
I
well,
didn't
we
know
live
that.
in. Go ahead. I apologize.
Damn.
I couldn't hear. Go
No,
ahead.
no, no.
Finish.
I was just about to say to me that's a sign that we fucked up somewhere because I've heard some of those same sentiments expressed from the younger generation, just
Mm-hmm.
not to that extreme though. And I've never heard the phrase blackology used with it. My jaw's kind of on the floor right now. Wow. Because at the most you in during my generation, I'm a post Gen X person too. I was born in '81, Mujasi, right?
Mm-hmm.
In our generation, you were kind of shunned on if you looked at Black history as more of a waste of time, that sort of deal. Like that was our thing. Like, oh, like whatever. Like we kind of there was some of us who saw it like more of like a St. Patrick's Day. We just didn't uh, take much stock into it, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I never heard of nobody saying this shit was divisive or a form of black supremacy like that. That's a bit of a shock to like. Yeah, I hope we can unpack that. Like that. That's a bit of a shock.
Let's talk about it.
Were you able to ask them in what sense they felt like that, or
Try
did
to.
you
I tried to.
what
So
the fuck?
what they were able to that what they was able to articulate was that
Uh-huh.
in the scheme of everybody else who don't get that level of attention and who
Hmm.
don't get that level of support, they feel like there's too much centering Black people
Oh
as
geez.
if nobody else contributed. It elevates
Uh.
Black people as if nobody else is Black. And
uh.
it promotes this racism. It makes Black people feel like they have a unique and specialness. Now, I'm paraphrasing them, but these are
Oh
very
Jesus.
similar words and concepts that I'm paraphrasing. This is what they said. And so
And
now,
logic. Go
so
ahead. Go ahead.
I did get a little fixated in the conversation because he used the term blackology. I'm like, there go that damn word again.
That
And
word,
Are
right?
so,
these
Right.
college educated people, Majasi? Are these college educated people you're talking to?
yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh Jesus. Oh
Oh,
Jesus.
Lord.
I'm not
Oh,
so
Lord.
critical. I think Brass was about to say something, but I'm
Yeah, yeah,
not so
Brass.
critical on his assessment.
Really?
I would need a
Really?
whole lot. I would need a whole lot more context. I don't agree with his assessment, but just as some people view this ancient Egyptian conversation as empowering, and I would consider it very divisive and unproductive. Some people view it
I
as
think that's two
as
different conversations,
inspiring
though.
and empowering.
Yeah,
I think
after
what it
Brass
is,
goes,
I think
I
what it
hope we
is,
can
though,
unpack that. Go ahead, Corey.
I think what it is, and we have to take, the thing is, we got to take some responsibility because that term came out of this community. It
Mm-hmm.
came from us. You know what I'm saying? Whether we realize it or not, and I always say it all the time, like we're influencers. Like when we come on here, every one of us that talks and voices our opinion, especially us that's strongly opinionated, people like Josh who's well kind of in his history and shit like that, people are listening to you. And we may say it a million times, but don't listen to me. I'm not a professional. You might want to go get an education. Yeah, it's easy to say that, but that's not what's going on, and we all know it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is we'll say these things, right? And people will take us out of context, not knowing the nuance behind what Blackology is, right? Because again, Blackology is not a bad thing. Just like having a beer or going out to enjoy your favorite cognac is not a bad thing, right? Now, when you're abusing it, that's when it turns into bad. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't think we're always responsible. And, when we use that word, I don't think we kind of unpack it. You know what I'm saying? We're more trying to provoke in opposition, kind of, when we're using that term. So I think a lot of the responsibility goes on the people who kind of created the term. I don't know that we created it, but we've coined it per se. You know what I'm saying? And I just think it's a lot of responsibility is on us to clarify what we mean by that. What qualifies as Blackology? Can Blackology be good? Can Blackology be used for good? Can it advance Black people, right? What are the negative things about Blackology? And what's the positive things about Blackology? Those things haven't been clarified. And I will take some responsibility for that. Because most of the time we do use it as a pejorative. But I always tell everybody, like, I'm the biggest Blackologist I know, right? Everybody that's Black around me has privilege. And that's what that is to me. Blackology is privilege. You see what I'm saying? And that's how I use my Blackology. I'll give that young Black boy, 2 or 3 chances rather than giving the white boy, 1 chance. You know what I'm saying? So, that's how I use my Blackology. Yeah.
But Corey, it's become the way he used it it wasn't balanced like you described it just now. It was a negative.
And that's because
It
of
was
us.
charged.
That's because I'm taking the responsibility for that. That's because the way we use it, Mujasi. Every time we're found using the term, it's a pejorative.
It's negative, a pejorative.
It's a negative pejorative.
Corey, can we be sure that he got that word? And of course, we really can't. But I want to just say, what are the chances of him actually getting that?
They ran short over there.
Hold on, he's talking to the. You did, Corey?
Oh, my bad, y'all. I thought I was on mute.
No, it's all good.
That motherfucker ordered some concrete. Motherfucker ordered the shit short. Jesus.
Oh shit! Look, he only ordered you 50. Oh, he only ordered you 50,000 instead of 60,000. Anyway,
well, the 60,000 is already ordered. You just release it at a certain amount, and I wanted more than that release, but I'll let somebody else do it. That's my fault.
One of the things I realized. Can I say something before you go ahead?
Go ahead.
One of the things I've realized is that college-educated Black men now. I realized it from last about 10 years. It was like, remember when the term Hotep, or these Hotep Negroes are bad for the community, or these conscious community Negroes. Is that college-educated Black men sometimes look at these conscious community Negroes as being, what the word I'm looking for?
Extreme.
Not extreme, but as being the backward.
Militant or backward?
Backward. No, backwards. Meaning that they still hold those talking points from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. They're carrying backward leaning talking point. They don't realize that the America today is not the same America as it was in the 70s. That we have moved on up, that we now own that penthouse apartment in the sky, not realizing that while some of us have benefited from what has happened over the last 60, 70 years, many of us is still struggling. And as a result of somebody who like I understand what face Majasti, because Majasti should have called them Negropeans. That you Negropeans have now forgotten the struggle and don't want to appreciate whose shoulders you stand on. Because those are the epiphanies. Those are the that person is a Negropean, Majasti. And you can't hide it. I know that you don't want to call black people. But if a black man tell you say your history don't matter, and celebrating your history is akin to racial supremacies, you stand on the shoulders of people who died for where you
Well,
are today.
I'm saying before we are making the same mistake he made, right? I feel as though he has to be talking about some experiences that he had around what's supposed to be taught and talked about during Black History Month, right? Because let's say if Black History Month to him or in his environment sounded a lot more like the Black Egypt conversation, maybe he could have arrived at, damn, this sounds like some bullshit. Sounds like y'all doing just a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? So I don't necessarily know what what his experiences were, but back to Mujafi's questions of how someone could arrive at this is divisive. Well, if they were going off the track and talking about it in that particular way, I could see where it'd be justified to say that. Now he could just have a very warped and messed up experience with he might have grew up in Chef like Chef did, right? Going to Dr. Ben meetings and shit like that. So he could just keeping it real, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that could be his experience and make him actually say that. So that's why I'm not like overly critical on exactly what words he used, but and maybe I'm just more interested in like how he actually got there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well,
Right.
it's interesting in how he got there, but as far as that particular word, and with what Corey was saying about how we should be responsible, or the people in the YouTube community, I'm not so sure we can be we can 100% say he got that from the quote unquote conscious community. I'm pretty sure that word is out there floating around in other spaces, and so as far as the balance, it being positive or pejorative, I'm wondering how much of that balance is out there if it's being used in other spaces. I'm guessing if it's being used in other spaces, it's probably being used only as a pejorative, because it's got a kind of negative sounding, blackology. It's got kind of a negative sounding sort of, I don't know the word I want to use. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
got kind of like,
I don't know. I don't really know what to do with that other than just like you would have to completely just disregard the term, because if I say the word preference, right, that I have a preference for my ethnic group, that is blackology.
yeah.
Y'all know that's in the Urban
But there's
Dictionary, right?
nothing
The
wrong.
definition of blackology, right?
But there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a preference. There's nothing illegal about having a preference. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of a tricky thing. But like what we're not doing a good job emphasizing is where blackology actually takes you in the wrong direction when you kind of you're overdoing it. You know what I'm saying? You've now taken it to a place where you're not doing something healthy with this blackology.
When you disregard empirical information just to put black first, that's when it teeters into brown.
Oh, that's perfect.
That's just simply how I put it, bro.
I'm looking at the
That's
definition
perfect.
of blackologist on Urban Dictionary. It says a person whom is not of African descent directly, but deeply embraces black culture. this person is so infatuated with the culture. Hold on. The person
Wait,
is so infatuated with the culture that they are said to have a degree in the studies of black folks, blackology, if you will. So I mean,
read
they talk about
Freddie,
experts and
I
everything.
do
Freddie,
like that definition.
Freddie,
I do
read that
use
again.
that
that
definition.
No, no,
real
no,
quick,
hold on, hold
real
on.
quick,
A
'cause I gotta
person,
go back
No,
to
a
work. I
person
gotta go
hold
back
who
to
is
on,
work,
not.
y'all.
hold on,
Let me,
y'all.
Go ahead.
Freddie, read that
somebody,
one more time. Freddie,
one more.
read
Yeah,
Let me
that
that's
one
comment
good,
more
on it when
Freddie.
time.
he's done, because I gotta go back
A
to work.
person
Go,
whom is
go
not
ahead.
of a person whom is not of African descent directly, but deeply embraces black culture. This person is so infatuated with the culture they are said to have a degree in the studies of black folks, blackology, if you will.
He talking about white people.
I
They talking
know.
about white
I'm hearing
people.
Rachel
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Dolezal.
Yeah, hey,
I know. I'm
I'm
We
just
are
hearing
saying that's
Rachel
in
directly
the
dealing
Dolezal.
with black.
y'all gotta understand what it be. So these data, the data is getting stored, and they listening to us talk, but they misinterpreting what we saying. You know what I'm saying? Like the fucking robots is misinterpreting what the fuck we saying. That's all that is. You know what I mean?
Oh no, this is the
So,
Right,
Urban Dictionary.
Corey.
This ain't Chat
uh,
GPT. This is the
oh,
Urban
Right.
that
This is
ain't
the
Dictionary.
Urban
okay. Okay.
Dictionary. And
Yeah,
so
they
if
got
he's
that
saying,
wrong. See,
if
if
he,
that's wrong,
Yeah,
that
they
ain't
fucked
much.
that up.
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, they fuck
this,
that up.
see,
I'm
okay,
saying y'all
so
gotta look through the young people lens though. Like we were saying earlier, my bad to cut you, Josh. We were saying the
yeah,
other day that younger people are more prone to be in a colorblind society. So I don't see why it's surprising that they would say, because like the first rebuttal that they may give you a young person who may think like that. Well, would you get offended if white people had a White History Month? So in their
that's,
mind,
they said that. They said that.
yeah,
Yep,
like yeah. So
yep.
I see I may disagree. Like I don't consider
Oh,
myself
geez.
a psychologist. I consider myself pro-black to where my definition, that's how I separate it. Like, but for young
And
people,
the
again, if they don't have that, hold on, let me finish. If they don't have that past of the or even not knowing the civil rights movement and the plight and all of that, to get where we are now, then they may not hold it or wear it on their sleeve as much as other generations. But we still gotta inform them as to why Black History Month is important, because Black history in America is being made every year. You know what I'm saying?
See,
Like,
why this is why it's so conflicting. Because thank you for reading that, Fetty. And Corey is right that there's more than likely a deeply focused and misinterpretation of how one community may use and define the social definition of the word. And then it may get sound bit and then completely taken out of context and redefined somewhere else in a totally different locality. But Logic, you said if I have a connection for my own history, I'm paraphrasing you, that's blackology. And
No,
this
I
is why
didn't
I
say
had
that.
to ask this question. Okay, clarify and correct me if I'm wrong, so I
I
could
think
get
that's
it
just being
right.
pro-black and
Yeah,
pro young
No,
people.
that
That's pro black,
yeah,
help
bro.
me out.
I'm saying having a preference. Having a
Having a
preference isn't a bad
preference.
thing. Yeah, the preference is what I say. If you're
You
more
have a preference
interested
for
in
your
in
own,
African
huh?
history than you are European history, you could consider that blackology. But at that
Why?
point, you're not doing anything unhealthy.
right.
Why is that blackology though?
I don't look at
Well,
that as blackology.
because you're not exactly a fan of history, but you're gravitating to what you prefer. You want to know the history of your people, right?
So that's
You have
blackology.
You can still
so
be
listen
grounded in that
so
practice
I
yeah
though.
would
You
so
I
can't
would
listen to
lie
me
about
class,
it.
bro.
You can still ground yourself.
just as Corey said, that he feels better giving a longer leash to his black coworker than he does his white coworker. He has a preference. However you draw up that preference, I would consider that blackology. Now you haven't gone into something unhealthy yet, but that preference is, it is there. There is some bias in there. And I
Okay,
don't
now
think there's
let
nothing
me
wrong with that.
stop you right
I
there.
think it.
Hold on,
Oh,
Fetty,
go ahead.
because this goes to why I'm asking this question. So with that logic, are we saying now that Carter G. Woodson's preference and elevation of the Negro in America was a blackology
Blackology.
project?
No,
Yes.
no. It's
Yes.
pro-black.
I'm saying
I'm
Pro-black.
yes.
hearing yes and I'm
Healthy.
hearing
Yeah.
no. Oh
Healthy.
man,
I
Because
these
black college.
based on
Logic
the
saying
context that
yes,
I
he
just laid
acts
out,
logic. He acts logic, and
based
logic
on
say yes.
the context that he just laid out, I would have to say yes. Now I'm also reminding you that it hasn't gotten unhealthy yet. I did say that in there, right? Displaying a preference does not actually take you into somewhere unhealthy.
Doesn't that negate it being a blackologist? Because like some people define
I don't think
blackology
that's.
as
I
that.
don't think it's
Hold on, let me finish. Let me
completely a
finish.
pejorative.
I'm saying,
I don't
I
see
got
the
you.
term as
I'm
just
saying we
something
can't even
completely.
agree. I got you. I agree. We can't really agree to even the term of blackologist because some people attribute blackology strictly to unhealthiness
Georgia.
and going off the rails a little bit. But if you we all everyone in here is pro-black. I would think.
I would prefer
Hey,
that
family, do
be.
y'all
I would
think we could
prefer
push
that
this
be
back
how
like
people
1
use it.
hour? Are you available in 1 hour, Kiana?
When
He
like
said
when
you.
I think of
I
It's
would
only got like
prefer
blackology,
that be
I
how
think
we
people
of
won't
use
take
it,
it
but I'm
long.
trying to meet. I'm
We
trying
do
to
it 1
meet the
hour. Okay, let's
definition of
jump back
where.
on y'all at like right roughly around 11 o'clock.
I think Majazi got a hot mic. Let me hold on.
No, it's all good. He's coming back to us, but I'm
Okay, sorry
saying
about
that
that, y'all.
I
That's
get
all
where the
good.
definition is right now, and I'm trying to meet the definition where it's at. Right now, I don't think that you just simply having a preference is what makes blackology unhealthy or makes it bad. I think that like using it that way is a very good thing. Right now, unfortunately, we use it for both sides of the coin, which is why I threw in the word preference, which is probably a much better word to use in that circumstance, but blackology is used the same way, well, far too often.
I got you.
See, this
Yeah,
is where it
I don't
gets,
know.
I don't know, y'all, because like,
Uh,
and thank you
yeah,
for
yeah.
like, yeah. Go ahead, Smalls. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I guess it's all up to the person. It's subjective because when I hear blackology, I just that definition that DQ gave, that's what I think of. People who ignore empirical facts and evidence and just, put black first. Like I think of what was that? Don't be a menace. The little kid, the bean pie, my brother. That's what I think of.
So, but
Right,
listen,
Yeah.
right,
but
right,
listen.
right.
So we can sit up here and agree that the young man used the word wrong, but we know
Mhm.
exactly what he meant when he said it. He
Can,
was
Mhm.
can,
not
can,
talking about the preference that I'm talking about. Right?
uh,
He's
can,
talking
can,
Mhm.
about the pejorative more so than you're talking.
Right.
uh,
Right.
can I say something, please? I've been waiting.
Hmm.
I love Abraham Maslow. Maslow with Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? And before self-actualization, also there's a space below self-actualization that they call ST. People need to read up on. In order for a person to self-actualize, they need to conquer these needs or or, or experience these situations. No, the esteem need is to me what blackology is. A black man at any time in his life, or at least one time in his life, should see himself as the best thing walking in order to self-actualize. If you have never seen yourself as a black person, as the best creation that God made, you can never self-actualize. Because then you'd always be thinking that there's somebody out there better than you. That's how I learned it. How I learned it is when Shabba Ranks, one of our greatest DJ, was told by another DJ by the name of Joseph Whale when he was a young boy. So hold up your head, Shabba Ranks, because every ghetto youth is a star. It don't matter if you don't have money in your pocket, it don't matter if you don't have a pair of shoes on, you are a star. You are led to believe that, listen, I am the greatest thing walking in order to self-actualize. If you never reach that level of esteem where you feel like you're the greatest thing walking, you'll never self-actualize. So when people start bash blackology, because people start to think of themselves, because is that part of the growing process. After a while, you realize that no, irrespective of I am being great black, there was other great people also. But it don't make no sense. I deny my great. I'm not going to deny my greatness in order for you to feel comfortable. And I don't expect you to deny your greatness in order for me to feel comfortable. But once I start expressing my greatness, a lot of black people say, oh, why Stupid is doing that? Stupid don't know that offend other. Who gives a shit about other people? When other people talking about Alexander, or when other people talking about Genghis Khan, or when other people are expressing their greatness, they're not denying their greatness. They never build statues and things to deny their greatness. Why should I deny my greatness? And why should I feel that blackology is a bad thing? It's
Right.
we make it a bad thing. It's we make
And
it a bad thing.
we do. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Stupies, because in my undergrad, I wrote a critique on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I
Yeah.
said, and it was just my own little paper that I want to explore. I was taking a psychology class, and they said, well, you got to take a theory or something like that and create your own pro or antagonism and critique of it. And so have to use scholarship and stuff like that. And I argued in that paper, this was many, many years ago, that Maslow hierarchy needs fits within the liaison-faire paradigm of American individualism. That when you move from the basic needs to the psychological needs to the self-fulfillment needs, it follows the trajectory of an individual getting their basic needs met to their psychological and mental health wellness to them feeling like they could potentialize who they are. But I said the problem with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and this goes to the point that you're making, which is perfect, beautiful metaphor, is that a Black man in America can feel like if he aspires as much as possible to the white idea and paradigm of what it means to be success, he is actualizing himself to his self potential, even though he may have a disdain for his collective identity. And in my paper, I argued that it is a necessity that if we are to utilize the tool of Maslow hierarchical needs, we have to in place inside the psychological needs right before esteem needs, a community and community collective identity need. Because that goes right beyond belongingness and the love needs to how do you have an affinity and a healthy relationship between yourself and the governance questions of your relationship to your people. That's a need. But Maslow don't see that because in the paradigm that he developed this model from, it was that very much individualistic ethic of America. Your individual trajectory from your family to your own self-actualization, not recognizing that there's a necessity for human beings to feel a psychological health and connection to a peoplehood. So I implanted my own little African centeredness in that argument. Yeah, call it,
You implanted
critique it,
blackology.
yeah.
You implanted blackology.
But that's
Right.
that's my piece. That's my piece. Is it blackology? Is it
No, it's not.
blackology? See, this my problem, my problem, my brother, is we're trying to see what's that phrase? The written word is like how they say the written word is like God made flesh. Is that how it goes? Something like when you write something, you almost have the willpower to create the reality for the world around you. And that's the dangerous piece about this, because we can invent a word and a concept. And we may have a social definition and context like Fetty just described in this particular moment that the Urban Dictionary says that blackology is of a person who is not necessarily an African descent, i.e. a Rachel Dolezal, who is obsessed and committed to everything Black. But then it only takes, like Corey is saying, is that if we don't own and try to construct an institutional way to define and keep the social definition to be more publicized and clear from our perspective, someone can take that word, morph it into something totally different, or even just focus on one aspect of it
like
and make it a
Turn
pejorative
blackology in the word woke.
to
Like
something
word
negative,
woke.
right? Which is why
Like
you
woke.
have a hard time when Fetty used blackology, even though Fetty oftentimes try to strike a balance with how he used it. But when you hear him say blackology, you immediately say it's a pejorative coming from Fetty's mouth. And so if most of the times, that's how we're promoting and talking about blackology in a negative, then it's no coincidence that I experienced my first person up here who has deemed and characterized Carter G. Woodson's project in the 1930s as a blackology project. And when Logic says, well, it's just a preference for my own people, now we term that as blackology and not a sense of health. That's health. I don't understand how something that's healthy for us can have a dual definition of like it's healthy on one end, a sip of beer here and there, but when we overindulge, it's negative.
Mhm.
Go
And
ahead.
see, I think Blackology is a little bit different than woke because woke had no negative about it, right? Woke was only positive. Like being woke was never used as a pejorative. And so Blackology is a little bit complicated because of what you just said. You know,
Uh-huh.
there's a good dosage. There's actually a good dosage of Blackology, right? And
Right.
it's a needed, and to furthermore what you're saying, it's a needed dosage of Blackology. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so I think it's complicated, and that's what I'm saying. We need to be more careful when we use it, right?
That's right. That's right.
We need to point out, like when we say, "Oh, you doing they go your Blackology showing again." We need to more be specific about what we're saying there, because I do want Blackology. I do want it to be okay to have some Blackology, but I do want to make sure that we keep ourselves within reality. I don't want to step outside of empirical data. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or I don't
Yeah.
want to step outside of the realm of, what we actually can prove and what, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't
Yeah.
want Maryland to send us into space. We don't want to be astroplane. See, that's where that's poisonous Blackology. And I think that's the uniqueness of Blackology. It's easily misinterpreted. But
Yeah,
I
but
don't
Corey,
know.
Remember, word already
It
existed that
has a
Corey,
spectrum.
pro-black.
Huh?
Corey, why we can't use why when I hear Blackology, I think of it like psychology or philosophy or anything. It's how black persons interpret themselves and them achievement, right? Now you're gonna have within any ologies, you're gonna have people who talk bullshit in any
Right.
ology, in any subject, right? And you're gonna have people who straightforward and real with the thing. But we act as if everything in Blackology is negative. Oh, there go Corey again with his Blackology bullshit. There go. Right? How many people in here actually represent Blackology as an expression of how black people see themselves? No. We tend to jump on the negative part of it when given
Most of the
opportunity
time
to
when we
do.
use it, it's negative, and I
Right.
think we got to take some responsibility for that. I do. Like we need
Right,
to
man.
kind of start using Blackology in a positive way. Like, yo, I used my Blackology today.
Yeah.
I gave the young black boy a 10% raise. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
show how Blackology is a positive thing and can be used positively. You know what I'm saying? And again, do point out when you are trying to use it in that pejorative way, make sure you're clear about like how that's negative and why we don't want to use it that way. You know what I'm saying? That way those youth can actually use it the right way.
I
Now,
can't.
can y'all still hear
So
me? I'm on mute.
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was just real quickly to point out what he just said. If he was happy for that black man because he got a raise and he was black, that is a preference. I thought I was doing a very good job trying to insert maybe a better
No,
term for the
not
exact
hold
situation.
on, Logic, real quick, not to cut you off, but it's not being happy for the black man. It's giving him the raise before he, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'm gonna give him that 10% raise just because he's a young black man. Right
Right, but
now,
you still giving them preferential
of it,
treatment at the
right?
end of the day, right?
Yeah, just a little bit of extra, not too much, right? But just a little, because you know how white folks got a little bit of white privilege, so we
Right.
want to. Whenever we get in position, we want to give some privilege too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Right. See, like that's a healthy dose, right? But then when he takes it a step further and he said, "I can't give it to that white man because he born amoral or
Because
some
right.
other sort of justification." Now you've taken
Yeah.
your blackology a step too far, and you know what I'm
So
saying? That's
here's
that's racist.
that's the
That's
subtleness.
racist.
That's the subtleness.
here's my problem with the term. So as a concept, I think it's fallible. I think it's inept. It is not accurate. It's attempting to consolidate 2 to 3 different concepts under one term, which makes it vulnerable to be exploited by anybody in any direction. What DQ
Right.
said earlier and his definition of blackology, which was co-signed by Smalls, it will make sense if that was the only definition of blackology. It would make sense if it was just a term to somebody who's obsessed with blackness. What's up, Chuck? Who's obsessed with blackness, but don't want to hear any scholarship, academic facts, or anything to help them have a balanced or more accurate perspective on anything, then psychology was limited to that definition. It may have some relevancy. The problem with that is that there's already terms that exist, like irrational or fanatical or a little obsessed. Or if you want to go with psychological terms, like you're a little neurosis or neurological, you have some neurology around this. But to come up with a term like blackology to encompass that, but then say on one spectrum, it could be a good thing in small doses, that's where it becomes vulnerable to misinterpretation, misconceptions, and it could be convoluted. And so by the time it shows up with a younger generation who don't have the context of the young brothers and sisters who kind of invented and reinvented the term, now it's taken on a total different or maybe limited social definition that can now give them a lens of looking back at some of the architectures who had them in mind when they established their institutional process called Negro History Week. And now they're labeling this person as a blackologist.
Blackologist.
And then for the life of me, I can't justify that.
My question now, Mujasi, is: do we get rid of it? Do we ban it?
Because
of the potential danger. Right?
Yes, I'm on a petition. Yes, we need to eradicate. Just like y'all said, pseudo needs to go. Blackology needs to go.
Right. Yeah. But then we got to come up with another term, because you got to understand, like in these niche communities, right?
Right.
We like our little nomenclature, I guess.
True.
We all have our little nomenclature. And
very true.
Yeah, so we got our own language. Just even like on the job site, like most of the shit I say out here on the job site, y'all wouldn't understand the fucking word I'm saying, but it's a niche. I'm in a niche, you know what I'm saying? It's a nomenclature. So, it all works out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I'm going to disagree with Corey.
I will sign.
Okay. Nice. I got to hear from Gullah. I got to hear from Tuck. Psychopathist, welcome, brother. What's y'all thoughts?
I can't wait to hear what Psycho got to say.
I was trying to fully get the context. I think y'all talking about blackology and whether or not the term should be banned. Y'all think it's problematic?
Tell him the story, Mujasi. You got to tell him the story. What happened?
Okay.
Tell him the whole story.
So a brief context, and I'll be real quick about this. In a meeting recently, talking with some young people, one of them roughly in their late 20s, the other one in their mid 30s, they feel like Black History Month is a problem project. They said it's divisive, that it's doesn't serve anything, but it does Black people and just a general population of Black people more harm than good. And one of the terms that they use is that Black History was a blackology. Black History Month is a blackology project that has, for the most part, elevated a form of Black racism and is centering Black people in a way where it leaves out other Black people who has their own Black experience. And it was my first time ever hearing the term blackology in the state of Minnesota. And so it threw me off, caused a little, some passionate conversation for a little while. And so I said, I'm going to bring it to my brothers and sisters here because, I admire y'all. Y'all some intelligent people. And I have to ask the question, like, is there some legitimacy to what these young people's frame of reference in terms of Black History Month? Can Carter G. Woodson be considered a blackologist in his quest to institutionalize the study of the Negro? And is, how do we understand this whole reality of blackology and how it's been used and weaponized against our system?
Black algae is kind of like it gets kind of getting jumbled up a little bit because studying Black history, being passionate about Black history, teaching Black history, writing about Black history is not black algae. Black algae is the people, to me, at least how I've always viewed the term, how I've always presented the term whenever I use it. It's the people that try to make everybody around the world black. Black everywhere. We was on every part of the earth first and everything else, and have these ahistorical, pseudo ideas about everybody being black. We was the first Europeans, we was the first Asians, Afro-Asiatics, and all this other. Like, to me, when somebody describes all this stuff, that's a blackologist. That's just somebody to just glorify black for absolutely no reason.
Right.
Now, you mentioned something else. You mentioned how the mentality of the kids that told you this, and they saying, how they view Black History Month as racist and useless, say, and everything else. That stems back to the propaganda that I always speak about, and that's why I kind of always get pushback. I get a little bit of heat for this. I got it over here a little bit, but about my position about race being biological, right? Because the whole concept of race just being a social construct, and how they promote, how that's highly promoted and it's been politicized within science and everything. It's kind of the common consensus and all that. This is propaganda, right? It's a way to try to remove the whole mentality of Black people to try to excuse white racism in the past, right, and excuse current and soon to be white racism, because once we get into the idea of race ain't real, race is just social construct, well, none of this black stuff mean anything. It's all stupid. Why we need history month? Race ain't real. It's all social construct. We promoting white supremacy by even promoting this Black History Month stuff. What we need that for? Why do we need black anything? It shouldn't be black anything. We should be American, right? We should be just happy to be American and just wave these American flags and forget about race. I get called racist so much, it's ridiculous. And not once do I ever run around saying I hate anybody. I just express a lot of love for Black people, and that makes people uncomfortable because, they don't want to look at the world through Black lens. They want to look at it through, this new race is just a social construct. We all one race, the human race, diversity lens, which is not reality. Right? Like Donald Trump is he ain't trying to peel back. He's not trying to erase history. He's trying to erase Black history. He literally sit up here. I'm not even a fan of MLK, but he's trying to sit back and pull things back on MLK Day to try to minimize that. I forgot what it was. I think it had something to do with the national parks, something like that, where he was trying to make that and Juneteenth. I'm not a fan of Juneteenth either, but neither one. But I know what he's doing though. I can understand what's going on around here, and he's trying to peel back. I think it has something to do with national parks being free on those days. He was trying to peel back or whatever, and he wouldn't do that for President's Day though. He wouldn't do that for President's Day because that represents two crackers. So my bad, but this is the type of stuff that's going on. And it's like they pulling the wool under people's eyes, right? And but you see the results of it. This comes from like about 3 decades of constant, trying to, indoctrinate people with this whole idea, this one race, the human race, which is hilarious because human is not a race, it's a species. But anyways, but they indoctrinate people with all this in their mind, and now you got younger generations been promoted this their whole life. That's all they known is this, race is just a social construct, it's not a thing, and everything else. This is the results of it. Now they're going to tear down everything Black that got built up through us, our ancestors, their ancestors, and everything. So it's crazy. My fault. I'm rambling.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Steph, Tuck, go.
Real quickly, I remember we had a conversation not too long ago about blackology, and I believe it was Chef who actually I thought he threw the best idea out there, because I think at the time the context he was using that the term black is beautiful actually fit into blackology, right? So and I found it difficult to disagree. So I still do today, and I felt like it's because the way that we was using it, right? And we were talking about how can it be healthy and how can it be unhealthy. Well, of course, if we maintain the idea that black being beautiful is healthy, right? And it's only until you take it a step further and say, well, other groups are less beautiful, right? Me saying black is beautiful is not the same as saying other groups are less beautiful, right? It's simply displaying that I may have a particular preference or affinity to black. So, like, I don't think that that's unhealthy, and I
all that
and I think
shit.
that I think in some degree, being naive is actually healthy in some sort of way. But go ahead, Tuck. Go ahead and
Yeah,
mess
yeah.
it up. How you doing
All
today,
right.
Big Doc?
Oh man, I'm a little bit up under the weather if y'all can hear me, but it's all a ploy. All this shit is a ploy. Just like racism don't exist online no more. They'll come on there on a post and say, "Well, why are you talking about race?" That's what I see more online than anything. So, like the brother just said, they ain't trying to erase history. They trying to erase Black history, and they get Black people to talk about it. Like, and then you get on there and now you crazy. Now you're a blackologist. Mujaki, I can't believe the first time you heard that in Minnesota about it. It is spread all over the world to where you
Mm,
tripping if you talking about Black shit. It's
mm,
something wrong. It's something wrong with you. Now, so they get all of this foot forward and all of this shit. Now it's
mm-hmm.
hey, let's all be friends now. Man, listen, it's too much. Hey, and I did get triggered a little bit when dude said he wasn't a fan of Martin Luther King. See, it's just shit like that that just I couldn't imagine being these historically Black figures families. I couldn't imagine being the son of Martin Luther King and shit. All of his daddy had to die, and niggas get online on his birthday talking shit. I just don't get it sometimes. And now Carter G. Woodson, Mujahid, Carter G. Listen,
I
man,
know. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
I
under the
know.
I'm under the weather, so I can't really do what I want to do. So I'ma just listen.
You
But
cooking,
I
brother.
always say I ain't never getting rid of blackology. I never will. I don't give a damn. It had been 501 in the server. And y'all know I'm standing 10 toes. I'm Black Egypt. I'm all of that. I go too far because niggas ain't going far enough. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I add to that? Big up,
Go
brother.
ahead.
We just said
Is
if
that a
if if,
triple X Scully you got on? Big head
if
motherfucker.
no, but yeah. Although me and Tuck might not get along sometimes, the thing about it is that we don't affect when we hear a word like Euro. What word is Eurocentrism
Yep.
or Eurocentric?
Yep.
Right? We don't push back on those words. When the European come and everything he says is enveloped around Greece, encapsulated around Greece, his society, everything. He has no problem celebrating his Europeanness. But Black people will feel embarrassed to celebrate ourselves. Or we say, no, we're not. No, I'm a blackologist, right? I'm a blackologist. And some part of it might be pseudo, like everybody else. Like the Asian might be pseudo with some of his thinking, and the European might be pseudo with some of it. And the Indian in India, nobody more pseudo than them. Because if you follow those history, when they're talking about flight, they were the first person talking about spaceships and different gods. But they celebrate the thing. But once we start celebrating, we get a big fence put up by our people. Say, don't say that. The white man going to think you're stupid. The white man going to think say, you're uneducated. But when you start listening with their pseudo, it, it is more pseudo than anybody else on. But we say, no. We can't do that. Other people might think we're stupid. When you read the one with Bangladesh's biggest foolishness in the world. When you read the Iliad and Odyssey, the biggest stupidness in the world. When you read Indian history, the spaceship, stupidness. But when black people talk about themselves, oh, we can't do it. That's my truth.
So there's some pieces that was said that was phenomenal, and I want to kind of ask, see if they could get an elaboration. Like my brother, Psychopatheus, you said that, and help me because I may have interpreted or maybe heard wrong. You said at a certain point we shouldn't need Black history because it should be American history. And I want you to just kind of, correct me if I got that wrong. I heard you wrong. And two, expound on that a little bit more, because the young people that I was talking to, that was one of their anchoring ideas. That's what they were
That's
trying
what
to
I was saying.
elevate.
Yeah, that's not my position. I
Oh,
was saying that's
gotcha.
the new position. I was saying
Gotcha.
that's what. I was saying that's the results of the propaganda. Is now you got what you just heard, which is now that's why the FBA thing's so big, right? That's why I call out the FBA thing, because they call it foundational Black American, but ultimately the idea is to erase the middle part. They trying to get rid of the B, right? And they just want to make it foundational Americans. That's why so many Indians love that movement. Right, all these little fake Indians out here, they love that movement. They kind of run that movement, right? And that's because, again, it's all about dropping Black and becoming American, being naturalized, right? That's the ultimate goal.
Yeah. And I could that was an anchorage, that was an anchoring idea that they were grounding their argument in, is that, and that's one of the reasons why they kept saying that it was divisive.
Sorry, Mujasi. I gotta get elaboration on Martin Luther King. I got to. I gotta ask about that, please, just a little bit.
Well, you want to know what my issues was or whatever with Martin Luther King, or you want to know like what is it?
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know why people start with that. I want to know why issues is what people start with nowadays. We used to get through a whole lure of shit before we started with people's issues, especially somebody like Martin Luther King. But yes, I do want to know.
Oh, well, all right. Well, we're probably hearing a lot about MLK now because MLK Day just passed not too long ago. And I only mentioned them in context of talking about what Donald Trump was trying to peel back on. But I did mention that I'm not the biggest fan, but I do understand what's going on. Like, in other words, my feelings about him is irrelevant. But MLK is kind of a very polarizing figure in my life. Like, I kind of grew up with a certain understanding of MLK, a little bit different than everybody else's. My pops really didn't like MLK too much. My mom's loved him. My pops didn't like him too much. And he used to say certain things, and I didn't understand it when I was a kid. I kind of sounded, probably a little bit, I felt the same way you probably feeling right now, hearing me say it, kind of a little bit taken aback. Like, why would you feel this way about MLK and shit like that or whatever? And, as I got older and did my own research and he, looking at some of the books he had, I started to see that MLK really ain't everything everybody's saying he is. I'm not saying he's the worst thing. I'm not going to demonize him, because I do feel like it's two parts of MLK. I feel like there's pre-1967 MLK, which is the one that I got most of the issues with. And then it's after 1967 when he went to Chicago. When he went to Chicago, his life changed. And that version of MLK I don't have too much issues with. Is pre-Chicago is the version, and my issues mainly is he was a puppet. He was a puppet for the NAACP, these white liberals, and these small hats. And he was He was unknowingly a puppet, right? Like he was young. He was new to the game. He didn't realize he was being used. He really didn't realize he was being used too around Chicago.
Okay, so you don't have a problem with MLK. You got a problem with ignorance.
I got a problem with him being presented as Black Jesus. That's probably what my main issue.
Oh no, he way doper than Jesus. That Jesus ain't even a real person. So I wouldn't even go down that road. But just like I said, it's the start with it for me. I don't know. I don't know. It probably is my feels though. It probably was my feelings that I was expressing, but it just don't feel right to me. That just don't feel right to do MLK like that. And like I said, I just think about being their family. Like if I was one of their family members, having to hear that. And stuff. But you know, and the man died. He killed the man, murdered the man. So I don't know. I just don't start with that.
Now, when we tell history, and I think this gets back to kind of like the crux of what y'all was kind of getting at. Now, when we tell history, do we tell it as a form of propaganda, or do we tell history how it is?
So MLK propaganda. It's so much good shit that you can get to MLK before you even get to any of the bullshit. And I still don't know what you're talking about either. Him being used as a puppet, but then you say he didn't know. So I don't understand.
He didn't by his own admission. By his own admission, he was ignorant. He said so.
Yes. Of course, but okay. So if he's allowed to live, do you think he stays ignorant?
No, he wasn't ignorant when he died. That's what I said. Like after he went to Chicago, that changed him. He spoke with Stokely. Stokely Carmichael had a lot to do with changing his ideals. This is when he started moving more towards economics and everything else. And you know, his whole is when he started. Well, he didn't start the People's Campaign, but him and Small Hat started the People's Campaign. And you know, their mission was to tackle the economic downfalls of poor people in this country, and that's where his whole perception about the country. Because when MLK was doing all that pre-1966 and under, he was focused on the South, right? He was focused on the South. That's what most of that era was all about, integrating the South. The 64 bill, that was all about integrating the South. When the 64 bill got signed, Northern blacks didn't feel any difference whatsoever. They didn't feel no difference at all. It was life as normal, right? Like they didn't like Southern people saw a difference.
I don't know about that, but go ahead.
But no, they didn't, and the reason and they said
I don't know about that.
This is why you had the rise of the Black Power movement around this time. And the Black Power movement is a northern movement, northern and west movement, out in the west and north, non-southern states. Let's just say that. You had Cali, you had the Midwest.
But the rise was because of what was happening in the South, though.
No, it was what was happening in the areas. It wasn't because of what was happening in the South. The South had their own issues, and the South was dealing with their issues, and we supported them dealing with their issues. But once that South got their issues taken care of, other people was not, like, okay, well, what about us? Like we see no difference either. We don't see no difference. So this is when you started having the rise of the Black Power movement that was more focused on economics, political gain, and everything else, this, that, and the third, where the integration 64 movement was all about just getting white businesses in our communities so they can suck out the claims and everything else. This is what happened.
All right, I'm okay with that. If we can get that full context, I know you was talking about something else and it's unrelated though, but I don't know. I don't know how we supposed to talk about our people, but I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I don't know, but maybe you're right. Maybe that was just how I was feeling.
Yeah,
and Logic, I heard you say that about my hat too.
Yeah, I just keep it a buck about MLK. He wasn't all bad. He wasn't all good either. There's some bad there, and I just try to just put everything in its proper context. But a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people view him as he's untouchable. He shouldn't nobody say anything about him. And I'm like, well, at that point, we're making him Jesus. At that point, we're deifying him. Like nobody's
but
perfect.
Jesus ain't even real. Why you keep saying that?
Hey.
I think
we can critique the methods and not the man, right?
No, that's what they do. There you go, Chef.
I think that would be more appropriate, right? Because if a person is striving to make black people's lives better in the country, I don't think the man should be critiqued as much as his methods. If we stick to critiquing methods instead of the man, I think we'd be on the right track. You dig what I'm saying? But nobody is above reproach. So I agree with that sentiment also.
Chef, hey, good talking to you, brother. I brought you back something from Antigua. It's a cup full of sun. I'll send it to you as soon as I can. Brother, let me tell you something, Chef. If we'd have went to Antigua, say we'd have took the wives out, we would, bro. The feeling of coming back to New Jersey.
Oh my God,
Joe, bro, like the region manager, Joe.
Bro, I feel like I'm not even home and I'm at home. This is crazy. I want to go back right now. I got a question. I don't know if y'all still on the subject. I'm trying to go through some emails and stuff, but I can participate here and there. But why can't we? Shouts to you, Psycho. Psycho made a good comment, but why can't we deify somebody like MLK? Other races, when they have someone to that standard, they, whether it's healthy or unhealthy, there are some people that are untouchable. Now, obviously outside of I'm gonna give an example, like Obama with all this other stuff. Outside of hearing that he did something crazy, Obama would be that for this generation, where we would basically take him and say, listen, hands off. Like, leave him alone. He ain't, whatever he did, if he did something crazy, we'll then address it with the world. But outside of that, he was a great man. He inspired us in a different way, similar to MLK. Led us to some different areas, whether it was symbolic or realized gains. But MLK, similar to how white people do Lincoln and Washington and Jefferson. I mean, those guys had slaves in the backyard, but you don't never hear about it. Like, they don't push that shit to the forefront. But but say something wrong about Thomas Jefferson or Lincoln or something like that. They or Reagan. They have people that they deify. I don't think it's a problem for us to allow some of our greats to be quote unquote untouchable. Not like Jesus. I'm not saying that worship. I'm saying protect and put on a because nobody else is gonna do it. They're trying to get rid of MLK. If we don't overprotect, then a lot of this conversation y'all have with Black History Month. Hold on, Psych. This is taking me to a slightly different point. Y'all were saying how these kids feel about Black History Month now. Well, y'all realize they're trying to take all of this stuff out of the schools. So the Black History celebration that they get in the schools and in public, they getting the monuments taken down, they taking people's names off of stuff. So now they don't see it like we did. But our parents was the ones that impressed it upon us and pushed it and taught us some other stuff. Some of them taught UNESCO. I think they was messing up, but it is what it is. If you went to a Dr. Ben meeting at 10, you wasn't ready. I'm gonna just say that because I think that's how we get some of these crazy ass niggas on YouTube. They was reading UNESCO and ASCAC at 11, and you wasn't prepared for that. You weren't supposed to read the Iceman Inheritance when you was 9 and shit like that. Like, that's not your mind ain't ready to create a psycho to me.
No, I think it's the people who picked it up for the first time in their 30s and never read nothing else is the problem.
Yeah.
See, now y'all doing too much. No, hold on,
but I don't want to get off the subject. But I'm saying, I think that would probably be a different show. I have a bad habit of doing that. But I'm saying, why can't we deify, not in the Jesus worship level? That's not what I'm saying. Why can't we deify our legends that actually did good, tried their best, they didn't harm no children, they didn't have the land and all of that. I'm saying outside of something crazy. He slept outside his marriage and he did some crazy stuff, I get it. But he basically was here for us. I think we should deify people like MLK to protect them from their attacks. That's just my mind. I don't know if that makes me blackology.
But wait, Brad. And think about the times they did it in too.
That's most important. The times that they did it in, the times that they stood and would say anything against it. Now it's comfortable to to be opposed a little bit. But the times that they was in, they was putting their hands on folks.
Right.
Like I don't see how they respect first. That's the same thing I was trying to say, Brad.
Yeah, I think this is where I would properly place rather than improperly place the German shepherds, the water hoses, the FBI watcher. When you under a certain level of scrutiny, when you scrutinize anybody's actions 24 hours a day, they always gonna look crazy. There'll always be something that you can find because we're fallible humans. But you're talking about a man who didn't want the job, still took the job, was fighting with his own people, was fighting with the president of the United States, had the FBI following his every move. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and deify MLK. I'm gonna hold him.
He's already deified, man. Have you been to Washington D.C.? Have you seen the monuments? What do you call?
Hey, Thunder. Good morning, bro.
Good morning. He's already.
I know you be coming in this motherfucker like a goddamn
thunder. He coming with the thunder.
But I know your name, but go ahead. Good morning. Now go ahead.
Listen, good morning.
Go ahead, say whatever you want, bro. Go ahead.
You stupid. Listen,
hey, I nigga said,
yeah, I'm talking about came out the gate swinging.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I couldn't duck all them damn punches you started throwing.
That nigga MLK is already deified. He had nigga ML. Y'all, you gonna listen?
Yeah, I'm listening.
God damn.
Hey, I just got back from vacation, Thunder. You gotta give me a second to adjust. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
All right.
Come on, bro.
MLK.
No, bruh.
I can't stop him. I cannot. Hey,
no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Bruh,
Hey, I ain't gonna even let us talk.
I can't stop him.
Him need to apologize.
February.
Okay.
As people in this group, it's not freedom of speech.
I understand. Hey, correct them.
No.
Correct them.
Give me a 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 man inside here.
It's Black History Month.
I'm gonna give you the floor specifically when Thunder's done. Correct him when he's done, but we cannot listen. Hold on. We cannot. I don't want to be the discord. I don't want to take dissenting voices and automatically put them in a box.
Exactly.
Let him.
He did put some. He put some stank on that nigga, dog. He definitely did.
Listen, everybody. Hey, we sounding like the people we complain about right now.
Exactly.
Okay, but Thunder, just please.
No.
Please remember it's February.
Hey, I will mute.
I'm just asking him to go easy.
Besides Thunder. Hold on.
I'm letting him go. Go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. We cannot listen. We can't be talking about because it'll become an echo chamber and we start hearing all the same
shit.
Don't
try to be a police. Don't police my speech.
I didn't police him. I just asked.
At a bare minimum, we got to y'all want to talk to the people that don't agree with you, but you really don't want to talk to the people that don't agree with you. So you got to actually hear him out. Finish talking, Thunder. Stu Peas, I promise you, when he's done, you will go next to say what you want. Go ahead.
Exactly. Hey, Chef. Hey, that nigga MLK is already deified. That nigga is already deified. He has a whole holiday. He has a
national monument.
Holiday. He has a national. Matter of fact, he has how many streets in America are named after this nigga?
A million.
Deified. You see how many high schools and middle schools named after this nigga? Huh?
Okay, I'm only gonna do 3 niggas. I'm only gonna do 3 niggas. I ain't gonna let them talk. Fuck that.
All right, okay.
No, fuck that.
Talk. Stop, bro. I understand.
What's the count? Brett Tuck. What's the count?
Right?
Go ahead, Thunder. Just finish the shit. Finish talking. Tuck, I had to mute you. Go ahead.
Nigga got his own monument. Nigga got his own streets. Nigga got his own holiday. You already at 3 niggas, but keep going.
Okay, I'm at 3 niggas. Okay, all right, no more niggas. All right, no problem. All right. Hey, that's good. I like that. Tough. No problem. No problem. We good. All right.
Go ahead, Thunder.
Now,
Go ahead.
4.
no,
You went to 4. You said, and the nigga got his own street.
There is powerful niggardry at work
It
here.
is some powerful niggatry going on in here right now. Go ahead.
all right. For reference, I think you say you just came from Antigua, right? No problem.
Yeah.
So I frequent Johannesburg and Cape Town. I own 2 hectares of land there. Me and my sister plan on moving there at some point. But the point of me saying that is when you go to Johannesburg, you see mostly Nelson Mandela all over the place. I mean, you can't go 5 steps and not see something that say Nelson Mandela this, Nelson Mandela that. And I think it's even worse over there than MLK is over here. That's how much you see him, right? You brought up the founding fathers, and rightfully so. Are they deified? Yeah, to an extent they are. But that dirt, they have a lot of dirt thrown on their name. The same dirt that MLK is getting thrown on his name at this point, right? You saying that George Washington that don't have no dirt on him?
Don't
right
feed into the camera, Thunder. You gotta keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, he did that on purpose, bro. It works.
The deification of MLK, in my opinion, is 100% complete at this point. I don't know what else you can do besides maybe name a claw after him or something. What else? How much more can we honor MLK? That's a good question, right? So that's for you, Brass. If the 4 things that I highlighted, not only just those 4, but the things I left out, are not enough at the end, at the Stupies and everybody, maybe you can jot down more things that we can do to give that man the reverence and pray that he's due. He's due to praise now. Hold on. He's due to praise.
When do physicists stop praising Einstein and Newton? When do philosophers stop? When do they stop lifting up Sigmund and Freud and the greats in their particular disciplines? Like
logic. Now,
never.
That's a great.
They never stop. They don't let up. They don't take their foot off the gas.
Logic. Those are great points, but my overall point is he's not being deified. I mean, he's not stopped being deified. He's still deified to the day. Right now, we honor his. Oh, I forgot about. He has his own. Well, we'll get to that after Brass answer that. What more else do we need to do? But I think that. Say it again.
The who?
He's talking to somebody else.
Okay.
Mute up.
So whenever
the Chinese New Year,
when you hear him saying that his people, can you mute shit? Yeah, he led his people to a burning building, right? We can't leave that out. We can't. It's just like you can't leave out the slaves for Thomas Jefferson. You can't leave out the slaves for George Washington. You can't leave them out. They got to be a part of the history, but I don't think that history overshadows the greatness and the impact that Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin he was slutting them out to. All those cats had they had their demons in the closet, and the same with MLK. But those things don't overshadow MLK. Same thing. They don't overshadow I mean, let's go with MLK, Malcolm X. He was a slut maker at first, but that don't overshadow the impact that Malcolm X has, and his name still lives on. Of course, it's diminished, but it's not. I think you all are overblowing our descent of MLK. We give him his props. We're just saying that integration, in my opinion, integration. I'm always going to be a segregationist, bro. I just not. That's who I am. I feel that integrating with white people at this point ain't helped. Well, it has helped us in some cases, but in most cases, it's destroyed the black dollar. It's destroyed the black impact. Right? If we separate ourselves like we used to have, we had more power, we had more pride, more black pride, more black power. That's all kind of stuff that happened. But as a result of integration, those things we got rocked to sleep. In my opinion, we got rocked to sleep, and we lost our focus and our direction. So that's the only thing nobody is slandering MLK for sleeping with some hoes, whatever. No problem, bro.
Can I speak now, please?
I'm about to land.
As long as he land his planes, too. He bringing it in.
About to crash. Yeah, 30 seconds. Nobody's vilifying, in my opinion. Very few are vilifying MLK for his personal issues. We're just saying that the impact that he had, along with not even really being the true leader. I mean, there's a lot of the SCLC was calling the shots more than anybody, but that's a whole nother story. It's just a lot of stuff that's there, man, and it's not because he was a slut maker, bro. I think that's the cheap way out. It's more so integration. That's the people. That's what people got a problem with. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I gotta
go. All right, brother. Before I answer your question, I'm gonna let Stu Pease get his shit off. Go ahead, Stu.
Yeah, just give me 3 minutes. Thank you. I don't know, as a person from the Caribbean, the use of the N-word, especially for certain people of certain level, you'll never hear somebody from the Caribbean call one of them national heroes the N-word. They will call them friend the N-word. But the national hero, such as I consider Martin Luther King to be, is so way above one black man referring to him as that. And the ease at which Thunder did it, without any reservation, that you look at Martin Luther King and you say, that nigga with the hard R, tell me something about you as a black man. And yet still I've heard you in this room bend over and suck Trump dick dry. You have never referred to him as a pedo. You have never referred to him as a child molester. You have never referred to him as a deviant. You have never referred to him as anything negative. You have bent over and allowed him to fuck you, and you suck him dick. I didn't interrupt you. Leave me on my talk. No, because you got very disrespectful. You got very disrespectful. So allow me to get disrespectful.
He's trying to get clarity of who. That he's not cutting you off. He's trying to figure out who you're talking about besides him.
I'm talking about you, Thunder. You came in here.
No, he knows you're talking about him. Okay. Who is the other person that you describing that he's doing all of that shit to?
Trump. I've seen
Trump.
Okay,
Trump.
You have Trump. I've seen you Trump suck Trump dick in here verbally, right? I've never heard you mention anything about him being him being a child molester, alleged, him wanting to F 12-year-old girl. If Martin Luther King had sex with adults, it's a whole different thing than him having sex with children. But you came in the room and how you light up the niggas on that man. It's a total disregard and disrespect for him. Right? And I finish. I'm going on mute. I don't think saying any fucking because I can't believe that 12 men in this room, 12 men in the room, allow this shithead to come in here and totally disrespect somebody. Let me finish talking.
Okay.
Let me finish.
So
I'll finish.
Hold on. So 11 because my Tuck. Oh, she changed that my bullshit, but Tuck. I know Tuck. I know. It was 11. That's it. But I give you a black hour. Chef, somebody take Chef off mute if he can stop talking about Chinese New Year. He said it in response to me, so I say 10. I don't think I'm just not into policing everybody's speech all the time. Sometimes I like to hear somebody out, so I know how to have the conversation. But I think, yeah, you would say if you're calling having streets named after them, schools named after them, statues, monuments, all of that. If you're calling that deification, I'm calling that honoring him for the hard work that he did and honoring his accomplishments. What I mean by deification is that when somebody comes in and tries to remove him, that's the line in the sand that we draw and say no. When someone tries to come in and critique him, that's fine. Nobody is above reproach. But it's funny when we say nobody is above reproach, but it took me to be an adult before I got a chance to go and see. I learned about the FBI and Martin Luther King sleeping around and all the negative stuff, the communism. I learned all about that in high school. You know, they was already doing that. And I think sometimes you could be too intellectual. Sometimes we're so intellectual and we're so willing to critique people that sometimes we lose the symbol. We focus so much on the mess rather than the message. So I don't call those things that you're saying that MLK has deification. I call that the rewards for the work that he did while he was alive on this earth. But what I mean by deification, just so we clear, is that I did not learn that Thomas Jefferson was somehow fighting slavery and an abolitionist of some kind. I didn't learn that he had slaves in the backyard until I read it for myself. I didn't read, Christopher Columbus level type deification, where even as a child, you read that when he landed here, even if it's fictitious, it was motherfuckers waving to him when he landed here. He was received by people, and they were telling us in our face that he discovered this place. I'm just talking about the fictitious, symbolic Christopher Columbus, not the literal shit for all the intellectuals. But that we knew somebody was here because they told us that somebody was here. They received them and took care of them and brought them in and fed them and all of that. But they were still teaching us that he somehow discovered America. So we didn't even get the flim-flam bullshit that was in our face. That level of deification. The Lincoln freed the slaves. They put him on the penny and made it copper because he looked the other way of all that kind of deification. Even if it's bullshit, even if it's symbolic, I'm saying he deserves that level. He's as far as I'm concerned, I think everything that they taught us, and I'm gonna land my plane, everything that they taught us about his frailties made him human. Everything that they taught us about.
So I don't even want to hear the whining.
Huh?
So get ready. I'm sorry.
Huh? Oh. I'm saying more of that level. Now when Psycho is critiquing, because I've been in this conversation with Psycho about MLK. When Psycho is critiquing MLK, I don't really have an issue with it, because what is to do is also to enlighten us that it wasn't only just him. It wasn't. A lot of times the civil rights movement gets painted as MLK woke up and did it by himself. A. Philip Randolph, Baird Rustin, those of the Adam Clayton Powell, those guys, there was a lot more people involved, John Lewis, than just him. Matter of fact, fuck that. Hold on. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson.
Hey, careful.
I can't. I don't know if anybody said that already, but I'm still like
nobody said it.
I thought that's what caused the stream, to be honest with you. I thought you already talked about it.
Yeah, no. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. And there's been one of the forgotten soldiers of the movement, one of the forgotten Black leaders of the movement. The first, not the first, but I would say the first legitimate run for presidency in the 80s that existed. Operation Push, and Psycho, we can have a separate conversation, but I think Jesse Jackson gets caught up in the same bull crap that A. Philip Randolph gets caught up in. Operation Push was about jobs and loving yourself, obviously all of the Blackology stuff, but he was actually setting wages for with companies for Black people, getting hundreds of thousands of people hired. Operation Push was important. The Yes Network. So that's another thing. But I wasn't here when y'all addressed it. But R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. But that level deification, Psycho and Thunder. That's what I'm talking about. More of a symbolic reverence, leaning on untouchable. And I know that's dangerous. But I know that there are other people that do it. That talk to Cubans about Che Guevara and speak negatively about Che Guevara. They'll cut you. You'll end up dead somewhere. Go to Cuba and start talking about. Talk about certain leaders. There's nothing wrong with having symbolic and understanding, like Thunder said. I don't agree with all the other shit, but and Psycho say have some level of sensibility to it, I guess. Where we ain't making them Jesus Christ or God, but just protecting them. That's all.
You read the definition of deification?
I don't mean it literal. I'm not. I just said didn't you hear me say I mean more of a symbolic? I don't mean.
I asked you a question, bro. That was a simple question. That's a yes or no.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay, good.
I'm not looking at the screen. You put it up.
I did.
Or somebody put it up. Put it up again. Let me read it.
Let me see.
Thunder, I don't know how you lasted this long. I mean, we pretty much just met and started talking to each other. But with your points of view, I don't know how you've lasted this long.
Deification. Why? You oppose opposing views, brother?
No. I said I don't know how you. I know they do. I don't know how you've lasted this long in this conscious community with the viewpoints that you have. You all right with me? I like to hear other sides.
I don't know how he's lasted this long in this community with the thing he puts on that.
I like to hear other. God. I don't have a problem. I like to hear other sides. Back up so I can read it a little bit better.
Deification.
That nigga has a thing to it. God damn.
Hold on, let him read it. We can't hear it. Say it again. Go ahead.
Yeah, something. Be my man, bro. Deification is the act of elevating a mortal object. A mortal object or idea to a divine status, or the process of becoming more like God. So the act of elevating a mortal object or idea to divine status. You telling me that the idea of MLK hasn't been elevated? The mortal has it been elevated? I would say it definitely has. He has been elevated, and his idea, non-violence, Gandhi, all those cats, they've been deified, in my opinion. I mean, you ain't gotta agree.
Okay.
I ain't never met men that just want every man to agree with them, though. That's crazy to me.
I didn't say that.
I ain't say you said that, but there's a lot of other folks in here saying that. You got to agree with these niggas to get along with them. I mean, I don't have to agree with that, bro. That's crazy to me. I don't need no man to agree with them. But that's a whole other story.
Yeah, I could see that. I can't say that I don't see anywhere where he has where he hasn't been, where you're saying like he's been almost immortalized. And I gotta tell you, I'm cool with it. If that's the case, if we putting him up to a divine status, then okay. I think I really don't have and I mean symbolically. I'm not saying he's Jesus Christ incarnate, but for what he's done, for what he's done for us, understanding the true story as an adult, that he didn't want the job, that he had no interest in the job. He really he was kind of put into a position and people don't realize how young he was. the shit that he carried, like he carried the nation on his shoulders at a young age he was around a bunch of older people that could have been in that position, and they put him in there because of his oratory skills.
Brad, name me somebody who's been deified in your opinion, and then let's go with what you mean. You have your own definition, right? So let's figure out who, in your opinion, has been deified, and then let's compare MLK status to whoever you're going to say.
I think I started with the founding fathers. I think I'm trying to find somebody that did something on his level, that did something on the level of what he did. That's why it's not many. That's why I go to Lincoln, Jefferson, Washington.
You got some of the popes, right? Some of the Pope John, the whoever. You got a couple people.
Yeah. Pope John Paul. He was definitely deified. But I'm trying to stay away from that because in Catholicism, if we speaking about popes, some of those people treat those people like the incarnate, the walking. You know what I mean?
I give him reverence, but I understand. But yeah, so you saying
like Lincoln, bro, like Lincoln. When we were taught in school about the Emancipation Proclamation, it was taught with no context whatsoever about war strategy, what it actually was, what he did with the border states, how much he paid the plan, like how they kind of like. They just didn't teach none of that shit because it was like focus on the man, focus on what he did, move the hell on. Now later when you get older, maybe they knew when we got older, we'd realize what it actually was, and then you can make the decision for yourself. I'm comfortable with leaving MLK right there.
Okay.
Right. I'm comfortable with that level of deification. Not where if we find out later he murdered somebody or something, that he would be above that level.
So he was. So you compare Lincoln to, you say Lincoln is being deified. You got, like I said, the founding father. We ain't got to go. The founding fathers, Lincoln, etc. You don't think that MLK is comparable? His status?
In recent years, no, because in recent years I've heard more in the conversations that I've had. So maybe this is regional or based off the people that I'm talking to. But ever since the CRT and certain things that come up, I'm gonna be honest with you. We live in a world now where we're dealing with people that think Black History Month is too black. We deal that it's almost a scam. Like it's like we should celebrate everybody. And I think now we're moving to a place where I'm hearing more about the burning house with MLK. I'm hearing more about his adultery with MLK, that he was somehow soft, the turning the other cheek and all of that, versus how I grew up hearing about MLK.
Real quick, you mentioned the CRT thing and how that's becoming a thing and how they, got rid of affirmative action and all that. But guess what they used to do it? MLK. We shouldn't be judging people by the color of their skin.
Color,
everything's merit based, right? Not that's MLK's blueprint. So they really don't see MLK the way they would like you to believe. They actually weaponize MLK.
Exactly. That's a great point.
Okay,
that's a great point.
Listen, I know I'm Thunder. I know I'm being delusional. I don't mind being delusional.
No, I thought that was a Jewish. I thought that was a Jewish guy who wrote that part of the speech for MLK.
Yeah, but he.
So I don't know.
It's attached to him because when you Google that phrase, you're gonna get MLK.
Yeah, it's gonna be attached to the speaker. None of them people write their own speeches. So.
Nobody.
I don't know. Listen, I already know. It's like when you telling your wife she's the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm delusional. She is the most beautiful woman in the world to me.
To
but,
you
know, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm you know, I know I'm being delusional. That's why I'm not trying to have a literal conversation. I understand the definition,
Right.
and you're right to bring that up.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean, so you honestly don't understand that what he's really saying is that we should give our heroes a little bit more, not even necessarily respect, but just at least even celebrate the things that they did well before we, put in front of them some of the things that we disagreed about. What made them our heroes? Like, they are our heroes. Unless you just saying
Logic.
that he don't belong nowhere near the rest of our real heroes or something. But like to try to go into what's the real definition of deification and does it fit? Like, is he really a deity? Come on, man. That's not what he's saying. Like, I don't even know why the conversation went there.
Well, that's a good point, though, Logic. But I think for the most part, African Americans have become the critiquers of America, right? So I think if we actually can critique white America, right, and their heroes, then I think we only do the logical thing by critiquing our heroes so we don't seem hypocritical. You dig what I'm saying? We're the ones who always point the finger to show the hypocrisy of white heroes or the white founding fathers or America in general. So in turn, when we elevate people or black people get elevated, then the only logical thing is to show impartiality is by showing some level of critique for them also. I think we wouldn't have the sway that we have if we didn't somehow give everybody some critique, right? We're showing white people that is nobody above reproach. I think it got to be that way, some sort of way. We can't have it both ways. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I think that's fair. But what you just described is the difference between what Psycho was saying and difference between what Thunder's saying.
Say what again? I dare you.
Because see, on top of that, you got to remember, Thunder's doing the nigga thing. See, I didn't even address that shit. I didn't even go. So I made my whole conversation, and I agree with Stu B's almost as if I didn't hear Thunder say none of that shit. Because that's the only way that I can actually have.
Man, that's how some people feel about him, bro. That's how people feel.
Let me read this to you, Thunder. This is the chat. Yeah. We're ignoring the chat. So I think this is Brass. I think he's the GOAT. And I'm gonna stay right there, even if it's delusional, hypocritical, whatever y'all want to call it. I'm gonna stay right there. Okay. So Robert Rand says he made a good comment. This is to Psycho. Says weaponized MLK. Well, if we were the gatekeepers of our own culture, then no one outside of our family would be able to tell us a different story. It says go to a white nationalist group and see what they say about you. Trying to please white people won't help you.
Wait, I'm trying to please white people. See this the madness right here.
I don't. You in the
rhetoric right there. That's fine. That rhetoric right there is what makes me start going in MLK, because that type of deification right there. I would. He notice he ain't say nothing I said that was wrong. What did I say that was wrong? I just hearing a bunch of feelings right there. This is somebody who's not happy that I'm saying what I'm saying.
100%.
Instead of showing me what I'm saying is wrong. Because I ain't say anything wild about MLK. I didn't get up here talk. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Bible believer. I'm not on that morality thing. I can get on the morality thing, but that's silly to me because that'd be me just trying to tear him down, because I really don't care who he slept with. I don't care about whether or not he's really a Christian or whether or not he's a fake Christian and all this other little stuff that I ain't got no horse in that. I ain't got no horse in that race. I can use all that stuff to try to tear him down. I don't even waste my time with that. All I do is talk about the realness of the situation. I put the nuances behind MLK so people like that can just get triggered every time somebody just says, I'm not the biggest fan of MLK. I never said I was the biggest hater. I just said I'm not the biggest fan. I understand the nuances behind MLK, and I put it in its proper context, and that triggers people because people think we should do what white people do, and that's lie to everybody. We should lie about MLK. We should lie about MLK, because when white people do all this stuff like deifying all these, I don't disagree. They deify everybody's history, the Abraham Lincolns, the Andrew Jacksons, Thomas Jeffersons, and all of them. They all were scumbags. I get all that. But and I speak on that, and I tear them down too. I tear them down a whole lot worse than I do MLK. Trust me. But what happens is everybody says that's right because the white man lied to us. The white man lied to us. He's lying in history. He's lying about everything. So our answer is to turn around and start telling our lies. We supposed to start lying now? I'm not into that. No, I'm gonna tell the truth about everybody. Everybody. I don't care who he is.
Yeah, and Psycho.
UG Rap is my goat. UG Rap is my goat in hip hop as far as being a lyricist. I'll tear him down. He ain't perfect. He got some sketchy stuff going on in his history. That's just what it is. Nobody's perfect. We all human. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. We all bleed red.
MLK did not put his pants on one leg at a time. Go ahead.
And that's true.
I'm just fucking.
None of us are perfect. None of us are perfect, but I'm trying to figure out what lie did MLK tell?
What lie? I don't think nobody said it was all. I don't think nobody said a lie. Hey, hold on, West Side, before you go right there, and we can move to that conversation. I think that's a good mover. But before we move, I just want to make a statement and keep that energy, West Side, because you're gonna be about to get attacked. So listen. Okay, I got a good example from the chat. This is why I got to start reading the chat more. Elvis.
Yeah. Was a hero the most.
Elvis is a bro, and you know the United States and Elvis,
powerful nigga
icon, cultural revolutionary, because he shook his hips, pause, on TV. Now he's the king of everything, but he got all of that. Like they don't even. Then you got to get older before you realize he might have had some what's the word? I'm trying to not get us banned. Some York action with Priscilla Presley. They don't even talk about she was 14. Like Jerry Lee Lewis. See how they just look past that he was with his teenage cousin or some crazy shit like that. I'm not saying we need to look. I don't want that level. I'm just showing you what I'm not. I don't want that level of deification. If MLK was ever do something like that, I'm just giving you examples of how they do things.
Hold on. So now, if you're gonna do that, now you got to get on Karl Malone. Now you got to get on. Now you got to get on Morgan Freeman. Now you got to get. You see what I'm saying? So Morgan Freeman. Hold on. Well, now this is what
his step granddaughter. I think he married the step granddaughter.
Now, what Chef said was
powerful niggardry at work. Yeah.
What Chef said was right. You got to. Sometimes you got to take your W and go, because if you keep going, it's gonna get worse. So what Chef said was, hey. The same way white people are delusional about and elusive about the goings on of their leaders and their heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Black people saw that. We called them out on it, and then that's why you have a lot of this DEI stuff and the CRT stuff. It's get back, right? You're trying to get your lit back. So but at the same time, Black people cannot. Well, we can be hypocrites if we want to, but it's not in our best interest to be a hypocrite. And if you're gonna tell the truth about everybody. So when you get it,
if we tell them the truth, don't you think it's dangerous?
Y'all agree that DEI was for get back?
I ain't trying to personalize this, Thunder, and I want to get to West Side. But if we are telling the truth, then let's stay here. The truth is, then how can I put this? And I'm not personalizing this to you. We can critique them all we want if you feel like that's what you want to do, and if you want to deify him like me, and you don't really want to think about that stuff, just what the man did and what he meant, that's fine too. But I don't think that we should say the nigga with the ER had MLK Boulevard. I think that's too far. And you see, like with Stu Pease, like when the same way you can say the reverence goes too far to where we can't critique, but then shit like that goes so far the other way where I got to protect them.
All right, Brad, let me do this. And I did this. Sometimes I'm a habitual line stepper, right? I go over the line sometimes
to get the conversation where it got to go. That's why I don't want to cut you off.
But with Cuban, right? I referred to some countries as shithole countries, right?
Right.
And Cuban explained to me how that made him feel and how I was incorrect, how I was wrong for doing it.
Pull your socks up.
And what
hey Chef, you got to mute yourself, bro. Nobody cares about stocks or Chinese New Year, my nigga.
And what I did was I went back and I looked at him man to man and said, you know what? I apologize for that, bro. My bad. I shouldn't have did that. So MLK, although I'm not a fan of MLK. I did go too far, and on my behalf, I want to apologize.
On behalf of the niggas like you, go ahead.
On behalf of the niggas. Right. Well, I apologize for me and on their behalf, okay? I apologize. My bad,
Yeah.
and
you can speak what you want. It's just that's what I mean. That's the protection that we give. Psycho don't hate MLK. Y'all just don't watch the shows or watch his shows on Mondays. Psycho is more about keeping it somewhat realistic for people like me that deify the man and forget A. Philip Randolph was just as important, if not more important than he was.
Way more important.
They forget John Lewis. They forget Adam Clayton Powell. They forget Barrett Rustin. They forget all of these people. The civil rights movement did not happen simply because of MLK. Once again, he didn't want the job. He was being forced. He was put in a position to get it done, and he got it done. That's why I have such reverence. But I have an understanding for A. Philip Randolph. But Psycho understands that most people don't even know who the fuck A. Philip Randolph is.
But Brass, this is
you want to trigger Psycho? You want to trigger Psycho?
Yeah, go ahead.
B.R. Rustin. What was he homosexual?
Yeah.
No, the point is we don't have to tear down MLK. How about we just put more of our energy into bigging up the others, right? So that what you did on the first, Brass, was you ran down a list of people was supplying you names of people that they were big up in, right? As far as Black history is concerned. I think it was on the first, it was something like that.
Yeah, that's on the first show.
And right. So I think we should probably feel more of our time with doing things along those lines, really educating people on I live right here. I'm in Atlanta. I go down to Auburn Avenue at least 3-4 times a year, and I just go to the museum. I go to MLK House. I go to Dexter Avenue.
All of that too.
I go to all that. I go to that about 3-4 times a year, roughly. I kind of slowed down recently, but yeah, I mean, you got to give the others their props, man, and that the SCLC don't get the props like, let's just say, Black Lives Matter does. You see what I'm saying? That to me, that's wild to me.
Right.
And I think if we spend
there is a more modern phenomenon. It's more current to our time. Like MLK, as time goes on, it's still there, but it kind of fades because some of these people are passing away. Like John Lewis got mad props. All these guys got mad props in reality. John Lewis was in Congress, got mad props all these years for that, you know? The thing is, though, at the same time, MLK was the leader of the movement. He was a figurehead of that movement, you know?
No,
so
John Lewis get his props here. He get his props in Atlanta. I don't know about nobody. He got a whole...
No, yeah, good trouble. Good trouble. John Lewis
he got a whole building with his name on it. I mean, his face on it.
Okay. Maybe that's a show that we'll do. Maybe, Mujasi, if you can help me out with that, I don't mind. Let's do that before the end of Black History Month. Let's do same way we did great Black leaders besides MLK and Malcolm X. Let's do great people that lesser known people in the civil rights movement.
Unsung heroes.
Yeah, unsung heroes in the civil rights movement. And start having that conversation. So I put that together. I think that's a good one. But West Side, you was moving the conversation to something else.
Unsung.
Go ahead, Unsung niggas.
That you need to call it unsung
No,
men.
no.
Yes,
So
unsung men.
man,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Everybody was comfortable. It's unsung
Wait,
men.
hey, he's not gonna let this go, Thunder.
It's
And
okay.
he's our moral
But
Stu
Brian,
Peas is our moral compass. And I'm not gonna I can't tell him to stop because he's not 100% wrong.
Just
Go ahead, Thunder. Wait, hold on, wait, Thunder, wait, real quick. Chef was saying something.
Yeah.
What you saying, Chef? Mujasi was trying to do what?
That the unsung women of the movement.
No, bro, I ain't with all that. I ain't with
Why
that,
you
bro.
wait? Just because
y'all
you
ain't
just
got
heard
to participate.
well,
Hey,
look,
y'all ain't got
what is
to
your
participate.
hey, Chef? As soon as you changed heroes to women, this nigga Thunder said, "Man,
No, I'm saying that we should the men should be eliminated for the sake of the women, dog. That's all I'm saying.
We can do both.
I
think
said the unsung. Hold on. I said the unsung women, meaning let's add them in. There ain't nobody say nothing about eliminating men, right?
Okay.
If you say somebody is unsung, you're saying you're adding them because they're not getting looked at. You know what I mean? What is wrong with y'all?
No, the way
red pill to the core. That dude is red pill to the core.
But yeah, but the way you said it, if we say unsung heroes, and he said Mujasi wanted to do unsung women, he's thinking you mean women, a woman only show. That's what he's thinking. I don't think it ain't much further than that. And Stu Peas is gonna be paused on your ass, Thunder, for the rest of your life in this Discord. I'm just letting you know. You can apologize 5,000 times. It ain't gonna matter.
That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit to
I'm
me. You know that,
surprised
right?
the nigga ain't told you he's gonna walk you down. I'm surprised he ain't tell you that. But moving, hold on. West side, let's move it. Hey, Thunder. Oh, Thunder.
Yo,
man, you gotta have a Dr. York conversation.
Because
I came back from vacation and I think it's a conversation that ain't been brought up. I got some new information that was interesting to me. We'll have a separate conversation. West side,
I want to know.
No, the thing I wanted to get to with the lies of MLK is that we gotta separate, to me, like what someone's purpose was in a particular time or in a particular movement, right? MLK was making a move in the civil rights movement to accomplish certain goals, right? He accomplished those goals in a big way. Now, that doesn't mean he's perfect. He might have been, there might be some infidelity. That's another aspect of his life. But as far as the civil rights aspect of his life, I can't see the lie that he was telling. If he believed in whatever he was doing, and we sit on these panels using the rights that the people in the civil rights movement, whether MLK, John Lewis, I'm just mentioning him as a figurehead, right? Provided through that movement to where you can vote, particularly down in the South, without the violence and stuff like that attached to it that was at that time. And so, of course, he's not perfect, right? But I don't see the lie that you can say he told. Maybe you can say he made a mistake, which I don't agree with that, right? In his goals or in the outcome that we had. And the other thing is too, you can't, if someone has a negative opinion of you, you can look at yourself and say, you know what, they're right about what they're saying. I need to correct this particular thing, right?
So let's get
but in reality, if someone is a racist, someone,
let's get
the reality is if someone,
I want to get the actual lies though, because you keep saying that he didn't lie. I want to know who in here said that MLK lied before we go too far into your point. Did somebody in here? I'm assuming was it Psycho or Thunder? What are y'all saying he lied about?
I thought I heard Psycho say something about lies, but
okay,
maybe he didn't say that. I don't know. I don't remember. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to go all the way around the mulberry bush just to end and somebody say I never said he lied.
I never said that he lied about anything. I asked I said, where did I lie? I said that, but I never said that Martin Luther King lied about anything.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay.
So I misheard.
Okay. Listen, I understand I hold him at a higher reverence than maybe others. So and I'm cool with it.
I just told you we got buildings and then we got a monument.
I hold him higher than that, Thunder.
Okay, good. So if you're saying that he's worthy of more than that, tell me. Okay, good. We didn't get to that.
No, I didn't say he was worthy. I didn't say he was worthy of more than that. I look at the buildings, the streets, and then Thunder. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I don't. When we start talking about giving out streets, and you and I both know this. When we start talking about giving out names of streets, Dr. Ben dumbass got a street. So I don't really hold that.
Hold on.
I figured that would trigger you. I'm trying to trigger you, similar to the MLK nigga. So just understand, I can do the same thing to you. I can do the same thing to you. Dr. Ben got a street. So I don't. So if Dr. Ben get a street, please don't tell me that Martin Luther King getting a street is somehow deifying him. That's crazy.
Dr. Ben got a street.
Dr. Ben got a street.
Hey, Brass, stop the commercial.
I love to kill sacred cows. See, Stu P's loving this right now because I got the grill open, killing sacred cows. If Dr. Ben could get a street, then Martin Luther King getting a street is not deification. That ain't deification. Listen, and then once again, I'll do the same thing you did. If that hurts your feelings, then okay. I apologize.
That was good.
Jesus Christ.
That was good. I'm gonna apologize, bro.
That's messed up, man. You ain't finna just
Lord Jesus.
You finna call Dr. Ben a dumbass, bro.
Hey, you called Martin Luther King a nigga with a hard ER. And you care that I called Dr. Ben lying ass a dumbass?
You got your panties in the wall when I did it.
I don't wear panties. That was stupid. I was the one saying you should talk. I was saying let him talk. That was all the them saying to tell you to shut up.
You still was offended, bro. You still was in your feelings.
No, I was not offended. You know what I learned from Chef and Corey? Besides a whole bunch of other shit? Chef and Corey have this fighting style, right?
Yeah.
People get concerned about Chef and Corey, and I'm saying both of them at the same time, the Coalition and Carnivorous Podcast, because people be concerned with the shit they be saying when they talking to them. But when Chef and Corey go on mute and actually sit back and let you talk, that's when you should be most concerned. Because they're literally letting you, with a shovel, dig your own grave. I wanted you to call him a nigga 1,000 fucking times before I started talking. Chef and Corey, am I incorrect? And that is part of y'all fighting style.
Yeah,
they
let them talk.
Here, have you ever noticed them saying, why the fuck do y'all keep cutting him off? Let them talk. And they'll even say, matter of fact, sir, I want to hear more. Please elaborate. Because they're going to take all of that shit and kill you with it. So if you're saying that Martin Luther King is deified by having a street, then Dr. Ben got a street. Streets apparently anybody can get a fucking street right here.
Yeah,
it must be just a permit and a cost. It can't really be no deification.
That's horrible. But you need to apologize, man.
I apologize to you, and that's
you need to you need to apologize, man.
No.
And y'all niggas who own
apologize to Reggie. Apologize to Reggie.
Love Reggie to death. I don't care how Reggie feel about that. I don't care. Bro, you know, the Reverend, bro, we've covered, bro. Hey, Thunder. Do you know, I came into the community. The majority of these people that y'all hold in such high reverence, I never heard of until I got to this community. That's one. Two, I've heard motherfuckers say, with MLK being alive, Thurgood Marshall, Frederick Douglass, all these great people, John Lewis, I've heard motherfuckers put on Nike shoes to stand on the shoulders of some of the most grifting snake oil selling motherfuckers I've ever heard of in my life. And will be proud to say I stand on the shoulders of these motherfuckers.
Well, you're not going to say that Dr. Ben is a grifter.
I'm gonna just say, Thunder. Hey, Thunder.
Yo.
Hey, Thunder, I'm gonna say this right, and I think everybody needs to acknowledge this, is that Unc and Chief, that might be the greatest rivalry in conscious community history.
Oh, yeah.
Them two niggas, oh my God,
Yeah,
man, you see what Chief Extras did to Unc? Like,
No.
I mean, like, man, this is going down in history. This is the greatest rivalry. These brothers is insane.
I didn't see it, but Unc called me last night around about 10 something, and we talked about it. I ain't seen it. So Chief Extras got on?
Man,
Listen, before we go forward, Chef, before we go forward,
if the video is AI, I'm hoping that they made an AI video of like, there's a lot of AI going around. So Chief X crazy. Chief X probably got an AI video on the street corner in Atlanta.
Chef.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
It's AI. It's AI.
Let's just say the AI video going around. And let's leave it, because I don't want to mix MLK and this bullshit. If we done talking about MLK, we can move forward to the next conversation. That's cool. But let's put a pin in this MLK conversation.
He's getting the props that he deserves. He's getting a slight amount of the critique that he deserves. I think it's a fair bet. Same thing. I mean, you got people who wanted to get rid of well, in some circles they did. They got rid of Christopher Columbus Day and named it Indigenous Peoples Day, right?
Facts.
So you got people that's being. You got some people who view him as the great Italian who came and discovered America. And then you got some other people who say, "Hey, that cracker ain't do nothing but come over here and kill up all the Indians." Right? So you get it, bro. So I'm saying everybody should be able to get it, including the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So I mean, I don't see that with it, man.
No, I agree. And like I told you, that's why I have to say that's why I put a pin in and said I know I'm delusional and I'm okay with it. Yeah. It's almost like you know, it's that good delusion for me though. Like, it's like telling your 5'3" son he gonna be the best player in the NBA when he grow up. Now you know that ain't reality, but you know I love him. That's why I gotta, you gotta sit there. You gotta tell your son that, or you gotta you feed that fault. Whether it's fault, I won't say false praise, but I know I'm delusional when it comes to MLK, but not personal because I understand and know him to be his person.
Some delusions are definitely healthy. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Reggie. Is that Reggie?
That's Reggie.
You can only speak to you. Shouts to you, Reggie.
The great
you can
nigga,
speak, but I'm just telling you where the conversation is about to go. You may not want to speak.
Okay.
But go ahead. You can speak about whatever you want, but the conversation about to change.
If somebody say they got magi in the blood, how can they not be saying that they also Egyptian?
I already know that's where the conversation.
Thank you so much, Brass, for giving me the money.
Okay. What'd you say, bro? I didn't hear you, brother. What'd you say?
I said thanks, Brass, for giving me the warning. However.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
hold on, Reggie. Before you go, Thunder wants to say something to you.
What's up, man? Peace. Now, I think last week you heard something about your family or whatever being mentioned, right? And you came on to get clarity. So I'm gonna give you clarity on what just happened. I was rambunctious and irresponsible with my words about MLK. In turn, Brass was irresponsible and, in my opinion, rambunctious about Dr. Ben, right? So he called. So I just leave it right there. He was defamatory.
MLK and Dr. Ben do not belong in the same paragraph.
Hey, logic. All right, go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, I was rambunctious. I don't know about irresponsible, but I definitely was rambunctious in returning because calling MLK a nigger with a hard R returning that same energy back to a sacred cow that I know
But
Thunder.
Dr. Ben,
Bro, I'm not. I hate to say this, Thunder. Now that we talk about MLK and Dr. Ben, I gotta leave the conversation. We can let Reggie talk because we are now putting
the fact that he
MLK and
gave
Dr. Ben in the
MLK
same sentence.
a hard ER, didn't give Nelson Mandela a hard ER, didn't give Dr. Ben a hard ER. Thunder, you sound crazy as shit. I just gotta say it.
But move on. We still talk about them
wrong.
both. One should be discussed in the summertime. Let's talk about MLK now. Go ahead, Reggie. We done cut you short. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, I'm not going to be long, but I think
you might be because I got some questions. But go ahead.
Feel free. Go, be long. Oh.
Many of you do know that Jesse Jackson has passed away.
Yes, we're talking about it.
Right. So okay. So it's really ironic that you are talking about, people with street names and who's worthy. I heard the comment about Dr. Ben. That's the usual comment, but the difference is that I've worked on maybe three street signs, and so it's a process, and it has a lot to do with the community in the area where the street sign is being put up. So street signs are not thrown up. There's a process. So the process is that you go to your council person. You go first to your community board, right? You go to your community board, and then from your community board, right, you get the sign papers, the signage papers, right? And then there's a series of presentations that you have to make as you get signatures, right? Once you get the signatures from the community and you make those presentations, then it goes in New York, it goes to the city council to vote. There's never any problem when there are street namings for what they call white Americans, right? Whether they're Italian, whether they're Irish, whether they're Jewish, whether they are not Polish or etc. We just have this incredible issue about when our community comes together to decide a street name like Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and Lumbe Brath and even the Father Allah of the 5% Nation, which I worked on, and we have a street sign, right?
Keep going, Reggie. Don't get sidetracked.
There is a process, right? And it can only be accomplished by a process. So when I was working at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, it was Lenox Avenue. During the time that that I was working at the Schomburg, the community came, several community boards came together for petitions to make a very, very long street name for El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Malcolm X. So it became Malcolm X Boulevard. And I think prior to me working at the Schomburg, Martin Luther King Boulevard, which is 125th Street, has already been named. Martin Luther King Boulevard is 125th Street, but still 125th Street, but it's labeled as Martin Luther King Boulevard. Not too many establishments use it, but it's there, right? So there's a process. So the process depends on the constituents and the community members that live in that. So I think that answers the question. So I heard the comment about dumbass Dr. Ben.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the Amsterdam News, I guess you will see Brother Reggie, and I am no dumbass.
I didn't call you a dumbass, Reggie.
No, I know, but I said.
But did you get the context, Reggie? Before you go on, did you get the context of why I said it, bro? Did you hear the whole show? Or you just heard me say that.
I heard a part of the show before, and then,
okay. So then why, if you heard part of the show before, then why aren't you giving the same energy for Thunder coming in here saying the nigger MLK got a street. The nigger
Oh,
MLK got a school. So did you hear that part?
No. We're gonna stick on Dr. Ben right now.
No. I know you want to stay on Dr. Ben.
Let's stay on
that Dr. Ben was a dumbass. I really don't care about Dr. Ben. The comment was hold on. Hold on.
I already apologize.
I know you apologize. I'm trying to get to the point. Hey, Thunder, you're doing the thing that you complain about. Thunder,
I got my
you're doing the thing that you complain about.
No problem. I apologize. Now we talking about you
that you're complaining about. No, because it was in response. I apologize. Hey, Thunder, I apologize, bro.
Okay, so let's move on.
No, let's not move on. Because I'm trying to figure out. I want you to understand it was said in response to us letting Thunder
I didn't beat you up on it. I just said
no. I didn't say beat up. No. I want you to understand why it was said. That's all. Just clarity.
I'm simple.
So we're not talking about street. I was saying what you saying.
Yeah.
That the reason why he got a street is not because he was being there. The claim was made that Martin Luther King was already being deified because he has streets in his name. My point was we don't deify Dr. Benjamin, and he is not. He got a street, so we don't say the same thing. But the dumbass part was part how I feel, and part because I had to listen because we live in America with free speech. With Thunder saying that MLK, he called him a nigga like 5 times. So I'm not going to defend Dr. Ben and let MLK get called a nigga. And I'm not even going to talk about Dr. Ben because I watched how motherfuckers deified Dr. Ben, talking about they stood at his shoulders, they taught at his feet, and then be on a YouTube show where MLK gets called a nigga and it don't get addressed.
Well,
that's
I apologized and you apologized. And Dr. Ben, even though he has a street, is actually really just a corner, right? It don't go that far. It's just right on the corner of 125th Street and Lenox Avenue, and then you see his name, and that's the best that we could do. We should have just made
You did too much. Y'all did too much.
Was there a pushback? I'm gonna unmute you, Thunder. Was there a pushback on him getting a street?
The only pushback is, well, how long was it going to be, right? So, but they wanted it at the state office building, right? Which is one of the most prominent addresses right there, 125th Street and Lenox, where the old Garvey parade used to pass by, where the hotel, I forgot the name of the hotel, it'll come to me, is there, right? It's the most prominent street on 125th Street. And the next street would be where the Apollo is, right? So they wanted it on either a long street or the most prominent corner. So they just got the most prominent corner.
Why did you feel that Dr. Ben was deserving of a street? Can you talk about the greatness of Dr. Ben?
Oh, it has a lot to do with.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to hear this bullshit. I won't. Not during Black History Month. I can't do it.
I won't. It has a lot to do with.
No, but for real,
it has a lot to do with. It has a lot to do with.
Logic, your connection is bad.
Yeah. It has a lot to do with the gentrification that is happening in Harlem. So what it has is that Harlem has been historically African American for maybe the last 80, 90 years, right? Well, yes, I'll say 70 years. Prior to that, Harlem was, of course, Jewish, largely Jewish and Italian, right? Now they're coming back and they're building skyscrapers on 125th Street. So they're going to make 125th Street the new 42nd Street. Why? Because 125th Street goes to the east side, the west side, and connects to major highways. And from New York, from 125th Street, you can go to all boroughs, and you can go to Westchester County, right, Connecticut, from 125th Street by railways. So that is a strategic avenue. So it had more to do with people deciding, uh, because a lot of people are forgotten. A lot of famous figures are forgotten in Harlem, at least trying to get streets named. So to kind of like stave off gentrification. I think it has a lot to do with that. So when you do know you have a popular figure, and you do know that you have a community that knows about this particular figure at this particular time period, right? 50 years from now, they may not know too much about Dr. Ben, but at the time, Dr. Ben and Malcolm X and others, Adam Clayton Powell and others, right? They knew about, there was enough community remembrance. Okay, so that's that on. I think that's that on that part.
So are we gonna stop? So at what point? So I agree with you. It'll be black named streets with white houses eventually, the way New York is going. So at what point do we stop though? Like, so are we? Is there gonna be a push for the Jabario Sazi Way or Sadnetta Boulevard or some shit like that too? Like, at what point are we? At what point do we stop and say, maybe if you're doing it for that reason, then I can understand that. That actually makes more sense. I thought it was more about the man. But at what point? So do you think Jabari Osaze deserves a street?
A street is named when you die.
Yes, no, Reggie.
Of course not.
Okay. That's okay.
I disagree with Reggie. Yes, he does.
Then, okay. No. Okay.
A street is named after you die.
Straight.
Huh?
No, I didn't know. I wanted to know where Reggie stood. He said he fought. Hold on. He told me the name. He fought for Father Allah, right? He fought for people that have.
That's messy, Brass. That's messy,
No,
Brass.
I know it is. No, it is. I'm back from vacation, my niggas. So just I'm still wearing my Antigua shirt. My question is, if we had Father Allah and John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben getting streets, and he fought for that, that's cool. I just want to know if something happened. I hope it don't. If something happened to Sarnetta or something happened to Jabari Osaze, I just want to know: are you going to be down at the court, the county clerk, or however the process starts? Are you going to be there trying to get a street for them niggas too?
You call them niggas. So that deserve a street. Yeah, I do. I agree. I believe that.
Who?
So not a deserve a street.
It's just a street name. It's just an address. It's not anything more than that, right?
Reggie. Hold on, Reggie. Hold on,
bro. Why you?
Bro, we can't get past certain comments. Reggie, do you believe Sarnetta deserves a street?
Sarnetta deserves a street.
Hold on, Thunder. We heard you. Thunder. He answered when it came to Jabari. I don't know. I don't want to put you in a bad position though. No, don't answer that, Reggie. Don't
worry about it, Reggie.
Don't answer.
Let me ask
Go ahead,
question.
Thunder. Go ahead.
What about Elijah Muhammad? Does Elijah Muhammad have a street?
I'm not Muslim.
I'm not talking about that. You don't have to be a Muslim to know the greatness of Elijah Muhammad.
Deserves a street.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't. I'll be shocked if he don't.
I think Elijah Muhammad probably already has a street, but I don't think he should have one.
What?
I'm where Psycho is. I'd be shocked to know. I would be shocked if Elijah Muhammad doesn't already have one.
Well,
but if he doesn't have one and Dr. Ben does, then Elijah Muhammad needs a Reggie immediately. He needs a Muslim brother Reggie immediately.
The fact that they got Father Allah, the fact that they got
that one threw me. Yeah, that threw me off.
And now when Elijah, they got a gang member, a gang leader.
Then Tookie Williams got a street.
Hey, Chef, you got to be cool. You really not have a pass in New York.
Alpo need a street. If that's the case, Alpo, Supreme, Frank Lucas. They should all have streets if Father Allah got one.
Hey, but in all seriousness,
That nigga got
Reggie,
put out the Nation of Islam.
Allah,
How the nigga who get put out of the Nation of Islam get the street? And Elijah Muhammad.
because Father Allah after Martin Luther King died, and it was burning down the city. It was burning down black cities. Watch, right? The nation of gods and herbs under the Father Allah, as they called him, Clarence X, right? Clarence 13X. What he did was he partnered with the mayor of the city of New York, and they came together, right? And they stopped together. They stopped some of the how can I say, discontent and radical and ultra radical black folks that wanted to burn down Harlem. Their position was, why are we going to burn down the places where black people live? And it was Father Allah that saved Harlem, right, from being burnt down like Watts, right? So that is history, and that's evidence, and that is something in the newspapers. That's why Harlem didn't burn down. Harlem didn't burn down because of that organization.
I think you're being a little bit. I think that's a little bit. Yeah, I believe that's a little bit. I believe the fact that you're now telling me that Harlem wouldn't exist without Father Allah.
No, it didn't burn down.
Has to be hyperbole.
They giving the nigga.
You just said that Harlem wouldn't exist without Father Allah stopping a riot. Newark had a fucking riot. Watts had a riot, and they still exist, bro.
No,
don't let's not. We're going too far with that.
Harlem didn't burn down.
Newark didn't burn down neither.
You don't know the history, but watch this. You don't.
Go ahead. I don't know the history. Educate me. You're right.
Harlem, right? It's well documented. It's really well documented about how it was a civic thing between that organization, right, and the mayor, right, and the mayor's office to try to deal with the public outrage, so that business went on as usual in Black Harlem.
Where is this? Oh, I see it. They gave him funding for a night school and in return. Oh man, come on now. You can't do that.
Dr. Ben was somebody that you read about in a book,
right?
Rather than meet in person, would you think he was important enough to make a speech?
The people in the community, you got to understand again, it's the people in the community and the community board that has to decide. It's a civic branch. It's a government branch. Now, I testified. You can see me in the Amsterdam News. And go to Amsterdam, Google.
I no longer like the Amsterdam News based off what you done told me today.
Right, Amsterdam News and Brother Reggie, and I am one of the key testifiers for Dr. Ben getting the street. But it's a legal process. It's a civil process. It's a governmental process.
I hope somebody fight for you the way you fight for all these people.
Hold on, man. Although he was released from custody after 1966 ruling by the Supreme Court placed limits on confinement without trial. Although he initially taught his followers to hate white people, he eventually began to cooperate with white city leaders. Let's do that again. Although he initially taught his followers to hate white people, he eventually began to cooperate with white city leaders. They gave him funding for a night school, and in return, prevent violence in Harlem.
Yes.
Okay, I got then. Since we're reading, I want to read something too. So, because when you don't get educated, I'm gonna get a quick education, then go a little further later.
All right.
So it says a historically grounded response. It didn't happen, but there's a level of hyperbole I'm not comfortable with. Mainstream historical accounts of the 1964 Harlem unrest focus on civil rights leaders, local clergy, community organizations, political leaders, and police actions. Clarence 13X or Father Allah is not listed as a key figure in most academic histories of that riot. It does not mean he did nothing, but it means his role wasn't central at a citywide level, and Harlem would not have burned down had he not been involved.
What's the source of that?
I'm about to. I hope it's the Amsterdam Damn News. I'm asking for a source as you asking me. As you're asking me, I literally am typing. I need a source on this. If it says Amsterdam News, I'm gonna throw my phone. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but okay, so that's done to ask a great question. Listen, when I went to the street naming ceremony, right? Um, there was several politicians out there. So I can't. There's a Bruce Wright's son, Keith Wright. There was a representative from the mayor's office of that time period that was part of it, and there was lots of and so there were several white people, well, people that we call white Western people, non African Americans. They testified right when the street was being unveiled. So it'd be different if there was no government officials there, but the fact of the matter is there were governmental and ex-governmental officials there. But we can move on. My whole point of it's a process. It takes community activists and leaders and people who know how to thing. I was brought on. I didn't initiate it. They came and sought me out. They said, "Brother Reggie, look, we know that you help with these other street signs. Brother Reggie, could you help us with this?" And
Brother Reggie, it says because I know you like sources. It says historical sources show Clarence 13X, Father Allah encouraged peace during unrest after MLK's assassination. But mainstream histories of the 1964 Harlem riot don't list him. This is the James Powell shooting, right? That led to that riot that you're talking about in 64?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it says FBI government records. Mm-hmm. Government records, this is from the FBI. They show authorities viewed the 5%ers as a group capable of causing disturbances, reflecting concern, but not evidence he saved Harlem. But I'll give that to COINTELPRO. So I'll kind of rule that out. Britannica on his movement and influence. Britannica notes he led the 5% Nation briefly and that the movement continued after him, emphasizing cultural influence with no mention of any riot leadership whatsoever. 1964 Harlem, this is from Wikipedia. Main historical descriptions of the riot focus on structural causes, police tensions, and the shooting of James Powell. The established historical narrative makes no mention of Clarence 13X or Father Allah. And the last one is, it says after MLK was assassinated, Clarence 13X and followers walked the city, but no mention of the 1964 riot whatsoever. So maybe they gotta move. Those are sources.
Are you saying they're embellishing?
I'm saying any one human being, and I'm not saying this was just him. This ain't no shot at him or Reggie. I don't think in a riot situation, I don't think that let me stop.
No,
I don't
James
think that
Brown.
one human being. He said that. Well, yeah, in that
James Brown
case,
did.
right? But there's historical accounts of that.
Yeah, that's a fact.
There are no historical accounts of when you say, bro, when you come on to a panel and say that without Father Allah, Harlem would have burned down. You gotta expect someone.
You gotta substantiate that.
Someone gotta stop. But if he got a street,
he did galvanize the youth at that time. He galvanized the youth at that time in that area, though.
Cool. But that's way different than Harlem. Hey, you know what? If I come onto the panel and I say, without Psychopathia, if Psycho was that old, Newark would have burned down. And that's why Psycho needs a street. I would fully expect all of y'all to be like, hold on, bro. stop.
No, but it did take somebody is like Mary Baraka to
That's cool.
step up and help
That's
end
cool.
it though. It was on fire for a few days, but yeah.
That's cool. But that's just a strong ass statement that one person stopped Harlem from burning down.
Okay, so what happened was, so there's this famous event. So after Martin Luther King, he gets killed. Mayor Lindsay, right? Mayor Lindsay, the mayor of New York City, he goes to Harlem, right? He goes to Harlem under a terrible night, right? Where there is unrest. He and Clarence 13X, they walk the street together. They walk down Harlem together, right? Forming part of a visible on the street leadership presence, right? So now Father Allah and his people, his group, is partnering with the mayor, right, of the city of New York, right? They have both of them have what you call how can I say, a need and importance to so that symbolism, just that symbolism of somebody who previously under the Nation of Islam and others said the white man is the devil, and his organization that says that the black man is God, right? That when it came down to where people live, his neighbors, residents, that they in fact made a symbolic gesture, right?
Cool.
And so let's just move on.
Yeah, we can move. Yeah. I don't disagree with nothing you just said.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with nothing you just said, because that in the historical reference, it references the 68 after the shooting of Martin Luther King. That's in the Britannica that he walked the streets. I don't think it was solely him walking to stop anything, but I can fully appreciate that. Now, Chef, is Chef still here?
Yeah, I'm gonna get Chef.
Yes, sir.
No, we about to get we got some questions. And now I was in Antigua, and apparently there was a video. Now Chef is about to reference the video, but we about to change the tone of the show. And this is critique, these are questions.
I think Reggie wanted to address Chef though.
Okay, go ahead and address Chef. I'll get out the way.
No, don't get out the way.
I've been on my best behavior. I'm
gonna get you and Corey. It's just that I can't get you on this channel. I gotta get you where I can show where I can show some material, right? So
you can show material here, Reggie. You may not have the time, but you can show.
No, it don't work. It don't work well here.
Okay.
I'm gonna get them.
Do it on the podcast, because I'd like to be on the panel when you get it. I enjoy a good getting.
Corey had the audacity, Chef in the background, to clown me to say that when I said these populations that look like Nubians, that they didn't build the pyramids, right? They had I heard a bunch of N-words, one after another afterward. Y'all nigga. Okay. I want to ask you, Chefrin.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You in ancient Egyptian. I need this from you.
Mm-hmm.
In ancient Egypt, how do you decide who is a Nubian and who's not a Nubian? How do you do that?
By their mother.
By their what?
By their mother.
By their mother, right? That's how you decide. Yeah. You're doing some
I'm
goddamn.
Fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Bringing slave laws.
I'm playing.
Slave laws to Africa. Go ahead.
No, so the region of Nubia is attested to by Egyptologists, right? So a lot of Nubians in Egypt lived in the southern part of Egypt around Aswan, right? That would have a lot of times that was referenced.
That's where they stopped.
No,
How
I'm
do
saying
you look at Egyptian
no
street and know who's a Nubian or Egyptian? How do you do that?
considered a black city, right? But there's a lot of white people. Say something about Baltimore, most people would assume that they're talking. If you keep talking about Baltimore, right, and you don't be specific, most people would assume you're talking about something black, right? And to a specified. So when you just say Nubia, right, or Nubian, then it's already assumed that you're talking about somebody black. And to you be black people.
Oh,
You
I
dig
don't
what
think.
I'm saying?
Did
Don't
you hear
mean
what
that it
he
was
asked you,
actually
Chef?
black
No,
people.
I don't think what you're saying. So my problem is,
What the
so
hell
you're
are you talking about,
racializing.
Chef?
So you're racializing
Oh,
Egypt. So basically,
yeah.
you're saying that the ancient Egyptians don't look like the Nubians, and the Nubians don't look like the ancient Egyptians. That's what you said.
Well, I'm saying that
Because that's
the
what I asked you.
sources show.
That's what I asked you. I didn't ask you
I'm
about.
saying
I didn't ask you
I'm
about.
saying that Nubians have been depicted clearly phenotypically as different from Egyptians.
That's a
I
fact.
don't know what you didn't. I don't know, so I don't even know what type of game you playing.
Oh no.
Like, you about to do this
No.
bullshit.
No. Here's the thing. Egyptian citizens are Egyptian citizens, right? So it's like
See?
it's like when you talk about America. If you want to talk about America, there's all types of ethnicities there, but this is the United States. How do you pick and choose, right? So if I say
So
the population looked like this, right? Uh, then you would have to offer some data to say the population did not look like that. They look like something else. So that was my. So now there's a bigger problem. So there's Nubians walking around with Egyptian names, right? So that's anonymous. It's the naming. So there's Nubians that completely have Egyptian names, and guess what? They're accepted. Onomastics.
there's Mexicans walking around with American names, but we still identify them as Mexican, right? And then Mexico is a whole different nation. So if you mention a Mexican, right, and the fact that he's an American citizen, we still acknowledge his Mexican heritage. So the two ain't the same. No, the two.
He may say he's American, he's not Mexican.
And nobody would say that the Mexicans, right? Because a Mexican can be an American, nobody would say the Mexicans built Washington, D.C. or built the monuments of the nation's capital.
Okay,
Nobody would say that just because. So Nubians, when you say Nubians built the pyramids, you feel me? Like Nubian is already acknowledged.
I didn't say that, by the way. I didn't say that. That's the way I make it. But the fact of the matter is, who laid out Washington D.C. By the way? Who laid out Washington?
It was a white boy.
No, it was Benjamin Banneker.
No, Benjamin Banneker worked for the white boy who drew up the goddamn. Man, it's all crazy. You can't get me with that. Benjamin Banneker worked for the white surveyor who drew it all up. The white surveyor quit or something, and Benjamin Banneker remembered the goddamn blueprint. That's what happened.
Okay, that's completely what you say. So Benjamin Banneker.
Hey, do anybody want to fact check this?
I love you.
I'm Black History man. I might not be Egyptian man, but I know my goddamn Black history in America. Okay. You ain't
was Benjamin Banneker. Watch this. Was Benjamin Banneker in the lodge?
Hold on, Reggie. Yes, he was.
Hold on.
Well, what my major point was, Chef. My major point is, did a black man participate in building Washington D.C.?
Benjamin Banneker was an American naturalist, mathematician, astronomer, and almanac author. A landowner, he also worked as a surveyor and farmer. That nigga was Jamaican. Born in Baltimore City, Maryland. He was born in Baltimore. To a free American mother.
Baltimore nigga. Jeff lying on the Baltimore nigga.
To a free African American mother and a father who had formerly been enslaved, Banneker had little or no formal education and was largely self-taught. He became known for assisting Major Andrew Ellicott in a survey that established the original borders of the District of Columbia, the federal capital district of the United States.
Thank you.
No. My point is, when it came to the laying out of Washington D.C., was Benjamin Banneker an African American? Did he participate in it?
Yes, he did.
Yes,
he did. So when I say populations of Nubians built the pyramids, right? Built the pyramids, right? How is that wrong?
That's cap.
Okay, you can say that that's cap, but I'm giving you the scenario. You say, watch this. You people who hate the region, you say that the Nubians were slaves. You say that they was workers. So if that's true, who would be the workers that would do it? The workers, right? And who are you saying that the workers or the enslaved are? Oh, you'll say on another page, oh, that's the Nubians, because they separated themselves. They have their cake and eat it.
This is
worker don't equate to slave. Let's just start there, Reggie.
They had, I think they really had like some quasi company running those type major, constructions, bro. I don't think they was just every day really putting them rocks together. That's I may be.
Okay, that's fine, and I can accept that because,
bro, they was in a union. They had a union steward out on the job site.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, bet.
So no slaves built. So mentioning slaves, right, and building and work, that you already taking us somewhere where we're in pseudo land.
I'm in Hotep Corey, the chief boxer in ancient Egypt, right? You are gonna find talented workers. I'm in Corey Concrete Corey, right? You're gonna find, what do you call it? You're gonna find the best craftsmen and labor force that you can to build these pyramids, right? Because you're doing a hell of a job. You building all these data centers and shit, right? The modern day,
and they would have been local. The union would have been a local union. And anybody coming from the outside, they would have did a strike, because you don't have outside companies coming in building. You let the community, the local union come in.
So right? The concrete blocks. God damn, you should come on my side, boy, Corey. The concrete blocks that were built to the pyramids, right? Many of them were the granite. A lot of the granite came from where?
Aswan.
And so that's southern Egypt, right?
Yeah.
And the people in southern Egypt would be closely connected to the population of the Nubians, right?
Absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
I think so. If we rewind a little bit, though, Reggie, and I think this is kind of where me and Sheffrin separates. Sheffrin acquiesces to the point that Nubians are black, right? But there were black people in the location called Nubia, right? But the same people, the population in Nubia was generally the same stock as the Egyptian stock, which were not black. Now, I'm saying Nubia is a location, and there were black people, black groups in that location.
Oh,
They could have been referred to as Nubians, but again, there are different groups of Nubians in Nubia.
But I made that connection though. But Corey, I made that connection when I said Baltimore. Most times when you mention Baltimore, people are going to think black, right? If you keep mentioning, but it's white people here too. You feel me? So if you don't think that the major corporations and businesses here are white, you fucking delusional. Just because it's a black populated city.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't know.
You would be taking it. So that I made that.
I never know what you mean
when
you didn't know Benjamin Banneker didn't come from Baltimore. I never know what you mean no more.
Bro, I told you the history. You tried to say Benjamin Banneker motherfucking created the plans for Washington, D.C. And I corrected
you. He was finna let his blackology go to the bad side.
I corrected you by saying no, that's not what happened with Benjamin Banneker.
No,
Benjamin Banneker worked with the dude, and the dude got fired over it. And Benjamin Banneker remembered the plan.
They're gonna use the black man. So it's just your narrative. I think y'all. Listen. You done gentrified. You live in a mixed neighborhood. You eat good. You drive good.
No, I don't. Right? I don't. I don't live in a mixed neighborhood. Huh? I don't live in a mixed neighborhood. My neighborhood is all black.
Your neighborhood is all black.
All black.
But you okay.
Yeah, and they keep their grass cut in Chef neighborhood real nice. Keep their grass cut real nice.
We're all niggas.
Yeah, but they don't rake the leaves worth a damn in this neighborhood. Prince
Sheffrin, one day on a telephone call or when we meet post to post, we're gonna talk about the pedigree, but we ain't gonna do it online, right? But we're gonna talk about some things, right? Okay, but not here.
Definitely from the bourgeois. He from the bourgeois.
Hey,
he know what I'm gonna talk about, huh? The Prince. Huh? He know what I'm gonna talk about, but I'm gonna leave it there because that's my man right now. My point is, now this is another ripple. So Corey, you came up with this. I think it was Chef or Corey. Y'all came up with this thing that it's largely what the northern Egyptians look like, right? It's I'm like now.
Hey, you know what's confusing though about the Nubians? I'll say this. This is the best. This is the best way I can say this.
Now the Nubians
this is me on the front porch, right? This is gonna explain it for the people who be. Because y'all be confusing people with the Nubian shit, right? And that's why the Egypt conversation can even continue, because the confusion with the Nubian. Let me say this:
and you got
if you was to go to Nubia and rip all the skin off of the majority of people in there, right? And you couldn't see their skin, but we had to identify them. They didn't have no skin though, right? They would all come back as they got Caucasoid features, right? They got the genetic affinities to North African Levantine people. You know what I'm saying? This is them. Now the skin color shit.
I think that's all.
I know you don't. I know you don't, because it's a more rudimentary explanation. It's a more rudimentary.
My wife.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on.
No, I was calling you.
Let me be clear.
I got no evidence for that shit.
Let me be a little clear here, Reggie. Let me be a little clear here, right? So this is the confusion, right? Because these people have dark skin, and what's confusing is the skin color shit, right? But when you get down to the genetics and the skull shape or the skull morphology and the skeletal remains and shit, when you get right down to that, right, they come up looking basically like those people in that region.
No,
they still have that. They still have that Levantine, North African type of genetic mix, right? They still got that in Nubia, right? Now, hold on. Now there are let me finish, Reggie. Let me finish. There are groups. I only need like 5 more seconds, Reggie, and then you can tear me apart. Right now, there are people that would come up that have more genetic affinity to more of the East African type of. You'll get that Ethiopian and mixed in with the Yemen and all of that. You'll start to get that more sub-Saharan mix in there. You know what I'm saying? You do have those Nilotic people there. I will never deny the Nilotic people being there, right? But those Nilotic people don't make up the whole population of Nubia. Like I said, the general population in Nubia would still genetically would come up as that North African Levantine type of genetic fix, and like I said, the same with the skull morphology. So the skin shit. So when they start talking to y'all about black and skin and dark and light and all, it's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Don't go for it.
I understand. Watch this. Corey said all of that just to say all of that, but you do need to read UNESCO number 9, Shamarka Kite, and UNESCO number 9, Jean-Pierre Gordine, right? Who specifically does that, and that goes away. That simply goes away. Whatever you said is just what you said, right? Now, if I ask you,
because you got one nigga that's going against the general consensus, I'm supposed to write that off?
No. Now I'm talking. So whatever you just said was just barbershop talk, right? I don't know. You need to have lunch with Sheffrin. It's just barbershop talk, because the modern thinking that's in UNESCO, it really doesn't do what you say it does. So all these hypotheticals, taking the skin off, and then you take the skin off and you find out the cranial people are like the Levantine. No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So now we're gonna so at some point, not today, but we're gonna walk it back. I just think that you have a very rhetoric, but very unsophisticated, uneducated, unqualified. How can I say a conversation? I was just asking you.
There you go. You didn't rebut what I said, though, Reggie. I'm waiting on the rebuttal.
I heard everything they said, and I also heard that there were more Egyptians there in Aswan that looked like those other populations than they were. And then, or do you know that there are?
No, I'm talking about the look. The look. You talking about how dark they were?
Do you know there are light-skinned Nubians? You do.
I ain't talking about skin color. I'm not. Wait. See, the thing is, when you quit talking about skin color, you in the bullshit.
No, because I
don't give a damn how dark they is or light.
Right.
I wouldn't give
Corey,
a damn.
Skin color is how they look.
I'm saying that for the audience.
I don't care. Who cares?
I'm saying that for the audience. You do know that there's.
I don't care how they look.
Yeah, you know there's.
You just said how they look. No, Corey, you just said that.
Right.
No, I talked about if you took the skin off, what you would find as far as
but
the
that's
skull.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But you gonna call something else bullshit? That's ridiculous.
Things that you can measure, right? As far as things that you can measure here, not what you can look at. Because I haven't seen a Mexican girl that's fucking 10 times darker than me. So like
they wasn't doing that back then, Corey. They was doing the look shit.
I don't care what they were doing back then. I'm talking about
we don't care what you saying. We can just do that. We can close our eyes and waggle our tongue.
Listen. They confusing you.
I heard the bullshit.
We have the knowledge.
You pulling skin off.
No, I'm saying.
Okay, so go get me. Go get me that from the people back then.
Today.
But you don't got the people
today. Why are we
today.
listening to somebody from back then? Why are we listening to anybody from back then?
What are you talking about? Them the people you talking about?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willie?
Hey, what are you saying? Go listen. Go to the people back then. What do you mean by
that? No, I'm saying Oh, go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead.
No, I did.
No, I'm asking you, Chuck. I'm asking you, Chuck. What do you mean?
You just said the crazy shit. Let's take the skin off of them, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Craziest.
Right.
No, it's really not. It's really not. I guess I'm sorry that went over your head, but it's really not.
He's saying the Southern Egyptians. Let me put it in simpler terms. He's saying that the
You gotta get, if you get any more simpler than that, Chef, it's
I am. Watch.
Go ahead.
Watch. He's saying that the Southern Egyptians are the same, basically the same as the Nubian Egyptians. They just are darker because they are more Southern. That's what he's saying. He's saying that basically they're the same people, but because they live in the South, their skin complexion gets dark. And y'all assuming that those darker skinned people are black people when they're just
no. We're talking about.
And Chef, that was good. They assuming too that when you say Nubian, you're talking about only the Nilotic people also. It's two assumptions there. It's a double pronged assumption there. Chef.
Y'all are sounding crazy.
But they do it with Egyptians.
That was great.
All the time.
I appreciate that.
But
I didn't think
we
you did any more
stuff,
simpler,
but they do it with Egyptians all the time.
You cooking, Corey.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you know you ain't cooking with Petty.
And he just throwing ad hominems, and you got Tuck saying, "Oh, it don't make sense." And I just don't. What I'm saying, Tuck, is skin color is the confusing thing. Stop talking to these niggas about dark skin, light skin, black skin. Stop talking to these niggas about skin. Do not talk to these niggas about skin no more.
You're bringing up skin. You went to the craziest extreme about taking the skin off.
Yeah, you took skin off. That was crazy.
Crazy.
So y'all gonna hawk on that part. So hold on. So y'all gonna hawk on that part like that was his point.
Yeah.
Oh, see, yeah, y'all been this again.
You want to do cranial measurements and all that shit.
What part they harping on, Chef?
Idea about
on the fact that you said take their skin off.
Yeah, you should have never said that. So it shows me that y'all are crazy.
No, so y'all don't want to deal with what he said. That's basically what
Why do I
you're
have
saying.
to deal with what he said when he said that shit?
Reggie.
Because I explained that he's saying that the only reason their skin is dark is because they are more southern. They live closer to the equator. But he's saying that they're the same people phenotypically, other than the skin complexion.
You are skin niggas. You think
skin
man. I don't really talk about skin.
Skin man. Remember what I showed you?
I hate skin, nigga. I hate skin.
We skin nappers.
Yeah, you agreed to skin map, Reggie. Remember that?
No, there is some agreement. It's only a prediction. My difference is with them is it's a prediction. But this is a close locale. So you got what you call.
So you're talking about race. You're saying they're racially different.
No. I'm not talking about race. I'm saying that these are the same populations with
that's what Corey's saying.
A different state. The only difference that separates them is their state. Whether you
so you don't disagree with Corey.
Yeah, they one big Afro-Asiatic family. Yeah, they one big Afro-Asiatic family.
Corey, because first of all, you don't take the skin off of people to be talking about anything. That's crazy. So he loses there. What I'm saying is there are people who are originally from.
That's a good point, because if you look at black people in Yemen or Arabia that's dark skinned, the genetics will tell you that they don't fit the same profile that your ancestors from sub-Saharan Africa. So
the skin confuses you. It confuses you. Like I said,
I'm not talking about skin. What I'm saying about
when you say UNESCO number 9,
like you don't understand that analogy he was making. Like it was a simple.
UNESCO number 9, right? I wanna read this. You mentioned this 1,000 times. So what do I need to Google to find this UNESCO number 9 article you want us to read?
Oh yeah. First you can go to UNESCO General History of Africa, right?
General history. Okay. History of Africa. Okay.
Right.
Now what's the number 9? Oh,
number 9, volume 9.
Volume 9. General History of Africa, volume 9?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 new volumes of the History of Africa. Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Volume 9, and then
From there, you can look up well, depending on your search, you can do any chat GPT and or any AI, right? And look up what it says about Nubia, right? The problem here, right? The problem here is Nubia is geographical. It's geographical. It seemed to have marked for Egyptologists only as a convention, not the truth, but a convention to use of populations that are like roughly below Aswan, going to the uh, 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 stopping around that first cataract, and then everything else after that, frontier, and then that goes into the what they really want to call Nubia. So up until the first cataract, they're going to call it Southern Egyptian because that is a territory. Now it's a state that controls that area. They control that area. They control that population, right? Okay. But Egyptologists take it as a complete separation of the types of people that are there, the populations that are there, right? And that becomes this problem of using European conventions. We know earlier from other studies, if you look at Badarian, which is part of Egypt proper, you will find that that population climbs well with the southern populations. If you and then the Dakota population climbs well with the southern populations, not the Delta region, right? And so you have these populations that collect very well with the southern population, the southern population, but that becomes Egypt proper. So then, if you ask, well, what is the founding of Egypt? The founding Egypt of or these populations that move north, right? The founding of what you call the two lands, Shmaitawi, the United Two Lands, or the populations of the Southerners moving up to the north, right? And so all of a sudden now, in your thinking, the people in the Delta are the way is what the Egyptians look like. No, you're looking at modern Egypt and walking backwards instead of looking at the ancient history and what it says and then walking forward. So your idea of the populations is completely uh, uh, wrong. And then when you look at the studies and you look at the royal mummies and you look at their DNA where they collected, they a lot of the material from the Gordine's work and others, they they climb well with a southern populations. So we don't.
Are you talking about that study dealing with the sub-Saharans and the royal mummies and all that? E1, B1A. I hope you ain't talking about that.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about Gordine and Shamakakite's.
Okay, I'm saying so when they use proxies for like southern people and they so how southerly was the data like? What was the data talking about as far as the southerly countries that you was talking about? Elaborate more on what the study was saying regarding the mummies.
What? Say that again.
Elaborate more on what their
Yeah. So you
analysis. What did those mummies?
I can't do all of this. Did you read Shamakakite's?
I'm asking. I know, but I'm asking a question. Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I want to make sure
a
I have
lot of
conversation.
Oh my god. Oh man. See,
that was.
I asked a simple question. I'm asking for you to elaborate further on.
How you spell Shamar Akite? How you spell that?
Like niggas been talking about Shamarka Kieta for a brick to act like we don't know what these studies were saying and what you trying to connect. I'm just asking
you. After you read something.
Yes. I'm asking you to elaborate. Why are you asking the question with a question?
It's S-O-Y Kita.
S-O-Y Kita. What else?
K-E-I-T-A, right? That's his name.
K-E-I what?
S-O-Y Kita. K-E-I-T-A.
So Kita?
Yeah, that's his name.
What
what?
populations did they connect the royal mummies
Bro,
with, bro?
we heard you, man. I'm trying to look this up.
Man, you about to, he about to slow walk you for no reason. That's what I see why these conversations are so sad. Y'all be letting this
Be
nigga
careful
slow walk
searching that
y'all.
UNESCO number 9. That should give you a line wire vibe.
I asked this man a question.
Wait, hold on. Is it Fetty again? That's who I'm
Y'all let this
talking
man
to.
deflect from the question.
Come on. Hey, Fetty. Hey, listen, Fetty. Do a
I'm just
presentation.
asking. I asked a simple,
And I
simple
asked
question.
a simple question.
You didn't. You asked a question with a question.
Eddie, prepare to be cussed out, brother. Go ahead, Reggie.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I already know what
his name is not Soy Keita. His name is S.O. Keita. All right. So, what's the other person name?
This nigga got 15 names.
What's the other person name, Reggie?
Steve-O, and he a Muslim.
What's the other person name?
John, Jean Pierre Gordine.
Jean Pierre.
That sound like some fucking jeans or something.
Gordine?
Yeah, he's from the Caribbean, the French Caribbean islands.
Yeah, y'all used to wear them Jean Paul Gardines back in the 70s.
Jean Paul. How do you spell Gordine?
Gordine. G-O-U-R-D-I.
Yeah, it should be a U in there if it's the Caribbean.
Yeah, G-O-U-R-D-I-N.
All right, D-I-N.
Better be careful, Thunder. You better run a virus check after you check that shit.
I want to make sure. I want to get all these names and all these articles. I want to read them for myself, so I can be up to date. Right. That's all. I want to.
You going backwards?
But wait, how you gonna be up to date on some shit from 1974?
No.
Did you just say you want to get up to date and you looking up stuff?
Crazy as hell, man. Y'all let this man do this shit every time.
No, I'm just saying. It's just, no, hey, Thunder, it's just your choice of words. Was you trying to get up to date from some shit from 1974?
No, man, up to date on arguments, boy.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Hey, wait, I appreciate that you said on arguments. I appreciate that. I'll leave the boy out of it. You know, you've been a pejorative machine today. I'm just like, no, that's cool. I just want to be there with you.
Like a slave owner, bro. That nigga
crazy. Hey, he's the first center field or the southwest center field, boss.
He's the first dude we didn't met from Augusta. Like, I love it. Like
that nigga just tipped me into some slavery I never experienced.
Hey, Thunder. I mean, hey, Brad. You know Thunder got crazy hands. You know Thunder can fight like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Guess what? If me and Thunder ever went there, and I doubt we would, because I respect the guy, it'd be a shootout. It wouldn't be a fight out. Because I know how he get down, so I already know how to play with Thunder paws in that way. I'm not raising my hands. I'm not raising my fist to get shot by Thunder. We just gonna shoot at each other. That's all. That's all.
He won't move.
Yeah, see, like I told you,
because of their gun laws.
Yeah. Hey, Tuck, that nigga in Georgia. You don't fight niggas in Georgia. You throw your hands up, you will get shot.
Look at him. He got a clip.
That's 17 rounds, and then they go another one.
You and Gullah are the most intelligent murderers I ever met in my life. You and Gullah are the most intelligent serial killers I've ever met in my life. Y'all done killed everybody and looked up UNESCO volume number 9.
Matter of fact, where's Gullah at? Where the hell is Gullah at?
Somewhere yelling at somebody going crazy.
Where is Gullah at? Yo, he's
Afro-Asiatic book.
Now I'm not gonna stop. Hey, Chef, I only stopped you earlier because I think that deserves its own. If you want to go there, I don't mind it, but I don't think. See, once again, Egypt is the what do Corey say? The spray paint to the actual conversations. It's the spray paint. You start getting lost in Nubia to the actual conversation. But y'all proceed trying to figure out if Nubians is Egyptian or whatever the hell y'all talking about.
Oh, we can. I'm just saying that I'm gonna find a venue to get them. So I might have to go back on, I might have to go back on
I don't know
some.
why I find that so funny when you say.
Hey Reggie, can I ask you something on Black History
Please
Month?
don't, bro. Please don't.
Who am I
Oh,
talking
okay.
to?
Yeah. That'd be a good one. Yeah, go ahead. That was a good one.
All right.
I know where you're going. Go ahead, Freddie.
All right, so I know the context of Carter G. Woodson and what he originally looked at Negro History Week as, but given the context of the bicentennial in 1976 and going forward, are you surprised that African Americans such as myself and others always looked at Black History Week as something strictly tied to the contributions and highlighting Americans in this country? Or do you align with more so of the mindset of looking at Black History Month as something to celebrate not only African Americans, but African descendants across the diaspora?
I think because we live in a global world, African descendants, African both things, African American contributions, because their parent people link them to the people across Africa and elsewhere, right? And in our future, I'm more future oriented than I am past oriented. So I'm more into planning and thinking about what this world should be for for my son and your children, right? Rather than a lot of people who are experts in dusty books. I use the dusty books as a weapon to educate. I do it here. I don't really care about the dusty books. I really care about how we think about these things and whether we're right or wrong, how we present our arguments. But when you got skinless people walking around, take their skins off and putting
How
that
we go back to Egypt? Let's stick to Black History Month. You drifted off into the abyss just now.
No, but I said a lot. I said
I'm saying, no,
more.
I was talking about the framework because we've been talking about Black History Month more so in a way. I understand it could be both, but I'm saying the way you grew up in America, your education system, and how you grew up in your upbringing, was it more so of a ethnic pride thing or a racial solidarity thing? Again, that insisted with people outside of America. For example, like for a Black History Month project, could you bring up, say, a Shaka Zulu or the 25th dynasty? Did that in your mind constitute as Black History Month or something that could be added in that? You know what I mean?
Okay, so because I am from Virginia, and because my family is a historical Virginia family, right? The Pearsons. I'm from North Carolina too, and my cousin, right, Calvin Pearson, right, got how can I say presidential award for finding for doing the 16 let's say 1611 project, right? Finding that African people first landed at Fort Comfort, which became Fort Monroe in Virginia. My family did that. My family did the research. And those groups of people that was, how can I say, hijacked from the Portuguese by the English, right, and landed there. Um, um, what I could do, what I think is important to do is to understand the peopling of of America from the vantage point of all the groups of the transatlantic slave trade, and then finding out who these groups were, right? Because what they did when they got here, it contributed to us being African American, their survival. So mine's is more of a historical, but also making this relevant. So this crazy President Trump, he basically backtracked a lot of Black history. The Supreme Court, I think yesterday or the other day, ordered them to put back the things that Trump removed on Black history. The more we know about Black history, it's not necessarily about racial pride. It's more just about history and facts. Someone's trying to control the history and delete facts, right? And so common people are right. You know, they wanna do what you call cultural pride, or I don't know if it's racial pride, but cultural pride. I understand that. That's not where I'm not doing it for pride. I'm doing it for education and facts, and then dealing with the psychological problems that we have when we have these type of conversations. Like if there's things to read, we should read it, right? If there's things that we should question it, but question it based on facts, right? Those are the things. That's why I'm on these boards, and that we should use this to kind of plan out a future. Does Africa has anything to do with our direct direction in what we should do in America? I would say not directly, not directly, but we can get insight from things that they that we understand about them. It helps us understand the wrongness of the Bible, how you know, which is a major part of African Americans, both Christianity and now and Christianity, the Quran. It helps us understand that first of all, our religious things are just our faith. It's not the truth, not the truth at all. So so we should find out what the facts are, right? But when we go on these boards, and it's just how can I say, maybe sometimes comic relief. I'm gonna say comic relief when we talk about Egypt and Nubia, because most of the people here, that's not their area. Most people here never went to a goddamn museum, never went to a conference, never went to an
Let's
exhibition.
drift back. Let's come back to America, Reggie. Remember the question. I think you answered my question.
I answered it, so that's why
No, I was more so looking
it.
for, like, you know, you're a little older. You feel me? I'm trying to look for the
Yeah, I'm
historical
older.
text when you grew up, and what Black History Month, right? Even did you do projects in middle school, high school dealing with
Bro,
Black History Month?
bro, I'm so old, bro. I am really so old, bro. When I grew up, it was dangerous to be black. It was,
No. Let's
bro,
sit.
bro,
So
bro,
were you in high school the post 70s?
bro, 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 I was born 65, bro, in Virginia,
He wrote
bro.
Okay,
the
cool,
Black. What are
cool,
you
cool.
talking about? He wrote the Black City Plan
No,
in
wait. No.
68.
I'm trying to put a timeline together. I'm saying, did you go to middle school? And when you were in middle school and high school, was it post 1973?
Oh yeah, middle
Okay,
school.
boom, right? So the reason why I keep bringing up Gerald Ford in 1976 and what it became as a national observance of Black History Month, I'm trying to get some sort of insight during those times in the late 70s. How did you see Black History Month? Because, you know, Kent State, the shit was going on at Kent State University in like 1969. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
saying when you was in it, because you was in it at that age, you was probably in what, your late teens, early 20s. I'm saying, how did you look at Black History Month? Was it a nationalistic pride thing over the racial solidarity? Because like you said, it could have been both. But did you look at Black History Month as something to commemorate African Americans?
And I remember this is what I remember. I remember in 71 when we had just gotten moved from Virginia to Brooklyn. I was walking with my mom. This is my early memories. I'm gonna tell you something. And we walked through a store, a candy store, and there was buttons for Martin Luther King. And I had never seen. I might have seen the button, but I had never seen a button with a black person on it. Right, in 71. And I asked my mom, what's this black man doing, right? Why is he on the button, right? And that was my first, that's 71. So I can say in that time period, 65, I was just about 6 or 7 years old, right? Getting ready to go to, I don't know, first, second grade or something like that, or something like that. Um, what I found then in Brooklyn in my formative years before I left, I found that there was no history being taught at all about black people. I was just sitting in the class, and I knew that there were people that looked like me, and then there were people that looked like other people, Asian and white. But we were doing smiley faces and alphabets and stuff like that. So in my formative years, in my later years, Then we go to the Bronx. I'm just talking about me, Fetty, if you really want to know. I'm going to the bombed out Bronx. Yes, I'm living in Castro projects, and at that time it was nice, but everywhere else was bombed out. It was just survival. It was dangerous. It was just survival. Had no time. But in the classroom, yes, we did geography, and we showed the people of the world, the Asians, the Europeans, and then of course, ultimately we got to the dark land, the dark world, right? Africa, the dark. What did they call it? The dark something cultures.
Dark land.
Yeah, and yeah, the dark continent, the dark continent. And then there was nothing there but river valleys. It was just all disorganized, and then there were some people, and Egypt wasn't even in the conversation. Those are my formative years.
Okay, so the reason why, 'cause we had this conversation for the past like 2 days. So with Black History Month, the problem that I find, right, is when I see even on the internet and conversations that I've had, particularly with like people who aren't African American, people who are Afro-Caribbean, or even African, right, that has a problem that African Americans may only look at Black History Month through the lens of the accomplishments of African Americans versus sharing it per se. And so they saying, so that's why I was asking, because in my upbringing, I always looked at Black History Month as something to where it was only dealing with us. But hearing other viewpoints, depending on, I guess, where you grew up or the age or whatever, they saying that you really can't, we can't even use Black History Month for ourselves. It's something that everybody can use. So I see the frustrations of certain African Americans who even claim FBA heavy, even though I don't really go that route. But when they talking to other people and the immigrants or Africans can come off as disingenuous, when I hear African Americans say like, y'all got y'all own festivals and things that y'all celebrate that we can't partake in at all. But why can't, when we look at Black History Month, that's something that could be ethnic empowerment just for us? How come delineating in that sense, dealing with Black History Month is problematic? I see both sides, but I'm just saying, the way I grew up, I thought Black History Month was something for us.
Yeah, I see. I see. Largely because who wanted to deal with the dark continent, right? And the monkey booty scratchers and all that stuff, right? So that's just how we Bush, and we're a class. African Americans became a class more than a race or anything else like that. We had, even though we didn't have much, we were still a class, a class and a culture, right? And these foreign people, they weren't like us. They ate differently. So it was it's also the African American class. But our thing is, well, sometimes we get messed up in the past, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave. We get so far in the past, we don't know how to use. The whole purpose is to use things from the past that we can that's functional, that we can use today and in the future, right? To clear up what's happening culturally and politically in the United States, where they are literally doing this DEI stuff, and they're erasing culture, and they're basically attacking our contributions to this country.
Did you read Trump's Black History Month proclamation that was released on the 3rd on the website on the WhiteHouse.gov?
Why would you read that shit?
I just asked the question. I mean, the only reason I brought that up is because Gerald Ford in 1976, again, when America kind of and larger institutions take hold of Black History Month in the framework, again, post 1976 Gerald Ford, it was used as a way to look back at America and say, don't leave African Americans out the larger story of America.
Good point.
You know
I like that. I like that. Hey, so Fatty, so
okay, I have to go, but they just used they was using that for vote. So anytime you
it was a bicentennial.
But he gotta go. That man go now.
200 years.
Thanks.
All right, so Fatty, me and you was having this conversation, right? So I agree with your sentiments about why we can't have something that's our own. Like why do people from the Caribbean or the diaspora or Africa in general feel as though we can't have something, you know what I mean, of our own and talk about our own history. So I think that aspect of Black History Month is definitely there. I think that was the initial part of Black history. But my problem with that I was having with you historically is to act like Africa and the diaspora wasn't a part of Carter
Come
G.
on, Chef.
Woodson's,
Nah.
huh?
Chef, did I not yesterday say I acquiesce to that 10 times? I said I agree.
I'm just bringing up the conversation. I'm bringing up
Oh
the
no, you were saying I
conversation.
disagree with it. That's all. I didn't disagree with it.
Thunder about to cuss both y'all out. But
Yeah, so that was my whole point, right? That we need to always keep in mind what the creator set it out to be in his tenets, right? Not what Gerald Ford and them did. Like that, like anytime white America get a hold of something, like if we created something for ourselves, right? To understand ourselves and to big up ourselves, how do we let white America then define that down to something?
Can I answer that, Chef? Can I answer that? Give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. All right. So I feel you on those questions. I got it. I feel and those are logical things to say, right? But when I bring up the fact that Carter G. Woodson was a part of the American Historical Association, right? That establishes the framework that he was working with colleagues, that he was barred, white people, white historians barred him from that organization, even though he was a paying citizen, right? And what they basically saying, even on NBC, all historians, on everybody says they use that to say even Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln's birthday to already give the mindset that he had an American history framework, and he used Africa and the Negro as like a anchor to say not only are Black people being overlooked in this country and the contributions, but this is happening all over. So I agree that he was using the Negro and he was using racial solidarity and using that context. I'm just saying the American framework of being American and wanting to give props to those people in America was always there too. And the fact that and his organization, right, also contributed to Gerald Ford by telling him to promote it and make it a national observance. So it was there was some teamwork there. It wasn't just a white man's creation that, you know, took off into a new framework. There was some contribution on both sides of communication. You know what I mean? And once you look at it, at Kent State, right, in 1969, that's when the young Black intellectuals was bringing the Afrocentrism idea back to colleges and shit like that. So I'm with you that shit was always there too. But I think post 1976, when something becomes a national observance, whether we like it or not, is something used to look at America at large and look at a group who's been undermined and highlight those people. That's what every president has said.
But it
Post
was
1970.
anti-establishment, right? It was established as anti-establishment, right? So the establishment was the ones that he was fighting against in the first place. So we always so think about it. In 1926 was the so this is actually the 100th year of
Yep, that's a
Negro
fact.
History Week, right?
Yep.
So we need to actually get a little bit more involved in this last couple days of Black History Month. We're actually dealing with Black history,
Look though, it's
right?
the
I
50th
think we
anniversary. Look, it's the 50th anniversary, I think, of the
the Kim
1976 in
76, right,
1976. So
right. So check it out. So in 26, right? What Carter G. Woodson used to do was he used to write in a journal. What was the journal called? If anybody know the journal, was
saw
it
that too.
The history of
They
the
definitely had some
Negro
African shit in
history.
there. They definitely had some African shit in there. That's a fact.
Journal of Negro history.
There you go. There you go. Now he used this journal and the writings in this journal all year, right, to make the curriculum for Black History Week, right, or for the whole year. These are the things that you should be studying. It was a theme every year. So
Yes,
in
I agree. Yep.
Right. In 1926, guess the first year, initial year of Negro History Week, guess what the first theme was?
The Negro. I agree. Something dealing with the
Africa.
Negro. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
with you. We on the same. We don't disagree, Chef.
Negroes.
We don't disagree.
Okay. I'm just like,
Because
so
look,
if
you know, I brought up the themes as well. Remember, I said there's a theme for every year dealing with Black history, and that theme changed in at a certain decade to where it was only talking about. So I'm with you. I agree with everything you're saying.
All right, bet. Anybody else wanna? So I thought we was about to, like, I was ready. I thought we was about to, you know what I mean, lock horns on this shit. Like I was. Go ahead. So anybody else wanna?
Yeah, but when y'all say
Man,
Africa,
Fetty don't agree with that shit.
Go ahead,
You gotta cut it
I'm
out.
gonna say
Fetty
it's
don't
gonna
agree
cause
with that
That's
shit.
crazy.
what I'm gonna say is gonna
We've been
cause a
talking about
problem.
this for
Go
2
ahead,
days,
Sunday.
and now I don't agree.
About to fuck this conversation.
You don't agree
Go
with
ahead,
that shit,
Sunday.
Fetty.
What's good, Tuck, man? What's good with you, man?
Man, I know you don't agree with that shit. Stop playing. You playing now. You don't agree with that shit.
I'm from Richmond, Virginia, man. Look, I'm from Richmond, Virginia, bro. I'm pro-black, my nigga. I've been on my Black History Month.
Man, big up Virginia. Big up
Virginia. I'm just like a Black Island. I'm pro-black though. I'm pro-black.
Yacht boys, the yacht boys.
Fuck the yacht and Virginia.
Yacht boys on fire.
But what Chef just said was
you
slick as
pro-black,
hell, but that ain't had nothing to do with what we was talking
I just don't look at Africa because this goes back to the 1619 conversation. Do you think African American history starts in Africa or in America? I say my line is 1619.
I don't want to go back.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're right.
See, that's what I'm talking
Who is
about.
considered the father of Black history? Who's considered the father of Black history?
You got his name. He from Virginia, though.
No,
Carter G. Woodson.
No, it's Carter G. Woodson.
It was a joke. Where he from, Chef? Where he from? Where that nigga from?
He's from Virginia.
That was his mistake. That was his parents' mistake.
But I even pulled up documents of the 1926. You know he came to Baltimore in February 1926, and he actually spoke in Baltimore City schools, right? And the themes and stuff that they was using, it was dealing with fucking Africa. I got the bulletin, right? Because I thought we was going to actually, I ain't know we were saying the same thing. I thought we was
bro, Mujasi, did I not bring up the themes? And I was on Wiki looking at the 1930s all the way to now. They have each theme. We can go through it. It was a shift. It was a shift in certain decades. So I'm with you. I agree.
But that's what happens when you're looking for a fight. Chef was looking for a fight. He had his motherfucking hands up, and you was sitting there like, no, he's saying the same thing. He's like, I'm gonna punch you anyway. So I didn't know what Chef was on.
No,
but I'm gonna say
when people say, hold on.
Yeah, but he still don't want to include Africa.
So I was saying,
it is a fight.
No, I was saying that Africa and African history was included in Black History and Negro History Week from its inception, right? So I was saying during Black History Month, right? Me and Corey was saying, yo, we covered both and during Black History Month. And y'all was kind of saying, no, that's not how it is. And I'm like, yo, come on, bro. Like, I don't know where y'all at, but so I'm saying what we was taught in Baltimore was more in line with what Carter G. Woodson had set forth in the beginning.
Yeah, but timing
about the radical teachers, though. We was talking about how radical teachers.
But timing and retiming in these conversations where a lot of the disconnects come in, and I'm gonna see if Mujasi, if he's here, maybe he agree. Y'all don't really take into account the timing and the region, like where this stuff is being taught and when it's being taught. So, for example, when Carter G. Woodson, the reason why he included Africa at that time, and y'all start talking about the journal, and he was talking about Africa as the first part. The original meaning of what he was doing was he was trying to correct history. He's trying to correct it. He wasn't trying to he was trying because he knew they was teaching the wrong shit. So
Black people was using Frederick Douglass' birthday already as a way to celebrate a commemoration of an American quote unquote hero.
Right.
And I hear all the experts break it down in that framework. They don't even delve into the Negro African thing. And most documentaries, or even the national president of the organization Woodson created. She's breaking it down in the same framework I'm trying to break down, like how we was taught in the education. It didn't really deal with Africa like that at all.
Right. So he believed that it was being ignored. So the Africa part was mainly to let people know we had civilizations before whatever they're teaching you in school. So that's that. But now what's going on now is, now that for the most part, the education, that part is not central to, it's not as egregious. The correction doesn't need to be as egregious in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, once you get further and further away from that level of Eurocentrism. And then it really did just become like a celebration of the top 10 Black history people, because he wanted it to be taught correctly. But it got way far away from what Carter G. Woodson originally intended. Now, I know it may not have happened in Baltimore, but it definitely just became a celebration of the top 10. Malcolm, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, Frederick Douglass.
Became a civil rights. It became a civil rights.
Right, more of a symbolic kind of
celebration.
Yeah,
right.
It didn't. Africa got, but it definitely.
They dealt with Harriet Tubman. It won't just strictly tied to the.
No, nobody's saying strictly.
I got it.
That's why he didn't use the word strictly.
The
core aspect of
You're right.
had nothing to do with Africa not being taught in school. But Africa was definitely at the beginning, because in that journal, in order to actually correct a lot of the Eurocentrism at that time, he had to show you that there were civilizations before slavery, and that a lot of those intellectual traditions from Africa existed in Black people today in the United States that lead to all of those things. So yeah, so Africa, that's why I didn't understand the argument earlier. But Thunder, you was about to say something? Are you trying to say something?
Yeah. I didn't even know about this proclamation on February the 3rd. I just read through it. You can read through it, man. It's cool. It ain't nothing crazy.
Reading it. I think it was all right. It won't bad. But look, what framework are they using? It's a form of patriotism and acknowledging a group of people historically that this, you know what I mean? That's how niggas use it. Obama said the same thing. Like every president, when they make that proclamation, that yearly joint, they gonna use it in that same framework every time.
Yeah, Obama the reason why I corrected you with that Trump shit, Trump just used Jesse Jackson death to proclaim that Jesse Jackson can't stand Barack Obama. So
that's his legacy.
Part where he highlighted
that's his legacy.
Jesse Jackson's death. No, I know, but I'm saying in the same press release where he's
that nigga brought up Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, in the same press release where he's somehow trying to remember Jesse Jackson, he finishes it with, and just a reminder, Jesse Jackson couldn't stand Barack Obama, black ass. And basically, you shouldn't either.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
Look at Thunder.
Y'all just using that point to show every.
But and I'm saying I don't like Barack either. But when Jesse did that, bro, that was it for me.
He was problematic. He was flawed. He was a flawed individual, like most human beings today.
100%. So my point is this goes back to our original point. Although, yeah, you could do a push, you could do the push coalition, you can do civil rights, you can do SCL, yeah, you could do all that. But man, the overarching point right now, that stuff was happening back in the 60s and the 80s. Yeah. What he gonna be known for, at least for the young 30s and under, is gonna be what he said about Barack Obama. That's what
I'm saying. But Thunder, that's what I mean when I say but it's up to us to make sure. I make a statement that sometimes gets painted as some terrible shit, but as a Christian, you're not the worst thing you've ever done. So if we take Jesse Jackson's whole career and what he's done for black people, how many people he's got hired, how many people he's inspired.
You can't deny that he didn't fight for the cause in some way.
And boil it down to this is what he said about Barack Obama. We don't want to live on a planet where
y'all do
that kind of happens.
Y'all do the same nigga who y'all giving props is the same one on that stage giving props to Donald Trump. for what he did for the black community.
That's the truth.
That's the truth.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not
But guess
running
what?
from that. I'm just saying he's
Hold
not.
on. But guess what, Brad?
Only that.
Guess what y'all do though? Y'all look past what Jesse Jackson said about Trump and what all the black leaders said about him.
What did he say about Trump? I think we're having a different conversation. I don't know what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is
what did he say specifically? What did he say? I don't know what you bringing up something I'm unaware of. What did he say about Trump?
Go to YouTube.
I don't want to mess up my algorithm. Y'all do that. Y'all mess up y'all's and tell me.
What you're saying? What did Jesse say about Trump, or what did Jesse say about Obama?
Both. I know he said something.
How you making a big deal out of it and you don't even remember this?
I do. I asked him for clarification, boy.
Yeah, he asked. Why?
Oh my God!
You are definitely you in your plantation bag. You in your plantation bag. Like
I mean, goddamn.
What Jesse said about Barack was at several fundraisers, but it was one in particular. If you go to YouTube, but you can find it. He just said he gave Donald Trump an award for what he did for the black and the unserved communities in New York. Right, that's one. And two. Jesse said that if he had the chance, he would cut Barack Obama's balls off. Yeah,
he would do what?
He would cut his balls off.
He said that literally.
He said that literally on the night before he was inaugurated, or like the week before, something like that. Yeah.
You want to hear something crazy, Thunder?
What's that?
So Mike Epps made a joke about Jesse.
The mic was a hot mic.
So when Mike Epps made the joke, I thought he was just when he said he was a drunk ass kicking me and all that. I thought that was a joke. That was some real shit.
Jesse Jackson said if he had his way, he wanted to cut Barack Obama balls off, and it got out right. So Jesse Jackson was at Barack Obama's inauguration. And he was crying like a
drunk ass pickaninny.
Yeah, you ain't never see that, Brad. You ain't never see that clip of him crying?
No, I saw. Listen, what I'm saying. I saw the Mike Epps comedy special. He said Jesse Jackson was crying like a drunk ass pickaninny. I went back to Denver when Obama got elected. And he had his finger on his mouth, and he literally was crying like that. So it was funny.
Yeah, it was.
But he also said in that same special, "I just want to cut his nuts off." I didn't know Jesse Jackson actually said it. I thought Mike Epps was being making comedy. I didn't know he actually said it.
No, I think it was, From what I remember, Jesse Jackson was on a panel, and he was he was 2 or 3 other people was on the panel. And before they were starting, the audio was live, but they wasn't showing the panel yet. And so he was making comments about Barack Obama's election and some pieces. And that's when they caught it on audio that he had said, I would cut that man's balls off or something like that.
That's much different. He got caught on a hot mic saying some
That's
shit.
right. That's what it was.
That's way different than standing in front of a crowd. And just
he didn't do that. It was a hot mic.
Okay.
I said it 10 times, but
it was lost in translation, Thunder.
Yeah, no problem. But that's gonna be for the 30-something, for the 30 and
I
unders.
can see how that. Yeah, in a social media world where we just listen to
right.
I can see that's where I can see that's how we pull it all the way down.
Yeah, that's at the beginning of YouTube too. So yeah, So that unfortunately that's gonna be a part of it, man.
No, well then it's our job to highlight Operation Push. Network. I'm black and I'm proud. And I am a black man and all of that. It's up to us to remind people that his life doesn't boil down to a statement on a hot mic.
That's a fact.
That's why,
But good luck. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Good luck, my boy. If you See, that's it. And then when I say nigga this and nigga that, then y'all be thinking I'll be
Damn, Jesse was wild. Jesse was
went out
wild.
bad. Jesse
Jesse
went
was
out
wild.
bad.
That Mike Epps joke is so funny. He said he looked at Obama on stage. He said that was supposed to be me. God damn it.
Yeah.
He said Jesse was mad as hell. He said,
Yeah.
damn, that motherfucker got it done.
That's a hater of extraordinary proportion.
You know what? I
wanna-
always thought with Jesse Jackson though.
What's that?
I'm saying this out of love on the day that he passed away. This is why I really want to do that show with Mujasi, because there are so many forgotten pillars in our history because we highlight, maybe deify 10, but it seems like in those 10, right? Maybe that's how we should do the show. Where Mujasi at?
Right here, sir.
That's how we should do the show. We should take great moments in Black history and highlight the person that was forgotten in that great moment. I'm gonna give you an example.
I like that.
We highlight Rosa Parks, but she wasn't first. She's what was chosen to be the highlight. Wasn't it like a 15-year-old girl or something
Claudette
before
Colvin.
her?
Claudette Colvin.
And then she just passed away, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So I'm saying, like, we should go to these moments. Like, for example, the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech. We should highlight A. Philip Randolph, the person who put the whole shit together. The March on What put the whole thing together. So yeah, let's do it that way. Let's take some moments in history and in our history and give like, not take away from what Martin Luther King did, not take away from what Rosa Parks did, but give some flowers to the unsung moments in Black, unsung heroes in the unsung moments. Let's add that part to it.
Man,
I wonder if Asa Hilliard was named after A. Philip Randolph.
Huh?
I wonder if Asa Hilliard was named after.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah. Yes.
I almost think them people like being unsung because they don't get shit talked about them. They get to remain intact, and their family don't got to hear about all the negative shit every year about them. I think them people would rather remain unsung or whatever the fuck they say about people in history now. Because being a LeBron James of Black history got to be some terrible shit, boy.
Yeah,
got to be horrible. That's why don't nobody want to be the face of nothing no more.
I agree, but you know what happens with that Thunder though? I think what it'll do. You know how we say we want to give clarity? From what I understand, Baird Rustin wasn't highlighted in the civil rights movement by us and the people advertising it simply because he was homosexual.
Yep.
And I think that kind of stuff needs to be brought to light. I think with that young lady, I think it had something to do with, didn't she have a child or something?
Yeah, she was alleged pregnant at the time.
Right. So I think it's cool to, if we say critique, and no, I'd love to critique us for stuff like that. Like where it's like, because I think with great moments, Tuck, I don't think you ever find the perfect person for a great moment. I think that's what makes the moment great. Somebody who you wouldn't expect does something great. It's not coming from, you know, some like a place like that. Like I look at the stories in I hate to go back to the Holocaust, but that's the only one that's coming to my mind right now. But the Holocaust, where they do highlight the Valkyrie and some of the people that actually was trying to destroy the shit from within, but that shit gets lost. So they just all get labeled as Nazis and this, that, and the other. But there were actual people in the military trying to do a coup to stop that bullshit. So
trying
it's
to
like,
kill that nigga. They trying to kill him.
Yeah, they're trying to kill that nigga. Y'all think you crazy? We trying to kill this nigga too. So so you know what I'm saying? And I think those kinds of stories, that's why they make the best. That Baird Rustin documentary on Netflix, that movie was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the Claudette Colvin deserves her story, even if it highlights, you know, because the part I liked about that Baird Rustin movie was the back conversations with Adam Clayton Powell, all these people that Reggie fought to have streets for. saying that Bear Rustin was a homosexual and we need to keep him to the back. They even went so far as to accusing MLK and Barrett Rustin of having a relationship.
Having a homosexual relationship.
Yeah.
I
So
think,
like we need to highlight that
Reggie,
kind of.
I think Reggie don't get enough credit. It's amazing that Reggie actually come and deal with us, and we play with Reggie to a certain extent, and he got good nature. But Reggie gets shit done, y'all. If people come to him to get street names replaced and shit, we gotta start saying that Reggie might be a little bit more serious than a lot of these other niggas that we talk to.
If he got a street name for Father Allah,
give Reggie his props.
I ain't giving him no props.
Don't do this, Brass.
I gotta stop right there.
Don't do this. No.
If you get some shit done if I had to sit in here and defend the Nobel Peace Prize nomination of Tookie Williams while y'all was calling him a fucking murderer that deserved to die, I am not celebrating the fact that he got Father Allah. No, I'm not doing it. You gotta show me something other than
we're not
that.
talking about Father Allah. We're talking about
don't be opposed. I think they saying he gets an A for effort type shit. Brass, I think that's what they're doing.
That's a backhanded compliment.
No, I'm not.
No,
that's not what we doing. That's not what we doing. I'm giving the nigga credit for being a dude that can get shit done.
Okay,
you feel
that's
me?
what I meant by A for effort.
If he was the one,
it's not an A for effort. Effort means you don't get the shit done.
Yeah.
Effort means you tried real hard even though you failed. So,
I mean the phrase does, but I'm talking about.
Oh no, then I would give him an A for effort. Thank you, Smalls.
No,
he is a person that gets stuff done. He just gets the stuff done for the wrong people. A for effort.
The people mean something to him, right? Now it would be crazy if you niggas or us can't get shit done for people who mean something to us. He's showing he a serious nigga. You feel me?
With some non-serious people. I'm not letting you get off of this, Jeff. He's a serious person working for non-serious
I'm giving
people.
Reggie. Well, either way, Reggie gets his props. You dig what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna get
Reggie gets his props.
But now, hold on. Now, I'm not expecting Reggie to be perfect, but he got a streak for Father Allah.
You always do too much, Brad.
And, hold on, I can only be me, Chuck. I don't know how to be nobody.
I mean, he do got a point though.
I don't know, like if he got a streak for us. So he's a serious person that got some serious stuff done, but then he chose to be the co-host of the House of Consciousness.
Oh my God!
All right, so I'm gonna propose a question.
Thank you
if
for
we
saving me,
use,
Mujasi.
yes, sir, yes, sir. I got you. You know, I always got you back.
Thunder was about to reach back and get that person.
I know it was about to drop a anvil on you. Okay, no, let me propose this.
Guns and she about to gullet me to death. Go ahead, Mujasi.
Let me propose this.
I'll walk you down, Thunder. I'm just letting you know, I'll walk you down.
Nah, it's 3. Y'all, it's 3 for the 7, right? It's one hit of footing, right?
Go ahead, Mujasi.
That can pack a bang.
Where he shoot his camera. Go ahead.
Real quick, Thunder. Thunder. What's the recall on that? How do you enter the recall?
I got several video. Yeah, it's one hand up, but two is recommended.
Okay.
Can you feel the recall if you already laid down?
I think you do feel it in your shoulder a little bit.
If I was to lay you down first, then the recall wouldn't matter, correct?
Oh, okay. You talking about that? Okay. I thought you
I know how to make a veiled conversation. I love my brother Thunder. I bring him to New York for that conversation.
Let me ask this.
I know, hey Mujazi, I know he wouldn't bring that to New York City. He'd have to come out here for that one.
Gotcha. I see. Gotcha.
Pause is necessary on the lay down. Pause is necessary.
Yeah.
Lay down.
But I'm like Charleston White. You come to New York City. He was with him. He was with him.
So when y'all talking about Brother Reggie, and I much respect to my big brother Reggie. I don't know him much at all, but I'm hearing a lot of great things about him. If we just use him as a case example of examining the polarities of what Akbar teaches, that you measure a man not by his perfection, but his excellence. What would you say Brother Reggie has been excellent in providing to his community?
Being the change that he wants to see.
Well,
When I think of Reggie, that's what I think of. He's actually trying, whether he fails or accomplishes it, he's actually trying his damned hardest to just not talk about it, but actually be the change that he wants to see. And he's trying to make the world and he's doing it. Like I said, it's just the people around him. He truly wants to be how he sees the world. He actually gets out into the street and tries to make that be possible. The man protests. He works in politics. You can tell by his wife, his lovely wife. She ran for mayor. She's trying to. You can look at his son. Look through his actions. Look through his offspring. Look through his choices and partners. He's trying to be the change that he wants to see. How he envisions the world. And I give him all props for that.
Nice. Chef, what would you say?
What you asking me? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Go to Thunder.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Chef giving Jewish tapers. Go ahead, Thunder.
Go ahead, Chuck.
No, that was Thunder, I think.
Oh, Thunder? Oh, that was you, Thunder? Oh, my bad. Go ahead,
No,
Thunder.
I got it. So I think what he do best is he'll have a conversation with anybody. He'll come, and if you need help with shit, he'll help you with it, no matter which side of the argument you on. If you seek out Brother Reggie, he usually will come and help you. That's what I think. So that's it's kind of what Brass was saying. But yeah, I think that's the best thing that he does.
I think that's fire.
That is. Brother Thunder?
Yeah, that's a part of it. Yeah, I would go, the time he put in, man. The time he dedicated to us when he didn't have to is always, that's why I'm always defend him, and I'm going to defend him until I can't. And I don't care what y'all say. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can say what you want about me. But well, when it comes to Reggie, man, Reggie don't get the props he's supposed to get. He get these boys, they shit on him every chance they get. And I don't get it. It don't make sense to me. Like, they don't respect him. To me, in my opinion, they don't respect them. Well, you got somebody who putting 40 years into something, bro. To me, automatically, that just puts you in another
category.
There you go, category.
You sometimes can pay a price for the company you keep.
Yeah.
No.
No, most certainly. No, that's not. That's most certainly true.
The company ain't got nothing to do while y'all
yes,
be
it does.
No, it don't.
I don't know what world you live in. I don't know
It
what
ain't
world you live in where the company you keep doesn't somehow, sometimes.
Hey, Brass, he wasn't doing that yet, though, Brass. He wasn't doing that yet. We was being complimentary.
Let me get my piece.
You're right. You're 100% right, Tuck. You're 100%.
So check it out. So this is why Reggie has to, get his flowers, because at the core of it, I think he do it all for Black people.
That's a fact.
Hands down. Now, and the reason why I can say this, because we know what side Reggie leans to. Reggie then gave me information. He know what side I'm on. You dig what I'm saying? And he still took time out to come teach me how to work the TLA. He done gave me resources to help refine my argument against his. You feel me? Reggie done got in trouble from the conscious community. This nigga even helped the Hebrew Israelites to go against the command. They call Reggie a snake. You dig what I'm saying? He just he feels as though they Black men, I'm going to help them with their research. I know how to research. These are resources that they can use. I'm going to give them the available information and resources. Yo, over on Sinetta, years ago, they called Reggie a fucking snake, yo.
Oh,
you feel me?
That's worse. That's bad.
That he's just trying to help
black people be better at whatever they fucking doing. You know what I mean? So you gotta give Reggie, like, come on, yo. Like, the nigga, he come on, man. I respect Reggie for what he do. I can
That's
disagree
what's
with
up.
what. Yeah,
That's
but
what's up.
I give him his credit. You know what I
So
mean?
let me ask this then. As I follow this
genuine.
down, Chef, and that was powerful, brother. Because again, I don't know Brother Reggie, but I give him props because not only because y'all give him props, but every time I've experienced him here in the Discord, he always genuinely want to have a conversation. He wants to bring it to a scholarship. Sometimes his temper get the best of him, but I can't measure a man by his perfection. Everybody have their own complications, but he's always genuinely willing to share what he knows and offer some insight to support some deeper thinking around something. Is there anything that y'all could say that he done that may have been problematic to the community or did harm to the community?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I can't.
So what about
You know what I
supporting the Israelites or like putting a monument up what y'all said with Father Allah? I think I heard this conversation like
What's
I don't
wrong
think
with
that's
what's wrong with supporting the Israelites?
I was joking. I was joking Wojcicki, about that. I I was was joking let me say this real quick, Chef. Let me say this real quick, Chef. That, like they say, the same thing make you laugh, make you cry. So it's the exact thing that he do well. He didn't gave too many niggas his time. That's what he did.
Wow.
He didn't
Wow.
gave too many niggas this time, and they do not respect him. So I'll be like Thunder sometimes when I just be like, Reggie, stop fucking with them motherfuckers, because they didn't been overly disrespectful sometimes. Sometimes niggas come in and they don't even let Reggie get a word in, and they cussing him out like he can get out there in the streets with them, and like he gonna be out there with his shoes off fighting with them. So it's the same thing that he do well. The same thing that he do well. He come in and he try to get the information. Sometimes these niggas ain't worthy of it, is what I'll say.
Wow. Is there anybody out there in any circle or community who y'all think will interpret Reggie's works and his monuments and his political activism, his history, as if it's problematic or like it doesn't,
Let me
it's
ask you
not
this,
serious?
Johnson. Why are you narrowing in on Reggie? What's going on?
Follow me real quick. Yeah, that's
I
because
know.
I was talking about
What
Reggie
happened?
earlier. But follow me real quick, Thunder, because it's you'll know why in a second.
Be careful. Here come the damn defense team.
There you go. I'm asking. See,
I'm on there too.
The first two questions was cool. Now we're going down a rabbit hole. So what's going on?
Okay,
we
well,
got?
stick with me real quick. Stay with me real quick because you'll see why in a second. But
Okay.
just to that question, is there any circle of people who will look at? I mean, even if just like 3 or 4 brothers or sisters would look at Reggie's work and say, "Man, he was damaging. He hurt us with
Yeah,
that."
you got a lot of people. People say anything, bro. You're gonna have people who gonna say, like he's a black Egypt guy, right? Some people will say that's detrimental to the black community because we have identity crisis already, and he's convoluting that. So it's a lot. You can say what you. Anybody gonna say anything. I just call MLK a nigga 5 or 6 times, right? So people gonna say, you can say anything, but at the end of the day, did MLK do anything to let's just say purposely to harm black people? No. Same thing with Reggie. Reggie ain't never him supporting Hebrew Israelites against the Kemetic community. That shouldn't be. That's why that's who I am, bro. I ain't loyal to nobody. Anybody, y'all can, I'm on team me. I ain't a part of no squad or no team or none of that. It's just me. So I can bang on whoever calls.
Somebody clip that. Clip that.
Bro, I could assure you, you might not be on no teams now, but for quite a while, you was known as Thunder, the co-host of Garfield Reed podcast.
Yeah, but I wasn't on that.
So you wasn't team me.
I'm not a part of that squad. I'm never a part of that squad.
So let me ask you a side question.
Hold on, Braz, before don't deviate, because I'm a land right here. Thank you for that, Thunder, and thank you everybody. What I'm hearing about my brother Reggie is that he put in work in the game. He's always genuine. has
In
conversations
40
with
years
anybody.
in the game,
He's been active.
he has
He
sat
can't even let
at
you get
the
it out
feet.
your mouth,
I'm sorry,
Mujahid.
no,
Pause. He
because
can't even let you
ask,
get
let
it
me
out.
go ahead and answer him, right? So he sat at the feet of some of the most prominent, quote unquote, sat at the, relax. See, that's why I didn't want to
No,
say that.
I wasn't on mute. I apologize. I thought I was on mute.
Relax. So he sat at the feet
Uh-huh.
of some of the most prominent people in this community. Is your Dr. Vans and Dr. Clarks, all those cats, right? He said that he's interacted with them. He was pallbearers for a lot of those great men, right? Whether they was correct on the information 100% or not, most people aren't correct. Especially when you're dealing with history and anthropology and stuff like that, you'll get probably more stuff wrong than you get right.
That's right.
So, what you had to understand here, when you dedicate a huge portion of your life to, I don't care what it is. If you dedicating 40 years of your 60 years to anything, that's deserving of just respect, just right at that point, the utmost respect.
There. I love that. See, I captured that right there.
What about 40 years as a criminal? 40 years as a terrorist? 40 years as a snake oil salesman? 40 years as a grifter? What if you dedicate 40 years
They
of your
not gonna
life
let you get
to
it out,
disinformation
They
and
just not gonna let it
misinformation?
happen.
Okay.
At this point, they ain't gonna let you get it out, Mujahid.
But I got to get this one out because
Thunder
keeps
but this
saying
is
wild shit. I apologize.
this is sincere. This is sincere because it's like this is sincere because what the accolades that we're putting around Brother Reggie, he is well deserved, and it's some powerful piece stuff that I don't know about him, and I really appreciate. I even have a deeper respect, even more now, just hearing how y'all have been able to put some context to him on things that he's just not recognized with. People that you just don't know the work that they do, but you elevate them to see that piece.
One more
Hold on,
time.
Chef. Hold on, Chef.
One more time, Mujahid.
Uh-huh.
I want you to clear it up. But Reggie, even with his degree in computers, right? He was the one who helped translate Diop into English. He worked on that committee. As much as we give Diop his credit, Reggie is the one who got Diop's first book, translated into English for us.
That's powerful.
Like, come on, like at this
That's
point,
powerful.
who else should we be talking to?
Right.
This shit is crazy.
That's powerful.
Go ahead.
That's powerful.
Go ahead.
So here I land with this. I'm gonna bring some stale cornbread, put it back on the table. Hopefully we could put a little butter on it and heat it up and see if we can digest this one. Can we give a rejuvenating conversation in the same way we just did Reggie to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing?
No.
Talk your shit, you just. Yes, sir.
Real quick. Mujahid, I gotta tell you, listen to me, brother. I gotta tell you, that's some of the slickest shit I've ever seen. Like, you literally was lightly jabbing us for about
the
10
whole
rounds.
time, slow rolling.
The motherfucker throw an overhand right. I'm just glad that I dipped that motherfucker.
Mujahid, tell us your point.
Hold up. Let me get this off, Thunder, because I just been listening. I never thought in my life you would use your powers for evil. And you just got me.
Oh my
Hey,
God,
that was slick shit. I'm not gonna lie. Mujahid, that was some slick shit, bro. Yeah, drop a bomb.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was some slick shit, bro.
You know what? You probably shouldn't use your powers for that, because I'm gonna be listening for every time you start talking. Hey, quick question. Hold on. I just looked something up. What book did Reggie translate from Shake Out the Diop?
Hey,
what book?
why did you bring up Francis Cress Welsing?
No, hold on. I need clarity on Chef's statement.
I'm gonna come back to that, Thunder.
What book? What book?
It was one. It was one of his earlier books. It might be
African
Civilization
origins.
of Barbarism.
Oh,
Hey,
gotcha.
I got
One
that
of
book.
them
I
early
got that book at the house. If I'm gonna open it when I get to the house. If I see Reggie Marbury,
No, I don't think his name is in it as a. But
Then
he worked at the Schomburg, and they was the ones that was. He actually.
okay.
Reggie ain't no lie. He ain't no Captain
Oh
Reggie.
man!
He don't break his
recorded
name.
the nigga who
Here we
recorded
go.
it.
Here come the Griff and the Snake Oil. That man did not translate no Diop book.
Mujasi, why you bring up Wilson?
Y'all kill me with this shit.
Man,
Hey,
Brad,
Mujasi, why you bring up Wilson?
So Thunder, you wasn't here last summer.
Because
Francis
I know
Cress Welsing was a conversation for
Here we go.
almost 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, what's up?
And there was a lot of brothers in the Discord who was upset, because Francis Cress Welsing had some complications with some of the her research and the argument behind the scholarship behind some of her research and how
That's
she
fine.
dished this off as a doctorate and talking about things that was beyond her discipline and training and kind of, put it together in these forms of essays and for the most part distributed to the community as if it was concrete science and it was research. And so the brothers got locked in specifically on that aspect of her. And, it was hard to consider that she was excellent in other areas in the same way that y'all cultivated the aspects of Reggie that needs to be celebrated. And everything that y'all said about Reggie, there's people who can say the exact same thing about Dr. Welsing. And so, but the brothers was like, cancel her, put her on the stake, burn her, destroy her. She was a grifter. And I reserved the space of being able to say, hey, she didn't get a lot of things right, exactly how you said it, Thunder. But she was excellent at this, and this.
What?
Mujasi, you are Ansel Adams the way you framed it.
You know what? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Hey, you know what, Mujasi?
Yes, sir.
You frame that in a way I don't even
Don't
remember.
let them off. She was excellent at what? Tell us. Come on.
So
you just want to.
You might have slow walked yourself into the final boss. Thunder about to try to kill you.
That's fine. Remember, the disagreement that I got, the walls that I ran into last summer couldn't be no different than what.
Go ahead. Y'all.
At what? Tell us.
She was excellent at least trying to disseminate the ideas of white supremacy and what it looked like in its systemic form to the common layperson, being able to break down concepts of how white supremacy shows up, how we're affected by it, how we experience it on a social level, a systemic level. Now, this is some of the things that she's done in terms of her research and her philosophies and what she's taught and lectured on. We could talk about her piece and breaking down her coaching and mentoring experience with numerous scholars in the 80s and the 90s, trying to fortify Black thinking and ideas around how sociology and psychology and some of the cultural pieces show up in the work that we do in practical practices in psychology and mental health. That's another aspect. And I would say just her being on the circuit of really trying to advocate for Black folks and their humanity and really elevating who we are versus the scientific racism that was on its way out in the time that she became more popular. So
let me ask you a question.
There's other areas that we could celebrate her, but she stayed a champion in that role for quite some time. Go ahead, brother.
How you feel about David Duke and let's just say Robert Byrd and all those type of cats? How you feel about them?
The final boss.
The rednecks?
How you feel about David Duke?
The white supremacists?
How you feel about David Duke, Robert Byrd, etc.? How you feel about those type of people?
I don't have no feels about them.
And Bull Connor.
Yeah, I don't have no feels about them. They are
Bull Connor. You ain't got no feelings about them?
They're products of white supremacy. That's what it looks like. You know, in the various forms and aspects and how it shows up, they just following in line in traditions of white-minded thinking that this
Okay, cool.
society has perpetuated.
All right, good. So is Francis Quest Wilson a product of black supremacy?
I don't subscribe to her being a part of a black supremacy, but I've heard the
That's what
argument.
you got to have a great. I don't mind you doing your thing for against white people. That's fine. But this is what Chef was talking about earlier. Man, we got to call this thing down. Pause the strikes, bro. She was an outright rabid racist of the highest order, along with the rest of those cats back in those days. Ain't nowhere in the world you can sit there and have a negative view of David Duke, a negative view of Bull Connor, and not have the same negative view of her. I don't care what she said about white nothing.
Ideologically, you can, but they were more instrumental in the action of racism.
Well, the implementation, right? You're just talking about it. I get. Yeah.
So if you're talking ideologically, yeah, but ideology versus action being state and city officials and were actually implementing things that hindered us. They were more.
That's correct. On Bull Connor, but not on David Duke. David Duke was just a regular guy that was just a leader of the Ku Klux Klan.
He was a legislator, wasn't he?
What? No, not David.
David Duke.
David Duke was elected to office.
Oh, that nigga was a politician. I didn't know that.
Logic.
So Thunder, just to respond to your piece, and this is what people argued last year. This is a couple people argued last year, is that she was a black supremacist. She supposedly promoted some black races. And when me reading her literature, she was using like certain attempting to use in an interdisciplinary way certain anthropological pieces that she wasn't really trained in, on scholarship that she didn't have a strong familiarity with. And she was drawing conclusions that wasn't grounded in science. And she proposed some ideas that attempted to challenge white supremacy in its scientific root at the time, pseudo-scientific ideas, by using formulations that was reactionary to their thought. So she figured if she can use some of the same ideas and premises of race thinking and race logic in terms of supreme and hierarchical order and phenotypical data, she thought that using black bodies and reversing that piece would somehow show that they are actually an inferior group of people based on some genetic pieces and stuff. Now, to say that she ran around and had this theosophy that black people are a superior race and others are aberrations of that black superior race, my research, my readings of her stuff, I don't draw that entire conclusion. And everything that she's lectured on for 20 to 25, 30 years after that don't add up to that. But I think a lot of people look at some of her material in her ISIS papers, some of her essays that aggregated in her ISIS papers, and look at one or two debates that she had in the 70s and just conclude that she was a black supremacist. And that's not my conclusions.
So you can just say whatever you want at a debate. You can say whatever you want in a book. You can say whatever you want at a lecture. But guess what? We're going to wipe all that clean because it don't define the whole of her over the course of years. If Donald Trump were to come out and say, I hate black people. Well, if he say that one time, am I supposed to just look past that because of all the other stuff?
Wait, what are you saying, Thunder?
We told you why, Thunder. They had the ability to change legislation and shit. She was just talking shit. They're just give it to you plain. If that's what you want to
hear. Yeah, but she wasn't talking shit. She was talking shit as a doctor.
Yeah,
that's good.
There's a difference. Good. Like me, we're on here talking, bro. We're the ones.
We talking about as opposed to the people that he's talking about, though.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying in regards to her, I'm trying to keep it with her. It's not the issue that she was talking shit. The issue is she was talking shit with the understanding that the people in the crowd were using these statements as credibility because she was a doctor. And we can't say that she wasn't doing some form of racism. Melanin gave us superiority. If a white person said that shit, she said melanin gave us superiority.
She was opposing what people were saying at the time.
That's
what
right.
she really
But yeah, but we're not talking about 1910, Thunder. We talking about, Tuck. We talking about like later in the night. Like, come on, listen. Scholars during that time, black and white, were lambasting her. It's okay in the barbershop if we do it. There were scholars that didn't agree with what she was saying. There were scholars saying that she overreached as an academic. None of that shit she was saying. And we can't use it. We can't say she's brilliant. And then in the very next breath say she just didn't know. She was a doctorate.
No.
Who said she didn't know?
I'm saying she's brilliant for it. I'm saying she's brilliant for it.
I don't know if you realize you said that. You just said that you just said that the talk that she was saying, she didn't know that was racist. You said that.
No. Oh man, I wish we could replay back. I didn't say she didn't know. I said some of the conclusions that she came to probably like it. I can't remember exactly the words that I said, but I didn't say
it was
she didn't
outside
know.
of her purview because she wasn't like a science. She was making scientific claims.
Yeah,
and
she was dabbing.
Right. So
Yeah,
that's
go
my
ahead.
okay. So then I took the leap and said didn't know because when you get a doctorate in any soft science, hard science or not, one of the things they're gonna teach you is how to not do or make a cross domain violation. That's taught. That as a psychiatrist, you don't go around making genetic and anthropological statements. You go get a geneticist or you go get an anthropologist. But if you turn around and say that melanin gives us some kind of superiority and white people have something to give
let me read it.
They fear genetic and all that shit she was saying, y'all only don't think it's racist because it was a black person that said it. If anybody else said that about us, y'all would be ready to kill them.
Let me read it. This is what you're saying. She said, I think that
even
most hold on, let me read it. I think that this is a quote from her. I think that even most white people are not consciously understanding their problem in genetics. They are certainly aware that they are genetically dominated by people of color. That's why there's a statement that one drop of black blood makes you black, because people of color have the genetic capacity to annihilate white people. Melanin is the black pigment which permits skins to appear other than white. That's a fact. Melanin is a superior absorber of all energy. The fact that the whites lack melanin may also help to explain why they have a different concept and understanding of God.
She's stupid.
And why?
She's not even explaining it right. Everybody got melanin. She's stupid.
Why in the view of many of the non-white people, the whites lack spirituality and the capacity to tune into and thereby establish harmony and justice in the universe because they lack the melanin sensory system. They cannot intuit that all is one. These are some of the things this is just one or two or three of the bro. She wilding way out.
In the other part,
okay, now pull up some of the shit the white people said.
No, but we all
we
have
could just sum it up to hurt people, man.
You
know what I mean?
We all have melanin. The statement she made is if black people have melanin and nobody else does. We all got melanin.
I don't know that.
I'm sure during that time of her school and they definitely knew about melanin and things like that. If she took a biology.
So okay, good. That make it even worse. So she knew better and still said it. Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying those concepts of melanin and melanin and everyone having it was around at that time.
What I'm
was it widespread?
What I'm saying is, so you saying that she knew that she was lying?
Well, I mean, I can't put that
He
on.
definitely knew she was.
Well, that's what you got.
But that, I mean, yeah, that, I mean, it leads to that. I mean, I'm just thinking like in the classroom, if she's talking about,
You said that she knew that she was lying. She knew she was deceiving everybody.
I wouldn't
That
say
make
she
it work.
knew she.
Okay, so
I think if you're a blackologist,
here's the
I don't
thing.
want to use blackologist, but I think that those emotions may. Who's to say? Why can't we act? Why are we acting like you can't be an extreme radical blackologist or whatever and still be somewhat credentialed in whatever field you're in?
Man,
No, you
can't
most
be a
certainly can't.
racist.
But that's the
Oh no,
crime.
I agree. No, I agree with you. Yeah, it definitely was racist, but we learning that racism.
Let me rephrase. They attempted, him and Haskell attempted to beat up what you call the source, Gullah source, because it was derived from a racist. What I'm telling you is this lady was an overt bigot of the highest order.
But the rebuttal you gonna get from black people is that, and I agree with you, but the rebuttal you gonna get from black people is that she was fighting, basically hurt people. That's what we saying. She was fighting racism, so she felt like she had to use some sort of a defense mechanism to say, no, you're inferior and we're superior. So it's like a
used their
That's what
own
that's what they
logic.
just said about Carter G. Woodson.
Right. She used their own false scientific logic against them.
That's
in an
fair.
attempt to justify.
Granny told me though, 2 wrongs
I'm
don't
not
make it right.
saying
2
she
wrongs
was
don't
right,
make it right. That's
and
what I
I'm
was
not
taught.
saying
I'm not
that
saying
was
you
the
saying
best
she's
method
right.
to
I
do.
just can't believe that defense. Bro.
No, I said that's what the rebuttal
You
that
know
black.
where the
I'm
majority
telling you,
of
that's
that
the
shit-
rebuttal that they gonna give y'all.
But do you know that the genetic parts of her work was false, and it didn't even come from her.
Right.
The way the story go, it
they're
gets
gonna tell you
worse.
the genome won't map yet. That's what they're gonna tell you.
No, but the story gets worse. She was at a party where she heard a security guard from across the room say black power or black power is power or some shit. It's just like one statement. And she decided to make her life's work that man. And that guy was an autodidact, and he didn't know what the hell he was talking
She
about.
heard Neely Fuller.
Yeah, Neely Fuller.
She overheard Neely Fuller say racism was a system, and that just sent her career on a whole different trajectory.
Was he wrong?
That ain't a lie.
I don't know.
Was he wrong?
I don't know.
Yeah, she wrong.
No, was he wrong? Was Neely Fuller wrong?
Yes.
So racism is not a system.
Ain't no racism.
Say what?
What?
Neely Fuller.
Wait, whoa.
He
Time out.
was saying a little extreme.
Wait, what did I just hear?
Time out. Sometimes when things are said, we need to take a pregnant pause. What did you just say?
Yeah, Brass. Yeah, Brass.
No, I just want to hear him say it.
It wasn't no racism.
No, I want to hear.
He said it wasn't no racism. I heard that shit.
Did you say what did you? No. Let him say it. Let him say it. What did you say?
Y'all ready? All right.
Say it.
There is no such thing as racism. There's never been racism, and there will never be racism, bro. Because there is no
powerful niggardry at work here.
Because race does not exist. It's made up. It's pseudo. If you believe
how is Frances Welsing a racist? How is she one?
In the
He just undermined your whole argument, brother.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let him finish talking.
Y'all ready? All right.
Yes, sir.
In the spirit in which she applied race, 100% wrong. She went black. I just read it to you. Right? Do y'all want to read it again?
So my question for you is Neely Fuller wrong when he said racism is a system? And you said, yes, he was wrong.
It does not exist.
So as a system of a practice of centering white people, you saying that political and social reality does not exist in America?
No. What I'm saying is
But that's
Race
not
from a race.
race.
If you're saying anything dealing with race, black, white, whatever y'all want to call that, that's not scientific. That don't apply in her world.
I agree
She
with you. So you're talking about the idea. The idea of race is a myth. Yeah, we got that piece. We're talking about the reality of it being a political reality. Are you saying
what I'm speaking about is what you just said?
Okay, gotcha. The idea of race, gotcha. Okay, so we're on the same page. But when Neely Fuller said racism, it's a real political system, it's a practice that shows up in policy and legislation. And that's what she helped to advance in a broader community conversation. Are you saying Neely Fuller was wrong when he made that?
No. Okay, good. So when you looked at the Democratic Party, right?
Yes, sir.
How they came up with quote unquote Jim Crow laws, whoever
Yes,
that
sir.
nigga was, right? The Jim Crow laws were based on race, right?
Yes, sir.
I think everybody knows that. So black people couldn't drink at the same water fountains. Black people couldn't eat at the same bars and stuff like that, right? Everybody knows we couldn't vote. We had voter tax. We had voter all this crap that the Democrats brought up upon black people. We know that was a system. That's a fact. That's a fact. We know that from a slavery standpoint, yeah, we had to be in chains and do all this silly stuff. Yeah, that was racially based.
Is the silly stuff you talking about picking cotton?
Bro, we talking about being raped, killed, whatever.
No, you said silly stuff. You said silly stuff. I'm trying to see what you rate.
You can hop on the word silly. That's you had that.
No. I'm not trying to. No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not trying to.
You can do that.
I know. I'm not trying to get you, brother. When you say silly stuff, I'm trying to figure out. Are you talking about like the raping, the killing, and stuff? Or are you talking about picking cotton? What do you mean specifically? We went through all the silly stuff. That's just a question. No, it's not loaded either. It was just remember, it's a show. Nine people could take silly stuff as 9 different things. I'm just saying, be specific. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I think if you looked at context, I think it was clear what I was talking about. All of the ridiculousness, I call it silliness, ridiculous, whatever, all the stuff that we went through during those days, us all inclusive.
Okay.
Every part of it was retarded. It was silly. It was ridiculous. It was foolish. It was, what's the synonym you want to use for it, bro? Whatever synonym you want to do, you plug it in your mind. Plug it in.
It was conscious. But go ahead.
Yeah, just plug it. Yeah, whatever one. Plug that one in.
I got what you mean. I got what you mean. Sometimes I'll correct y'all and make y'all be more specific for the show. It's like 60 people.
That was a system. That's 100%. That was a system based on race. Those were systems that was based on this false ideology of race. Yes. So the man was correct in the colloquial sense, but scientifically, no. He's speaking as her as being a doctor, some sort of psychiatrist. She should know better than to think that white people were inferior to black people, quote unquote, in any way. That's ridiculous.
Neely Fuller was wrong.
Melanin content.
Neely Fuller was wrong. But he wasn't wrong in the way y'all talking about it. If y'all remember the conversation, race being a system in some places is that's not even questioned. Racism being a system in some places is not questioned. That's by historians, academics, and scholars. What Neely Fuller was saying was that racism is a single, coordinated, global system controlled by one racial group. And no one agrees with that. No one. No, even if you think whether you think racism is real or racism ain't real, it is not it's not a coordinated global system by one racial group that controls it all. It changes. No. That's not because now see that's what I'm saying. You can add extremes to conversations, but when you do that, you get a Mujasi who will hear him say racism is a system, and you agree. But then when you say what Neely Fuller actually meant and what he wrote about, you can't agree to that because it's not that. Now you're not even being academic. You got to be so extreme to deal with these people that it gets it gets weird. It gets like you can't agree with like I don't know. Kobe Bryant scored 60 points in this final game. Cool. But then down the line, when it turns into Kobe Bryant scored 200 points in a game, you got to now agree to that shit too because he scored 60? No. Is racism a system? Yes. In some places, during some times, by some people. But it ain't a single unified global effort. That's too much. And that's what Neely Fuller believes. If you believe that, now you going into the extremes where you got to start saying, if you believe that it's a single, just think about that, Mujasi, a single coordinated global system controlled by one racial group. Then if you believe that, when you get pushed, you have to start talking about white people, melanin, and all this other shit. You have to, because you got to somehow justify your first fucking statement, which don't make no damn sense. And then you just keep making more statements that justify the first fucking statement that don't make sense. And she helped them do that shit. She helped, he's an autodidact barber. He's not educated. He's a barber. Sorry, Chef. Just an autodidact just saying shit. I just realized how ignorant that might come off. But I'm saying, like, I don't mean
to work and I'm offended. Like that was a little wild.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let that go.
Corey, you know you say something. Hey, Corey, you know you say something. You like, man, I hate you motherfuckers. All you motherfuckers from the project, y'all ain't shit. And you sitting in a room full of motherfuckers from the project. No, I get that. But I'm saying, like, this doctor went to a party and fucking got her life's theory from a barber. A guy, and at that time, he was a barber whose second job was a security guard. And she took that shit and turned it into the ISIS. But come on, Mujasi. You can't like it ain't racism as a system is too like, yeah, that's true. But is the second part of what he actually trying to say, was that true? No. And in order to make it true, now white people gotta be fear genetic annihilation and all white people because of their melanin or such and such and such. That shit is wild as hell.
But we are limiting Dr. Welsing to that one element that she may have been complicated with. As if there's nothing else that she offered on the table in terms of advancements of the discourse of white supremacy, understanding the social scientific nature of white supremacy, a support we're helping other scholars behind her, under her, flower in a way where they can advance the conversation. You know,
Mujasi, you know what you just said? Mujasi, you know what you just said?
I didn't know y'all was back on Francis Cress Wells.
No, hold on. No, Corey, don't get Corey.
I did it, Corey.
We about to have a different
conversation. I'm going to bring it off the table now.
We about to have a different conversation. This is a pure Mujasi plan. Yeah, Mujasi's plan was amazing. But hold on, Corey, don't go real quick. So, but you just said that she gave us a scientific understanding of white supremacy.
No. I said she helped to
that's what you
advance.
said. But Jesse, why you keep running for what you say?
No. I said she helped to advance the social scientific conversation.
I see you getting the money, boy. What up, boy? I see you.
But she fucked it up, Jesse. She fucked it up. She might have advanced it, but you know you can advance the wrong way. You can't listen. When you start making genetic melanin, it's actually bad, Mujasi. Now let me ask you: do we agree?
She was one of the worst.
If white supremacy, whether me and Thunder agree or not, just give me 1 second. White supremacy exists to me. Racism exists to me. I don't want to be in a battle with Thunder. But understanding that from my point of view, if you then take white supremacy from what it actually is, and you start explaining it like it's some kind of hive mind alien virus, you're not advancing white supremacy. What you're doing is, we now can't even focus on what white supremacy and racism actually is, because now we thinking that these motherfuckers is the night of the body snatchers and some kind of hive mind, and she's standing up as a doctor in front of black people and teaching that shit. So she's actually not helping us with white supremacy. She's actually turning white supremacy into some shit we can't even beat because we're just humans. How can human black people compete with white people who have a hive mind, single and coordinated all over the globe? So now that's no worse than the Muslims or whoever first started saying the white man is the devil. How the fuck am I as a human black person? You done elevated this white man to some shit I can't even. We're not 99.9% human. He's the devil, and I'm here with my limited capacities. I'm fighting Thanos and Dr. Doom.
Hey, Brad, that's why she gave us the superpower, the melanin. That's the heart-shaped herb. That's the Black Panther shit.
True.
She gave us it.
But it was a lie.
Yeah, just like the single coordinated effort ain't true. She was sprinkling. She was sprinkling a little shit on it.
She was
putting a little bit on it. Yeah, just a little bit.
I fully expect niggas in the conscious community with a YouTube camera in front of them to sprinkle a little bit of shit on it. You supposed to go get Frances Cress Wilson to come in and correct them niggas, not for her to become one of them niggas. That don't make sense. That's not what she's used for. Like we don't need that from her. We need her to come in and correct all the other people that's messing up. That we look at her education and say, yes, she was fighting Mujasi. Yes. Yes, she was. She gave her life for it. Yes. But then if that's the point, don't go find an autodidact. Don't go get a doctorate to go find an autodidact to write the ISIS papers on. That don't make sense.
I think you skipped over something that you said, Brad. You said something pretty good there. Made me think. You said that's not what she's used for, right? And I think that's a very important piece because okay, we can look at a lot of things that she's done. You know what I'm saying, right? But I think the main thing that she's used for in the black community is for, more of I hate to say it, but I think it's more of a pseudo usage that she gets. You know what I'm saying? They don't, the actual things that she actually brought to the table that were substantial, I guess you would say. They don't look to that. They look to the other things. You know what I'm saying? How do y'all feel about that? Is that what you're trying to say, Brass?
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Okay.
And then on Mujasi's side, I'm not saying throw her completely away, but she had a lot of accomplishments. It's just I can't leave that part out because if you look at her, if you look at Martin Luther King's greatest accomplishments, they far outweigh any of the critiques that anybody would bring up. The critiques are very
we don't even acknowledge her for the good things.
I can't.
Right? No. We don't even acknowledge it. It's not even a part of the story. Right. What she actually was a child school psychologist. That's what she was. Working in the DC public schools. That's noble, right? That's what she should be given credit for. You dig what I'm saying? Trying to help our kids mentally develop through educational systems. That's great. But we're talking about some old wild shit that she's not even credible at. Like it's Corey right, it's crazy. We're not even acknowledging her for what she actually was good at and actually did good in.
I was trying to get to it, but the brothers got stuck on her theory of confrontation. So I'm just like, okay, well, we can't highlight some of the.
For every kid that she helped with with what she did, I applaud her. But I fully believe that that's how she's also, and I'm putting this at her feet. I also believe she's the reason why we got Umar Johnson, why we got a lot of these crazy motherfuckers that affect way more people throughout since from the 60s on, people that took the ISIS papers, ran with that shit, and gave misinformation and disinformation to this community. And I'm talking about black people, not this conscious community. that used that shit over the years to grift and sell snake oil. I think you measure harm and you measure good. I don't know how much good she did, but the ISIS papers and that shit she was pushing back in the day led to a lot of grifting in snake oil, and it was defended because the Honorable Dr. Francis Cress said it back in the day. And I don't think you can run from that shit.
No, you can't. You can't. And so I'm gonna pull the stale cornbread off the table so we don't have to talk about it.
Damn, that was hell.
I'm gonna pull it off. So it's done. No more stale cornbread. It will not show up on the table no more. But we can at least. So my whole point with this is that anytime we're making an assessment and just looking at some of the folks who did this work that we stand on, whether they were perfect or not, we have to take into consideration that they have had flaws. They were complicated, and they may have contributed to a very distorted frame of reference that some people have been able to create their career on. But there's always something, to some degree, especially amongst us, that we can evaluate them off of their excellence. Something that they did well, whether they mentored somebody in their career and helped them to develop a deeper understanding of a certain philosophy or idea, whether they contributed to the development or examination of our children's mental and psychological states, or if they just kind of helped bring forth some ideas that flowered into some other people's work and research that advanced a deeper conversation. But we have to at least consider something that they did.
No, we don't.
Say, there's some powerful pieces instead
If
of
you look at Queen Nzinga, you look at Queen Nzinga. Queen Nzinga is heralded.
Hold on, let me mute these fucking loud. Hey, you need to fix your clippers or something. Golly, this shit sound like helicopter.
Has been heralded in our community for 100 years. And it was not until, I don't know why, I don't know how they even got on that, but I was just listening to the show, and him and Chef, I say the story all the time. I had no clue. Everybody, the strong woman leader of the whatever, right? No problem, whatever the people was. And women king, and king, she had the most fierce military of all time. He had all this stuff. And then when we reading about her, I mean, some of the most deplorable stuff that she did. You want me to look past that? Because he was a good,
I like that word. I like that word.
Leader? What?
Let me add something.
I like deplorable.
I just wanted to say something.
What word you say, Corey?
Deplorable. That always makes me laugh when I hear somebody use that word. It always makes me laugh.
I just want to say something.
Hey, Chief, you can get it right.
I don't know how I can get any worse than deplorable, right? I don't know that you can get a worse word.
Yeah, you don't get much lower than deplorable. You're pretty much finished once you reach deplorable.
Hillary Clinton me that. Hillary told anybody that support Trump is deplorable. But go ahead. What you about to say, Mujasi?
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, Chief, Mujasi tapped out.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait. Hey, shouts to Dave Chappelle. Chappelle in Minnesota, Mujasi. Shouts to you. Chappelle went to the Preddy Memorial. Shouts to him.
Yeah, we got to see him last night. I went to a show last night. It was phenomenal. That dude did a phenomenal job.
Nice.
I just wanted to say, you guys are all new, and none of y'all know what you're talking about. Thunder don't have a high school education. Brass is on hard drugs. Chef Name can't cut no hair, and he got a mutt. That's not a real pit bull. He got us a mutt. Concrete Corey don't know what he's doing with no concrete. He should give it up and turn his license in. That's all I wanted to say.
Let these niggas know. I'm gonna think about it.
Turn your license in, man. You just fucking up. The city is tired of you laying concrete all wrong and fucking up the city.
No. They said your moringa made Juju ass itch. And it need to be taken off the shelf.
They want to know the batch number.
Hey, and Chief X, I called the guy best. She don't know you, brother. I called. I don't know if it's a her or him, but I called that person. And they said they sick
And
of
you
your
ain't got,
ass.
and
They
you ain't
sick
got
of
no,
your ass
and you ain't got
lying
no
on
back,
their name.
and you ain't got no back teeth. Chief, you ain't got no back teeth.
They said they know you and they're gonna be sending defamation paperwork within the next 2 weeks. Stop associating. Tell that nigga.
Brass ain't had a
Stop
job for
associating.
no business.
It's copyright infringement, Braz. You can
Yeah, copyright
the guy best is suing you for copyright.
And Brass is a slumlord. Brass acting like he's a slumlord and
I'm a
shit.
slumlord in some cases. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, any person that own property that don't say that they got a level of a slight piece of slumlord to them, ask they talk to their tenants and you'll tell that they fucking lying. So I'm sure you ask a couple of my tenants, I'll be a fucking slumlord. I ain't chopping ice 3 weeks after a goddamn snowstorm. And they're all mad at me, brother. Trust me.
Sheffrin over there with them. Sheffrin got them sharp clippers fucking people's neck up.
Yeah, them helicopter clips loud as shit.
He leaving them wooskies. He leaving wooskies on niggas' necks. You know? Hey, motherfucker, we used to have this barber. And we had this barber in my neighborhood named Wooski. Nobody would get a haircut from him, but you knew if you got a haircut by Wooski because they would have the bumps on the back of their neck and shit. You was like, oh, you got them Wooskies.
Yeah, he would. He leave that good Wooski on the back of his neck.
He ain't disinfecting his clippers or none of that
shit. He ain't doing. I can't fuck with Wooski, man.
He and this motherfucker talking about Nzinga and cutting hair. Fucking stuff, Paul. He and this motherfucker is yelling and screaming about Carter G. Woodson fucking up some Jewish papers in Baltimore.
He got cool lube or Barbasol the first. Just in there cutting.
Hold on. Go ahead, Thunder. You want to ask Chief a question or something?
Yeah. So, Chief, now Chef say you and Aunt got the greatest rivalry in the country community history, right?
Oh shit!
Now, last night, and he was saying something about you, man, and about this some video or something you don't. So what's going on, bro?
Hey, Thunder. Why?
What? What's going on with this video?
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead,
I haven't looked at it, but I told I was gonna look at it today. So what's going on, man?
You should be looking at it now and get off this Discord and go look at it.
Go look at it now?
I still
get off
haven't
this Discord and go look at it.
Bro, what's going on with you? Y'all, when y'all gonna stop, man? Can we piece this out?
You know who else had the
what
worst rivalry? I think Ankh and Young Pharaoh used to have a worse rivalry.
Oh boy. Come on,
man.
I
still haven't seen it. So what is I've been hearing about it, but I still haven't seen it. So what is the video? What is this video before I watch it? Because your videos, you know how to rile niggas up. So before I watch
man. What is y'all doing, man?
What did you say that it got to be taken down and all this wild ass shit?
I think it was deplorable.
Oh shit! I got to hear it. I got to hear it now. So what's the video about?
I think you've seen a few clips though, Brad.
Give us an AI summary.
No, are you guys talking about the video where I said Unc was supporting pedophiles?
I haven't seen your video. I haven't seen your video.
That one. That was, man, that video. Was that AI? That's the question. Was that really him, or did you use AI?
No, that was really Unc.
I think it was
Was that the question for real? That's funny as hell. They ain't went there, did they? That's some hilarious shit there, boy.
Chief, do you think you crossed the line, man?
Do I think I crossed the line? No. Let me bring a scenario to you. If Ankh tells you, Thunder, fuck your mama's a bitch, and tells you that 3 times, and then he goes on a video for 3 whole hours telling 1,000 people that you're a drunk and you're a dope fiend and all kind of stuff, and just disparage you for 3 hours.
All right, Chief.
You're gonna snap back.
All right.
Okay.
So what's in the video?
And the person steal from you you know, you might be a little bothered.
All right. I just want y'all to piece it out, man, at some point, bro.
Oh no, that shit's over with. If it's the
Yeah,
video,
it's
it's
over.
the video
It's
that I
over.
think, that video's over with. Because that's the video
It's
about
over.
that's the video about him in York. We saw that video like 2 months ago and just decided, I don't know why, we all pretty much decided like we ain't going.
We can't do that. We can't.
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
like we saw because
That's
that video,
suicide.
yeah, that video was during Inky and them debating. So that was like a couple months ago, I'm assuming. But we all saw that shit. If that's what the video is, I don't need to. That video already disturbed the fuck out of me. So I ain't. We decided not to even do no show. We
I made the claim because he was in support of Polite and Dr. York. So, hey, I played his words. I didn't make nothing up.
Hey, Thunder.
So Thunder, when you telling Chief to chill out,
because we live, don't show it on screen because we live, bro.
What?
You know what I'm with you. I'm big Second Amendment too. Just don't show it on screen because we on YouTube.
Oh,
my bad, bro. I know we're on YouTube. My bad.
Yeah.
Have
you seen the video though, Thunder?
No, I haven't. I haven't, bro. And I will today.
It's like y'all deliberately don't watch shit.
What?
So y'all can, it's like, yo, how? Like, y'all love the conversations to just keep going because y'all will deliberately, like, that shit, it gotta be AI. It gotta be. It gotta be. I just can't believe that he was.
Yeah, see, you can't even bring yourself
you
to
was
say it.
saying, that's a real question.
Yeah.
Me.
Yo,
man, the enabling, right? Is I told you, Thunder, enabling is very, very dangerous.
So are we enabling Chief X right now?
Dangerous.
Well, here's the thing. Though. I don't know what. Like, here's the thing, Thunder. Like, if I don't know if you were in maybe a pseudo killers group or Discord and you heard them saying something about me. So sometimes it's just best to get it from the horse's mouth and don't let other people tell you about me. Then you'll know. Because you know, if you're in that Discord, they definitely lying on me.
They lying on you about what?
Huh?
You said they lying on you.
If I'm saying I'm not sure if where you get the information from, or were you in pseudo killers Discord, or were they talking shit about me?
Alderman told them about it. He said Alderman told them about it.
Well, told me.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, well, yeah, it's like you can't. That's like listening to Trump talk about Kamala Harris. Now you want to go you go get it from the horse's mouth and watch my video, and then you'll
what
see.
he's saying, no, Chief. What he's saying is that he called them about your video, but but Thunder ain't seen your video or what's in the video. He don't even know what the hell. He don't even know what we talk. Well, here's the funny part. None of us.
No, you said I called him, right? I called Thunder.
Yeah. No, that's what he said.
Okay, so what I'm saying, I heard him. So what I'm saying is, if Ak had called me about Sheffrin and telling me about Sheffrin, I'm gonna go to Sheffrin's page and watch Sheffrin's video to see what Sheffrin really said. I'm just gonna listen to Ak.
No, I'm asking you. I asked you what was going on with you and Ak in the video. I didn't say that about it. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, as soon as Ak called you and told you about it, you should just went to my page and watched it. Then you would have seen that Ak is probably misleading you.
It was late, man.
Yeah, Ank's misleading you. Don't ever listen to anything Ank say about me. He's lying.
But
just get it from the horse's mouth. I think that Sheffrin would just said you intentionally not watching. Like this is what Sheffrin means.
I'm gonna watch it.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch it. I was just saying, you know, I just want y'all to piece it out, bro.
I just want. I can't wait to hear Unk's response. Like, I need to hear the response to what allegedly, well, what we seen him say on camera. If it ain't AI, and he said that, I want to hear how he get around.
That's wild.
That was
I'm
Oh,
saying
he's definitely concocted an excuse.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's
And
AI.
then the community, I want to know how the community is going to listen to his response and not call bullshit. Like that be the amazing part for me. Like, how do you not call? Like, oh man, like this. The video was crazy. Like, I mean, just listening to the whole context of it. Like, you saying you don't believe the kids in the family of Dr. York. Like, you don't believe that he actually did that. After he was convicted for years, you stood on the street corner and said,
"Listen, man,
No, here's the kicker though. Here's the kicker though, Chef. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I've been on live stream with Ankh years ago in Wuzhou, and Wuzhou, Ankh, and a couple other brothers broke down meticulously Dr. York's case, what was involved, all the evidence. Ankh was on the phone listening to all this. So I know it's no way he could think Dr. York is not guilty. There's no way. The way Wuzhou broke this down.
Years ago, man. That had to be 25 years ago. So are we going to hold him accountable for that?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
We got to
enabling.
I'm enabling.
Oh my God! I know you didn't.
We just got a statute of limitations on it. Come on now. Anytime you pedophile protect, you know, it's a statute of limitations. So like I think after 15 years or so, you can forgive them. You can forgive them for doing that. I'm with you, Thunder. I'm with you.
No, well, the main reason I did it though, Thunder, is because Ankh today has been claiming he wasn't a Nubian, but then in the past he's always told us he's a Nubian. So I was just putting it all together and showing that hey, he's always kind of supported Nubians. He's
well, that white man told him. The white man told him he wasn't a Nubian for real.
Bro, y'all ain't playing foul, man.
Damn.
Y'all ain't playing foul.
Y'all see, because they didn't see the show Thunder, where Chief X didn't see the show where they had the white man on, and the white man told that he wasn't really a Nubian.
In a cult. No, he told him that he wasn't in a cult. Stop.
Yeah, he wasn't even. He wasn't. Well, basically, I mean, if he would have knew the name of the cult, he would have said Nubian. But you know,
yes,
this is what Chief X is failing to understand. You know what I'm saying? That the white man had already told that he's not a Nubian, so he didn't know. He didn't see that show.
They say all is fair in war.
No, it's not fair, man.
That's why y'all got the greatest rivalry.
They got the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, they might have the greatest rivalry.
No, man.
Everything that you ever said,
that's not great.
Everything that he's ever said is under scrutiny.
That's not great.
Like 24/7. Like you can't even make them. Oh, it's horrible.
Thunder. If you want to be right, Thunder. I like you, Thunder. Just by the way, but if you want to be right, tell Ankh to pay me that money that he stole from me. Did you tell him to apologize? Did you tell him to apologize to me?
No, he ain't gonna apologize.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be biased.
How much do he owe you?
I'm just saying. Did you tell him he should apologize for stealing from me?
He ain't gonna apologize, but how much?
I know, but you're not gonna tell him that either. But you'll reprimand me.
I didn't reprimand you. I asked you a question.
No.
Hey, Thunder, were you serious? Because sometimes I don't know when you playing or you trying to move.
About what?
Are you serious when you say that you could say pretty much anything in your history and we can't go back to it?
Listen, what I'm telling you, bro. Okay. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, when new information came along, did Ankh have the same?
The information was already out on. He was already convicted. Remember when Polite sat on that bench, right? Remember when Polite sat on that bench and told that victim of York, it doesn't matter whether York did it or not, he's still gonna follow York. Like I don't even care
that.
if you was a kid and he raped you. Now hold on. So if Unc stands on the corner in front of Nubians or whatever those people was and say, yo, years after this motherfucker been convicted, hundreds of motherfuckers, he's already the greatest pedophile in American history, right? He didn't molest white kids and he did that shit to black kids. You dig what I'm saying? Like he directly affected the black community with that nasty bullshit. And if it's not AI, set up there and said, I don't believe the kids, I don't believe the family, the victims. I believe Dr. York didn't do it. He said that.
What year was that?
It was 13 years after York was convicted. I mean, come on. and years after he didn't heard the story and all the evidence over and over and over.
Thunder, you could rub the skin off the top of your bald ass head, pause, and it still ain't gonna make no fucking sense. That's part of the reason why we never said we seen it, but we was like, yeah, nah, I ain't touching that shit. Because it was just too fucking crazy. It was like, and we already seen as the crazy motherfucker, so it was like, I was somebody else. But the
you never want to
already
keep
played.
attacking somebody.
Yeah, what's the point? We gonna get called for attacking people whether we do it or not.
What's the cutoff, Douglas?
Look,
I need to know the cutoff.
Have a stroke live on YouTube because you try to defend some bullshit, bro. Stop. Sometimes you just gotta let shit go, bro. Just let it go, bro.
I want to know the cutoff though, Thunder. Like, at what point, like after somebody say that, right? Is it 3 years or like let's say next week? If I was to say that this week, next week, would you be like, nah, that was last week, bro. You can't hold him accountable for saying something last week. Or does it take a month, a year, 10 years? Like, well, give me the duration. You know what I'm saying?
I think the way Unc said it was that the video first came out, I guess, like 13 years ago, like he said, right? But
no.
The video originated 20-some years ago. He said he wouldn't even know YouTube out when Dr. York got convicted. Or something along the lines, right? It was, if it was out, it was barely out. It wasn't out too long. I think he got convicted 2001, right? So yeah, so he's saying that video that y'all saw, if it was posted 13 years ago.
It was from 2000 before he got convicted.
Okay, 2000, yeah. So I don't even think no YouTube was even out there. But
that video was uploaded 11 years ago.
You're right.
No,
so
it was
years ago. But it was shot
before he was convicted.
Yeah, it was shot way before that. That's what I'm saying.
No, it wasn't.
Wait, where'd you get that from?
No.
Wait, where'd you get that from?
I think they said the date or something in there or something.
That's his defense.
The video. That's his defense. He's gonna make up. Okay.
He's not gonna. I don't think he's making that up.
Yes, he is.
Oh shit.
Because when he was talking, maybe you didn't see the whole clip. Because when he was talking, No. Listen, y'all. Listen. Let me just clarify. When he was talking in the video, York had been convicted. They even said that. They was talking about RICO charges and all kind of stuff.
Well,
he was trying to say they did RICO charges.
The point was that York didn't do it because he got too much pussy. So obviously York had been convicted already.
Yeah, they were talking after the conviction. They were talking about they got him because of RICO, really, and not really because.
And the reason why Huck was out there is because this nigga was locked up, and they talking about he was writing books. Yeah,
charged him, but was he convicted at that time?
Yes, he was convicted, bro. That's what I'm saying. They was talking about that. This is why I'm saying you should go watch the video, bro. Because you're talking, and the video I made. You will be very clear. I made it very clear. You won't be confused right now. So I don't know why you want to stay confused.
But when you watch that, listen, that video is old. If you're in the conscious community, you never see that video until somebody showed that video. You're not in the conscious community. Because I remember years ago we had a conversation, even with Wajao, and Wajao wouldn't answer the question. Well, I asked him, in your opinion, do you think that Dr. York is guilty? And he said, I cannot condemn him. I was on his
He
legal
refuses to
team,
answer. Wajal
and he
refuses to
refused to
answer.
answer, right? And we were there for years. I even when defending a pedophile is not nothing new, he defended Polite. Just last year, or 2 years ago, he defended Polite. Both him and Reggie defended Polite.
What do you mean, Stoopies?
Remember that defended Polite?
Yeah, what do you mean he defended Polite?
You could not say Polite was a pedophile. You were saying that you don't have no evidence. The evidence is not out yet. It was defending the pedophile who.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. When he said he was gonna wait, Polite was too slick, so we gonna wait till the.
Yeah. He was defending a pedophile, both him and Reggie. Reggie, with you, stupid. What case you have in law? What case you have in law?
Why you leave your boy Garfield out? Garfield was the main defender, also, not Reggie.
Garfield was defending him.
No,
Garfield was the one who
Garfield
didn't
wasn't
want
defending.
on the show. Garfield wasn't defending him, none at all. Garfield was saying that he's not interviewing him. Garfield was the one who fell out.
Bro, you need to watch my video. I've showed this video over and over.
Garfield had went one way for a minute, and then once it became overwhelming, I think Garfield started to change. But,
yeah, at first Garfield said Polite gonna get off, and y'all niggas is liars. Like he didn't. Matter of fact, Garfield said he didn't believe the girl. Garfield went off. Matter of fact.
Y'all gotta let me tell it because y'all are not keeping it real. Y'all trying to protect.
When the short evidence come on, no, I'm not protecting Garfield. When the short evidence come out with his sperm, he changes tune totally. Once confronted with evidence, when Garfield found the short evidence, because I was on Garfield channel also, and I was saying that how does semen come on a garment? Semen is not like blood. Semen is not like tears. Semen is not like sweat. Semen come as a result of a deliberate action.
Yeah, Stoopies. That's when they said that could have been her mother's shirt. I remember that excuse. Stoopies.
Yeah, they made all kind of. It was crazy.
I was the first. Y'all know me from the word go. I was the first one. Fuck all of that.
I agree. I agree. You was on bullshit with Polite.
Let me ask you a question,
As
right?
he got accused and shit.
These accusations, and I'm listening to Howard. I was gonna stay on mute because I'm trying to stay out of this shit. But Howard, now when you bring up the fact that it could be, or what they were saying that it could be the wife's shirt, right? I just got it. I know, but I got a question. And what's the likelihood of it being his wife's shirt or whatever? Because he got like multiple wives, from what I understood. But how could that even enter the argument when you got a video of the nigga with the fucked up hairline sitting on a bench with a camera in his face saying, "I don't give a damn if my master teacher touched 100 kids. He's still my master teacher." But what I'm saying is you lose all benefit. When you say shit like that, you lose all benefit of the doubt. Hold on, Thunder. I know you do. Just give me 1 second. I'm not gonna be that long-winded because I don't want to talk about this shit. I didn't want to talk about it 2 months ago when we first saw this shit. What I'm saying is, if you say that, right, and then later on some pedophilic accusations come out about you, that is a time where you are proved guilty until proven innocent. You are guilty until proven innocent because you had the audacity with the fucked up hairline to say you don't care if your master teacher touched 100 kids. So in my mind, I wouldn't be that fucking shocked when it comes out that you might have touched a fucking child, bro.
All right.
I got a question for Corey. Listen here, Corey. Once you find out, once they said he was in a hotel room with a 14-year-old girl by themselves, what else do you need to know? Corey, isn't that enough information for you to make up your mind?
But
I would.
They said I don't know. Listen, I was a stepfather to a 14-year-old from my first wife. Being alone in a room or in a house with a 14-year-old, don't.
No, him and his wife, him and the child. Hold on. Him and the child's mother already had a room. The family had a room. He left that room and went to got another hotel room with the 14-year-old girl.
Listen
Like, what are y'all talking about?
You're making that beautiful assumption because we don't know what the plan was the next room with, right?
Hold on, Stupies, can I ask Brad a question real quick? Can I ask Brad a question real quick, Stupies?
No,
Did you see the video I put in of the cop surveillance? I mean, the cop hidden cam when they arrested his ass, put him in jail, when they went to the hotel and he left the hotel and shit and all that. Did anybody see that? I put it in the.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the initial police report said he was in a hotel room with the girl. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, he
Hold on,
Zubies, because the video. That's why video is way better than he say she say, because the hotel, it was two detectives talking to the person that was like the manager on duty at the time, and they told that lady, they was like, "You gotta let us in the room." She said no. That detective said, "Do you understand that this is what kind of case this is, and that if you don't let us in that fucking room, we'll lock your ass up." That's what the detective said to the lady. That lady said, "I'll be right back." And went to the fucking general manager, and the general manager told that lady who was crazy, she only locked up, "Come with me." And they went to the room. He said, "Are we gonna have access to this floor or this room today?" He said, "You'll have access when we're done." They had already
No, you gotta say they went to one room and he wasn't in there. Then they went to another room. This is how you know they had the two rooms. So this cooperates with Chief X said, and also they had that was already stated, like that was already general knowledge that he took her to
two rooms.
Yeah,
but he took her to a separate hotel. He took the young girl to a separate hotel.
I don't really care about the specific.
No, but he had two rooms in the original hotel that they were staying in, right? But he took her to a separate hotel.
So Polite said that he wasn't going to.
Well, that's even worse, yeah.
So Polite said he wasn't going to defend because he wasn't going to bang on York because I think his wife is his daughter, is York's daughter.
So
that's why he said that. No, I agree.
If your father-in-law is ranked in Wikipedia as the world's worst sex offender up to that time, fuck him.
Yeah. I never heard that though. I never heard that was Dr. York's daughter. I never heard that. Has anybody else heard that?
I don't.
I heard something like that, but it was never proven.
I hear there's rumors that Aminette is Dr. York's daughter.
Aminette, that's her name.
Man, I don't give a shit. The fact that we trying to defend, like Thunder, I know you be saying shit sometimes.
That's why he said it.
I hope to God.
All right, see, don't cross the line, Brass. I just told you. I'm just telling you what he said. Don't cross the line. I'm finna be a pedophile.
I don't want to get into y'all private conversations. I'm not saying that.
He said it publicly.
Huh? What? No, I'm talking about something different. I ain't talking. Fuck, man.
Oh, what's talking about?
Up already. I'm saying the fact that we bringing in the fact that the time frame of when this was said matters. I think that is that. This is the spray paint shit that people be talking. We so far away from what actually happened that we are now talking about, well, depending on when it was said, it's okay, or depending on what. Like, no, it's what was said was just fucking egregious, bro.
No, you can't do that.
What?
That ain't fair. You got to be fair. That's why you got to consider all that.
Fair ain't a real thing. You know that?
Of course. Them sell pigs and them
No,
they
fair
get prize
is
pigs
like
and
fair
chickens
is
at
a place where they judge pigs, eating cotton candy and all kind of shit like that. Ain't no such
You
word.
do. That's fine. That's fine. If that's your approach, then that's your approach. No problem.
No, I'm saying, but Thunder, hey Thunder, if I saw a video of you at any point after that man went to jail saying that it didn't happen.
No, what happened is Ankh got to.
I gotta go watch this video.
No,
Yeah,
Ankh
I'm
got to
watching.
Thunder and making Thunder think this way.
I didn't say it was fake. I said that he said that the video was not from that time period. It was from years before that.
But why does that matter?
That don't matter. That
Why
don't
does
matter.
that matter though? Like,
don't matter.
but why does that matter? If in the video, we can talk about the video. I'm gonna try to be as. I don't know. Hold on. No. Being
Brad, you can't filibuster, man. You have a very bad habit of doing.
I don't know. I've been talking for 10 seconds.
Question, right? So allow me to answer the question.
I didn't ask you a question, Thunder.
It doesn't matter if it was from what
I'm telling you. Wait, you answered that. I thought you thought a new question. I heard your answer.
He still ain't told me what the cutoff date was.
You said I wasn't being fair.
The point is,
that's not fair. Right?
I need to know the cutoff date.
The point is, if that video, let's just say, for instance, the video was shot before. Why he was charged, right? Let's just
Thunder, it was not shot before. Listen to me.
Hold on, we don't know that. Let him finish, Chief.
We do know that in the video he's speaking about RICO charges and him after him being arrested.
Just let him get it out. Just let him get it out.
Let him get it out.
Right. So he's saying that the video is older than what is posted. The video was just posted years after he actually recorded, right? All right, so we got that. Now, let's just say that Dr. York was charged, but the trial and all that other stuff hadn't taken place at this point. So for him to be skeptical at that point would be, in my opinion, at least permissible.
Why are we pushing fake narratives, though?
Right?
Why are we even talking about a fake narrative?
It might be permissible, right? No problem. Now, that's totally different if you say he did this 13 years later and he still got doubts. Now, that's totally different. So
what if it was a year? What if it was a year?
Watch the video.
Watch the video.
And then I need Thunder to go leave out of here right now.
Right.
And go watch the video, and you tell me if that was from year 2000.
Wait! Before you go,
if that video is from 2000.
Before you go,
back.
Thunder, the minute you find out.
Hold on, let's just finish. Go ahead, finish that.
If you come back and you are still sketchy about that video being circa year 2000, then I ain't even talking to you no more.
No problem. Now,
Thunder,
I know right there.
Is it on your channel? That's all I'm asking.
Thunder. Me and Chef Ring has been telling you this since I got on this stream.
Is it on your channel?
Go get it from the horse's mouth. You're debating something you haven't even seen. I said, get off this stream and go watch the video.
Chief X, I asked you 3 times.
It's on his channel. It's on his channel, yes.
3 times. Okay, all right.
Wait.
Thunder crazy.
Y'all should have made him say the minute he finds out it is post conviction that it is indeed deplorable. Y'all should have made him say that.
We'd have to make him say that. It means we're going to question the money. We're going to question the money. I'm going to question the money. If you think it's deplorable.
I don't understand. People sit on this Discord. I'm not going to say that. People sit on this Discord. I know, got you. People sit on this Discord about 4 hours and act like they can. This is what Chef means. Hold on, let me just say this. I'm done.
Because they're going to play the same game you play. I'm finished speaking and you speak. I'm not speaking much today. I haven't spoken much today.
I'm just saying I'm
spoken
about
much.
to leave. I just want to make a statement and
Then
leave. Is
leave.
that
Then
okay?
leave. If
Let me
it's
just
an
make that
emergency,
statement and
leave.
leave.
No. If it's an
Okay.
emergency, leave. You're not more important than anybody else on the planet.
He's not gonna let you speak, Chief X. Let him talk.
I know he's an
Why y'all
fucking
right.
asshole. Go, let
when
this
y'all
asshole
all
talk.
at impasses?
All right. Okay, you can go on now, Chief. Since you have to leave, let's see if you're going to leave. Speak.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, because you know that he wasn't going to leave after you speak.
I
You know that
forgot
he
what I
wasn't
was
going to leave after you speak.
Never
You
mind.
know that
You
he
got
wasn't
it,
going
bro.
to leave after you speak.
Bro,
You
you
know
got
that
it. It's
I would
not
have
that.
called
It's
you
not
out.
that serious.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro. Say what
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
say.
know.
I'm out of here.
I know.
Y'all enjoy it. Y'all enjoy your day. I'm out.
Go ahead, Chef Win. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no. So it's almost like I think what happens is, and this is what goes around. Majority of the people who gonna watch Unc's rebuttal is not even gonna watch Chief X show. They just gonna be there to say how much they don't like Chief X or how he's so wrong for doing it and how he a fucked up person. So what actually was said in the video, they would never have to address it. Y'all see how shit go in this community? Like
Yeah.
what the topic at hand don't ever have to get addressed. You know what I mean? So it'll continue. Like it's plausible deniability. That's one of
That's
Corey's
what. All right.
biggest
That's why.
motherfucking things. Is like everybody do this goofy shit to have plausible deniability. They already saying Chief X's line before they even watch the video. They already
That's
discrediting
that's why
him.
you need to do a show. We need to do a show after he does his show. After does his show, we need to do a show critiquing his show, critiquing what he said. If you need people to come up and speak, I'll be on that show. We need to do a show afterwards to say, listen to what this dude is saying. He's lying. He's
Yeah,
lying.
but my thing is all the defense to try to argue that it was prior to being convicted. At the minute he discovers it was post conviction, he needs to stand on all of the defense he was making to prove it was pre conviction. Because it would only follow then that if he did say it after the man was convicted, he'd be wrong. But now Thunder's going to see he said it post conviction, and he's going to come up here try to defend why that's okay.
The video is after he was convicted. See, like I said,
we all know that.
We all seen the video months ago. We didn't bring it up for this express purpose. Like we just didn't want to go there. But now that Chief X done did it, I don't mind talking about it because I ain't bringing on the community. But in the video, one of them funny dressing ass niggas says, from the time he was sentenced to the time he was in jail to the time to the time he was charged to the time he was in jail to the time he was sentenced, and then he starts defending why he wrote the books. So that shit is after 2004 because he got sentenced in April of 04 of 2004. So this conversation is taking place after. This is after. That's and that's in the video. It's indirect because then they start talking about organizations and all this other shit. It was so foul that we didn't want to really go there like that. But it gets a little crazy. See, like what bothers me about it though, and this is why I think I told Chef or Logic. I think I told them one of them. I don't even want to see what the community gonna do with that. Because my thing is like,
we know it was well after 2004. Right. Look at the video. Do y'all know what 2004 looked like?
No, I'm gonna tell you.
The iPhone wasn't even out yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you honestly, I don't.
Hold on. By 2007, the iPhone had just got video in the 3GS, right? So that video quality, it's well after conviction. Well after conviction. You can't even look at that video and the technology didn't even exist. in everybody's hands at that fucking time. Just look at
that's well after Nokia. That's well after Nokia. That's well after Nokia. Yeah.
So that's the point. So that everything Thunder was just using as a defense, it doesn't matter. He's gonna have to move the goalposts once he watches the video.
But see, here's the crazy part, though. Once again, but if you was already told that
what's the timestamp in the video?
If you was told that it was the timestamp was 2015, it's clear the video.
No.
Huh?
When Uncle's talking to the man in the African garb, 31
They all look
minutes, 41
crazy as
seconds.
fuck. Which one?
We don't know the timestamp.
Yeah, I don't know no time.
The video Chief X played, the video he played, it looks, if I had to guess, it looks like 08. Like 08, 09. It don't look like.
I'm gonna say an honest statement, Truist. And now y'all making me feel like I'm not really all that intelligent. How the fuck can y'all look at an area that y'all don't know and say, you know what? That looks like 08. How the fuck y'all doing that?
Because we remember how the technology looked.
The video quality, like just different things with digital imagery.
Okay. I know it's after the sentence because of what the guy said. Because he said that he was sentenced. So that means he was sentenced in 04. So it's at least at a bare minimum based on the words, I know it's after 04. But my thing is, I'm with Corey. See, this is what, Corey, can you come off mute for a second? This is the fucking spray paint that irritates the fuck out of me, bro. That when we start
I'm listening.
as if whether it was 04 or 03 or 02 or 08 or 2015, it doesn't fucking matter because it don't jive with the rest of it.
I think it was 2020.
Yeah, like it don't matter. Yeah, it doesn't. It's the same thing. It doesn't fucking matter because
it was definitely post-pandemic. I'm gonna say it was post-pandemic.
Oh, 2020. You feel me? I'm gonna up that motherfucker. Y'all trying to push that bitch.
Yeah, like but that's what I mean. We get so stuck on, and this is why I didn't want to talk about the first time because it was like I knew this is where we was gonna be. Well, it's like there's a Zapruder film or some shit with Kennedy. It's like now we trying to figure out the nigga on the grassy knoll and the technology. It don't fuck none of that shit. That shit is just minutia that don't fucking matter. The bottom line is
he said that shit.
Yeah. Or you if you was told cause the problem with it,
that was deplorable.
Because the issue, Chef, the honest issue, Chef, is then what about based on all the other shit that was said about that particular situation, it don't match that. Like, I'd like to talk to him about it. If we being honest, I hope he never does a response to it. I pray. I hope he doesn't do a response to it. Just move the fuck on, do whatever. Because any explanation, once we start getting into whether it happened in 02, 01, 2000, now it's like, all right, okay. You
know what? I want him to make a response because I feel as though I know why he said the shit, right? And if he come out and say that, right? If he come out and say why I think he said that shit on that video, I would gain a lot more. He will get a lot of cachet back on me. You feel me? Like, I'm not gonna say it online. Why I really feel as though he said that shit. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to give him leverage. I want him to be like whatever's gonna come out his heart need to come out his heart. You dig what I'm saying? About it. However he chooses to deal with it, will let you know what type of person the motherfucker is. But I think I know why he did it, and if he say why I think he did it or why I think he said that shit, I think he would actually be in a better standing. I think he can neutralize that shit with honesty. You feel me? Whoop, like, because a motherfucker can say, yeah, I can see that. Because there's things that I do right now in the conscious community, right? Is kind of how I feel how he was dealing with them niggas right out there on that street corner. And if he come out and say that, then it'll be like, okay, bro, like, yeah, but just don't do that shit no more because people got cameras. You feel me? Like,
the funny thing is it was his friend taping him. That's the craziest shit. It wasn't like a random camera was happening, like somebody was there and a motherfucker take the shit, this, that, and the other. But at some point, you supposed to look over and be like, hey, put that down. Before you say that, you can't, bro. There's never a time. If the only reason, I'm not even thinking of no excuse for that shit.
Like you ever have a conversation? You ever have a conversation with a Jehovah's Witness or somebody rabid about their doctrine, right? The main thing you want to do is soften them up, right? So you lend credence to a position just to get them in the end. That's how I feel as though he was doing that shit. He was playing I was a whole new Wappy and shit, and I don't even really believe in the conviction, right? So to say. So I'm really on y'all side. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not coming at y'all. That's how I feel as though he was doing, you know what I mean? But the shit was fucking recorded. You know what I mean?
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like in a vacuum, you dealing with a statement, but it was so much other wild shit said that kills that. And then on top of that, if I'm talking to a Jehovah's Witness, I was never a Jehovah's Witness. So whatever I'm saying could be seen as that if I wasn't associated with them.
Yeah, you believe in the Bible. Hold on. But you believe in the Bible. So correct. Most people cut into Jehovah's Witnesses or Hebrew Israelites or Muslims or anybody with acknowledging the scriptures, right? Or acknowledging that you once was a believer. You'll always lead with those type of things to soften them the fuck up, to let them know, you know what I mean? That
Christians
I don't
hide from Jehovah's Witnesses when they're not going to.
And I can see that.
Hold on, Corey. Hey, Chef. Christians run under the couch when Jehovah's Witnesses knock on the door too. So as much as we are saying, we don't want to open the door for them just as much as a person that ain't Christian don't want to open the door for them.
I agree, but when you do when you do decide to engage with them, you try to have a level playing field. You kind of want to, you know what I mean, make them let their defense down a little bit so you can get through something to them. Like you have an ulterior motive. So I feel as though Unc had an ulterior motive and he was trying to disarm them from their shit a little bit. You feel me? But
what about the natural shit though? What about the calling them pops?
That's a part of it. That's showing commonality.
You think he's that much of a? So this was a sting.
Look,
I just want to be clear. Hold on,
I don't want to defend them, and I
know, but I want to be clear. Hold on, Chef. Because now we've reached the level of a sting. This was an undercover video sting. Is that what you?
Yeah, pretty much. Unc loves to argue with motherfuckers. This nigga is about to argue with motherfucking Sanchez. This nigga will get in the middle of the street with anybody. And what he uses a lot is the fact that I once was in a cult. I once believed this type of thing. So he do that damn near to everybody to kind of, level the playing field to disarm people so he can, you know what I mean, spin them around with his new information. That's what he did.
So why if it was a planned sting, then why
I didn't help the nigga.
Why do you gotta find the video rather than he play it himself?
Because he embarrassed by it, right?
No, it was a sting. No, hold on. No, it was an elaborate sting. You ain't embarrassed. You did good work, good police work. You did good legal work. That you showed that they was wild. You showed that they was crazy. You said common nomenclature and common vernacular, and you eased them off, pause, by showing that you was one of them at one point or same point, whatever. But then you would take that and then put that out, not start saying, well, that video ain't how it worked. That was before the conviction. When you start, you lied about that part. Well, then why lie? Why would you lie about some shit that technically you got right? Why would you then say it was before the? Why would you start defending it versus just saying it?
And that's all that lie. See, once you tell one lie, you gotta tell me. So you shouldn't even lie about none of this shit. If that's what I'm saying. If to just be honest, the fact that we already know he going telling Thunder and other people, preempting them about the video and explaining it, like I actually feel as though what he did with the Nubians out there was what he normally do. He was trying to disarm them niggas so he can make a greater point. But the fact that he already feel like I fucked up and this shit is gonna be damaging, then he not giving himself no wiggle room. Like, so a nigga can use that shit completely against him because he's not gonna fall on his sword and admit to what the fuck it really was. Now he's gonna lie and try to cover that shit the fuck up. So now Chief X and them can use that shit however they want to use it. Nigga, you can never live that shit down now. Because the truth is always the simplest way to go, yo. People don't believe that shit. You feel me? People do not believe that shit. They somehow believe that the truth will be more damaging. And it won't be, yo. It won't be. It won't be. Like now, I never was a Nubian. Bro, the truth is more like you're making yourself look crazier. Now regular niggas like us can't believe shit you say out your mouth. You're fucking it up even more. You feel me? Like,
but that's what I mean by all the other statements. All the other, and I agree with you. When you start saying stuff like that, and you start saying you couldn't be there because XYZ, this happened and this thing, it when you start looking at it, it's like, yeah, that don't.
And you don't believe the Egyptians
that shit.
Black, and you never taught that, all that, nigga. Bro, we all believe that shit. Now we can't believe nothing you say out your fucking mouth. You know what I mean? Like you make situations worse. I don't even know how to look at you. Like, oh, it's crazy, man. Like, just oh, that shit gets under my skin to the 10th degree. You feel me? Like,
that's why we didn't do it. Remember how when we saw it, we had this exact conversation and was like, yeah, I ain't, because it's like, because that's what I mean. I just let the shit, because the shit had already come out and nobody said nothing then. So the fact that Chief X did the video, I'm gonna go watch his video, but the fact that it comes out now under Chief X, just keep the same energy. That fuck it. Just let.
So I was under the impression that he had addressed it already, the video.
No, Inky had already right before. I'm not sure because the history and the time frame matters, Corey. That I don't know if it was before their debate or after their debate, but the video was played on Sonnet already. Like Inky had already played it there. It was either before it or after. So this video ain't new to the community.
That's what I'm saying.
The only reason
I thought he addressed it like after that. That's what I'm saying. I know it was.
I don't know if he did. Y'all can tell me, but
I don't know. I was just under. I was just under the impression like he should have. It seemed like he would have said something. Like I just didn't follow it, so I didn't know whether he had said something or addressed it in some type of way.
Not in the Discord. I don't watch the shows. I don't know, but I know this. If he didn't, then that theory of it being a sting and undercover whether, I mean, he knows that shit came out already. He knows that the community, Sinetta got a bigger audience than all of them, and Iggy played it on Sinetta. So this is not, so for people to say they didn't see it, if y'all watch these conscious community shows, you've seen it.
We don't watch that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people in here don't, but I'm saying, but I know a lot of people do. So that means, that's what I was, when we saw it, that's why I was saying, I don't know if we should talk about this publicly, because I don't want to know. Remember we was just talking about deifying Chef, when it was like somebody, you can't make Martin Luther King above. If you found out that he said some shit or did some shit that was crazy as hell like that, nobody should be above that part. So if you find out that they're above that part, then it becomes like, now you running into like a cult. You running into some cult shit. Like, if you can do no wrong.
Do dykes know that they're still females? Or did they go crazy? I'm watching this dyke walk across the street.
Oh my God.
With her pants halfway down, with her butt. You know you're still a female? Are you fucking nuts?
I've come to realize I've only experienced those on social media, but I know exactly what you're talking about, where they actually are dressed like men to an extent.
She got her pants halfway down and her boxers showing, just walking like you a boy. Your ass fat as shit. Is you?
Yo, what the fuck are you doing? Yo, we are definitely in the barbershop.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, oh, go ahead, my bad, dude. This shit is.
But yeah, I don't even feel right talking about this shit right now. Because it's such a wild. Because see, that I told you, that kind of shit is gonna irritate me, Chef. Thunder irritated me immediately. Immediately, he it don't matter whether he did or he didn't, but it's just that you would, rather than just leap to what it actually is, just immediately just start capping. Just immediately, I just can't understand that shit. For the life of me, I can't understand that shit. Just immediately, like, well, what if it was when Dr. J was still playing? Would that matter? Like, come on, man. Crazy, just crazy shit.
Yeah, that shit don't make no sense. Like, you know what I mean? It don't make no sense, but I guarantee you, what it really is simpler than, you dig what I'm saying? But a motherfucker don't never take the easy road. A motherfucker will always take the motherfucking rough side of the mountain up. You feel me? Like, he'll rather make everybody else feel like they fucking crazy instead of just saying what the fuck it is. Like, he will convince everybody else that you're crazy, and instead of, yo, what the fuck it really is, yo? Like, why shit gotta be that fucking complicated? You know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, so some people like the hard way. Like, it's, yeah, for some reason.
Narcissism, Chef. It's called narcissism.
Yeah, you'll make things more difficult than the fucking truth. Like, bro, I was talking to some Nubians, right? I was trying to make a greater point. I didn't want to argue over everything, and I wanted to soften them niggas up. Niggas would be looking like, now, it'll always be people who will be like, yeah, yo, but you don't never supposed to be agreeing to no bullshit like that. Now, you got to deal with that part. But that's better dealing with that than, I don't know how it was before he got convicted. What the fuck is you going to say? What? Never mind.
Yeah, I told you, all you gonna be left with is anger, bro. It ain't no, just let it.
Yeah, but Chef, I gotta say, in terms of the prospect of him just wanting to agree with them. He could just use the fact he was a former Nubian to agree with them. He ain't have to go as far as to say he thought the legal system did an injustice to Dr. York. Like, to me, that sounds like something he actually believed.
Not only that, the rhetoric, right? The rhetoric was pretty dangerous, right? I was saying that, you know, I would have chose different words, right? To saying that Pops, you know, was getting too much pussy for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was crazy.
You know what I mean? I could see what Chef's saying, but when you use them words, I think that in itself is a little bit over the line.
Like those kind of
A lot of
statements
shit he's
sound like
not gonna be able
something
to get
that
around.
he actually believed that. Like, that doesn't sound like something I'm just trying to keep the peace with these niggas. This sounds like I actually believe he was wrong. He got a lot of pussy. He would have never needed to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, you know, getting on their level will be like, yeah, you know how the white man is, but you know, that, you know what I'm saying?
He know them niggas. Hold on, hey Corey. He know them niggas. The way them niggas was dressed, they wasn't gonna let him get away with that soft shit. He had to commit a little bit more calling them wild ass niggas. You feel me? They would have sniffed that out. They would have sniffed that out a mile away. Up knew what he was talking, and he had to commit to motherfucking getting that conversation.
That was definitely a commitment. I will say that. he definitely committed.
Bro, to sit there and use the words, I think he did a good job. See, like, there's just certain statements that focusing on the one statement is stupid. But when you hear the words, because I think he did a good job with that, and I think we should do that in our organizations, bro. Bro, this is the sting of all stings. This is Law and Order before Law and Order came out. That's crazy. It's not. Just leave it. Just leave it, bro. Just leave. It's too many statements in it that's crazy. It's too many. It's too many. It ain't that one about him not doing it ain't even, you know, that's not even it. The pot that shit is all uncomfortable. Do one of y'all niggas finally decide to just start barking?
Getting chased by a dog.
I almost did. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That nigga smelled that
It was a
moringa.
big old German Shepherd.
He smelled that moringa on your knee. You be rubbing on your knee.
They said they smell that moringa.
You smell that moringa, you be rubbing on your knee so it stop hurting.
I'm walking to the YMCA down the street.
Okay.
And a German Shepherd almost got
Y'all still got a YMCA?
Yeah, YMCA is for old folk like me.
You know what the YMCAs out here are for? Homeless people. They turned all them shits into shelters. That's no disrespect. I mean, it's actually kind of smart. But they turned them all into homeless shelters.
Yeah, they got a big old swimming pool here, and I do like laps about twice a week.
I don't know about swimming in no public pool. Not in 2026.
You know, a drunk got to stay in state.
You crazy as hell. So are you not y'all about to debate or something you were saying? What was you saying? You was willing to debate or something? Or y'all got something set up?
Who?
You.
Oh no, we don't have nothing set up. Sonetta called and wants to set something up, but I don't think Unc's going to be in agreement with the topic or whatever.
What was the topic? Hey, Haskell, we in the Mujasi fire pit room, yo.
What would you say the topic would be?
Well, 2 days ago, Sonetta told me to give him a topic. I haven't gave him one yet, but I'm gonna make up one where Unc can't wiggle. Because he's gonna do the semantics thing and not act like he don't know what black people is and all that sort of crazy stuff.
When you negotiate, you need to say, I need at least 3 times more than what you've given your highest debater.
Right.
Because I agree with Chef on that. You and him, that would be like, that would be a big deal for that community. A very big deal. Well, unless y'all got something else.
Nah, I think we covered so many things. You know what I mean? This has definitely been, we did Black History, we did Blackology, we did, I don't know how we ended up on Francis Cress Welsing. I don't know. Mujasi, he ain't give a fuck about Reggie.
No.
Right? He diverted that whole thing. He used Reggie.
Yep.
To get the fucking Francis Cress Welsing. He didn't give a fuck
He was
about
trying
Reggie.
to make us believe Reggie was credible, so he could get the. And it's not that sounds terrible. He was trying to lean on Reggie's credibility to somehow wiggle Francis Cress Welsing into the room. Hilarious.
That was nuts. He spent the fuck out of us with that one.
We broke so many podcast rules today. We literally talked about Dr. Ben and MLK in the same sentence. We somehow ended up on Reggie, Father Allah and Martin Luther King in the same sentence, just to end up in the summertime with Francis Cress Welsing. Amazing.
Now I'm trying to figure out whether Unc is what's going to be his defense against that disgusting video Chief X posted about him. That might be AI. You feel me?
Where's Thunder at? He ain't came back yet.
No, Thunder crying. Thunder somewhere crying.
Wait, Thunder somewhere crying. That nigga say that shit is over. He like, what? Thunder somewhere crying. That nigga somewhere underneath the table with the gun. Don't know what he about to do.
No, he
on the phone with Unc right now.
On the phone cussing Unc out right now.
Yeah, he on the phone with Unc right now.
I guarantee he cussing Unc the fuck out.
He said he on the phone with Unc right now.
Yeah. He cussing Unc out like a dog. He calling Unc all kind of boys.
He like, yo, you have me up here defending you and shit.
Yeah,
Boy,
he hitting him with more niggas than
he say he looking at it. Thunder said he looking at it.
Listen, bro, if you get on a live show and say the nigga called me and said it happened before the trial, and in the video, the nigga says he's already been arrested, charged, and convicted and sentenced. In the video. If you can get out of that shit, boy, run for Congress. Just run for Congress at this point. Because it's like,
if it's anything other than what I said it was, then I have no choice but to believe that he believed that motherfucking York is innocent and didn't do it, and he's a pedophile defender or protector. If that's the only logical thing that I could come up with, is the nigga was trying to soften their fucking defenses. If
now,
it ain't that,
or people, a lot of these cats be okay with that type of shit, so they defend it.
No, even if you okay with it, the fact that you would say you don't believe the victims, right? Or that, you know what I mean, you don't believe the state or the victims because the victims said he did it. So if he's innocent, you don't believe the state or the fucking victims.
Well, the victims had a sexually transmitted, the victims, it was known that the victims had sexually transmitted disease.
Yeah, right.
That's which is wild. I mean.
So the only thing it could be is that, yo, I was trying to soften them niggas the fuck up. If it ain't that, bro, then everything that Chief X and them say about you, it gotta be true. Ain't no other way around it for me. But that's the only thing I can see from talking to Unc for all of this time. He talked about how he don't fuck with York and how that motherfucker, he the one who put out that York was the biggest child molester in American history. He brought that shit to me. You feel me? So it's no way he could be serious about what the fuck he was saying in that fucking video. No way. No way. So he had to be lying to them niggas to make his overall point. And if he wasn't, if he's saying the video was before, bro, if you come up with, if that's your thing, then you, Chief Exeter might be right about you. I hate to say it.
Hey, Chef, okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and get cussed out real quick.
Go ahead.
So this video got 16,000 views from 2015 to now. Nobody in the conscious community seen this video?
Most people in the conscious community, the rabbit side of it, agrees that that Dr. York is a great person, and the government, the government basically went after him because of his ability to galvanize black people and give them the correct information. Some crazy shit. You dig what I'm saying? Like Sinetta, all of them look at York as being a great person. Like they on record with that shit. You feel me? So
it was the white man trying to bring the black man down.
Yeah.
Is what it is, basically. You know what I'm saying?
But they just don't give a fuck about kids there. Kids don't even matter. Like basically what you're saying is you're essentially publicly saying fuck them kids.
They believe that the white man is a greater liar. You feel me? Than anything, that he can make anybody look fucking crazy if that's what he set out to do, right? So I think that's the biggest thing in it, is that the white man is the greater villain than anything that York could actually do, right? So that
that's part of blackology too, Sheffrin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's part of blackology.
I hate the way you just say yes, sir, but the point. But if it was one child, it would almost be plausible. One, if you're trying to stick a case on somebody and you're like, one, I would think just now, I'm just using my small brain here. If you said one child got taken advantage of and you tried to come with the argument of the government might have tried to do such and such, cool. Over 100? And wives and all other kind of wild ass shit. They don't need to, he wasn't that powerful to even try to, the level of, bro, there's a conspiracy that the NBA draft, there's a conspiracy that the NBA draft is rigged. But in order to, when you look at any kind of conspiracy, in order to believe that the NBA draft was rigged, there would have to be so many people involved in this conspiracy. And over the years, nobody has turned states, not a scorned, fired person, nobody has ever come out and said anything, showed any proof. It would be the longest running con in the history of sports. That would make you at least say, I don't think that's true, but I'll leave myself open to different information. If Dr. York fucked with hundreds of children and was having sex with wives, and they have testimony from these people, that's that whole single coordinated, like there were black, to say the white man wanted to take York down, I'm pretty sure there was black detectives, black cops, there were black people testifying against the same person. So they convinced all of those people too?
They say he got 100 kids.
Yeah, look at what he was doing. He was sleeping with a lot of them people's wives. Of course he got a lot of kids. He was sleeping with damn near every woman that was there. It's so deplorable that you can't it's very dangerous to try to make excuses for it. Once you start making excuses for it, that's what I'm saying. Just leave it. It was already brought up. Chief ain't bringing the shit up. Inky brought the shit up. Chief X just, from what I see, I'm watching some of it right now. You didn't even go, bro. Chief X, what Inky did was way worse than what you did in your video. It was worse, and nobody said a word. So just leave it there. Don't nobody really give a fuck. I'm assuming that's like the same way y'all come to these conclusions. I gotta come to the conclusion that the community actually don't give a fuck. Not about no kids.
You know what's real weird though? In the court, on the land, in the court, these men allow York to separate their wives and children from them.
Yeah.
And men were allowing York to mess with their wives. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna separate my wife from me?
Easy. It's easy when you got, but see, that's where you're giving too much power to Dr. York. Because in a cult, yes, you got the charismatic leader at the top, but you also have people that are facilitating that shit that are a member of it and that are a part of it. It wasn't just him.
Now,
now you at loss for words and shit.
What's Chef and Logic? Okay, Logic
He got a smirk on his face. He got a smirk on his face, so I know he coming to bullshit. He can't even fix his face. The nigga can't even fix his face.
Nah, you know what's funny? Hey, Chef, that's what he was doing for the past 20 minutes. He was practicing. He was practicing in the mirror how he gonna do this bullshit he about to do right now.
I'm gonna go in here and not bust out laughing before I say it.
I'm not gonna go in this bitch and not break into full laughter while I'm telling this bullshit.
That's a fact.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, okay. What she thinks?
He right there.
She gone.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. What you wanted to ask me now?
I didn't want to ask you nothing.
I didn't want to ask you shit.
I'm clear on everything. I'm clear on everything.
What you want to ask Unc now, Thunder? That's the question.
All right.
The question is, what do you want to ask Unc?
That nigga can't even stomach the words. Them shit's right at the bottom of his throat. Pause. He can't even say them shits. He want his mouth like nope. Like, his heart is like defend that nigga. His brain is like shut the fuck up. Don't you do it. You on camera, nigga. Don't do it. Go ahead, Thunder.
Well, my brother said that.
Go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead. I'm listening to you. You saw it. So now what? Is AI?
No, not AI.
Okay. So what's your defense? Look at Chief done laid down. You about to light up some moringa. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm on this incline bench.
Okay. Listen, Thunder. Tell us that we're horrible people. Now I want to be clear, Thunder. We saw this video 2 months ago and didn't say a word. The nigga done called us chimps, bitches, all kind of wild ass names. We still ain't say a word. So just this ain't for trying to destroy the nigga, because we didn't want to say nothing ourselves. So go ahead, Thunder. Tell us we crazy. Tell us we hating and haters and all this other dumbass shit. Go ahead.
All right. I saw the video, and I'm inconclusive, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about the time period. It is.
You watched Chief X video? Well, the video you saw was Chief X video?
I'm talking about Chief X video.
Okay, so listen, Thunder, before you go on. In the video, there's the video that Chief X is showing.
Yeah.
Mind you, we told you we saw the actual video he's critiquing 2 months ago. So In that video, before you go on, so you didn't see Chief X only talked about. I watched the first 10 minutes. I didn't
You
watch
talking about
all
the
the
Doggy
Chief X.
Diamonds? Or the
No, I ain't
one
talking
with the
about.
two
No,
guys?
that video where he makes the statement is a longer video.
The original video.
The original of that video.
Oh,
Chief X critique maybe 2 minutes. In the video, one of them weird ass niggas that he's talking to on the corner says the words. He was charged, he was arrested, he was put on trial, and he was sentenced. In that video. So that video took place.
That's my point. So I don't see that in the video.
Yeah. In that video, it's clear at a bare minimum. Corey said it's post-pandemic.
Oh, hell no.
Wait, he just that's a joke.
That's my bid. I mean,
he did. It was a joke though. But no, but at a bare minimum, that video is post 2004. So it's
wait a minute.
It's post sentencing, Thunder. So he was sentenced April 28th, 2004. So it's post. It's not pre-sentence. It's post sentence.
Thunder, did you hear the part where he said Dr. York did a great job?
Yeah. He said that he did a great job, but he was talking about starting a new. Yeah, he did. He said that. He said he didn't start another organization, right? Remember that?
No, he said, I think he did a good job, and all of our organizations should be like that.
So
that's a wild statement after knowing this man is molestation.
So you can see that I did watch the whole video. But I want to see that. Let me see that original you got. Because y'all was doing the conscious community thing where you play it back in 5 or 6 times.
That was Chief X video.
Yeah, I know. I just want to see. I want to see that whole video you got.
I don't know. Chief X, you saw it. I can't go looking. I try to protect.
All you gotta do is put the video in the search bar. Thunder. The name of the video was right there, bro. You're not trying to do your research. Yeah, so you're not really trying to do no research.
But okay, assume that we're telling you, because the funny thing is, I know we're all gonna be called liars and we're all gonna be called haters. But what I'm saying is, assuming, I guess you need to see the guy say that it was he was charged in his sentence, right? So
that part right there, that's all I need to see.
Right, but when you see that, my curiosity is, then what though? That's what I'm trying to say. The time frame don't matter because
the goalposts keep moving.
Right.
Realize
that was my question.
What you find out is after
the goalposts keep moving now.
Yeah. How you gonna get
First
mad?
it was AI. First it was
AI. Wait, how could you get mad when you find out it's after sentencing, other than he told you it was before sentencing? But the statement is so egregious, that's what we're trying to tell you. It don't matter. That's why we didn't bring it up. Because we know as soon as that video hits, we got it. Now we in the weeds. Nobody said nothing to Inky. Now everybody, like, now Chief Tuck's telling us, how is Sarnetta telling Chief X to take a video down that he premiered on his channel with Inky? He did it with Sarnetta on the panel. Sarnetta was there when Inky did the mix-up, and it was way worse than what Chief X did. When Inky did the video on House of Consciousness, this was months ago. Nobody said a word. They paid for the debate.
So
they
Sarnetta was asking Chief X to take the video.
Yes, Sarnetta told Chief X to take the video down that he was wrong. When months before him and Inky did the video, way worse, bro. Where's that? Hold on. I'm gonna go back in my Discord because I told you, niggas send me this shit. That's why. What the funny thing is, niggas in this community, I don't really talk to dude, but I hope he knows that people that he know hate him. Fuck how anybody else feels about him. The people that send us this shit, it's the niggas next to him. It ain't us. We don't. How would we ever know? I mean, I guess some of y'all niggas watch Sarnetta, but I wouldn't know that Inky was on Sarnetta unless somebody sent the shit to me. So somebody next to him is doing this. What would be the animus? And if the conscious community didn't care when it was aired in front of more people, the shit was more direct and more entertaining, then why all of a sudden with Chief X or us talking about it, why would that be? He didn't answer them then. I'm praying he don't answer the shit now. Keep the same energy. Don't defend that shit. Don't defend it, because you can't defend that shit. And now you calling them that. Wow, you making it worse.
I think people didn't listen to it when Inky did it because of the people Inky has defended in this past and people Inky was associated with.
No, I agree. I agree with you. Didn't that nigga used to live with Polite?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that hey, true. I have a theory. I'm the nigga that says throw the whole thing away. I'm the nigga that mute your mic, Thunder. I'm the nigga that says grab the tablecloth at the end of the kids' party with all the drinks and the chips and all of that shit, and you cleaning up after the party. Just wrap up the whole tablecloth and throw that shit in the garbage, because you got a nigga like Inky sitting next to that lived with Polite, trying to somehow smear the reputation of another guy. Like that shit weird as fuck on the platform of a nigga that he smeared on a platform that highlighted that basically amplified Polite and his scams and grifting and his pedophilia. It's all, that's what I'm saying. Once you start getting into the who did this and that and this and this and this, once you start pointing your finger, you in the multiverse with Loki in there. You don't know what the fuck is going on. So, you know, it gets crazy, but then the modus operandi gonna be this. We're crazy, we're hating. We was not the first person to show this video. Inky was. Sanetta was. So the response gonna be visceral, but if it's visceral, that just turn around and point that shit at Sanetta. Because somehow Sanetta snake ass played the video with Inky on the House of Consciousness, and now he telling Chief X to take it down. This shit, you can't make this shit up. If I told you it was a Marvel movie, it wouldn't make sense. It's too many different dimensions. Weird.
Unc's excuse is gonna be, it's not true because Chief X is a drunk.
Yeah, but but Chief X, that's where I always go to. If that's the case, if that's where we at with it, then the community that's been curated to watch all this shit, and I say this with all meaning and emotion. I don't care if y'all ever watch our show. It's the community itself that needs to be burned the fuck down. It's the community. If you can say that shit like that, then just throw the whole shit away. And then it'll be, well, don't talk about them because these are the people that support us and all this and the other. If y'all will look at something like that and say it's okay because it's him, then y'all, that's the same people that said it was okay when Polite was on the bench with the wild ass hairline. When that nigga said, this was before he became a star in the conscious community. If you can't go back and look at that video and say, we got to throw that nigga in the garbage. He became a star after that, Chief X, after that video of him being on the bench telling dude, I don't care if my master teacher messed with 100 kids.
Crazy.
How does he then leave that bench and become a conscious community draw? How does he become
I believe Polite said the one thing too on the bench. I think in that same video, I think Polite said that Dr. York was getting too much pussy for that to be doing that or whatever. I believe, because that's not the first time I heard that. I heard somebody else say that. Now, I'm not sure if it was on that same video, but I've heard people say, yeah, Dr. York was getting too much pussy. I think Polite said that.
Yeah, Polite said it. There's been other Nubians that was brought onto that platform to defend York multiple times. Yeah, so it's been a bunch of people defending York saying that.
So if that's a wild So this is a thing they do. You know what I'm saying? Like that in itself is pretty wild to me. I live in a different world. Like I know that I'm a different person than everybody on the internet because everybody think I'm crazy as fuck. But to me, like it's just certain little things. Like, I don't need a lot of whole shit. But the fact that these motherfuckers like this is a thing that they do, that is wow, bro. To me. But
Yeah, even Nature Boy, another character on that platform doing similar things, was defending York in a similar manner. So it's just a similar. Yeah, go ahead.
No. You're right. I highlighted the fact you heard that Nature Boy was in the forest and all of that, and everybody's like, "Well, that was the reason why Nature Boy got caught." Bro, he was also, bro, don't you understand? All right, I don't know if any of y'all is gamers, right? Any of y'all gamers at all? Y'all gamers?
You know I'm a gamer.
Okay.
Yeah, it used to be, yeah.
Okay. When you got a streamer, right? Right now, the game that's popular is Arc Raiders. So in Arc Raiders, games take a hard stance on exploits. And even though it seems like a harsh stance, it's a good stance if you want your shit to be somewhat quote unquote fair. So in Arc Raiders, Call of Duty, any of that, if you're a streamer and you online, you playing the game, and you say, now I'm not doing this because I'm cheating, but I'm trying to show y'all what the cheaters is doing.
Right. Yeah,
so
that's
it brings
why.
attention to what they doing. But then when you do it on screen, even if you didn't mean to, you're not trying to cheat to get an advantage. The fact that you went online in front of your viewers, made a YouTube video to show motherfuckers how to do it, even if you saying that that's not what you was trying to do, you get banned too. Does that make sense?
Right, yeah, definitely.
You're ample. So when Sonetta shows Nature Boy in the jungle with men sucking his toes and slapping the shit out the niggas and everybody sitting cross-handed, he got the women bowing down, wild ass shit. You not showing like to turn that into Sonetta cracked the case.
All that wild shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
shit.
That's
your version of cracking the case.
That's the narrative after the third showcase.
Yeah, after
the third showcase, and it's like where's the police report? Did you go to the police?
At what point did you call the police? When he slapped that woman in the face, at what point did you call the police? When you get online because the nigga scammed you out some money and you calling them a pedophile and saying that's his daughter and this, that, and the other, but then when he pay you, I was just playing. I was angry. But then later on, when the nigga gets locked up for the same shit you was ranting about, at what point, that's what I'm saying, this ain't a leader's problem. This is a community problem. The grift and the snake oil has been getting sold so much that it's like Corey, I was thinking about when you said, I thought I heard the Dr. York was getting too much pussy shit. You know what? The first thing I thought about, and y'all gonna be mad when I say this, but I thought about the gorilla. The first thing when you said that shit, because you said that shit just now, how you said, I also heard about the gorilla shit and all that. Remember when you said, remember when all that shit happened? And you came off mute and was like, well, hold up. I heard the story too. See, now it's like now you don't know what to believe. Now we've been on record since all that shit was over. Okay, apparently there was the video, da. But even in this video, Corey, which is crazy, which is insane. If this video took place in 2004, where the fuck Logic at? Because I don't even know if Logic knows this. In this video that Thunder is watching right now, put the razor down, Thunder, and move your wrist. When motherfucking when in the video that Thunder is watching, if you watch that sick ass shit long enough, A nigga in that video with them wild ass glasses and that King Tut headdress. That nigga says, and I quote Logic, because you know, like the animal sacrifices, like if you was trying to get this thing, you would kill something small.
Hey,
but if you was trying to get a job, hold on. Yeah, look at that funny look. That nigga look. Hey, that nigga look like Haskell's thumbnail. When motherfucking then Logic in the video, that nigga says in that little crowd, if this happened in 04, but if you was trying to get a job or something serious, you got to kill something bigger, like a cow.
Hey, Thunder. Hey, Thunder. Are you pseudo
Hold
killer?
on,
Are
trying to
y'all.
rob a bank in the
Now that we talking
motherfucking
about that,
graveyard, nigga.
Braz, hold on, real quick, y'all, real quick. Because we got to say,
trying to
now that
rob a
we
bank
talking
out
about
that
that, I think we skipped over that a little bit too quick, and that might need to be revisited. You know what I'm saying? Because now, when you look at this, right, let's cancel out the gorilla. Let's take the gorilla out of there. We don't even want to talk gorilla talk no more, right? You in a graveyard stealing Jewish headstones, bro, rubbing blood on them and sacrificing to me. Again, I come from a small town in the Midwest, and I don't see a lot. Okay, y'all done showed me. Y'all done showed me that I'm not as worldly as you guys, right? and I accept it. I'm a small town, half a hillbilly, half a redneck nigga, right? I'm gonna accept it, right? But to me, if you come to Indiana and you get caught in the graveyard, in a Jewish graveyard, mind you, right? You get your ass caught in a Jewish graveyard rubbing chicken blood on a headstone, cutting down tree branches. The police is not gonna ask any questions. They just gonna start shooting you niggas. That's how crazy that shit is to me. And I would say, and if I heard that on if I heard that on the news, Thunder, I would say, you know what? It's too bad that they was brothers, but them niggas deserve that right there.
Hey, Thunder. Are you in the pseudo killers Discord?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Listen.
What's in this corner?
Listen, if I see some niggas in the graveyard putting blood on tombstones or big ass, yeah, them getting shot would be justified. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't. I don't think we need to do a march or a visual or anything like that. That
it
is
ain't even gonna be an investigation, Chef. They're not gonna put the police on 30-day leave. None of that. They going straight to the next call after that. They ain't gonna ask them no questions.
Yeah, that's voodoo. That's voodoo. Them niggas supposed to get shot. I wouldn't even like. How can you even talk to them niggas? How could you even, as a peace officer, go up to them and ask them what the fuck is they doing? Like it doesn't even.
You got to remove them niggas from Earth.
Yeah, you gotta get them out of here. You gotta get them out of here.
But see, that's the crazy part, right? The whole community gonna do what Thunder tried to do 40 minutes ago. They gonna start talking about Nubian and all this other shit. When it was said, fuck what was said. Just it's gonna be all this other shit. In the video, it says in the chat, Steph, he said, don't act like y'all part of the conscious community. What the fuck does that have to do with see, it's gonna be so much other shit. That's why I'm glad somebody else did that shit. I'm glad somebody else brought the shit out. Why y'all keep talking like y'all not a part of the conscious community? If you think I'm a part of the conscious community, you ain't got it. You don't even. Oh man. All right, brother. You got it. Just go ahead. I'm fully.
Hey, what that mean? That's a red herring, Braz. To
No,
certain
we
shit you don't
like
address.
the audience. What they don't realize, we're like the audience. We're watchers of the conscious community. Yeah, the same way y'all watch the conscious community and laugh and shit stuff, we do the same thing. We just made channels where we can motherfucking get together and laugh about the conscious community the way y'all do in the chat. We chat niggas just like y'all.
We're trying to help the conscious community.
Yeah, we chat niggas.
Not me.
That's
I
all we
don't
is.
step in and help these niggas, yo.
We told them back when we were pseudo
I know you wanted to
killers,
jump in on it, but you actually might be a part of the conscious
community. We told them back when we were pseudo killers.
There's a long divide between you actually get calls from Sadetta on the phone. You might be that might be enough of a qualification. I'm not saying you're doing all that wild ass shit.
Yeah, Chief X, you definitely in the conscious
you're
community.
in the conscious.
Yeah, I am. I'm definitely. I've been in since '91.
You debate them niggas. You done debated Jabari.
I'm a veteran card. I'm a card carrying veteran.
Yeah, you in the greatest, longest beef in the conscious community. This shit between you and Unc, like ever since that assault flare that y'all had, y'all niggas been at each other necks. You know what I mean? You didn't expose Garfield. You didn't did a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? You conscious community Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I sure am.
And then I think another thing that makes you conscious community though is, and it kind of goes back to that Black history conversation we was having earlier. Some of y'all's history as far as Black history starts off with niggas like, not starts off, but in the beginnings of your interest, it starts off with real conscious community niggas that the rest of the world really ain't never heard of. Yeah. If you telling me like Diop and Ben and like, well, I think yours is Karinga or Kwesi.
Matuathar. He say Matuathar.
Right. So if your shit start off there,
right, I'm definitely
you starting off in the conscious community. If my shit start off with Thurgood Marshall, a presentation in middle school about Thurgood Marshall or Frederick Douglass, that ain't the conscious community. I swear to you, bro. To hear people talk about the importance of these guys that y'all talk about, I almost want to go back to my teachers and be mad that they didn't, like, how the fuck did y'all not, how did Dr. Ben and Diop and Unesco and ASCAC and all of this shit that y'all talk about, how does it not, this is fucked up.
Check this out.
If it's serious, how could it not make it into some curriculum to teach Black kids?
Right.
Then I gotta say it can't be that fucking serious then. Can't be.
Right, check this out. My family, my siblings, mom and dad, my brother and sister, they never heard of no Dr. Ben, no Ashwa Kwesi, and none of these people.
Yeah,
these people ain't that popular. It's just a small community.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have to be in it. You'd have to be in it. And here's the thing. At least you're in the shit somehow addressing the actual shit. Like I'm watching the shit from a distance, but part of the reason why I could never actually, I still don't even understand why y'all talk about Egypt so much. So it seems like a distraction, because the fact that a motherfucker gonna go live, right? And somehow start in this, it's gonna be Egypt and Nubia and all this other shit. It's like, I fully expect everybody to just go right back to talking about this, because Chief X already played on Sonetta.
Brass, do you know who Carter G. Woodson is?
Yeah.
Right? And you know Carter G. Woodson is mainstream, right? Everybody going, right? And then especially Black people is royalty. He started Black History Month, right? He's the father of Black history, right? Now, he started off the history of Black people with fucking Egypt and Nubia. He did that shit back in 1915.
So that Egypt shit is ingrained. There's no way around that shit. So the people who talking about Egypt are not as the people who are
As
talking about
popular and
Egypt is
famous.
not as far flung as we try to act like they are today.
That's
The
just how. Let me jump on
early
that, Brad.
people that teach us about history started off reading the Bible, right? Most people in the black community in the 1900s, in the early 20th century, I say, at the turn of the 20th century, 1900, right? The smart people in the community was the people who knew the Bible the best.
Right.
Y'all realize that? When
Right,
these
that's true.
people start moving north, the people who had a command of the Bible was looked at as some of the most intelligent people in the community. And then guess what? These people, black people who wanted to have a sense of themselves, they will read about Egypt and Nubia in the Bible and then connect themselves back because that was the only history that they knew. So the shit is ingrained no matter, you feel me?
I
If
mean,
you're looking for
it's
your place in
ingrained.
this,
It's
and the
ingrained
only
in popular.
history that you're given is the Bible, and then you find out that Egypt is in Africa, right? Then you're going to start to make those connections automatically. You dig what I'm saying? So it's ingrained. You know what I mean? It's layers to this shit. You know what I mean?
And Egypt,
It's layers.
Egypt is so much a part of popular culture and the education system too, because most anthropology courses, you know, they're gonna basically say that civilization started in the Nile Valley. You know what I mean? And then you got Greece and Rome, and of course, Greece and Rome is the precursors to, you know, pretty much our modern society. So there's no way to tell even human history without, you know, talking about like, there's no way around Egypt, bro. I'm sorry. Like, if you even think about in the 90s when niggas was calling sisters Nubian queens, and niggas ain't know what the fuck a Nubian was. Ain't know it. Think about that. That shit diffused into black popular culture to that degree, to where regular everyday, you know, people use the term Nubia to describe
Mesopotamia.
the.
But that Haskell, I'm gonna tell you what's even more crazier. Early on, they used to say that Egypt was the cradle of civilization, right? But white people felt as though Egypt was black. So they stopped saying it. They moved the origin of civilization to Mesopotamia because they felt as though Egypt was black. They used to push that shit. You feel me?
Nah,
So
I
they
don't know about that
moved.
one.
No,
I
they
don't know
moved
about
the
that one.
cradle of civilization.
What
I'm
white people
telling
was
you, they
pushing that Egypt was black? What? Who are you talking about?
no white people. The connect that what
No,
they
somebody
used to
got
say.
background.
Yeah, they used to say that the connection to Egypt and black people was so pronounced that they couldn't even stomach it.
Nah,
They moved the origin of
you went off the
civilization
rails.
into
You went off the
Mesopotamia.
rails there. You, your
I
answer.
promise you.
No, listen. Your answer is correct, but when I check your paper and look at your work, you arrived there somehow by chance, because at no point was there anything in the line of like any sort of consensus among white people or white scholars that Egypt was black. That never happened. You had people like
No,
hold on.
see, you jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun. You're jumping the
How am I
gun.
jumping the gun?
You're jumping the gun. I'm saying that the connection to Egypt and Africa and to black people was too pronounced for white people. So they moved what they said was the cradle of civilization out of Egypt and
Oh
Africa
yeah,
and put the shit in
yeah.
Mesopotamia.
Okay, see, that's why I said I agree with your answer, right? Because that is what motivated them to start pushing that Near East stuff and Mesopotamia being the cradle and all of that. Yes, because Egypt is in Africa, and it's troublesome. You know what I mean? And they don't like it. You know, see, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and it
But
was a
but
lot
but
of them
but but
who
but but
had to
Brad, I'm gonna tell
acknowledge.
you like this, bro. I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. Just give up, like the Egypt shit and trying to figure out why people talk about like like I tell niggas all the time, dog. Egypt is the '90s Bulls, bro. It just ain't no way around them niggas, dog. I'm sorry to say, it is what it is, bro. They the '90s Bulls. They the '60s Celtics, bro. It is what it is.
How you gonna leave the Lakers out?
I think when y'all call them the '90s Bulls, the conversation, maybe not you, but the conversation from different parts of communities, the different people discussing it. If you're saying that it was talked about in 1915, and we're in 2026, the level of grifting and snake oil sold and predatory behavior gets masked when you just call it the Black Egypt conversation.
I
When you
agree.
look at how much
Let me ask you this, Brass. Let me ask you this. Before you met us, and you sound like a pretty educated guy, but before you met us, if you was talking to your son and them about motherfucking ancient civilization and black people, I guarantee you connected Egypt to black people. Because it was prevalent.
Yeah.
Until you start talking to us and we start saying that the Egyptians wasn't black, most black people who went to we already assumed that Egypt was black. It was common. Right. You know what I mean? This is a nuanced conversation when niggas saying in the black community that the Egyptians ain't black. We the crazy niggas for saying that shit. That the Egyptians ain't black.
No, that's cool.
What black people say that shit?
No, that's cool. But here's the crazy part. Even amongst y'all don't all agree on whether they was black or not. There's a side that agrees they black. There's a side that doesn't agree. But I'm saying I don't think if everybody was having a genuine conversation, like I believe Haskell's trying to have a genuine conversation. Chef, I believe you're trying to have a genuine conversation.
Don't believe that.
Yeah, that's true. But
Damn, bro.
In Haskell's defense, I'm gonna say it like this: in Haskell's defense and Chef's defense, I'm about to get to a point because I don't think they've ever said "pay me to talk about it" or "pay me to hear me" or "pay." Hold on,
I got to defend myself. I ain't like that a while ago.
Hold on, pay me here. Pay, buy this shoe, buy this. What they call that shit with the It looked like the DNA, not DNA. It looked like the male symbol or the female symbol. What's that shit called? The shit they be wearing. Yeah, buy this. Matter of fact, now that you bought this, I know it only costs $1,000 to go to Egypt and stay for a few days and do tourist shit. But why don't you pay me $5,000 so I can show you how to talk to the mummies and all this other shit? I like or the black man is God and all of that. See, like when you doing that kind of shit, you hiding your grift and your scamming through cash apps, super chats, and actual predatory shit on the community, while also saying you helping the community.
I agree, but the lie
that's problem. That's very problematic.
Yeah, but the lie that we proliferate too much is that saying that the Egyptians was black is a conscious community thing. I'm saying black people have been believing that since the turn of the 20th century, right? And the conscious community just talk about it more intelligently and nuanced than everybody else. But most black people, it's already ingrained in us that, Egypt black, white people was lying. That's like a motherfucker ain't never had to read Dr. Ben or nothing like that before that. We already believe that shit.
I agree,
this shit come prepackaged.
But if y'all take it right, I agree, but Chef, but it's been taken. I'm not gonna say you can't see it, but if it's been taken and weaponized for some real negative, nasty shit. If it's been taken and weaponized and politicized in this community, whether y'all have the exact information or the right information, if it's taken to somehow rob niggas and mess with kids and all of that shit it's a furtherance of that kind of shit. And the thing is, it's like, and you can't really call it scamming or grifting because then it comes back to, well, we just talking about Egypt, what the whole world is talking about.
So believing that Egypt is black, you think kind of predisposes you to aberrant behavior, or it's like
I think it hides the aberrant behavior. I think what it does is
all black people believe that though.
No. I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not talking.
We all believe.
Nah, Chef. He
right?
said no though. He said no.
I know,
he said no.
but
Yeah,
that's
you
not
got
my point.
to stop that with that all.
No, that's not my point.
All.
I'm saying that all black people, right, have believed that they lied about our history to some degree. That it was a concerted effort to not tell the greatness of our history. In Egypt, and all of the great things about Africa was a part of that distorted history that white people never wanted us to learn completely. That is ingrained in black people without the conscious community.
But before I came to y'all, let me say this to you though, Chef. But when I watched the movie Gods of Egypt and everybody in the movie is white,
you was disgusted,
right? But no. What I'm saying, no. I could be disgusted, but I don't think that I should pay you $5,000 to take me to Egypt to make me feel better.
Yeah, but see, that's I'm talking about on the normal level.
That's like
not the people that's
like
gonna ever go to Egypt, just what black people believe in general. And we all believe in general that the Egyptians in them was black and it was a part of the stolen black history that they never wanted to tell
legacy.
us. Yeah.
Well, now let me ask you a question. Okay, so then since we're doing the stolen thing and we're trying to right wrongs, why do it seem like Egypt is the only wrong?
No, they
one.
moved it to the original the original, all of the people, right? It started to get disgusting. Now the Israelites was originally black. You know what I mean?
No. That's not the question he asking though, Chef. He's saying as far as like black folks, why is it the only one that it seems like it's the only one that we're contending for.
And I'm saying it's not. And then I went to black people believing that the
Israelites. Yeah, that's true. And the Moors, too.
And the Moors and anybody else, even the Native Americans. Like, it gets disgusting. Niggas will keep going. You feel me? Niggas will keep going.
But Brass, anything that's in contention is gonna be, you know what I mean? It's got to be in contention for it to be hotly debated. So, like for instance, there was a point in time where they taught that the West African kingdoms, the three classical West African kingdoms, wasn't black. Like science, they used to teach that shit. You know what I'm saying? They used to teach that Zimbabwe wasn't black, like ancient Zimbabwe. But after a while, you know, those places are so black, it's ridiculous. Like they had to let that shit go. But the Egypt shit, you know, there's enough ambiguity there for them to exploit. So they're not gonna give that Egypt shit up to niggas like, nah. Now they done reconstituted some shit to say, oh, yeah, black doesn't even exist. And you know, they range in color from this to that. But
that's a disgusting argument.
We don't believe in black and niggas eat that shit up and regurgitate it and think they saying something smart.
Man. Bro, listen, don't let me get in y'all way. Don't let me get in the way.
Nah, you can't. That shit is a metal ball rolling downhill, bro. You can't nothing stop that shit.
Man.
Because it's an opposite side that's pushing back just as hard. So that's keeping the energy going. You feel what I'm saying? Like a lot of the people
what side are you on, Haskell?
I'm on the block. Come on, man. You know what side I'm on, man. You know who I rap, man.
What side are you on? Egypt is black, right? Egyptians is black?
No doubt.
Okay. So if I think that you're sensible. And you're saying that Egypt is black. Egyptians is black. And I also think Chef is sensible. And he says Egyptians weren't black.
Mm-hmm.
When y'all just argue when y'all try to then say that the whole world's talking about it, but I got to come to the conscious community essentially for clarity, and watch two people that I think are very sensible in their real life be so far apart on what I guess would be a simple, this not simple, but
it's not simple
I
though.
took you, I changed the word, political or however you want to word it type of answer. Then that's why I highlight y'all not. Do you know that y'all energy and vigor and research for this is just being snake oil? Like, even if y'all not snake oil salesmen, y'all contribute to this shit too.
What are you talking about? I think you're trying too hard now.
So you don't. So if Egyptians are black, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's do you have what's the word, y'all? Do you have scientific
in the
proof
game?
that they were,
Oh.
I can't Chief X got mute out. Do you have scientific proof that the Egyptians are black? Or is that just how you feel?
Yeah, scientific proof that would point to that, but somebody being black isn't really a matter of science because it's not a scientific designation.
So what's your argument?
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you mean. What's your argument in 2 sentences that they're black? As much as you could boil it down for me, what's your argument? Something that I would understand.
I said mainly the artwork. You know, is just overwhelmingly like, particularly if you start from the old kingdom and you come forward, it's just not a question. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at Pharaoh, if you look at Huni, and these are families, by the way, right? So you can look at the dad, the son, the grandfather, the great grandfather, right? And it's notated in their writings. So if you look at Huni, then you look at Khufu, then you look at Khafre, then you look at Menkaure, then you look at, you feel me?
Yes.
And you can see Menkaure have waves, right? Straight up waves, and then the same king at a later date got little twists. That's a nigga. And if his daddy is such and such, that's a nigga too. And
Okay,
they got pictures and all that shit. So it's easy.
Last time I saw French Montana, he had waves and it did tight.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Chef, can you
hold on, hold on real quick.
French braid looser than a bitch, man.
This is the problem, bro. This is the problem in the community. I clearly, in our Discord, showed that those were not waves and it was a headdress. But he gonna continue to say that they're waves. This is the problem with this community.
You still saying that stupid shit?
No, hold on, Haskell. I'm trying to prove a point. I appreciate that, Chief X. Chef, what's wrong with Haskell's statement in regards to why Egyptians is black? And then in the 2 or 3 sentence thing, tell me why they not. Or anybody or anybody that can expound on it if Chef is busy. Somebody in 2 or 3 sentences tell me why they not black and what's wrong. And maybe it's Chief X to do it. What's wrong? Why are they not black? You told me the headdress thing, so you pointed to his argument. Give me in 2 or 3.
I agree with Chief X. I agree with Chief X on the point that Haskell just brought up. So I think he's looking at the art and the iconography wrong. He's not taking the explanations. He's making his own explanations of the art and the iconography. So I can't even argue against it. Like, if he's going to say that they waves when there's clearly a cap on the guy's head, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so stay right there. Why in 2 or 3 sentences? Why are they black? Why are they not black?
Why are they not black?
Like your simplest layman explanation, if you can.
I believe it was what we consider black people now in Egypt, but I don't think that was the main portion of the population. And I don't think they're responsible overall for that civilization, even though they do show up there. The same way that you have black people in France. You know what I mean? You wouldn't say that because you have black people in France and some black people in French iconography and their art, right? And you wouldn't say that that's a black civilization.
Okay.
If I didn't break up.
No, you didn't. I caught the end of that. So, and now DQ put in the chat they're neither white nor black. They're an indigenous African culture. So my point is, now DQ sensible, you're sensible, and Haskell sensible, but the conscious community, the average person. Oh, that's what UNESCO said. That's what DQ said. But the average person coming into this community would be like completely. Like I wouldn't come to y'all for clarity and y'all discuss it the most, because y'all like you'd almost have to kind of have an ignorance is bliss kind of thing and assume it doesn't really affect your everyday life whether they black or not. Anyway, so you understand what I'm saying by that? Like if I watched Gods of Egypt and got mad, okay, cool. Then I went to work the next day. I got past it, watched another movie. Maybe I watched 12 Years a Slave, felt a little better. I don't know. But if I then spent 4 years, 5 years in the conscious community doing cash apps, watching videos, niggas talking about different shit, all kind of shit, I think at some point, like I don't think in order to get clarity, you got to do that. If that's what you truly trying to, if you're trying to get clarity on whether they black or not, I don't think the conscious community would be technically where you would go to get it. I think you'd go to school if it really bothered you.
But school ain't gonna give you that either, because it's just as schizophrenic. The discussions in mainstream academia is just as schizophrenic as the conscious community. A lot of goalposts moving, just like Chef pointed out previously. The Nile Valley was uniformly considered a cradle of civilization, and then at a later date they moved it to Mesopotamia. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas started, latching on to Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't nowhere you're gonna have this conversation isn't clean anywhere.
But if mainstream academia is not where is not clean anywhere, then why do everybody, when they're trying to prove that they're right over the next guy, go get mainstream academia?
Let me answer your question, Brass.
Go ahead.
Said, how do we know that they aren't black? The DNA evidence says so today. It said so in 2017. We've cleared that up. If the DNA comes to court, you got to get the guy out of jail. He didn't do it. It's the case is closed right there. The DNA says they're related to modern day people right now in 2026 that live in Egypt and North Africa. It's the game is over.
But Chief X, deal with that last question I just said. So
okay,
if academia, so I could just look up real quick, because this is what y'all about to fight now that we got AI. AI says, is this AI ancient Egyptians? It pretty much says what I think those people say, I don't know, but it says ancient Egyptians were a Northeast African population with biological and cultural continuity with populations in the Nile Valley and surrounding regions, not a single modern racial category like black or white. So if that's what academia in a nutshell is saying, why, because Haskell just told me that the conversation ain't clear nowhere, but every time YouTube people are arguing with other YouTube people, they go get Dr. what's his name? Keita or or this doctor or that doctor to come in and somehow referee this whole shit. When if the academia says they neither black nor white, they're a Northeast African population, then why doesn't the conversation stop right there? Or why doesn't it stop?
Let me tell you why, because it doesn't give clarity. Say, for instance, a little 10-year-old boy wanted to know if the Egyptians looked like him. If the answer is that they're neither black nor white, they're indigenous Africans, this 10-year-old boy is still going to be confused in his head. I don't understand that. Well, do they look like me or no? Like, who are they? If they're not black, not white, who are they? So it still leaves confusion.
Well, I think a
You just
10-year-old.
added.
I think a
Yeah, you
10-year-old can
just added
understand
from.
The
that
answer's
that
already out.
but it's the same way. So it's I think a 10-year-old could understand that a Chinese person ain't neither black or white, or a Native American ain't neither black
But
or
then
white.
you
I
describe
just
that
don't.
those
I
But
don't
what
people
the
think
as.
hardest thing is for
But
a
hold on,
person
but Corey,
to
the truth.
if the child had a
We
question
can say.
about what your, if the
Hold on,
child
though.
had
Let
a
me say
question
this one.
about
It's too
Let
many
me
people
say this.
talk. It's too many people talking.
I had just started talking, and then I
No,
didn't
go ahead,
finish yet.
Corey. I'm telling everybody else, take a humble out. Go ahead, finish your
Yeah,
statement.
yeah. 2 more seconds. I'm saying
No, take your
so.
time. You got the floor.
I just wanted to say that, it wouldn't be confusing in that way, for a 10-year-old boy. He understands that Mexicans ain't neither black nor white. And so I don't think I just don't think that was a problem. I done forgot my other point that I was gonna make, but go ahead, y'all.
Stay right
Yeah,
there,
but
Corey.
if the child,
I think a
you
10
could tell a child,
10-year-old boy is already clear that they're not Japanese or Asian or anything like that, or Native American.
No, I'm
if you
saying in the
told,
same way that they not black or white. Like the thing is, what I was gonna say
yeah,
is
but
the
that,
questions that he want to know, that 10-year-old black boy want to know, is
Mhm.
very clear in that. It's very
yeah, but
clear.
he could get,
He want
but
to
Corey,
know
the difference,
the black boy. Hold on, the black boy want to know whether them motherfuckers was black or white. And the
right? No,
question
the black
said,
boy,
no, they are
right,
neither black
right.
nor
But
white.
Corey,
So the answer
but
is
Corey,
clear.
but Corey, if somebody were to ask that same, if that 10-year-old boy were to say, okay, what did your typical Han Chinese look like during the Ming Dynasty? Right? They're gonna say, oh, they look like Asian people, like Jackie Chan or whatever. Boom, they got instant clarity. They wouldn't describe the Ming Dynasty as, well, they were
They
neither
look
black
like
nor
North
white.
Africans, like the people that's there. That's
You
what
know
I
what I'm
would say.
saying? Listen, I'm saying, I'm
Like,
setting that.
what are you guys saying here? Y'all trying to
Hold
make
on.
this harder than what it is. This is what
You're
I'm
making
saying,
a,
Brass, and I'm glad you said the
hey, but you
ignorance
making a
is
whole different
bliss,
argument, though,
right?
Corey. You
And
making a
I'm
whole
glad
different
you got this
argument.
Hold on,
clean.
Haskell, let him. Hold on,
I'm
Haskell,
glad
finish.
you got this
No, you can't
clean,
move
like
I know he did. Just let
uninfluenced
him finish. He's gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
type of viewpoint. Like it's clean, right? But so everybody else make it complicated because they've been in this community, and it's like, oh, and you didn't say any nuance and all that old bullshit. That's what get to play in this community, right? But listen, when the shit is clean, right? Like neither black nor white, right? That's clean. You don't have to ask any more questions. You see what I'm saying? When you start in with all the other
I
bullshit.
disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Well, can I get my word in, Haskell? I've been waiting. I
Go
think
ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with Corey, but then we have to like turn over all the thinking to that Africans all look one way. We
No, you
know that
wouldn't.
Asians.
No, you wouldn't.
No, because he
Why
said
not?
you could just look at the Ming Dynasty. That's what I was gonna say. Haskell
Ran
said
all
you
the
could
way
just
off to China.
no, listen. It was a good point. No, it was a good point, Haskell said. You can look at the Ming Dynasty and be like, well, what they look like? Well, you can say, well, hell, they look like Asian. Look at the motherfucking Asians right now. Same thing you
Yeah,
can
but
do.
that's
Why wouldn't you be
but
able
that's
to do
my
that
point.
with the Egyptians?
Yeah, but Corey, that was my point, right? It wasn't in so much about did the ancient Egyptians look this way or that way. I'm speaking to the point of clarity as so far as what Brass is asking about, right? And if someone were to ask me about the Ming Dynasty, I wouldn't say they were neither black or white. That would be similarly as nebulous as using that type of language to
No,
describe
because the
Egypt.
question would have to be asked. Obviously, there was a question there asked, Haskell.
You cut me off. You cut me off. I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm not done. If I were to, if somebody asked me about the Ming Dynasty, I would say they look Asian. And people within our cultural container, when you use that terminology, they understand exactly what you mean. They know you're
And
not
when you
talking
say
about
they
no.
look African, people
They
going to
know.
think a certain type of way, which is the point I was trying to make, Hazel. That's why we need to teach
but
that it's
Howard,
more.
Until you
but Howard,
specific and you say they look
They
North
didn't say
African.
they look African. They didn't
no,
say they look African, right? Because if they know if somebody say that they look African, they know
It's
that
gonna go right
people are
back
going
to
to
black.
mainly think
So
black
they not gonna
African.
use that
So they
terminology.
so they
right,
They're
they
not gonna
answer.
wouldn't
use
So
use
they
that.
answer. They don't look black or white. And when the kid says, when that kid, I was about to answer your question, using academia, the truthful answer when that child says, "Do they look like me?" Kid level but accurate. Some of them did. Some of them probably didn't. That's it. So what else? So now what? Now take me to Asia and start talking about the Han Dynasty or whatever the hell you talking about.
Hey,
Why can't
before
it
you
stay
do that
right
though,
there?
can
So
you
you
do me?
need more. So do you need more
No,
clarity
listen to
than
what I'm.
some did and some didn't?
Listen, I don't need any clarity. I know who. I have a perfectly clear conception in my head about what the
What's wrong
Egyptians
with
look
the
like.
academic answer, Haskell? Some
Brass just
did and
told on
some
him.
didn't.
Brass just told on himself.
Hold on.
Why did I tell
Hold
on
on,
myself?
guys.
I'm curious.
You
I have a
told on yourself.
perfectly.
Wait, go
I have
ahead.
a
Go ahead.
You
So
don't like
wait,
the Han
Haskell.
Dynasty.
Wait, Haskell.
He got something against the Han Dynasty.
Yeah. Why? How did I tell myself? I'm just curious. 1 second, Haskell.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Brass. Was the Egyptians black or black to you?
No, they're
Brass,
neither
you
black.
having a conversation with ChatGPT though.
Yeah.
Right. So
I didn't
hold
say.
on. How do you ask ChatGPT a Chief X question?
I said, what does mainstream academia say?
Yeah,
What if
but then
if
you
a 10-year-old
said
boy said, "Do they look like me?" What would mainstream academia says? It says the truthful answer, kid level but accurate. Some of them probably did. Some of them probably didn't. Ancient Egypt had people with many different looks, just like countries today.
That's great.
So Brass is saying, but Brass believes that. I think Brass is saying that they were all mixed. It might be 50% black. It might be 50%.
I don't
North
know.
African.
I'm just telling you. But that's what I'm saying. Y'all fighting with academia, not me.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm saying, so what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Fight that answer.
No, but academia roughly backs that up too, Chef. That's essentially what academia. You'll find that same sentiment in academic circles, right? But let me clear up one thing, right? For me, the conception is very clear, right? And I don't deify academics or academia in general. Like its root is in racism and it's still there. That doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater. But I don't look at anything that academia puts out as a dictate or an edict, right? I have mental faculties of my own. I can collate information and come to a conclusion on my own. Academia doesn't dictate my thinking, right? Some people, they're not that adept at thinking. They're not critical thinkers like that. So I get it. They need somebody high on up putting out edicts that they can go regurgitate. That's never been me since legit, right? But I want to say another thing real quick, Brad.
Hold up, Haskell. Let me ask
Hold on.
real quick. I just want to ask Brass, did you specify in your chat GPT whether that kid was a white kid or black kid or anything, or you just said kid? I just wanted to know.
I said a 10-year-old child. Y'all didn't say a black one, so I could look up. I asked him.
Exactly.
I don't think that's
Brad,
child.
hey, hold on. I wanted to say something, right? This is why I don't like having these conversations, really. Like I'm trying to stay away from them because on both sides, niggas don't keep it real. Niggas just can't talk like, straight up nigga to nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a lot of gamesmanship. I can't even have a regular convo, right? And niggas will gaslight you to fucking death on both sides, right? Now, I want you to do me a favor, right? I want you to go into into this chat, not the Discord chat, but this chat right here, and look at them pictures I just put in the Discord, right? Tell me when you see them.
Go ahead.
All right, boom. Buddy at the top. Them is fucking waves. That ain't no motherfucking cap.
Oh, you
right?
talking to them? Good.
Yeah, but you looking at the picture, right?
No, I'm looking also. I just can't. Yeah, I'm looking.
It's not waves. It's called a
Hold
cap
on.
crown.
No,
It's not.
I don't know. I'm looking at the picture. I don't know
Hold
for
on.
sure.
Hold on. I'm just walk with me. Chief, give me a minute. I'm talking to Brad. Brad, do you see the pictures?
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures.
But I'm saying
Yeah,
that those
If that is his head, he had a cold ass lineup.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. That king on the left, right? I'm saying that them is waves, right? And the way how I could prove or that solidified in my mind that them is waves, because that same king grew his shit out and twisted his shit up. Do you see that on the right hand? Do you see that on the right hand side?
Lies.
Can I?
Which picture?
I'm not
Which
talking
picture
to
is
you.
the twisted?
No. Hey,
Which
so
picture-
can I give
which
you my
picture is
honest
the
assessment?
twisted
Can I
one?
give you my honest assessment, bro? My honest assessment, not knowing nothing. I'm gonna give you just honesty.
What other assessment would I be looking for? But hold on, Brad. No. Hold on. Hold on, real quick. Don't do the you wouldn't know thing.
No, because
you ain't gotta know nothing about
No, the
Egypt.
reason why I said that, Haskell, is because my other answers came from ChatGPT. Now I'm going to give you an answer that comes
I
from
don't get. Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not going to put them in ChatGPT and see what they say. Just based off what I'm looking at, that first guy looked like he got 360 waves. That's what the first guy looks like. The other one looks like that's his hair to the right of him. That looks like his hair sitting underneath some form of a headdress of some kind.
Right.
Hold on.
Beautiful, right?
Hold on. Wait. And the two underneath that.
Don't speak on that yet. Wait.
Okay,
I'm making a point. I'm making a point, right?
Yes.
All right. If a nigga say Buddy on the left is a headdress, right? Okay, I can rock with it. I'ma entertain it, right?
I didn't say that.
But if no, man, I'm doing a thought exercise here.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
If Ex Negro says that Buddy on the left got on a headdress, right? Okay, boom. Maybe you legitimately believe that, right? But now, if I show you the same king with twists, that eliminates that headgear shit, right? Because it stands to reason that that's that nigga hair. It grew out and he twisted that bitch up. Cause that's what niggas do. That's how that work, right? That's just regular nigga shit, man. A nigga gonna look at me, oh well, give me all this old bullshit, right? Now let's go down the dog on the bottom. Let's go down the dog on the bottom, right? And that's my problem with this discussion. And Egyptology does this shit. Anything that looks black or give any inclination of black is something to explain it away. They say them locks that I'm looking at, them ain't locks. That's a wig, right?
Oh, what you put in the chat, Chief X got some explaining to do. What you put in the chat is true there, DQ. Oh shit.
Almost done, right? They say that buddy on the bottom, that ain't locks I'm looking at. That's a wig. It's a nigga like Zahir Wise. He just decided to shave his head off and put some nigga locks on. Okay, fine. Let me rock with it. I'm gonna walk with you, right? But then when you find iconography of the same king with a motherfucking afro, that shit go out the window. That nigga grew his afro out and twist that bitch up and let it lock and grow. That's what happened. But nigga gonna sit there and that's how I know nigga not being honest in these discussions. Now, does that make the Egyptians black? Not necessarily. Maybe predominantly they wasn't this. But
Okay, can somebody else talk? Can somebody else talk for a minute?
Go ahead. My bad.
Hey,
Okay.
So that what Trick Daddy was talking about back in the day.
Yeah.
G-Pax, why would you cut him off though, G-Pax?
Okay,
Hey,
well, I'm
hey,
just asking.
He was digging. Listen, he was if he wasn't saying nothing serious and you got him, let the nigga talk.
Continue to talk. Let me know when I can.
Yeah, let him go. What the fuck?
Are you finished, Haskell?
I had to rap my Trick verse, dog. I had to rap for the home team, dog. Niggas had to twist up the fro, let it lock and grow. Quick to go to gunplay about that flow.
Yeah, back in the day, and he was saying he had to be talking about the Egyptians because he said back in the days. You know what I'm saying?
So real quick, like certain these images, like what the Afrocentric community do, they flooded the internet with certain images, and they use these same old repeated images of what they consider a Egyptian look like, or what iconography look like a black person, right? They ignore the other 1,000 images just to push these same 10 pictures. Now, I challenged someone. I said, I guarantee you, for every one image you post, I can post 10 images that look the opposite way, and nobody wanted to take me up on that challenge. Okay? I've made 2 videos about the wigs and hairdressers and proved them all, and people are still doing this. It's just like willful ignorance. Now, Haskell, we can get on Sefrin's channel one day and let's post image for image. I guarantee you, I'll blow you away.
We could do that.
Refuse. Okay, so all you're gonna do is post these same 10 images. You cannot deal with me on this. I'll post 100.
There's a lot
So
more
you
than
ignore
Mr.
you ignore the 90 just to focus on these 10.
Hey, it's way more in the silo. I
You
only use
ignore
these
all
as
you ignore all them Egyptian women painted yellow and white.
no,
You ignore
This is what
all
I'm
that.
saying. No, check me out though, right? I'm putting this up not so much to prove that the Egyptians are black or whatever, but it's more to display to brass how dishonest this conversation is, right? Like if somebody posts Ramses II and they say that he's not black based on his mummy, I'm gonna say, you know what? I really can't push back too much about that because looking at that mummy, you could put him in the racially ambiguous category. You see what I'm saying? And I'm a nigga that's pushing back Egypt. Hold on. But what I'm saying is, me making that concession, in my opinion, displays that I'm having a good faith discussion. If a nigga look at the images that I posted and say, "Oh no, that's a headdress and them twist them," well, them ain't really twist. I know you're playing with me. That's my only point. I'm just saying,
you know what?
I'm having a conversation on a level, and a lot of these niggas is not, bro.
No, you're sitting here lying right now. That's what you're doing. You're lying and bullshitting us and
What
trying to
part
snake.
of
You're selling us snake oil right
listen.
now because we went back and forth about headdress in the Discord.
Hey, listen.
Okay, let's slow walk it. Hold on, Corey. Let me
Ain't none of that stuff
and
locked
Chief
or twist.
Let me and Chief X have this dance real quick, right? So Chief X, did you go into the chat and look at the images I posted?
I've looked at them. I already knew what they were before you even posted them. We've done this before.
Right. So hold on. Let's go slow. So the top image is Menkara, right? Now
I don't know the name.
On the left hand side, you said that's a cap or whatever. Fine, not gonna fight you. On the right, what I'm identifying as twists. What are you seeing?
None of that is hair. They're all headdresses.
So he has a headdress under the headdress.
You know what? I'm gonna do a presentation on headdress tonight because we can't solve nothing right here. We're not gonna solve nothing. I'm gonna have to actually visually show. And after I do this, hold on. After I do this presentation, we're gonna need you to come up here and say, you know what, I was wrong. Thanks for that information, Chief X. Okay,
fine. Let's go to image number 2. Let me see how you're gonna gaslight me on this one, right? Image number 2 is Dozier. You believe that this is a wig, right?
All of that shit is headdress. The Egyptians kept short hair.
No. This guy doesn't have. Hold on. This guy doesn't have short hair, so it would have to be a wig. If you're saying that that's not his hair, it's not a headdress.
Listen,
are you looking at the? You're not looking at the pictures. I could tell.
I'm looking at them right now.
All right. So the picture below the one with the guy with the short twist. Do you see those 5 pictures?
I don't see anybody with short twists. What are you talking about?
Hold on, where the pictures at, Haskell? In this chat or is it in the Discord?
It's in this chat. It's not in the Discord chat. It's in this chat.
Look at this chat right here at the bottom screen.
Oh yeah, dude with the y'all saying, you know what? Listen,
hold on. Let me
have y'all ever heard of an untrained eye?
Corey.
Have you ever heard of an untrained eye?
Yeah, so Corey, let me and you have the conversation then, right? Since you could be a little bit more real. All right, let's go to Buddy on the bottom.
No. Let's finish this conversation.
Go ahead, y'all can have it. I'm not doing that. That's why, Haskell, you need to stop that.
So Chief X,
you lured Brass into that. Come on.
Do you see? No, but he asked. It ain't about no lure.
Hold on, forget all that. It's 7 pictures. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pictures.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So the bottom picture with dog with the locks, right?
The bottom right, left, middle. Which one?
The bottom one is only with the long locks.
Yeah,
There's only
the
one
bottom
dude with
left.
locks.
You talking about the bottom left, right?
Yeah, and
okay,
bottom right.
Okay, the bottom left.
Okay, the bottom right is a little far away.
It's headdress, just like the beard. The beard is also fake. All of it is fake.
So
If
you're
he got a
saying
fake
that?
beard, he got fake hair.
Okay, so it's a wig then.
I call it a
I
headdress.
don't think they was trying to be like it was a wig. I think it was more of a headdress, like more of a status thing. You know what I'm saying? It would have been a status thing. You wouldn't have been walking around in the desert with that much.
Right, Corey? Just so we're clear,
is
right?
the headdress made out of real hair? That's my question, you guys. If it is a
I
headdress,
don't know. Like some of those may have been, but I don't know.
No, I'm talking
if
about
all
this
of
one,
those.
Corey. You see how we can't get a clear, simple answer?
Go ahead.
Niggas
I
get the
was
dance.
trying to answer. What are you talking about? The left bottom one? Then is that again? Yeah, that's probably hair. I don't think it's. I don't. It might be hair.
Hold on. But the bottom picture with Buddy with the long ass locks, we see the headdress. Hold on. The headdress is called a Nemes. Nemes. On the side shot, you can see the back with the hair coming out of the headdress, and then on the front shot, you can see again. You see the two flaps at the front, and then you see the hair coming up underneath them flaps. So unless somebody is claiming that hair was basically a part of the entire headdress.
Oh, you talking about the top right? To me, Haskell, that's the top right you talking about.
No, not top.
In my thing, the way it's coming up to me.
Why are the simple things so difficult for y'all?
Maybe we're seeing it different. And there's 2 pictures at the top. There's 2 pictures in the middle, and there's 3 pictures in the bottom.
Yeah, that's okay.
Listen. The 2 pictures at the top and the 3 pictures at the bottom are the same guy.
Okay, fine. I'm not disputing whether it's the same guy or not. He got on different headdresses.
Hold on. Now, I need a clear position. Do you guys believe that that's a headdress with hair attached to it as one whole contiguous unit? Or do you believe that that's a headdress, but he has a wig on and the wig is coming out from under the headdress? Take a position.
I think it's all a headdress. I don't think he has hair coming out of the headdress. No, if that's the question.
Beautiful. Now, if you go to the bottom row and you look at the 2 pictures to the right, is that an afro that you're looking at?
No.
What are we looking at?
A headdress.
Stonework. Just a stone. You can't tell it's a stone.
So
it's
that's
eroded. You got to understand, it's the definition of the headdress has eroded. You have to understand that because you can see it coming down on the sides. You know what I'm saying? The headdress, you can see it coming down on its sides, but the headdress has eroded, so you ain't seeing the definition of it. It's looking like a fro.
What headdress does he have? You see what I'm saying?
So what about the nose and the eyes? Can y'all make out that it's all stone, right? So what about the nose and the eyes, Corey and Chief X? Is that really nose or eyes, or has it eroded and it's not a nose and the eyes no more?
No, that you can. Those things are so. The definition of the nose and the lips and the eyes have eroded, right? Because at one point in time, you would have been able to see the eyelids, and you'd have seen the interior, like the pupil and all that. You'd have been able to see like the nostrils. They would have did a good job in carving them lips out. You know how the Egyptians do, but this has been eroded. You can tell. At least I can. Maybe I'm sorry, but that's been eroded, bro.
So you're saying that afro type
that's
thing
not an
that's
afro
on your head is the headdress and it don't have nothing to do with hair?
No, that's not an afro. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Because look at the shoulders, Chef. You got a more trained eye. Like look at the shoulders.
I see the whole head. I see the whole headdress. I see. Listen, I see the headdress. Right. I see how it comes down over the shoulders. I see the fake beard. Right. I see the whole thing, but I'm just trying to make sure, you know what I mean, that he's explaining it and y'all not running off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. You wanted me to explain. Yeah. So look at it. You could tell that you know how the Egyptians carve shit out. You seen how they do lips and shit like that. This has been eroded. The detail is gone in it. You see, look at the whole carving. The detail is gone on the whole carving. Look at down by the legs and everything. Everything has been eroded. The whole thing.
Or you get a better look in the next picture to the right of it. It shows the whole.
I'm looking at it. That's the one I'm looking at. I never even looked at the shorter one. I looked at the tall one first. You know what I'm saying?
Smart move.
Yeah.
Smart move.
It's the same thing black folk do when they see the Buddha statue, and they got them twists that really represent snails, and the Buddha has a flat nose. So anything in stone and a flat nose, Black Americans is gonna think it's a black person. They do the same thing.
Is anyone
with
going to read what? Is anyone going to read what DQ put in the chat? And this might end the conversation.
Look that up. I don't even know anything about that statue, but y'all can clearly look that up and see if that's been eroded. And they would tell you that's major erosion there.
Yeah, it says that it's actual hair and not a cat.
On that statue?
No, on the one with the nigga with the waves.
Oh no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Look at Chef. Look at the guy's hair. His hair come way down there. And what is that on the front of it?
Hold on. Most people do not have a square hairline. That's something that we draw. More than likely, your hair grows in an oval shape over top of your eyebrows. So if I just you'll see when we shape up women, right? Women don't get that masculine square shape.
Yes.
A lot of women. So it
ain't that far down on their eyebrows like that, though. I can tell you that right now.
No.
But look at the thing on the top of his head.
Hold on, bro. Some people shit do grow down like that, yo. We remove a lot of that shit.
Okay.
That is not.
I give up on that one.
Yeah.
What is this thing there on the top of his head? Or in the front of his head?
That's a snake.
Is that the snake?
Yeah, that's the snake.
So what I'm saying, what are we saying here?
I'm just saying what the Chat GPT just said.
I don't Chat GPT. I don't believe a word. See, let me tell you, them clinkers is gonna have everybody fucked up. Y'all need to quit listening to them clinkers, bro.
I need you to jump.
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I need you to jump in, Brass. Where you at?
Yeah, it says the texture is uniform and patterned, resembling tightly coiled or short cropped natural hair. Like
Don't black people gotta brush their hair to get waves?
Right.
Is there any proof of them using a brush in the same way that
it's wild, bro?
They use it.
360s like that.
People back then couldn't brush their hair.
I'm asking, is the
Do
practice?
you know what a brush is made of? Do we know what brush is made of?
Y'all niggas, man. Y'all be
I'm
getting
asking
spun, bro.
I'm showing you how simple it is.
Y'all
I'm
niggas.
asking a question to show you how simple it is.
The answer is, hold on, Chef. The answer is yes, they had brushes. That's all you had to say.
But I'm asking them if maybe they think a brush is modern technology or something advanced. I'm just asking a simple question. Fetty.
Okay, this was an ancient Nubian style brush. Okay.
They had horses. If they had horses, they had brushes.
Exactly.
Anybody know
Like,
about horses? Anybody know that you groom horses, you have to brush them, right? Or is that horses never? Right. So if you have horses, you have brushes.
Ooh.
And the same brush you use for a horse, you use it for anything else.
Yeah, they said they had a
Okay.
brush. They said it was a Nubian style brush right here.
Yeah.
Hey, where's
brushes
Brass at, bro? Is Brass on the
gone.
panel?
I think
He
Brass is
ran.
landing, y'all.
He ran.
Yeah, I just don't.
Brass don't want your brain brush.
I mean, but
Brass
the
don't want
thing
your
is,
slow walk.
most of the rest of the so when you look at these statues and these people,
So what if this
they
nigga
always
was black? He don't prove nothing by
he
showing
don't
that
even
this
look like a
nigga
black man.
that this nigga is
No.
black. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. We fight so crazy that we can't even acknowledge that it was possibly that more than likely it was people who we considered as black now in fucking Egypt. Like that, how is that not?
I'm not
That don't mean
saying
that
it
the
wouldn't be
Egyptians
that
was
stuff.
black. That still don't mean that the Egyptians was black. You know what I mean? Overall. Like,
I'm
what
just
the
saying,
fuck?
me looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Now, y'all saying that is hair fine? It doesn't make any difference to me. I'm saying it just didn't to me when you got all these other headdresses. You know, it just makes sense. Plus, he got a snake on there. It just makes sense that would be a headdress. I don't know. It just to me, I don't know. So I go for it. I can go for it. Yeah, the nigga had 360 waves.
And this is why. So,
I'm bullheaded. I don't give a fuck.
If you're listening out there, this is why the Black Egypt conversation will continue to persist. It's not as simple as how you think it is, because niggas can't even look at a simple picture and just acknowledge what's in front of them, because they so much against the idea of them being black, they don't even want to admit to like the sky being blue. Like anything that they think could give the black side some kind of we gonna fight that. As opposed to what Chef just said, dog. Just make a simple concession. That don't mean that them niggas was black overall. Because I know you don't think that it wasn't no black people there. There's no way you don't think that.
It's just talking. I think you heard yourself like as a listener when you tried to connect it. That's nigga shit, and he had it. That shit just sounded so cringe. But you can keep going. Bro.
Yeah, that's nigga shit. That's what niggas do.
I ain't worried about that. To me,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, how you put it together. You really think you was rocking, and it's like,
all right, so you're not clutching your pearls through the language, bro.
I thought you
That's
was
not
killing
what
it.
you're getting at when you say that, right?
No,
when
I'm
you
listening.
say
I ain't even go ahead. Like, keep going.
No, I'm saying when you say you kind of taken aback or it's cringy, is it based on the language that I used?
Nah. Just get your shit off, bro.
So Haskell, is that a point? Is that a point for his hair being wave? Is that a point for? Are they being black there?
Yeah, of course. The tight coils, the tight coils
Have
hair.
you ever seen like an Arab or like a Middle Eastern looking person with like a low cut or like shorter hair?
Yeah, this guy's a Middle Eastern though.
No, I didn't say that.
Yo, like,
no, I'm just saying like most. Have you seen or even a North African with a shortcut?
Asking, stop for a second, asking. Let me ask you a question.
Because like the way you using it, you would have to you essentially saying proto waves and brushing your head with all of that. If you was to create an evolutionary time, you get. I'm saying the way you're connecting it to niggas. You said that's nigga shit, right?
Yeah, they're niggas. That don't mean they.
What do you mean by
us? That don't mean they us. That's just like the South Sudanese, not us, but them niggas.
What do you mean by nigga shit?
Oh, so say that again. You said like the South Sudanese niggas. Okay.
The South Sudanese are not us.
I mean, I'm not even mad if you, but again, it's like
I get the impression that I get the impression. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's the impression I'm getting. That you think by me saying that's a nigga that I'm saying that that's me, or I'm directly,
No, I
or
didn't say
we're.
that. No.
But
I'm just saying, like
ChatGPT is saying it. But
you're
hold on.
attaching modern stereotypes like that's nigga shit. Black people brush. It's like it's shit funny, bro. I don't know.
But ChatGPT saying it though. Hold on, Haskell. If ChatGPT is saying it, I'ma just read this. And if y'all don't draw the same, it says this image shows a sculpted head, most likely an ancient Egyptian, or check this out, Nubian style bust, right? And what you're seeing on the surface is intended to represent hair, not a separate cat. It says, how can we tell? It says the texture is uniform and patterned, resembling tightly coiled and short cropped natural hair. Like, so if it's telling you Nubian style, right? And then it's telling you tightly coiled, closely cropped, like it's saying it. Like
Is
it's
that a
not.
Uraeus? Is that a Uraeus
fine
poking out in the
with
front? Is that a Uraeus poking out in the front?
I'm just saying with ChatGPT, yeah, that's a Uraeus.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying with
Okay.
ChatGPT.
So you saying
explaining.
okay.
Like I don't know how
I
we
don't get
say
I don't
that's
get the
not
convo. This shit is retarded.
typical of black phenotypic features.
You say our niggas gaslight? Oh, I don't get the combo. What do
I
you?
mean, no, I'm just saying, like, to have this, like, to have so much pride, like the way your presentation was, Haskell, is like you really thought
So
you
who
was
is the
working
Pharaoh?
right.
Who is
You know what I
this?
mean? That
Who
shit
is
is
this?
It says the hairline flows naturally. Listen to the hairline flows naturally into the forehead and around the ear area, which is consistent with carved hair detail rather than an added object. In many ancient African sculptures, especially from Kush or certain Egyptian periods, artists carved hair in this stylized texture. I mean, like.
But
Oh, now niggas went to Kush.
So
Nigga went to Kush.
It went to
Kush.
did it.
No.
Nigga went to Kush. Oh
I see
man,
what
this
they
shit is
saying.
sad.
I see what they saying there, Sheffrin. I got you. I see what's being said there.
So Chef,
So
Chef
let me hear the spin.
hold
Let
on,
me hear the spin.
hold on. Are they so Chef? Are you now and I'm probably reading this completely wrong because I don't understand it. But you just said that they not black, but that argument supports Haskell, which would mean that they were.
No. Because
Okay,
when
so
I said that they,
the
reason why I said has he seen a North African or that population group here? Like I would think regular, like it would depict that those population of people.
I think y'all missed it.
ChatGPT went all the way down to Kush. ChatGPT went all the way down to Kush. So obviously it's saying it's not talking about those people that you
Oh
keep
my
trying to say.
God, bro, this shit.
So what film was that again?
And you gotta go argue
Yeah, Charles Murray, right? Charles
ChatGPT,
Murray.
Daddy.
Yeah, but answer my question though, Chef.
Oh,
So
now your question.
This
How you
shit
not
is
agreeing
so
with Haskell?
wild to me, bro. Like this shit is amazing.
I said the ancient
Look at this shit we talking about, bro. Like
Daddy, I'm trying to learn some.
360 ways.
Yo, mad at ChatGPT.
No, I don't. I
mad
just.
at ChatGPT.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
So how are you not agreeing with Haskell then, Chef?
Hold on.
No, I already
That's what I'm saying.
acknowledged.
Chef giving
why do y'all keep
Chef giving a green light to that fuck shit.
Let me finish.
I already acknowledged it will be people who we consider black nowadays in Egypt. I'm never saying I said that. Like I'm not going so far over to say that phenotypic range that we call black nowadays was not present in fucking ancient Egypt.
So
I
when
never
they say
said that.
Kush, that's a melodic nigga, huh? That's a dinker.
Fatty, I don't know what you're doing right now. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm saying you
I don't
said
understand what you're saying, bro.
No, listen, Kerma, right? Like the area of Kerma is what most blackologists use to say like these are descendants. So like they using Nilo-Saharan dinka like people have been saying that. So I'm saying when I look at that,
in Egypt,
when I'm looking at even if you say that's real hair or whatever, that's what it's depicting. At the end of the day, me looking at that isn't going to say they niggas, that's nigga shit, and that's 360 waves, and looking at how black people in 2026 modern times brush their hair. It's like that. The shit is crazy to me, bro. And y'all letting Haskell get it off, so let him get it off.
I don't know what you're talking about, Fetty.
I got you. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna let you get your shit off.
Yeah, but the thing is, ChatGPT ain't saying. Hold on. But the thing is, Haskell ain't saying it at this point. ChatGPT is saying that Haskell is correct. So so now y'all.
I've been told people about Chat. I mean, if that is a source you want to use, cool. I'm not knocking.
I'm saying, but see, this is crazy. Sometimes when I brought in ChatGPT at the beginning, it was like, oh, you got that from ChatGPT.
I've been when y'all was using that shit to try to debunk the bell curve. I've been told using ChatGPT.
I'm not saying you. Hold on. I'm not talking about the bell curve. I'm not talking about the bell curve, bro.
I'm just saying using ChatGPT without like, I would have to see like
Freddie, would you
I'm
allow
not
me
knocking
to
it, but
you allow me to finish? All right. So, because I also heard you when you said Charles Murray was right, because y'all disagree.
I mean,
I don't even think y'all interpreted that right. I don't even think y'all interpreted it right. I'm gonna let it rock because I don't want to seem like I'm against it, but I don't think y'all interpreted that ChatGPT.
Hey, Corey, and this is what I mean by when you try to tell me that somehow, and when I watched the Gods of Egypt and didn't understand what the fuck I saw, I got to come to the conscious community to discuss the number 7 haircut on the wall of my barbershop, whether it's Egyptian or it's black, and come for clarity. I'm not getting this. This doesn't sound like clarity. Because now y'all disagreeing with Haskell, and Haskell agrees with ChatGPT agrees with him. So now you want to win the argument so bad that now the academia and ChatGPT is somehow now wrong and you right. This shit is crazy.
Right.
Well, now that's why I'm saying that does Haskell think that gives him a win for Black Egypt? I don't think so, but
it doesn't.
I mean,
like the fuck. That's
Nubian. No, not necessarily. Remember,
why are you saying it's being misinterpreted?
Hold on, Brass.
Because they're telling you that the hair is supposed to the bust is a Nubian style.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on, Corey.
Okay, go ahead.
My whole point in posting those images, right, was to answer Brass's question. Brass said, if we generally understand this and we generally understand that, why is this such a persistent question? Why is this still going on? And I did this as a demonstration to him that people can't even acknowledge like reality, what's in front of them. That's how ridiculous this conversation is.
So we got to agree to that reality and presentation that you just
Fetty, hold on, brother. I'm talking though.
Bro,
right?
I'm talking for some shit. I'm just saying, like, let me just intervene a little bit. I'm just saying, so your whole message that you gave, but that's
what's the name of this guy? Who's the name of this pharaoh?
But you see what I'm showing you, Brass, is the Yorkian tactics. Just understand that they're employed by both sides, and they're being employed right now.
Bro, niggas let you get your shit off for like an hour, and you mad because a nigga interject for 5 seconds?
The interruptions, deflections.
Hey, Haskell, what's the name of this guy here again? This pharaoh.
The one at the top?
Yeah, I think you said all of them was the same guy. I imagine, but
no.
No,
the bottom. What's his name? All the same.
The wavy hair man. What's the wavy? The 360 wave guy's name?
Menkara.
Wait
a minute, Haskell. You said he grew his hair from the waves into some locks. You saw that. Now it ain't the same guy.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all acting like, bro, he said all that. He like the nigga grew his like, bro, this shit was crazy. Like, wild hypothesis. Like,
who's that asking me? Was that Thunder? Who's that?
Because I know it ain't nothing but pushy.
Who was that? You said that he grew.
Haskell, before y'all continue on, before y'all continue on with Egypt, I just want to add to it 2 things. 2 seconds, quick. That whatever Thunder saw in that video, that nigga left and he ain't been back. That's 1. 2. this is exactly how all shit gets pushed under the rug, because somehow we're now talking about Egypt.
Yeah, but wasn't that what y'all was talking about?
Nope.
Earlier with when Reggie was on.
No, that we was talking about trying to figure out if Thunder was gonna stick to that stupid ass story. He watched the video and left.
Hey, but look though, I want to make a point, right? You asked a question.
Go ahead, brother.
You asked a question. Why
You
does
got to
Egypt
answer that question that you said
Why
that was
does
his
Egypt?
hair
Oh, who
and
was
he
that just
drew it
asking
out.
the question about
Locks.
the dude? Who's that? Who's that asking me that question?
Top Dollar King.
All right,
Howard. Howard is good for me.
All right, Howard. Are you looking at the images currently that I posted?
Yes, but yes. Oh, currently you posted some new ones?
No.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
saying,
I see
is your
that.
eyeballs on the images right now as we speak?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. When I said that the person was the same guy, the top two pictures, so the guy with the waves, right? And then the guy right next to him with the little small twist coming out of the cap, those are two. Huh?
Those are the same guy you saying? Okay.
That dude, I'm looking at it.
Two are the
He was in
same.
Cairo. He wasn't even nowhere near.
Those two. Hold on, everybody can't talk at once. Let me clarify for this brother, and then y'all could jump in. Those two pictures are of Pharaoh Menkaure. The bottom 5 pictures are of a different king. Pharaoh.
I thought they were all the same guy. I mistook it. Okay, got you. Got you.
Hey Haskell, the dude Menkaure, it says most of his shit was in the Giza plateau near Cairo.
Yeah, that's where his
okay.
pyramid was.
Okay, so read off. So the Kush thing. Go back. You know. Somebody go
I
back and
can't
read
wait
that.
to talk because I got some shit
This
on my
shit is crazy, bro. This shit retarded, bro. You know what, like nigga in Cairo. So what? It was niggas in Cairo with waves,
I think
260
he's
waves,
actually
brushing their
making a
head
decent
with a do rag
argument.
with
I think
grease.
he's making a decent argument. I don't think he's tripping. He's making a decent argument.
I'm saying those people. I'm saying he was of those people in Cairo. That's what I said earlier. When I look at that, even if that is his head, I'm not going. My mind ain't going to niggas and him taking his hair out, and that's what niggas do now. My mind don't go to that.
No, but what makes a nigga, right? Are his physical features.
Okay.
Phenotype. That's what make a nigga. So if a nigga in motherfucking China, nigga got motherfucking locks, that's a nigga. I don't give a fuck.
And you looking at art. You looking at art to depict to make that determination. Got it.
Dumb as fuck. I don't give a fuck if a nigga in Cairo or if a nigga in Jerusalem or if a nigga
you
in
see what I'm saying? Y'all hear this?
That's a nigga. That's just like
Yo, you see how I go? So a nigga in Sumeria with that same type of. So if I can show art in like Sumeria or that area, that's a nigga too.
Y'all definitely
If I go to
misinterpreted
Samaria
that.
and have kids, will my kids not be black because I'm in Samaria?
Oh my gosh, Chef. I can't. No, I'm saying ancient Sumer. I'm talking about just that population group of people, bro. Like y'all niggas,
so
man.
Hold on. So you
Y'all
think
be
black
asking
folks wasn't in ancient? Hold on. You think black people wasn't in ancient?
I'm losing hope, man. I'm losing hope, bro.
You do know. You claim to believe in this the out of Africa migration theory. You claim to.
Oh, now niggas went to the idle migration theory 65,000 years ago.
You do understand that? No, but the theory goes all the way up until the AD period. It doesn't stop at 65,000 years.
I said the out of Africa event of how again. I know you don't like phylogenetic trees and shit like that, but just keep going, bro. Don't keep me out of it. Keep me out of it. I'm gonna let the niggas already let you to get your shit off. Just finish, bro. I ain't even gonna interrupt.
I'm attempting to speak your language, right?
No need. So, don't even leave me out of it because we just gonna keep disagreeing. So
there's no way I can
leave me out of it.
There's no way, but you're talking, so there's no way to leave you out. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, like, as you keep talking, just don't, just keep talking about what you're talking about. But my opinion.
Mention your name or something?
No, I'm just saying, like, obviously, I'm seeing the end of the road of where, like, it's going to be no common ground found. So I'm just
All right, then sit the conversation out, then, brother. Like,
why I got you. I'm saying proceed, but don't say like don't bring up nothing about me, but just keep going. I mean,
Well, no, I'm
keep
gonna
going.
say what I want.
I'm
I'm gonna say what I
convinced.
want.
I'm convinced now. The Egyptians was black.
Yeah.
Fatty
Hey,
said, just don't mention me, but you can talk all that, just don't mention me.
Nah, just the Egypt shit is like, cause you bringing up out of Africa, it's like, bro, you about to
Jason
you be having
Tatum, do y'all think
ADHD ass
Jason Tatum
conversations,
can
bro.
get
It's
some
like,
three? Do y'all
Hey,
think Jason Tatum can get some 360 waves? I'm asking for a friend.
He got 360 waves. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Klay
I'm just
Thompson got
asking.
it too.
I'm just asking.
But see, that's the way
Is
they
his
put a
hair
cap on
kinky? Is his hair kinky?
No,
We
his
all
hair
know it
not
is so.
kinky.
Okay. So I'm saying I don't know why y'all tripped out. To me, this doesn't give Haskell a win. I don't know why
That's
people
a
would think
better.
feeling.
But hold on, but Tatum is still got African. He still got what we call black in him.
So those
So
people
I
got
don't
African in
understand the
them.
point.
Yeah.
You're proving this point by
Those
bringing
people
up
have
Jason
African
Tatum.
in them too. Those people have African in them
No.
too.
He got West African in him, what you would call nigger, what we would call black people. So you're proving Haskell point even by saying that.
No, I'm not. Because now y'all thinking that
Jesus
nobody in a mix with each other ever. Nobody did anything. Everybody at that point in time up in
Yeah, but
Egypt was all mixed up.
you brought up a person with West African genetics into
I brought
the
up a person who's
conversation.
light. I brought up a person who's light as hell with some curly hair. That's what I brought up.
Oh my God.
You put the other shit on it.
No, I don't know how we do this. I
get what Howard is getting at, right?
Jason Tatum can grow a full afro. Y'all do know this, right? That nigga would look
afro
like
will
the
be falling
Jackson
all over
5.
the place.
He would look like the Jackson 5 if he let his fucking hair grow out.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I think his shit would be falling all over the place if he tried to grow out.
No, sir.
I
We
think,
see how his
guy.
low fro taper sit. We can see how
Bro, that
motherfucking
nigga shit curly as hell.
what the fuck does that mean?
I'm looking at ESPN right now. It look like that nigga got a perm on his shit.
Oh my God. Nigga, even Klay Thompson can grow a fucking fro.
Klay Thompson hair look a different texture than old boys. That I brought up
Y'all got problems. Y'all got serious problems.
So Brad,
I hope that
black.
Well, my point is a light skinned
that man
nigga
can get waves, man. That Jason Tatum can get waves.
Some points don't need to be
We
argued.
seen him with waves.
I know that. And so I'm saying a person that would kind of look like him in ancient times probably can get waves too.
Hey, Chef, you arguing over nothing. Howard is basically saying that person who picture that I put up potentially could fall in a racially ambiguous category, but have that type of hair.
That's all I'm saying, Chef. That's all I'm saying.
No, but Jason Tatum is black.
Chef, you fighting a different fight. He's biracial.
Hold on. He got a West African descendant parent. Y'all ever seen his mother?
I'm not, Chef. That's not my argument, bro. That's not my argument.
Chef, you fighting a different fight. See, you always fighting for the light skin because you think we on some black skin supremacy.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
No, I'm
Chef.
not even talking to you though.
I didn't say that. Yeah.
I'm not even talking to you.
I know, but this is what I'm saying.
I'm saying that you can get waves, Haskell, with your fucking hair texture, and Jason Tatum can get waves.
French Montana too.
Both can get afro.
French Montana too. He from North Africa.
That's what I'm saying, Chef. And I brought up French Montana an hour ago. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't give Haskell a win. That's my point.
Jason Tatum is black. It does give him a win.
Use French Montana instead, Chef. Use French Montana instead. He from our.
I used French Montana an hour ago.
Okay, you getting stuck on you getting stuck on Tatum, but he just used that as an example because he looks.
Well, then he lost that argument.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Now y'all want to go to French Montana.
You know
I'm
what I
just saying because
realized?
he's a
Hold
North
on, French
African
Montana.
descendant. I'm
Nobody
just saying,
couldn't win the
no,
Jason
no,
Tatum
no,
shit.
no. The reason
Now
why I
since
brought
y'all
up
couldn't win the Jason Tatum shit,
no,
y'all
no,
want to go
bro.
to French
No. The
Montana.
reason why French Montana is brought because he's a North African descendant and he can get waves. He's a better example. That's why I brought
When I brought up French Montana an hour ago, nobody bit. So I went to Jason Tatum an hour later.
And you lost
niggas,
that one. So now we were
well, two
now,
niggas, they
now,
about the same skin tone and
Chef,
shit.
you holding
Okay,
up the
fuck it. I'm
conversation
good.
though,
Okay,
Chef.
fuck it,
You
Chef. You
holding the
got it. You
conversation,
got
do
it,
you
Chef.
do you know what
You
we
got it, Chef.
read? What we read ain't say nothing about no French Montana. It pointed to the people in fucking Kush. And the hairstyle and Kush. So that French Montana shit don't even fucking fly.
You got it, Chef.
No. But Chef saying that phenotype, he's simply saying he's not making a geographical argument or any of that. He's just simply saying.
How do the people in Kush look?
Hold on, no, that ain't got nothing to do with it, Chef. Like you're doing the thing that them niggas be doing now. Listen, what the man is saying, bruh. He's simply saying that the presence of waves, right, doesn't necessarily mean that that person, a racially ambiguous person, a person with even let's say 70% European DNA and 30% African DNA, let's say West African DNA, right? That person can display waves.
True.
That's his only point. That's his only point that he's making, Chef.
Thank you, Haskell. I don't even know, and I don't even
It will
agree
still
with
be
you,
a
Haskell, but thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Listen, y'all gotta have dexterity in fights.
No, it's
man,
too many
right?
games being played. Like it's.
But Chef, when you hunting wabbit, you gotta be patient, bro. Niggas gonna play games because they so against the shit that they're willing to blow up. You know what I'm talking about? They'll cut their nose off to spite their face because they so much against the idea of a black Egypt. So they gonna play them games, but you just gotta be patient and slow walk a nigga, right? So Brass, are you in the chat, brother? I guess he's not here. But the only reason I posted that shit was to make a point. It wasn't even to prove that the Egyptians was black. It's just to prove that niggas will fight over simple shit that shouldn't even be in dispute. You see how Howard dealt with that? He said, okay, yeah, that is waves. But potentially a racially ambiguous nigga could have waves. Easy peasy.
That's all I was saying. I don't know why
I
Chef
think
took me down
I
this
think a lot
road.
of people were saying that. I think that's what most people were saying. If
No,
you
y'all,
just look
no,
at
y'all
where he's
wasn't.
from, you can look at those people and just say, hey, that those
No,
people can have that type of
So
hair
it's
too.
not a headdress now. Now it's waves.
I see niggas don't. So Haskell. So when I said earlier, right? I
So
said
Haskell,
Egypt.
now it ain't a
You see how
headdress no
niggas
more.
keep cutting me
Now
off?
it's
See, Chef,
waves,
yeah, Chef.
but it ain't our
I
kind of
see why
waves.
Chef was a PK member. I see why.
Now it ain't.
He do that same shit. He do that same
You
shit.
were cutting
Do. He
people
do
off.
that same shit.
I'm not even talking about you though.
Nah. Because I keep getting cut off. Because you be adamant on a nigga not cutting you off, right?
Okay.
And I clearly was
I'm
talking,
going
and you
on
just this shit
going
be
on mute.
wild, bro. This shit crazy, bro. Like, come on, bro. That's all I was saying. Like, I was saying, like, those populations. Even if you was to say, if I was to acquiesce, bro, that's hair. I'm looking at those populations of people. I'm gonna look up where the nigga was at and say he was in Cairo. I wouldn't be surprised if people in Cairo or just North Africans in general that got that type of low cut, they could depict it. I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm saying, like, I'm more so disappointed that a black person, quote unquote, in
He's not
2026
from Cairo.
is using that as a talk. Hold on. I'm saying I'm more so like kind of like amazed at the fact people are still using these talking points that Afrocentrists made 56. It's like, do we still even need to make that talking point? That because it sounds like when you was kicking it, it sounded like you was really like you had pride. Like you was like, yo, that's, and I'm like, we don't need that in 2026. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to go to a ancient Egyptian art to say the nigga got waves. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're letting your cosmological view get in the way, right? If you
Nah,
feel
it's not
that
even that. It's just that I know that those fights was being taken like in a time where, of course, like I'm not knocking it where, but like in 2026,
what I'm
so
saying is all that is irrelevant, right?
Okay,
Whether or not you think this stuff has any utility, or whether or not you think it's a waste of time,
or whether or not you think the arguments are old, that has nothing to do with the discussion at hand. Now, if you think the discussion at hand is lowbrow and meaningless, then the sensible thing to do, the same thing to do would be to not engage. But you can't engage.
It's not that. It's like the answers that we may give a person who, like, say you may disagree. It's like you got to have some accountability too. It's like a person may say, "Hey, I think that's a person of North African descent." You get pushback. Like the pushback is, "Wait, you don't think about it the same way I do." I'm not saying you may have did that verbatim, but I'm just saying like that's why the shit be contentious, because a person may get their opinion that ain't black people, treat it lightheartedly. And some gonna be said to where it's gonna be a serious convo and motherfucker. So that's why I said earlier, it's not gonna be no common ground.
Once you give pushback, you're in the ring now. So if you say that's a headdress, you can't then double back and say, "Why are you taking pride in this?" And I know in the '60s
I didn't say it was a headdress. I was asking if it was a Uraeus. I didn't know. I was asking.
No. Even if it's not you personally, I'm saying a person will get in the discussion and say, that's a headdress or that's a wig or whatever, and then double back and say, "Oh, why are you taking pride in that?" And the language that no, I use colorful language. Like that's how I talk, bro. Like we could talk on any subject, and I'ma always try to relate the shit back to regular life, like to where people could connect with it in a relatable way, in a way that makes sense. That's just like when they teach DNA, they'll analogize it to like a library of books. They might say the SDR represents the library, and then the alleles represent the books, and then the words in the books represent a smaller unit of measure. You get what I'm saying? It's analogy. So I'm saying the same way how a nigga grow his afro out, and then when that bitch get long enough, twist that bitch up and let it grow. That's what Buddy did in that pit. That's what he did, dog. That don't all that other shit about you trying to take pride, and that's you're superimposing
Is that your opinion, or are you saying that's a fact though? Are you saying that's your opinion, or are you so confident?
Fact.
Okay, see what I'm saying? That's why you gonna get pushback.
Hold on.
That's not a fact. What do you mean? You just gotta.
Hold on. It's a fact that those are waves. Right?
Oh, I'm thinking you saying it's a fact that he's doing it like a nigga would by taking it out and growing it. The way you broke it down earlier, he took it out. What proof do you have of that?
Hold on, bros. If I show you pictures of the same king, in one picture he had a fro. Hold on, bro. I'm talking, dog.
All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm talking, bro. But it's a depiction of a human being. Like if I were to show you a Caesar Augustus's bust, or is it Justinian, whatever the fuck his name is in Rome. If I were to show you his bust and say, "Oh, that's loosely curled hair, and that little twist in front is the little Superman Christopher Reeve shit that he had in the movie," is a nigga gonna fight me down about that shit? No, I'm describing physical reality, right? So if I say niggas twist they shit up, right? Niggas was twisting they shit up in ancient Egypt. That's a fact.
I'm saying with art, how are you supposed to know if the artist is adding sensationalism to? Like, how are you supposed to even judge any of that? Like, how do you know they not finding inspiration to art? Well, go ahead.
Yeah, but the jump goes like this though. You can't make a realistic jump to say that that's what people was doing, to then make the jump to that's what he did. You don't know what that man did.
Exactly. You looking at art, my nigga.
You don't even. And the fact is, you so focused on niggifying and layman making the conversation plain that you're not even seeing that you can't do that with history just because that's what people were doing at the time. You making the statement that he did that. Like you knew him, or that's written somewhere specifically about him.
What are you talking about, bro?
You have to show some
I do
documentation.
you understand what I'm saying, and you don't.
Because he's playing with niggas, bro. That's why I'm like, I be feeling like he be playing, my nigga. Like Like when I break down like using history in the context you just said, it's like, bro, you looking at art.
I don't want to be in the middle of the street with you.
Let me talk to Grace, dog. If I see a fat,
he gonna try to spin you, bro.
If I see a motherfucker in ancient Egyptian art depicted as fat with a motherfucking a big ass gut, and I say, man, that look like my motherfucking uncle. Even leaving the race part out, just pointing out that my uncle looked like that. That motherfucking Egyptian was probably eating all kind of zuzus and whams, right? Just using colorful language. I'm saying, that nigga was a glutton. Like gluttons existed in ancient Egypt. Like how
but you don't know that, right? But you see how you use the word probably. When you was talking about that man, you said that's what he did. You don't understand the difference between that?
So what you want me to say? That's what the artwork.
I don't want you to say anything. I'm just saying for a person that is careful with his language and pays attention to to not go too far per se, you can say with all intents and purposes, yes, that's what a lot of them did, or that's what the majority of them did. As soon as you somehow, without no evidence, nothing in academia, nothing written, say that that's what that particular person did, you going into some shit that you going too far.
No, you're not, bro. If I could see, I guess what you're saying is potentially that the artwork isn't necessarily depicting reality. That's the only way that argument.
I'm saying that potentially what you're saying he did, he didn't do it. You're saying that he did as if you got some kind of corroborating information that that's exactly what he did. So if that's what he did, then this is what I'm gonna ask you. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you, if that's what that man did, can you show me anywhere specifically that that's what that man did, not what most of them did at that time?
Man. That's silly, bro. That's silly, bro. I'm saying that
predicting what an ancient Egyptian doing.
Let me answer your question. I'm not predicting anything. The statements that I've made are based on the artwork that I'm observing. In one iteration of the same king, he has a low haircut. In the other iteration, he has small twists. The only way you can go from a low cropped hairstyle like this to twist is you have to grow your hair out, and someone or you or whoever has to twist it. That's how humans work. That's how that type of hair works. It worked the same way 100,000 years ago as it does today.
So you're comfortable saying that that's what that man did? Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Go back to the pictures again, right?
What's his name? No, what's his name?
Menkare.
Spell that for me.
Menkaure.
Okay.
But do me a favor, right? Go back to the pictures again.
1 second. Okay, go ahead.
All right. At the very bottom, it's another dude with a fro. You see that picture?
Yeah.
All right, bam. That's a dentist named Hesi Ra, right? On the right-hand side, that's the same dude. But this time he got them little thin locks, them sister locks. That's me saying that based on the artwork that I'm looking at. So I guess you want me to throw that disclaimer in there. I'm saying
that's
based on the artwork.
I like that. I actually like that.
Based on the artwork, but in these discussions, certain things shouldn't have to be said. Like it makes conversation extremely tedious to where you have to explain things that should be given to intelligent people. So look at that picture that I put at the bottom, right? Buddy got an afro. I dare a nigga to say that's a headdress, right? And then on the picture to the right of that, that's the same dude. Now he got long hair, long sister locks. So the nigga grew his shit out, twisted it up, and let that bitch grow. That's what happened based on the artwork.
You're yelling. Okay.
I am, because I'm just flabbergasted as to how we quibbling over.
I'm not quibbling. I asked you how you could predict something. You just told me how. but you changed your language to say based on it. I still am looking for a probably, but if you know for sure, then you're the authority. You know for sure, bro.
No,
I can't argue with you on that. You just know for sure.
Right, so Brass, the last picture that I posted, right? You can Google image search those two pictures to see if that's the same.
That's what I'm doing now.
You can find out if that's the same person, right? His name is Hesira, Hesira. One image is of him in an afro. The other one is with him with long hair.
Where's DQ at? Where's this picture?
Yeah.
What did you put in to say that was natural hair? What was the question that you asked?
I asked ChatGPT. My bad, hold on.
Was it a cap or hair?
Nigga, on use seatbelts. Yeah, I typed in, was this a head? Was this a head cap or was this his natural hair?
Okay.
Because I asked my ChatGPT that a couple times dealing with Tutankhamun, the Mexican, what they say, the Aztec warrior or whoever. Was he wearing a headdress? Was his hair, was it a feather and shit like that? So my ChatGPT kind of honed in on them type questions.
Okay.
It clearly said it was hair, and it was a style.
And just to add in another tidbit, we are literally going back a couple years. I remember verbatim Chef putting this shit to rest years ago. Like literally, I remember this shit, and he was the authority on it because he knew about the hair situation. Not saying authority on ancient Egypt, but talking about Nubian wigs and the different hair textures and certain Egyptians shaving, the ones who didn't, and why they did it, the lice, all that type shit. We've been here before.
Hey, DQ.
What are you saying, DQ? You think it's hair?
I told you. I think they a splinter group of Crips that made it over there. I don't know. I ain't.
I'm serious. Do you think it's hair, DQ?
Yes, I do.
Hold on. You breaking up? Is that hair, DQ, to you?
Some of the images, I think they're hair. Some of them, I think they're hair dresses.
The one with the 360 weight, the one with the 360. Hold on. The one we're talking about with the 360 wave, so called, is that hair to you?
That's hair.
Huh?
That is hair.
Okay, gotcha.
Hey,
so I want everybody to pay. I want everybody to pay attention. In a couple hours, I'm doing a presentation on this hair. I pulled it up.
Shit, man.
No, listen. I pulled up the cap crown and all that old shit. And it's
Nah,
not
your
here.
ass
Shut your ass up, nigga. Your bitch ass up, nigga. Hold on. DQ. You mad because your boy got exposed, nigga? Fuck out of here.
My boy?
Whoever talking this shit to me right now.
That's Haskell.
That's Haskell.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You would be incorrect right there. I know Haskell.
Yeah, big incorrect.
Haskell mad that the motherfucking Egyptians ain't black.
Incorrect with that one.
But real quick, DQ, trust me on this. I got you covered tonight.
Man, you ain't gonna watch that
okay,
shit,
so
nigga.
this is why. Hold on. This is why I asked. So I just put in my maybe all our ChatGPTs is different, right? So I just put in ChatGPT those two pictures. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be specific. Okay. Who did you say that first guy was, Haskell, with the 360s?
Mankare.
Okay.
I would say even if it was waves, like racially ambiguous people can have waves. Like Puerto Ricans have waves, North Africans get waves. Like French Montana has fucking
we
waves.
said that.
I'm just saying.
You late, Gullah. Everybody done made them same arguments already.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I ain't arguing shit. I'm just saying. Just calm down, nigga.
You can't argue and then say you're not arguing.
Hey,
I ain't arguing. Don't make me argue. Don't say I'm arguing. Don't say what the fuck I'm doing. Don't say what the fuck. Don't say. I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna say what I'm doing on my own. Don't say what I'm doing.
Hey, when I say
Haskell,
argument,
where
Gullah,
does it say that's Mankare? Where does it say that?
When I say argue, I'm talking in the intellectual sense, Gullah, meaning your.
I'm just saying, I ain't doing none of that. I'm just stating something. I ain't saying doing none of that.
Where does it say? Hold on. Where does it say that? Where does that say that that's Minkare?
I don't know. Why don't you put his name in Google and see if one of those?
No. I'm asking you because you said that's Minkare. So where did you get that was Minkare?
When I Google the name, I'm telling you.
that picture with the waves. Well, how did you tie that picture to him?
I'm telling you how I did.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
I Googled the word, the name Minkare, went to Google Images, and then I went to the Egyptian Museum. And that's how they have this particular picture identified. Got it?
With the 360s.
All right, let me help you out. I'm gonna go find it for you since you wanna, I guess. But look, real quick, I want to do another experiment. DQ, you there?
That though, please.
Hold on, man. Can I do my dollar?
Because it's saying that it's not him.
All right, bro. I got you, bro. DQ, you there?
I'm here.
Do me a favor, brother. Go in this chat right here.
That's Minkare.
So how do I find that out?
Go to Google Images and put in Minkare and put and ask for images.
So just type Minkare.
The buried statues of King Minkare.
So go to
I'm pulling from National Geographic.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Go ahead.
All right. So DQ, you looking in the chat?
Yeah, what's wrong?
All right. You see the very last picture that I put in there? With the brother getting twisted, with dude getting twisted up?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ain't that a nigga with an afro getting twisted? You can see the hair standing up that they sectioned off. You can see that, right?
Yeah, most definitely. That is a man getting hair twisted.
Haskell cooking y'all for real.
A nigga getting twisted. Hold on, a nigga getting twisted up, right? Ain't it, DQ? What them other two niggas doing to the left?
Waiting. They waiting.
They sitting waiting they motherfucking turn, nigga. So
keep a horn on the deck of my.
So look,
yeah, that's an Afro-Asiatic thing. A lot of them Cushitic groups do that anyway.
You ain't making no argument, right, Gullah? You just throwing that out there, right?
A lot of like the Afar, the Bija, them type of groups do that shit anyway, like them Cushitic Afro-Asiatic groups.
Yes, and that's the point that I'm ultimately making, because the Afar as a group is indisputably black in my rubric of what I call black. It doesn't mean that they're Niger, Congo, and West African, and I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. When I say a nigga black, I'm talking about what a nigga look like. That's it. And that ain't no wild shit to say that the Egyptians was black. It's not. You feel me? And all I'm saying is a nigga could feel different, but don't gaslight me. You feel me? Let's have a good base.
Them Cushitic type groups is the base groups that was in the era before. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like that shit always been around. Like the Cushitic big group. And them niggas mix with Eurasian too anyway.
Yes, absolutely. Just like a lot of them people in Chad is mixed with Eurasians. But if you was to say is Chad black, I'm gonna tell you undoubtedly.
Yeah, but it is a process. Yeah, the process because them niggas mixed with Nilo-Saharan groups and Chadic motherfuckers. That's how Chadic became what it was.
That's my point, dog. Is I don't need to get into the minutia of what percentage this mix and what language group.
I'm just saying the history, bro. I ain't getting over. I'm just what the fuck it is. Yeah.
I'm making a general statement. I'm saying if I go to the bank and a teller helps me, and I leave that bank and I have a conversation with my wife or girlfriend, and I say, yeah, it was a black lady that helped me at the teller, right? She know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. We damn sure ain't talking about no Niger, Congo, Afro-Asiatic, and the this, the that, and the
East African, Northeast African population.
Huh?
Just talking about Northeast African populations.
Well, if I was to go in a bank and I see a black teller, I'm talking about Northeast Africans.
I'm talking about the people you showing, bro. Like, yeah, if I go to a fucking thing, motherfucker, I see it and I see an East African nigga, I know he ain't African American. Like, motherfucker, when we go to the Ethiopian corner store, we know them niggas ain't African American. When we go to the corner store and the Ethiopian behind the counter, we know them niggas ain't us.
Yes, but I could say that they're racially ambiguous too, right?
You asked for this, asshole.
By the same token, I know that's why I say I don't like having these conversations because niggas will drive you crazy. Now, if I go into a store and I see a South Sudani, I can immediately tell that nigga ain't like me or like a nigga from America. Nigga black as fuck, black as midnight. The nigga hairline start in the middle of his head, right? You know what I'm talking about? But I would say with 100% certainty, that's a nigga.
You do too much nigga in your shit.
Man, niggas drive you crazy with this fuck shit, man.
Fuck all the books. That's a nigga. Fuck all the books. Fuck all the Egyptology. That's a nigga. Come on, man. Stop that.
It's almost saying that what he's saying that we act like the Ranger black gotta look exactly like us in order for it to be black, and that's insane. Like we act like people can't have their own geographic look and still fall into the range of what we call black. Like that's all he's saying. Like a nigga can recognize that a nigga ain't me, but I can still recognize that nigga falls into the range of what we call black people.
Yeah, that's why I don't really fuck with this shit.
Man,
I just do what I do, yo. I just do what I do. I don't really fuck with all that shit.
That's crazy.
If I said to you,
ain't crazy. I'm just being me. I don't gotta be you. I don't gotta be y'all niggas.
If I said Manute Brass, if I said to you, Manute Bowl is undoubtedly, unambiguously, 100% a black man.
No,
right?
he's East African. No, he's African.
Right. But then a nigga counter with, well, you know, he's actually East African, Cushitic, R3B3, R2D2, L1B1.
Ain't nobody said no DNA, none of this shit. That's an East African dude. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So that's my point. The fact that a nigga from East Africa, when I say a person is black, I'm talking about what the person look like. I don't give a fuck where they from or where they at. The Andamanese Islanders are black. And science will tell you, oh, they're closer to Asians. Don't give a fuck.
Hey, Haskell, what does this mean to you? So, why
you just like to be simple. You just like to draw with big crayons. That's cool.
No,
it's a phenotype. It's a
but when y'all do that, now we gotta argue for 20 minutes.
Black is a phenotype. It's not genetic.
I don't take offense to Gullah because he's a pretended wise, right? He's trying to be sophisticated.
I ain't trying to be nothing. That's just me.
No,
that's
we
how I
gonna
fucking rock. Ain't nobody trying to do shit. Ain't nobody trying to do shit, nigga. That's just what I am.
20 minutes. Go ahead.
Hey yo, are y'all live? Because I've been asking y'all for hours.
If you've been asking us for hours, why you ain't just go check the YouTube?
I'm just doing me, nigga. I don't gotta be like y'all. I can be me. I'm an individual.
If you did, then you see we was live, Cuban.
No,
we not live.
Yeah, I see. It's all monkeys to me. Shit, that's all. Shit.
How y'all gonna tell the niggas that got the live set up that we ain't live?
We not live. We not live, Cuban. Where did you get that
At the end of the day, I just see a bunch of monkeys. I just see a bunch of organized monkeys. That's all I fucking see.
Never mind. Forget it. Fuck it. Go ahead.
God damn.
He talking about fucking Black Egypt every fucking day.
We're gonna talk about Cuban Egypt in a minute.
I don't want to talk about
We're gonna talk about you. We're gonna talk about you in a second.
I don't want to talk about the Egyptian.
Nah, don't do it. Don't do it. And I'm gonna have to join them. I'll have to join them.
No, we're gonna talk about y'all Cuban Egyptians.
You met the Mexican Egyptians. That's what I want to talk about.
Yeah,
when we gonna talk about
Cubans are really Mexican. You know when I read in Dr. Clark's books that the Mexicans are Egyptian, like you know.
Hey, Haskell got a Mexican Egyptian on his profile.
That's an Olmec.
Well,
he got the wild Olmec head.
That is a fact.
We do got a wild ass Olmec on there.
What do you think a taco is symbolic of?
Nah, that's crazy. The Olmec's been messing Egyptians is crazy work. I like that.
That nigga look like that black nigga on that video.
That's exactly
what the nigga face look like.
A taco and a taquito and a burrito is symbolic of the sands in the Sahara Desert.
Man,
so we talking about tacos and burritos. I've been away from
He's doing that on purpose. That's his style. He's doing that on purpose. He's doing that on purpose. He just fucking with y'all.
He mad Haskell was cooking them.
Hey, Cuban.
So hold on, Chef, stay right there. I got a question.
Them Cubans hate that type shit.
Yeah, they hate. Stop.
Cubans hate when black people get any type of clarity. They hate it.
Oh shit! It's not that, but goddamn, it's been,
man, we the blackest. Cuba's the blackest motherfucking place.
Here we go. Hey, y'all, if y'all can't see
it's not. No, it's not.
If y'all cannot see that y'all being baited,
it is.
Jamaica is black. Jamaica is black. Jamaica is right next to Cuba. Jamaica is black.
Y'all seen them niggas. You seen them niggas? Y'all don't know
One mic. If y'all cannot see is black. How silly y'all!
Yeah, you seen them niggas that look like they from Detroit.
Say a sentence that set y'all niggas off like that. It's
Jamaica is black. Y'all Cubans, y'all racially ambiguous.
No, we ain't. No, we ain't, bro. You gotta.
Y'all Afro-Asiatic. Y'all Afro-Asiatic.
Now we back on that nigga that played for the Boston Celtics, huh?
Yeah, and Chef got his fucking fiddle out.
That's when my grandfather came here. When my grandfather came here, that's why he settled with motherfucking black folk. Those niggas look like him. The same nigga.
You're applying sources to a nigga that's giving you satire.
Yeah, he's just talking shit.
But I thought you ain't play the race game, Gullah, but you playing it right now.
Hey, Cuban, you said what?
Now we're gonna argue for another 10 minutes about that statement. Go ahead.
He's trolling.
I'm talking about colonial. I'm talking about niggas. I'm talking about motherfuckers in colonialism. I ain't talking about no African population.
Man, where the fuck is Concrete Corey? He can get this
He's smarter than us because he left this dumbass shit. Hey, listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you in a minute too.
So
did you find Menkaure yet?
Yeah, I did. So listen, right? So you're correct. It's Menkaure, right? You're correct. That's because I found it in the Egyptian museum, right? I didn't find it in the Boston Museum. So, but it says this. This is what Egyptologists say about it.
Mm-hmm.
The niggas y'all would go get to sort out the conversation between YouTube channels. These are the experts, quote unquote. So William Stevenson Smith, he says the hair of the Old Kingdom statues is usually represented by a close-fitting wig rendered in patterned ridges rather than naturalistic strands. Dorothy Arnold from the Met Museum in the Royal Women of Amarna Egyptian Scripture Catalog writings, she explains royal sculpture does not attempt portrait realism. Wigs and hairdresses are rendered schematically as part of the formal image of kingship.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it. Don't do it, Brad. I was gonna break this down in my video in an hour.
I know. Niggas gonna still watch the video. Hold on one second.
That's an ancient do-rag.
So George Reisner, the actual excavator of the Menkaure Temple, this is from the Giza excavation reports. Reisner consistently describes royal statuary as formalized ideal figures rather than anatomically correct portraits. He notes that the statues represent the king and canonical. I don't know how to say that word. Canonical from rather than individual appearance. This is why hair texture is not treated as literal evidence.
Beautiful.
From the Egyptian art handbook. From the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Hold on. Egyptian sculpture follows strict conventions in which the king is shown wearing wigs or headdresses that symbolize status rather than recording. I'm gonna land my plane here. Natural hair. So it says, why does this apply applies specifically to the Menkaure head because the alabaster head comes from a royal statuary program, shows patterned ridged carving, matches known wig rendering conventions of other sculptures, so Egyptologists interpret the surface within that framework. What you will not find in scholarship, no Egyptological publication describes the ridged surface as waves, textured natural hair, or locks. That interpretation only appears in modern identity debates.
Thank you. I was gonna break this down, but people are tripping.
Look, I said earlier, looking at art and trying to put your interpretation on it, saying is crazy because you don't know the intent of that artist and if it's used in a sensational way or like so to look at some shit like that and to make the talker points Pascal was making. I mean, I'm not gonna knock it, but I mean, you can't get mad if I look at that as well.
So son, I'm gonna get off here right now and I got my screens lined up already. Those are not waves, people. Trust me.
So Brass, just so you know,
Haskell, can I say something quick? Just DQ.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Chief X, if that's the proper information, I do apologize, brother.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I'm just here to help. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I've done a presentation. This is what I'm saying. I've done a presentation on headdresses before. I already know what they are. I'm trying to help y'all.
Yeah, that's why I put those pictures up to get the discussion going, right? I wanted to get people.
No, you're debunked, bro.
Hold on. Stop. That's why I asked Corey and them if they believe that in regards to Zozier, the second person, if they believe that those locks are a wig. Corey said he believed it was basically a continuation of the headdress. And I said it can only be three things. It can only be a depiction of his natural hair, a wig, or some sort of headdress, locks headdress. It's either one of those three things. So
the Egyptians. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't have an issue with any Egyptologists taking the position that they do because that's what they do, right? Now, just so you know, Brass, I don't know if you're familiar with who George Reisner is. Because many of this idea of all of Egyptian art basically being stylized, its genesis is with him, right? And then subsequent Egyptologists pretty much just parrot what he says, right? Now, just so you know, George Reisner says that the Cushites, not the Egyptians, he said that the Cushites.
No, don't. Oh,
Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. I'm talking to. George Reisner says that the Cushites were not responsible.
I was talking a minute. I was talking, and you was cutting me the hell off and insulting me. What I mean, like what the hell?
And I was talking too.
You can be rude and cut people off, but nobody else can cut you off.
Yeah. So.
You're giving a snake oil bullshit. You double down and triple down so many. You double down and triple down so much on those waves and hair. You're big up now, bro, and now you're trying to wiggle out of it.
No, y'all made y'all point. Y'all gotta let him make his point. Y'all said y'all just debunked him. Now let him make his point.
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm talking to Chief X and them. If Chief X, if you agree to what Brash just read, then why not let Haskell make his point?
Well, why you didn't ask Haskell to let me make my point
Well,
before he
ahead,
started cutting me off?
Go ahead, Haskell.
Because you said you was doing the whole show. You said you were doing the whole show.
I tried. You guys whole show to make your point. I was quiet for a minute. And I only interjected about 30 minutes ago, and Haskell started insulting me. Come over and watch that shit. Start talking over me. Ain't nobody gonna watch your shit. Ain't nobody gonna watch your shit. And ain't nobody said nothing.
Yeah, it is. I hear you, Howard.
Can I say what I was trying to say before?
Yeah, but when you started talking, you got cut off because you started talking about tacos and taquitos. That's why you got cut off.
But Cuban, why are you trying to have interest in a conversation that you're not interested in and you don't want to have?
Because I'm trying to tell you why, my brother. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm starting to see your point with that house.
I'm trying to tell you why.
But
y'all believe y'all got the recommendation.
Discussion though, and say to them, hey, this is why you should be having the discussion. Like, no matter what you say, Cuban, nobody's gonna not stop having these discussions. So unless you have something to contribute to the topic going on right now, there's no what's the point of you speaking?
I do have something to contribute to the conversation.
Contribute, bro. Go ahead.
But it might not be what you want to hear.
But go ahead and contribute, though.
The point that I'm trying to make, the sarcasm I was trying to bring is this. You guys are intelligent people. All of you are intelligent. Don't you see that the conversation is not going nowhere? That's what I'm trying to bring out in this. That's all I'm trying to say.
I can agree with that. I fully agree with that.
Yeah, the conversation is gonna go somewhere because I'm gonna prove it all shortly.
Hey, check it out, right? Check it out.
We're getting clarification.
If y'all argue this long, and y'all don't see that we about. Hold on, let me say this. If y'all argue this long and y'all can't see that the conversation that we're having is about to come to a head, then I don't even know how y'all sit and listen to the rest of it. These niggas are at a point, and now y'all saying, what the fuck? We are at a point of clarity.
Cuban is derailing the conversation, right? I let him talk. He came in to say, you came in to essentially, but you just essentially said that you said the conversation isn't going anywhere. The implication of that is, why are y'all continuing to talk about this if it's never going to be resolved? That's what's implied in that. So
somebody is about to die. We're at a point of clarity.
So Cuban, I'm going to tell you something unequivocally today, bruh. I, nor Chief X, nor anyone else is going to stop talking about this, no matter how senseless you think it is, or if it's not going to get resolved. So if you could kindly stay out of these discussions until they're over, I think that would be respectful. I don't think it's respectful to come into somebody's conversation and say why they shouldn't be having a conversation. I think that's disrespectful.
Okay, can I actually finish what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, finish.
Thank you. So, in that again, I'm going to say again, you guys are intelligent people, right? And it's not me. I'm really not trying to derail the conversation because I know that no matter what I'm going to say, nobody's going to give two shits on a Thursday afternoon. And the conversation is a bit.
Do you have to contribute to the discussion? We don't need your editorialized discussion.
This is okay. If you guys don't like being cut off, why the fuck you cut people off?
No, you saying
So
you guys. That was Haskell.
What they gotta say.
That was Haskell.
That's the shit that fucking kills me.
Yeah,
So
but you're yelling at all of us because of Haskell.
Yes.
But he's let's name it right.
Why you want to?
No,
Get on Haskell.
No, fuck
Let
that.
him get it out.
Say Haskell. We all sitting here listening, and Haskell cut you off. And then you start talking about all of us. It was Haskell. Yell at Haskell, bro. Keep y'all shit specific to the nigga that cut you off.
Damn. Haskell's still talking. Listen. I'm not gonna say anything. Continue the conversation.
Cuban is still talking, Haskell. Jesus Christ.
I'm not going to say anything. Continue the conversation. And what's going to happen is there's going to be a video tonight and a video tomorrow and a video the next day and a video the next day and a video the next day and a video the next day. And all of you going to say that you don't know what you're talking about. Only I know what I'm talking about. But none of you are fucking scholars.
I agree. Hold on. Give me a second. I can't even argue with that statement.
So right, friends, this discussion is going to continue in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Do you know? That's what's going to happen, and there are going to be incessant, nonstop videos about the subject. That's the reality. That's what's going to happen. Your shaming tactics is not going to change that. The sun's going to come out tomorrow, and it's going to shine. Now, once you are aware of this, the only sane thing to do is stay out.
Right.
In conversation.
So I'm insane, but you're not insane for having the same conversation every fucking day.
Yes, I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, but I think, hold on. But my point to even talk in it though, Chef. This is to Chef and Haskell.
We was about to come to a point, yo.
Right, we had a point. I want to go back to that point. Hold on, Haskell. He didn't. It's easy to get the shit back. It's easy to get the shit.
Nigga tell me what the fuck to talk about and what's not gonna. I don't give a fuck, nigga.
Oh, but now you the one taking it off. Let's get back to the point, bro. They like to see you like that, Haskell. Don't go there, bro.
Cuban, nobody's telling you, but I think you need to get off speaker because we can't hear you well. And when you talk, you get drowned out. So you got to come off speaker.
Hold on, Chief. So real quick,
y'all are insane.
Yeah, this is insanity. And Haskell don't even realize that they actually love to see that crazy shit come out right there. But just listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. We can't even hear you because you blew your microphone out. Pause. Your shit is distorted as fuck right now.
That was crazy work.
Hey, look, bro.
Okay, you clear now.
Out of all the crazy niggas on every side of this argument, right? The niggas that can't take a position. 1 minute they here, 1 minute they there. They talking about there's no such thing as black, and then you got this nigga saying, you feel me? And this nigga saying R2D2 D1 B1. The craziest niggas in the whole conversation. Out of all the crazy niggas, right? And I'm throwing myself in the mix.
Yes.
Craziest nigga is the nigga who comes in the insane asylum and say, man, when y'all gonna stop acting crazy, man? Y'all should stop talking about this. Stop doing this. That's the craziest nigga. Because niggas done let him know over and over, I don't care what you say, what you think about this, and the whole implied thing about I think take that as a sneak diss, because if a nigga say y'all are intelligent people, but you're engaging in unintelligent discussion that's not going anywhere, I take that as like
that could be taken as a shot. Yeah, that could be taken as a shot.
Take that as a sneak diss, my nigga. Look, I don't care what a nigga say.
Yeah, but you can't tell how you gonna take the shot.
I'm taking it how I'm gonna take it is what I'm telling you, bro.
Okay, but I'm the one who said it. It wasn't. So
all I'm saying is, Cuban, I don't care about none of that shit.
Y'all both in Florida. Y'all can just go talk.
We ain't talking about none of that.
Them niggas 0.5 miles away from
y'all like 25 miles. Y'all like 0.5 miles away from each other, yelling.
Y'all around corner from each other.
Let's sort that shit out,
bruh.
So is y'all serious?
Y'all serious or y'all playing, nigga?
Like Chef said, right? Like Chef said a while ago, right? We was getting somewhere in the discussion, dog. And then a nigga gonna come in, and then a nigga gonna jump in with a lecture.
He's not a nigga, he's a Cuban.
I'm saying to the man, bruh, do you have something to contribute to this topic? And then the nigga goes roundabout to say, man, why are y'all talking about this? That's what he did.
But we were at a point. I kind of want to stay there though, Haskell, before y'all sort y'all shit out. Y'all not that far.
Nigga, get an Uber and hook up. The conversation or think the conversation is a waste.
We got your point, Haskell.
If a nigga think the conversation is a waste of time, then get the fuck on.
Haskell, you win. Haskell, you win. Have the conversation.
Thank you, bro.
You'll be back to the same shit.
You gotta throw in the bullshit.
And now y'all about to talk. Y'all both in Florida. Just get in the car.
I told Haskell we need to smoke a blunt and we can have a conversation.
No, Haskell might smoke your ass.
No, I don't dislike anybody. No, Haskell.
You don't like Haskell.
Bro, somebody was about to die on the wig and the hair.
Listen, bro. Listen, dog.
I'm trying to get back to it, but Haskell keeps talking
listen, bro.
Disrespect.
A nigga, no, because I'm sick of this shit, bro.
We got you though. We understand.
Niggas is sit and talk about LeBron and MJ all fucking day. It's channels on the internet literally centered around that content making thousands of dollars a month. That shit will never be resolved. And niggas gonna have that argument till the day they motherfucking die. Okay? I'm not finna go.
Haskell, I think. Oh my bad.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not finna go on no channel. I'm not finna go on no channel about the GOAT discussion, giving motherfucking lectures. Or I think you guys are intelligent people, but I mean,
who the person thinks is best is a subjective matter, and it's never going to end. You're going to make a video, and then he's going to make a video, and then he's going to make. Yes, we know that. You think we don't? You think you're the only one who made that astute observation? We know it.
I think this space is diverse, though. I don't think this is
we know, and we don't care. We're gonna keep having the discussion.
Work that out,
all right, brother. All right, we got it. So now that we at the point where I'm telling you what Egyptology is saying, I think I'm saying a little bit of a different version of that. You don't have any problem. I know you say sometimes these guys are problematic, but I didn't only quote Reisner. I didn't hear what your Kushite thing about Reisner, but based on Egypt,
Reisner claims that Kush wasn't started by the indigenous people there. It came from the Near East.
Black Egypt would break up your goddamn
I want to check on that because I wasn't the only source. I quoted like 3 people in 2 different museums that's saying different than from what you saying respectfully from YouTube and niggatry. Which person I'm supposed to listen to?
I don't know what this niggatry thing is about, but I'm telling you.
I say niggatry meaning I say niggatry. I want to explain.
Yeah, no, you don't need to. It's fine.
I do. For 1 second. We've been listening to you. Just listen to me. I don't mean it disrespectfully, but you'll say things like when you and Fetty was talking. You'll say things like, "I don't understand why I can't say da 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 da," and that's a nigga, or we can't just have barbershop conversation. Barbershop conversation.
No, all I said was I don't understand what you meant by it. That's
okay.
it. I didn't say nothing more than that. Right?
So answer that question. If I quoted 2 museums, 3 Egyptologists, why would I take what you saying about
you
it?
Don't, you don't have to take. You don't have to take anything.
No, but why do you? Okay. Then I'm gonna ask you. Why do you think that? Why would you? Because I know how you are in other conversations. When people present sources, if I present 3 museums and 2 Egyptologists, and I need to read the rest of them, but just that much sources information on that is not waves. What in you in this particular part of the conversation? What makes you fight them without any qualifications other than? You know, you've studied it a lot, you've talked about it a lot, but you're going against museums and Egyptologists. Why are you comfortable doing that?
Well, because the matter of observing artwork, any human being can do. Like you can know about the cultural conventions and all that stuff,
but not in this case, though, Haskell.
And you said your observation was a fact.
No, but in this case, the reason I'm saying I'm cutting you off on purpose because we can have a conversation. I'm not gonna go too long.
But I can find Egyptologists that say the opposite.
Okay, no, do that. I'd love to look at it. I'm saying in this,
saying I don't need an Egyptologist to say that this person is depicted wearing a Nemes crown. Like I can observe that, or that is a uraeus on this person's head. Or if I didn't know the term uraeus, I could say, oh, that's a little snake thing on the guy's head.
But the reason why you would need an Egyptologist, what I'm saying is because,
or if a guy has on sandals, if a guy
can we talk to each other, bro?
If a guy is depicted wearing
you just want to go ahead and just keep going. Let's talk to each other.
Let me just make this one last. If a guy is depicted in artwork with sandals on, I can say, oh, in that portrait, that guy has on sandals. I don't need an Egyptologist to tell me that.
Okay, so if an Egyptologist
says to you, don't mean he black though.
But if an Egyptologist tells you that the reason why it can't be identified as waves is because the pattern is schematic, not naturalistic, and those ridges being evenly spaced, geometric, and repeated, real hair, including waves, isn't carved that uniformly in Egyptian art. When Egyptians showed natural hair, they carved irregular curls or individual strands. So the reason why you might need an Egyptologist is because your common sense might not match up with what actually is, because we're in 2026. You're applying 360 waves in our time to some shit in ancient Egypt and a sculpture. I'm saying maybe you're not qualified to do that.
to say
You
it's a
don't need
fact.
any. You don't need any qualifications
He
to
isn't
observe.
qualified to do it.
You don't need.
That's
You
right.
don't need. You don't need. Who is this jumping in now? Who is this, bro?
Why does it
Who
matter?
is this, bro? No,
But why
because
would you say? But
other
why would you say
niggas,
you don't
other
need
niggas fucking up.
qualifications to?
Other niggas, other class clowns and shit fucking a convo up. I'm just seeing
Yeah.
who's the next. Who's the
That
next
was Mel.
contestant?
That was Mel.
I
But
know,
I don't think he was saying
I
that.
know who it is with the little
Oh,
snarky
okay.
shit he
Okay, so
said,
why
bro.
would
But
you ask? Why would you
if
ask?
because I want you to identify yourself, bro. But
But if you knew who I was, what would be the purpose to
damn,
me?
why are you being so
identifying
sassy,
We
bro?
about to be. We about to go another
Why are you
20
being
minutes
so
on some
sassy? You notice
personal
how
shit.
you notice how
We had
you
a
notice how
point.
ruffle you notice how I ruffle niggas feathers to the point where niggas get on sassy as fuck. Like
I'm not
I
bothered.
ain't even know.
Black
I didn't
I'm just
even know
saying
that it was even
you're
on.
unqualified.
Black Egypt is
So
straight
why are you?
toxic, bro.
So why are you praising?
Brass,
Why?
is that a website you're reading, Brass? You have a link
No,
for that?
yeah, no. I'm reading. I asked it to source the answer, and it sourced it from Britannica and the Met Museum. That that what you saying are 360 waves matches known wig conventions. He says Old Kingdom sculpture frequently shows close-fitting cap wigs. These are carved with schematic ridge patterns very similar to what you're seeing. So the closest known category to that is a wig, not hair texture. And that's actually no, hold on. That's actually coming from hold on, bro. That's actually coming from the motherfucker that was at the excavation of Minkari.
Yeah, that's George
He's saying
Reisner.
that.
That's George Reisner.
Right.
Right. The virulent anti-black racist. And I'm telling you,
doesn't matter.
So are we now saying because he's racist, his information is 100% wrong?
Absolutely,
You know he got the conspiracy theory attached to certain
George Reisner. No. Listen, that's not a conspiracy theory. When I say that George Reisner said that the Kushite, fuck the Egyptians, George Reisner, in his expert opinion that y'all are leaning on so much, said that the Kushite civilization was not created by the indigenous people. He said it came from outsiders that came in and took over. Right.
Yeah,
So
I was saying, but you said like hold on. You said like wait. You said like an hour ago, Haskell. An hour ago, you were saying this the game that Egyptologists play in the descriptions instead of saying that it's hair. They're rebuttal.
Wig. Yeah,
that's why I said the conspiracy theory. You have a skepticism even when they say something of the contrary of what you think. You think is rooted in the fact.
No, but even if listen, hold on,
Haskell, because you still Haskell. I was still talking. I just let you cut me off. I don't want to go somewhere else because y'all about to have a different conversation. Haskell, and I'm gonna say this to Fetty also, but Fetty, if George Reisner is racist, this is how I deem these racist people in this conversation following y'all. If George Reisner's deduction on one thing is wrong, and we say it's because it's racist, then throw that out. But if George Reisner's other point is based on the Met agreeing in Egypt, the British Museum, and 4 other Egyptologists, if he's saying the same thing as him, you can't just throw what he's saying out in this when you got 7 other scholarly parts agreeing with it. That's a level of consensus. You can't throw that shit out just because some shit he said right there. He agrees with the consensus on these waves, not Kush. And don't take me to some Kushite shit. Stay on his hair.
Racism in Egyptology is a matter of institution. It's institutionalized within the. It's institutionalized within
Don't you
the
use
field.
Egyptologists to prove your point in certain aspects?
And then
racism in the conscious community is just the same.
I'm gonna use the ones. I'm not gonna use Reisner and racists like him. There are plenty of other people to use. Like Brass wants me to demonstrate, which I won't do now, but I will do at a future time, that there are other Egyptologists who say the opposite. So that doesn't resolve anything. But
there's zero.
Do they represent the scholastic consensus regarding ancient Egypt?
I don't know. How would you appraise a consensus? Is it by number? How does it exactly?
No, you appraise it by the data that they
playing a whole different game.
No. But I'm saying
there's zero Egyptologists that say those are waves. Not one.
Yeah, I don't think
that's
you ever.
not true.
I don't think you ever. You don't ever want to play the game.
He's going against the
Yeah.
You don't ever want to play the game.
You don't never want to say
zero.
never. You're gonna get yourself in trouble. Yeah.
You don't ever want to play the game of zero.
I have one loaded up.
There's no Egyptologists that say that.
Oh, you still fucking up because I have one in the stash right now ready. Right now ready.
I think the guy you got in the stash is racist. I don't want to listen to him.
And she's a white woman. Okay.
I think she's racist.
That's besides the point that I want to make right now, right? Look at the I'm not gonna say it right now. I'm keeping it in the stash because me and Chief X supposed to have a showdown. So if you look in the again, go back to the chat, Brass.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. I'm a human being. I have the ability to reason, right? I can go to a mechanic and I don't know a 20th of what that mechanic knows about cars. But if he says something that is inconsistent with something that I know, I can know this nigga trying to game me. You get the point that I'm getting at?
Yes.
Right. All right. Look at that picture at the very bottom. The last one I put in there.
I'm looking at it.
All right. In that picture, the queen in that picture is depicted as charcoal black, right? And next to her, I believe they say that's her son, Amenhotep the First, I think, or it might be her husband, whatever it is, besides the point that I'm making at this moment, right?
Yep.
Do you know that consensus in Egyptology says that the only reason why she's depicted with her skin that dark is because she's dead and she's being deified. And that's the reason why her skin is in that color. Am I making that up, Mel? Or do they say that about almost Nefertari in them depictions?
Several of them, but the
Right.
question,
Hold on.
the question
Hold
that
on,
should
stop
be
right there. I
asked
just
is
wanted you to
why.
affirm that. I just wanted to
I can
affirm that.
but there's a reason why, and that's what I'm saying. The question is to be asked why.
I'm coming to a point, right? So now, Brass, me as an intelligent human being, all the letters behind your name, the PhD, the CMB, and all of that stuff, right? It's never going to make me throw away my basic logic and reasoning. Right. If you're telling me that woman in that picture is being depicted in that way because she's dead and being worshipped, right? The man in the picture is also similarly dead and being worshipped. Why is his skin not depicted charcoal black? Okay. So what you have there is a complete logical schizophrenia. It's bullshit. And I don't give a fuck. You could get 100 Egyptologists and they know more than me. They cannot resolve that logical impasse right there.
Who said she was dead?
If they're depicted that, who said she's dead?
No, who said that she was dead? You said that Egyptologist or the consensus says that she's dead.
The consensus.
Okay, name one person that says she's dead.
I don't know, bro. I'd have to go look. Bro,
I mean, if it's the consensus, you could just throw a rock in here.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
No, okay, I'm saying, how do you know it's the consensus? I'm trying to check the work. How do you know?
Because that's what's, generally held. Like they said,
where'd you read it at? I'm saying, so I can go read that. Is what I'm saying. Where'd you read that at?
Off top, man. I don't just Google Nefertiti being. I can't give no remedial course right now, bro. Like I'm trying to flow. You know what I'm talking about? Like let's put in Nefertiti.
I get it, but you don't think that's a problem that I gotta move forward?
Okay, I'm gonna help you.
Assuming what you're saying is true.
All right. So just put it in Google.
Yeah.
Amos Nefertari. That's spelled Ahmose. Nefertari, Nefertari. Amos Nefertari depicted black because of death or something along those lines.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Now, Egyptological convention and Egyptological consensus says that queen is depicted that way in that depiction because she is dead, right? Now, the male depicted with her is similarly dead and also being worshipped and literally in the same stele. Why is he not depicted in that color if he's also dead? Do I need a degree to make that, simple reasoning?
Well, I would say this is because I looked it up. It says you're bringing up Amos Nefertari, and this is a great example because her black-blue skin depiction is one of the most discussed topics in Egyptology, but it's often misunderstood online. It says short answer. She is not being depicted as a corpse or a dead body. The black color is symbolic, not a literal skin tone or sign of death. It says Egyptologists interpret this, her painted black or dark blue, as fertility and rebirth symbolism. It says association with divine status. So Gay Robbins, it's a funny, get past the name. Gay Robbins, an art historian, Betsy Bryant, John Hopkins, Egyptologist, notes that her coloration reflects her cult status and regenerative symbolism.
And I got what I want to say.
Aidan Dotson, Egyptologist, connects the black coloration to funerary and rebirth symbolism, not physical appearance. So it says, is she depicted as dead? No. This is a misunderstanding. Hold on. This is a misunderstanding. Dead bodies in Egyptian art are usually pale, wrapped, or in funerary scenes.
Yep.
It says Amos Nefertari is usually shown upright, regal, wearing crowns, and alive in divine form. Why people think dead is because black is associated with funerary symbolism, but in Egypt that meant rebirth, not decay. It's closer to resurrected divine state than dead.
All right, can I say something?
Yeah, Mel, go ahead, Mel.
All right, so this setting is a setting where it's discussing rebirth. So we got to understand that first. Second, in all ancient Egyptian art,
you have to be, in order to be rebirth, you have to be dead, right? But go ahead.
But let me finish. So in all Egyptian artwork, men and women were drawn differently to designate both the sex and social roles. I'll get into the social roles in a second. So, for instance, men were commonly painted reddish brown, and women were typically painted a lighter yellow or like a cream colored, off-white colored. That's the standard across all ancient Egyptian writing. That's the standard. When we talk about social roles, the reason why they did this, one, to disambiguate between who's a man and who's a woman, but also the social roles were that men worked outside, women worked inside. Because men worked outside, they are going to be painted a darker color, the darkest reddish tone, and women, because they were more indoors, they would get that lighter tone. And so this would be the same across family. So like husband and wife, you would see this contrast, or brother and sister, or people of the same ethnic group, you would see the same contrast. So it's symbolic. It's not naturalistic. It's not like racially based. And he's correct. If they were deceased, they would be pale, and you would see the connotations that indicate that they are deceased.
Right. So I hope people would give me a little credit, and I think that when I talked about her being depicted in that color, having something to do with her being dead, that they didn't literally think I'm saying it's supposed to be depicting a cadaver. I mean, I think I'm using colorful language and plain language, but I'm hoping that people have, sometimes I guess I'm just overestimating, but the fact is, let's go and use the language.
Let's go get to the bottom of that, dude.
Let's go and use the language.
We already
let's
did.
use the language that. Let's use the language that. Let's use the language that that Brass found and the funerary thing. Okay, so she's depicted like that, because it's a funerary setting and she's depicting rebirth. So now I reissue the question. The king next to her is also in a funerary setting, same setting, right? And he's also being deified, right? Because below that, it shows the worshipers. That's only a part of the stele, right? Why is he not similarly? And the color convention about the yellow and the dark reddish brown, it doesn't, because then the question would be,
what's the question, Master?
So I'm gonna tell you. I can tell you.
Yeah.
No, let him get the question out. He never finished. What's the question?
Why is the male not similarly depicted if he's also being rebirthed? Keep in mind that there are depictions of men in similarly funerary settings being rebirthed, and they are in that dark green color to symbolize rebirth.
Correct.
Right. So why isn't he in the same setting, same funerary setting? She is being depicted as being reborn and being symbolic of all of that. That's why she's jet black. Why isn't he jet black then?
Because it says
Hold on. What is Alchemist in the Moon doing to him? Like, let's specify that. What is she doing?
That?
What is Arcus in the Moon doing to him in that setting?
Hold on. That's almost Nefertari. That's not
No,
Ankh-Simone.
that's Arcus in the Moon. That's who
All
that
right,
is.
hold on. Let me
That's
see.
a romantic scene, by the way. But what is she doing to him?
Hold on. I might have put up. Maybe I put up the wrong picture. Hold on.
Okay. But in the picture, what is she doing to him? Can somebody answer that?
Hold on. I might have put up the wrong picture. Hold on.
I'll answer it.
Hold on, don't answer that yet. Hold on.
No,
Okay.
let him answer. Let him answer. Cause I was looking for the picture where
If you
almost
it's called the embracing spouse motif.
Correct.
It symbolizes marriage, support,
scene.
unity,
The
eternal
ritualistic
companion.
scene and the
Yeah,
romantic
it's
scene.
that picture symbolizes marriage, support, unity, eternal companionship. It is one of the most common gestures in Egyptian tomb art.
Yeah, so I used
they're showing their relationship.
So I used the incorrect picture then because that's not almost Nefertari. Hold on, let me go find the right picture.
But let me answer this real quick, and then you can get the right picture. In this setting, she is putting oil or ointment on his shoulders, and she's performing a ritual of care, renewal, and sanctification. So she's basically applying love to him, which restores him, which is why it's another case of why he's also their color, and she's not.
And this is also why you can't just freestyle this shit.
Correct.
And this is why
All right,
when you
hold on.
say, why do you need an Egyptologist? That's why.
So when somebody says you're unqualified,
No,
right.
I uploaded the wrong picture. I thought I uploaded this
I
picture.
understand. It happens.
That's not.
But there's a reason why you don't
say that he agreed that he don't think Dr. York is a pedophile.
Hold on, Chef. Because if you notice when I was talking, I even mentioned that. I mentioned that at the bottom that the worshipers were in the picture. You feel me? And there's not no worshipers in that picture. There's not no worshipers in the picture that I put up. So I just put the wrong picture up. Now go back to the chat. I got the right picture up.
All right, give me a second. I'm trying not to die here.
I feel like y'all running from the real question.
Ain't nobody running from the real question.
Why say he don't think he said he don't think York molested them kids.
That's not the real question.
Let's go to that. Let's go to that after this, Chef. We'll end the Egypt shit after this one. We go to that right there. It's in this chat, Mel, not the Discord chat.
Oh, the call chat?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
On the same streets that Martin Luther King marched on in Atlanta, Georgia, he went out there. Man,
Where did you get this one from? It's not even colored like that.
All right, get the right one then. Shit. Which one is the right one?
Give me a second.
Cause she's depicted in that same color. Whichever one you're gonna get.
Okay.
It ain't no picture you finna find nowhere where she not depicted as charcoal black and Amenhotep the first depicted in that reddish brown. You might find a picture that's a little lighter, a little darker, but what the picture is conveying, you're not gonna find a picture with her like in yellowish skin.
Hey, Flash TV, you said that Flash TV says Gaston Maspero said they have wavy and curly hair, diverse hair types. I don't think, but that's not what we're arguing or what we're discussing. What we're discussing specifically is that sculpture, and because those waves are schematic, that those aren't necessarily waves. That's a wig or a headdress. So when you say Gaston Maspero says they have different curly hair, diverse hair types, if you're saying that he said that about the people, I don't know if he's right or wrong. That's more a Haskell question. But we're talking about the actual picture of whether that was
Hey, Brass, do me a favor while what's the name looking for that picture.
Yeah.
Ask if the same picture, that same king with the little twist up underneath that headdress, if them is twists. Or what them supposed to be. See what kind of spin they got for that one.
Can I ask you a question? Have you looked at any of when you look at these pictures and you form these things, do you put it up against Egyptology, or you don't know what they're saying?
Of course I know. I'm familiar with every argument that you're making.
So what do they say? You're asking me to put something in there that you know what. So then what did they say before I look it up? Did they say something different?
They probably gonna say it's a wig, but I specifically with that image, I don't think I ever.
Specifically, Haskell? Which one specifically? Because there's a lot of these in here. I don't know which one.
The one that's right.
And collaborators.
The one right next to Buddy, the one with Buddy with the waves, the one directly next to him with the little baby twist. It's him. It's the same.
That's facing him. They both facing each other.
Yeah. Let me go.
Like it's like to the immediate right.
Yeah. You see, he got the little twist coming up out of the headdress, right?
I'm listening to you, but I'm not agreeing with you. But go ahead. Give me a second.
Earlier you agreed that them
I said
look like
I said the guy with the 360s out of I don't know. I said, yeah, that does look like waves, and the other guy looked like he got a hat with hair coming out.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that's the same guy. Do you get that?
I'm about to find out, because so far you've been awfully wrong about these, but I'm gonna find out.
What have I been wrong about?
Well, you sent us the wrong picture. Hold on. You sent us the wrong picture. Then Egyptology says that what you call in 360 waves are schematic and not naturalistic. So it has to be a wig or a headdress. That's the consensus, that it has to be.
That's a difference of opinion. That's not me being wrong, because they don't know what it is either. They looking at the art just like I'm looking at the art.
So that's what I meant by they was misinterpreting what ChatGPT said earlier. But did you see the picture I put in there, Brass?
I'm about to look at it. Y'all fucking my ChatGPT up. This shit gonna think I'm crazy.
Hey, none of us can confirm if them is wave, that is this. We can make arguments based on plausibility.
No, we can confirm, because you said 100% that that's waves.
Yeah, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, but we can't. How you gonna say none of us can confirm it, but it's 100% waves?
No,
you say so.
Nobody can confirm it.
Okay.
Unless you talk to that person.
Earlier, you said it was a fact.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Your opinion can't be fact. I'm not trying to mess up the words. We're having that's a semantic conversation. But you can't state your opinion and say it's 100% fact, and I got to move on the fact.
So look,
that's like saying
look,
that's like that don't make sense, Haskell.
I'm arguing plausibility, right? If they
I don't
saying
know.
that,
That's defending me right now.
hold on. I'm arguing plausibility. If they saying that that's basically a wig, a wave wig. It sounds ridiculous even saying it out my mouth. If they're saying that that's a wave wig, right? And then later on, I'm guessing the nigga went and got a little short twist wig then. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it is. I'm saying it's highly implausible to me, just using logic.
No, but your logic isn't based on no education in it, though. You're putting your logic up against niggas that went to school and did the excavation and run the museums.
No. But
they probably don't even know no black people though, so they couldn't even make the connection. They probably couldn't even make the connection that we can make from seeing these hairstyles in our families and in our people. For you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you. I get now that
look
part,
like
I
a lot
understand.
of stuff kind of be. You can know it off of.
I disagree with
your
that.
ethnicity.
I disagree with that because look,
No,
the
I just
discussion been
understand what
going
you're
on.
saying.
Hey, did you see
Has
the
been
picture I
going
put in
on
there,
for so
Brass?
long. The discussion has been going on for so long. You can't tell me that them people ain't never
Where'd
been
you put it,
showed.
Corey? Let me look at it. I was still looking up what's the name? Where'd you put it,
No,
Corey?
but I'm saying, hey Haskell, what
In
I'm
this-
saying
in
is,
this-
Okay, I'm looking at it. Okay, what you want me to
they
find in
can
it?
make the argument, right, from ignorance that I don't believe that these niggas in this chat can make that argument from ignorance, right? I think these niggas in the chat, know the hairstyles of black
Hey,
people
Sheffrin,
and different things.
listen,
So I don't think we can make that argument, but I'll give white people credit and say they can misinterpret hairstyles of ethnic hairstyles that we might wear. I'm saying white people can be mistaken. Yeah, I mean they can give some educated excuse about it.
I think y'all going too deep on this. I think y'all done went too deep on this, Chef. If you look at the do you see the picture that I
Yeah,
put in there,
I'm looking at it, Corey. What did you want me to do with it? Is what I have. What you want me to do with that?
I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to look at it.
I'm looking at it.
You see the picture. This is the statue, the bust that Haskell shared with the waves, right?
Okay.
But this is the front of it in color, right?
Okay.
Now look at the beard. Look at the beard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now look at the hair. Don't you see the similarity? Now you know the beard is fake, right? Look at now when you're looking at this bust from the front side.
Line striations on the beard and the line striations on the head.
Hold on,
Yeah,
I ain't hear what he said. What that nigga holding in his hands though? But go ahead. What is the finish with the beard? What you saying about the beard?
No, I'm saying you can tell that this bust you can tell that that's symbolic or whatever. That's artistic. That's not his hair. That he didn't. And fine. I think what ChatGPT was saying earlier is that it was meant to represent hair, not necessarily meaning that he actually had this hair. That doesn't necessarily mean that.
Corey, I haven't spoken the longest. I agree with Corey, but the problem I have with that bus, Corey, those big Negro lips and that broad Negro nose is not symbolic. It's not symbolic with what exists now in Egypt. The Egyptians don't look like that now. The
I just
modern
don't
day
want y'all to
Egyptians
go for
don't
the
look like
headdress
that.
bullshit, bro. Like, it's clear.
Yeah, but no, you're bringing the nose and the mouth in.
And then again, Brass, when you look further down to the last picture, you'll see that's the guy. That's the guy in his family right there. This is another picture, a statue of him. Basically, what they try to say is this is a representation of the black family. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of wild shit.
Yeah, but
y'all go all down the street and, white people don't know what waves look like and all this other shit. Y'all crazy.
I definitely get your point.
Hold on. So even if it's a wig,
I want to say
even
something.
even if it's a wig, though, yo,
no, don't do that.
listen,
No, don't do
I'm
that.
agreeing.
Don't
I'm
do that. No,
agreeing with
wait.
everybody's position, right?
I think y'all crazy.
Hold on.
The person's hair isn't shown in the picture that you posted. Menkarah's hair is not shown. He has on a headgear. His hair is not shown in this depiction. So
I
what does
never
that have
said
to do?
any hair was supposed to be showing.
Never said that, bro.
No,
So
but
what's his
even
point?
on the first bus, the alabaster bus, the white one, Corey, right? So even if you agree that that's a headdress that's depicting hair, right? It still would be. It's still
No,
if
I
Chat
don't agree, but I think that's what Chat GPT was telling y'all.
Okay, so
I don't
if
agree to
Chat
that though.
So you don't even agree that is a wig that could be depicting hair?
No, because I think it's
God.
depicting something else. I think it's depicting like a some type of thing on his head, like something on his. Looking at that bus,
Did
dude,
the
I'm gonna tell you
Egyptians
right now,
wear
Chef,
Nubian wigs?
I can't believe you're doing what you're doing.
Oh no,
He's
I'm
got the
asking.
snake on his head, bro.
Okay,
And
fine.
it's like, and it's like it's a do rag or something. Like, you know
All
what I'm
right,
saying?
cool.
That's what it looks
not
like, a
hair.
do rag or something.
I'm
Go ahead.
walking with you. All right, that's not hair. Haskell got that completely wrong. It's not even depicting hair now, right? So did the Egyptians wear Nubian style wigs?
Yes, and you can see it in the
Right.
You can scroll down and see his family wearing them.
Right, Nubian style. So what would
Where?
Nubian
What family? Children didn't wear wigs in ancient Egypt.
Listen, I don't know who is that
Oh,
standing
God
by him.
damn,
Now,
we about to
who
get
is that?
somewhere.
Who is that? Not his wife right there?
Yeah, you're saying the wife has on a wig.
Yeah, ain't that his family? God, listen, I
Yes.
don't know what to damn tell you niggas, man. I'm
Yes,
so
that's
sorry.
the family. But how do you wait? How do you know she has on a wig?
Oh,
Man, look. What did you saying, Stefan, again? Go ahead. What you were saying now, I think it's a do-rag. Go ahead.
Whether that's their hair or not, we know that the Egyptians wore Nubian style wigs. Now, what would be a Nubian style wig? What kind of hair would the Nubian style wig be trying to emulate if it's Nubian style?
So you saying I don't know what you're asking me there, Chef, and you got to be
I'm
more clear.
asking you, do the Nubian style wigs, right? Do they protect
black cow hair? It was representing the black cow hair. Ode to my boy Reggie. Black cow hair.
Oh, okay.
That's my answer.
Okay. Oh, so you saying like
I'm
what
gonna ask you
was
again,
they?
Corey.
Okay.
I don't know what that was. So
it was supposed to be representing hair, I guess.
What? So what type of hair did the Nubians have that the Egyptians was trying to depict in their in their wigs? What type of hair was it?
I guess it was like nappy hair. I'm
Don't
assuming.
do it,
I don't
Corey.
know. What are you saying, Chef? Because all the hair is different. Like so, all the hair be different in the wigs.
Even when they say Nubian style, right? They're talking about texture and they're talking about the styles.
I didn't
that
realize
Nubians,
that.
Yeah,
I did not
and even
realize
the
that.
styles that the Nubians wore, right? The Egyptians
I say
mainly,
it's black cow hair, Corey. Don't do
the
it. Don't do it
Egyptians
with Chef.
mainly wore their heads shaven because of lice.
Right. We all know that.
Right. So,
We don't all
if
know that. We don't all know that. We don't all know
Well,
that.
some of us know it. Okay, some of us. Let's move on. Let's move on. Some of us know it. Let's move on.
There's a source from one study.
Man, he was making a point, though. Now we gonna talk about lice.
They observed lice in one person's head during the time that was
Fine. I agree with Haskell. Now, what was your point, Chef?
It was during the Roman period. So
absolutely, Haskell.
There was no epidemic of lice in ancient Egypt to where 90% of motherfuckers.
I wouldn't argue it. I wouldn't even argue it. That's such an element.
That's not true.
Fifth graders know. Fifth graders.
That's not true. I try to be 50-50, but Haskell, that's not true.
Hey, listen, brother.
You know, lice are very important to human history.
Me and Chef done had this discussion.
Lice helped us find our story. But anyway, Chef, what you were saying something.
He gave me a source, and it was one person that was not in a relevant time period, from what I recall. It was one instance.
Now y'all finna run off about life.
Egypt
Go
is
ahead.
3,000 years, approximately, right? There was no epidemic of lice
Everybody
from
said cool,
Dynasty
Haskell.
1 to Dynasty 30. That's some
Everybody
made-up
said
shit.
cool already, Haskell.
No, you said cool. You said cool. I'm still
The
talking.
other dude
And
is gone already. Chef
still
is gone.
waiting.
The other dude.
I'm still waiting on Mel, by the way, right, to come back and explain to me why in a funerary setting where you have two people being deified, why is one depicted in charcoal black because she's being rebirthed or whatever, but the other person who's also being rebirthed and worshiped and deified, why isn't he depicted as charcoal black? If that's the reason why she's depicted as charcoal black.
Do you take
Whenever
rebirth
you're
to
ready,
be,
Mel.
do you take rebirth to be a literal thing or symbolic?
No, Cuban. That has nothing to do with the point. The point is, he says that the woman in the picture, or Egyptological convention says. Let me not say that he says. Egyptological convention says that Amos Nefertari is depicted in that stele in a jet black color, not because it was her skin color, but because she's being depicted in a funerary motif, and the black skin is meant to be symbolic of rebirth. Okay, are you following?
Yeah,
You track?
that's what I just said.
Okay.
It's symbolic.
Right. So why isn't the male who is also in the funerary setting, who's also being deified, why isn't he depicted in that charcoal black if it's supposed to be symbolic of the rebirth and the deification and all of that? Why for her and not for him? If truly it's about the rebirth and all of that stuff.
My uneducated guess is that they are of two different classes, and she's somebody perhaps of a different status. It could be more.
No,
could be
their
less.
husband and wife. He's king, she's queen. He's king, she's queen. I'll wait on Mel because I ain't gonna put that on you, Cuban. This ain't your wheelhouse. You don't give a fuck about no Egypt. But Mel been doing this for a minute, so I'm waiting on what spin, because he's spin doctoring right now, and I'm intrigued to hear the spin.
Hey, Haskell, real quick. Don't you think possibly this would be a better StreamYard kind of show, or no?
Nah, for sure.
Yeah, I think maybe see if Chef gonna go live, fire up Ecamm or something, so that people can actually pull up like pictures and sources and shit like that. Because we just talking, we just barbershopping right now. But I think some of the arguments that y'all making deserve a little bit more respect than just the barbershop Discord conversation.
How about this, Brass? Can you hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how about this? But Chef don't use StreamYard though. He do use some other stuff.
He can't.
He use Zoom. He use Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, Zoom.
Well, I could have done my presentation on Chef's channel.
Go ahead, but you got to get Chef though.
I'm only familiar. I'm
in here right now. Just text him. I don't know how long he ain't been here. I'm doing something else right now.
Yeah, I'm about to go live on my own channel and do it.
Why don't we just go on your channel then? Do you mind?
Nah, I don't mind. Yeah.
All right, go fire it up. You start talking and then invite everybody.
That's
what
I
won't.
Hold on, wait. Was that Reggie? I know Reggie was in here. When Reggie
hell out of here.
Hey, Brad, just so you know, I won't be there. Just giving you a heads up.
Yeah, I won't be there.
Okay, we'll do it on Chef's show. God damn.
Fuck out of here. Nice try.
I didn't know you was there, Reggie. My bad.
No, it's okay.
Hey, look.
I just got nice try.
Hey, look, a nigga taught this Egypt shit, but when a nigga was damn near celebrating the prospect of Ahmaud Arbery's killers getting off and saying black people just gonna have to eat that, I don't fuck with Chief on no I'm calling this nigga Chief. I don't fuck with Chief on no level. Never go on that nigga channel.
You're mad because your ass got destroyed intellectually today. You got exposed for lying about waves. You're calling it fact. All that shit you talked was garbage, and you're mad that I'm about to expose you with this headness right now. Shut your
Wait
ass
a second.
up.
Chief, you said what was he? Wait, what? He said,
I don't want. Hey, let's not start. Let's not go from Egypt. Hey, let's show some. Hold on. Let's show some restraint and respect to Ahmaud Arbery that we don't go from Black Egypt to his death. Let's not do that. Let's just move on. Let's just
that ain't got nothing
move
to
it
do with
forward.
Black Egypt. I'm telling you
No,
why
no,
I
no.
don't.
I understand that, but Cuban was asking for clarity, and we're gonna spend 30 minutes now talking about. Bro, do y'all realize we discussed 7 different topics today on the same show? I gotta chop this shit up 8 different times. We talked about Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. We did a whole bunch. Let's just not add another topic. Let's just go live for real, and then y'all present sources and have a good conversation. This is barbershop. Some of the stuff we discussed in the barbershop is cool. Right now, y'all having a conversation where I'd like to see some of the sources Haskell got, and Mel, and actually Chief X too. And Carnivorous is more like Switzerland, I think. You know, so it's like a no-fly zone. So y'all leave y'all beef paws at the door. But shouts to you, Reg. Hopefully y'all will show up on Carnivorous podcast. I'm not stopping y'all from talking. I'm just saying.
No,
when
I
you
was
get to
just listening. I was just listening for the points until this dude tried to trick y'all, but it ain't gonna work. So he can go live on his channel like he does.
Reggie, I got you real quick, right? I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah.
So there's a picture in the chat of Menkare. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. There's a picture in the chat. One, it's depicted as, if you look in this chat, it's depicted as though one picture he has like short, what we would call in 2026 360 waves, and then there's another where it's depicted like he has like a twist. I think that's how Haskell described it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I looked it up and to see if Egyptologists, because they're having a discrepancy between it being hair or being a headdress or a wig based on Egyptology and the consensus. So in ChatGPT, the consensus says that the concept of schematic hair, like waves, doesn't mesh with Egyptian sculptures. They would be more naturalistic. But in this particular case, it can't be waves or anything like that, because that's not how it would go. This comes from the Met and all of that, right? But Haskell is saying we should understand that is technically waves, and he disagrees with the Egyptologists. Now, I don't know if you looked at the picture, but does that sound correct where they would say that
where's the picture?
It's in the chat. I don't know. Go into this chat, and it was posted at 5:26 p.m.
5:26 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, go into this chat, not the general chat, the chat of this conversation.
Yeah, because on the right side there's a bunch of pictures. So I'm with different hair.
Right. Go to the 526. Is that hair or is that a is
I
that
see
just
542 and
keep
then
going up?
526. Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, so
those two pictures facing each other. They're both looking at each other.
Okay. Well, the first one is definitely a wig of some type, a helmet wig of some type. So it's artificial. It's not. It would not necessarily be hair itself. It's just a wig. The second one, it seems like there's traces of hair coming out of the hair fixture. So they did in fact wear wigs. And then there is a popular Nubian headdress, believe it or not, that they just like the style. It was their style, right? So the first one that Haskell posted on the left, that is just pretty much, it looks like a helmet. And then there's some type of uraeus on top of it, right? And the other one seems like to be another type of hairpiece, but you could see his from his line, you could see kind of like locks or twisted locks floating out of it.
Okay, so
do you think?
now
Do you
real
think
quick,
a little?
real quick, what are you
So do you
saying
think
that
a little
based on
twist?
Haskell, wait?
Go ahead.
What are you saying that now? What are you saying that based on? Are you saying that based on your museum experience, your reading, or just what you know? Or is that your opinion?
Blackology.
Damn.
No, but he's saying it's the wig though, so that's anti-blackology. He's saying the first wave.
Don't get stuck on blackology. Just let him answer the original question.
Yeah.
Why are you saying that is what it is? Are you saying that based on your knowledge or just what you think?
No, yeah, not what I think. Generally, or my knowledge of looking at the material. My guess is that is a wig covering on the left with a particular style. How they styled that headdress.
It would be a period style.
Look, I don't say nothing, Cuban, when you're walking around wearing all white with beads. That's your style.
That wasn't Cuban. That wasn't Cuban.
That wasn't Cuban. That was me.
That wasn't Cuban.
You about to kill Cuban for that.
No, but I'm just saying that's his style. I didn't say nothing wrong.
Oh yeah. But that was Mel talking to you. Is what I'm saying.
Oh
yeah, I'm saying that was our minor period.
Okay, so that's you say, but the amount of period, yeah, okay, that's their to me that's their style. You could just clearly see it's an artificial. It could be some type of leather wig or something like that, but it's certainly something wig. Right.
Okay,
Reggie.
Okay, all right. So
real quick, Grass.
No, like, Chef is here. I don't know how long you're gonna stay, Haskell. Hey, Chef, can they go? Can you go live tonight? Or are you busy?
I'm at a bar right now, so.
Are you busy? So what? Can you go live tomorrow?
Nah, we'll do it another day. We'll do it another day.
We'll do it.
Yeah, we just ain't doing it on that fake X channel. We're not doing it there.
No, we'll do it. We'll do it another time. Why y'all stop shooting at each other, bro? We'll do that another time.
No, I'm always going to shoot at.
Jesus Christ.
What we going live about?
Now they want to show because even Reggie is saying that that's a wig and not hair. So I want to give them. I think this conversation is a little limited in the Discord because they can't present anything, so they want to do it in more of a.
Let me ask Reggie a question, right? Reggie, you believe that's a wave wig on the left, a do-rag with striations in it, or whatever, a leather hat with striations in it?
Yes.
Completely ridiculous to me, but fine. On the right-hand side, you said that you noted twists of some sort, right?
Yeah, I see something peeking out from the headpiece.
From the headdress, right?
Right.
Now, are you of the opinion that that's also depicting a wig?
No, I'm not. At that particular point, well, first of all priests, almost all elite were bald headed, and they all put on wigs, right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
They all put on wigs for cleanliness. You can't be walking in Africa in a temple.
I cannot believe that somebody like you believe that Egyptological convention nonsense.
I'm because I go into museums. I go into museums and I see the wigs, and I think even on the thing that you showed us, right? There are there's another on Corey McKinney at 736 sent another very similar headpiece kind of wig.
Somebody had on a headset. No, in that picture that Corey put on, the men. By the way, just so you know, those two pictures are both Menkara. You're aware of that, right? The one with the wave.
I'm never sure of anything unless there's writing on it, right? I'm not so sure, but nevertheless.
No, that's been confirmed, Reggie. You can Google. You can go to. Right, that's Menkara in both pictures, right? So, what I'm saying is that Egyptological convention that you just rattled off, it's implausible to me in this situation. So I'd have to imagine then that for some reason this king had a wave wig, and then he went ahead and got a twisted up dreadlock wig, right? As opposed to that just being as to that.
It's not implausible. It's just come on. It's just different ceremonies, different ritual things, different. It's different. It doesn't mean that they walk around like that all day.
I disagree. Listen.
Okay, you could disagree.
Go in the pictures. Go in the chat again. Right. I just put up my Herpes picture. Right. That's his mummy.
Yeah, I know Mayor Herpes.
Just now, 8:06. Right.
80 August 13th. Okay, I got to go down. I know Mayor Hepri. Okay. Yeah, okay, Mayor Hepri. That's his hair. That's a wig.
Right.
That's a
you
wig.
You say that's a wig?
Yeah, uh-huh.
It's not.
It's a wig with the crown on, bro.
No, it's see
no,
that
we're talking about my Herpes, Mel.
I see
there
let
is no crown.
Let me just check and see what it says about
what's
Mayor
the
Hepri.
time
But
you
normally
posted
wait. Normally, like what happens is with Egyptian elites, right? They usually shave their heads and then they wear.
Reggie, we heard you the first time.
Okay,
do you see the pictures of my? Do you see the?
Me?
Do you see the picture of my Herpes? I don't think my Herpes was a priest.
Wait. Yeah.
I don't think he was a priest to my knowledge, right?
He's an Egyptian
he was
elite.
he was a military guy, as far as I know, and he was the viceroy of Kush, and he had some other titles. Was he a priest? You can let me know. I don't recall him being a priest.
I said Egyptian elite.
Okay,
so Wikipedia, go to Wikipedia. Mehepri's tightly curled woolly hair was actually a wig that had been glued directly onto the scalp when it was mummified.
So because it got what? Hold on. It got what to the scalp because of being mummified?
Mehepri's tightly curled woolly hair was actually a wig that had been glued directly on his scalp when he was mummified. So he was effectively buried with it as part of his body preparation.
So they glued a wig to this nigga's skull.
Okay.
And you believe that shit.
Yes, because
you believe that shit.
First of all, what museums on ancient Egyptian?
I don't want you on the blackology side no more.
What? Wait, first of all,
man.
What museums have you been in?
You're off the squad, man. I'm cutting you, bro. Effective right now.
Come on, Haskell, talk to me. You just listen. I'm just telling you what the. Okay, so now I have to disregard. Look, it says go to Mehepri's. Everybody go to Meherpri, MAIHERPRI, Wikipedia. It's gonna say.
Dog, don't you notice a pattern?
Don't you notice a pattern? Unwrapped by George Darcy in March 1901, revealing a mummy whose dark-skinned match is depicted of his copy of the Book of the Dead, and thought that he was like Mehepri's natural color, unchanged by the mummification process. He also had tightly curled woolly hair, which turned out to be a wig glued to his scalp. Then there is a footnote. Then we go to Forbes, right? Tombs and Treasures, Mummies, 7 Great Discoveries of Ancient Egyptian Art and Chemic Communications, where I guess they actually talk about his mummy there.
Are there any other instances of a wig being glued to a mummy's head that you're aware of?
Many of the mummies where you so-called mummies, Sahu or however you want to say Karesh, they have wigs buried with them. Sometimes
no, that's not what they said. Why are you doing that? I hate when people do that. I asked you, do you have any other instances where a wig is glued to a mummy's scalp?
I'm saying most of them when they are buried. Wait. There's two ways. There is, watch this. When they unwrap a mummy, usually the mummy has hair. Not all the time, but usually the mummy has hair, right? So most of the time, the hair is attached, the wig is attached to the mummy. Now, glued. I don't say all of the mummies
Is
are glued.
Queen T's hair glued to her head on her mummy?
Let me just check.
No, I'm gonna. Egyptology says no. You know why? Because she has that long flowing hair that could be potentially ambiguous. It could be potential. Listen, what I'm trying to show people. I'm trying to get people to think. Right? Y'all don't see the pattern. Almost Nefertari, charcoal black. Oh no, that's because she's being depicted as rebirth, and that's why. This dude with the waves. Oh no, that's a leather cap. My herpry. Oh no, that's a wig glued to us in every instance
I
where.
wanted to speak on that
This
picture.
is the point I'm making. This is the point I'm making.
I don't know how
Hey,
to
ask
deal with
Haskell. I know you were waiting on me to adjust that picture. That's Hathor. That's why she's uh, specifically black. Deities are always going to be colors that are very expressed compared to the normal reddish brown or the lighter hues. So that's Hathor. Also, the darkness or the black represents fertility as well. So that's who that is. That's Hathor and Rakarati at the top.
Is
So the deity that
but listen,
hold on.
it could vary.
This was before you came, Reggie. Hold on, Reg. Me and Mel had something before you came. Now, Mel, beautiful. Is Amenhotep similarly deified in that motif?
that's not Amenhotep at the top. That's Ra Horikati. So there's two deities at the top, and the setting is for the humans below.
Okay, hold on. Because when I Googled it, it says that that's supposed to be representing a deified Amos Nefertari. So you saying no, that's not representing a deified Amos Nefertari.
That's why you got to get the actual stele. Yes, that's not him. Those are two deities being present
Okay, hold on.
for the two humans below.
Hold on. I'm gonna go to the Egypt. Go ahead though, Reggie. I'm gonna go to the Egypt website.
Well, Haskell, it varies from it varies. Royalty, kings and queens and stuff. They have much more. How can I say as to how they live their lives. Servants of the royalty, they him netchers. That's a servant of the netchers, right? Those people, or in the local elite. Sometimes they had more, sometimes less, but certainly if they're priests, they would usually wear wigs. I just say we have to take it case by case. It's not, and period by period. So I'm not trying to how can I say, I'm just trying to say in the case of male Hepri, that's what in fact they say. Now, for me to go against what they say, I have to do some more research.
They're lying. They're lying.
I just sent you a piece from Egyptian Museum where they show.
I said they're lying.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
I just sent you a piece from the Egyptian Museum, which references a publication by Petrie, where they have a human hair that has like a scalp on it. So it's like a wig made out of human hair, but it has actual scalp on it because the person was not properly mummified.
Oh, so by the way, I'm on the Cairo Museum website right now.
Okay.
Right? And that is absolutely Amos Nefertari, according to the Egypt Museum. That's Amos Nefertari and her son, Amenhotep the First. I'm gonna put the link in the thing for you.
Go ahead.
All right, hold on. There, copy. Go ahead. The point that I'm making, Reggie, is that it's not a coincidence to me that every time you see the most unambiguously black depictions, always have some sort of explanation as to why that's not what you're looking at, right?
I agree.
But they never do that with the ones that are more ambiguous looking. There's never an explanation. Well, no, the only reason was.
I agree. I mean, I agree. I go in. Anybody that's went with me, we could see them literally discoloring. The ears are dark and everything else is light, right? With the hair, right? We can see that they in the museums they promote the hair that's long and wavy rather than the hair that's tight and nappy. I agree. The Amunani, Amunani, you can look her up. Amunani. She is right there. They don't have her, they don't show her mummy, but what they do is they show the casings and then they show her hair, right? They have her hair. So they separated her hair, which is kind of like kind of hair, yarn, and beeswax, right? And they have that on display. I agree. I definitely agree. The ambiguous ones, well, they don't promote, especially not. You're not going to find it in the gym. The gym museum. That's how can I say the North. How can I say Egyptian is the state of Egypt. Their norms is more Arab. They're promoting that. They're promoting a particular type of look. The other
All
museums,
right.
you have variations. Okay.
Right. So Mel, did you get a chance to peruse the link I sent you?
I was gonna look for the
Hey,
translation,
did you
but
just
yeah,
say
let me look.
did you just say peruse?
Well, I did. But if
Okay.
you'd like, Reg, I know you're not all that proficient in Medunetter, but I do believe you can read Shenrings, right? You know enough to read a Shenring, right?
Well,
There's
it
there's
varies.
two cartoons specifically that too.
My meta nature varies. I call myself a beginner to medium on some things. Certainly not intermediate and certainly not advanced. But yeah,
Okay.
you
So
have to show me.
Brother Mel is expressing some doubt, right, about what the Egypt Museum is saying. These are the people who tell me, well, go with the experts, the museum. So here it is on the Egypt Museum's website. The
Where is it?
motif of it. The link is in the chat, the same chat.
45, Haskell 45, 819.
Yeah. Just click that link.
Haskell, okay. All
And
right.
it'll take you right to the Egypt Museum. And then
Yeah,
you're gonna
Egypt
scroll
Museum.
down.
Okay,
You're gonna
wait.
scroll down to the third image.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to. It's up. It's just I'm temporarily frozen. Okay, it's got all these damn ads and this shit, right? So I'm gonna scroll down to the third image, second image,
Third
third
image.
image. All right, wonderful. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Okay, so what do you want?
All right. So you could see the Shenrings next to both the those two people, right? The male and female. You see the two Shenrings?
Yeah, I see. I think it looks like Ka Dejara, and then the other one says it's kind of saying it says Miss Red. Um, I think it's trying to say Amo. I think it's trying to say almost Nefertiti. All right, I'm on almost Nefertiti. Okay, so what's
It's
going on?
almost Nefertari, right? So earlier, and I'm not trying to get a got you moment, Mel, just so you know.
No, I get you wrong.
Mel was under the belief that this is actually a depiction of Hathor, and I forgot who else. Who else you had said, Mel?
Rahukadi.
Yeah, he said it was Hathor and Rahakati, and I guess they're
No,
supposed to both be
no,
deities, and yeah, that's not correct.
no,
So
no.
if it says here, limestone stela dedicated to the deified king Amenhotep I and his mother Amos Nefertari, New Kingdom, 19th Dynasty, blah 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 blah. Further below, this is from the museum now.
Yeah.
Contrary to what the internet may say, Nefertari's black skin is not an indication of black African origin. This is a museum, right? Playing the race game, who everybody claims like, oh, we're past that now, and blah, blah. Okay, is not an indication of black African origin. It is, in fact, a symbolic indication of her being deceased. Now, my question to any thinking person, if both these people are deified, both these people are being symbolically worshipped, the worshipers are below them, they're both deceased, why is one depicted in charcoal black for that reason, right? But the other is not. Okay. Make it make sense.
Okay. So, alrighty. So, what I will say about this is different ways Egyptologists can look at this, right? One is that they could connect it to a cult, right? They they connect it to cult thinking, right? Another
And
is
you have two cultists. Sorry to cut you, Reg, but there are two cultists in that depiction that's below worshiping these two people. So just so you know, he's being cultivated.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
understand that. What I am saying is that okay, depending on what expert is talking, there are other possibilities. It could in fact be that she is darker and he is lighter, right? It's just simply as that. And what they would do is make a person much more darker and lighter, right? Because you got like you got happy the black and happy the red. They may do that. She may be darker. It could be that she has Nubian ancestry, right? It could be that as a climb, an option.
No such thing as Nubian ancestry. I just can't imagine. How do you? Oh man, you go for all these canards? This Nubian bullshit?
I'm just giving you the people in this area are very diverse. And
yes, but she's not. She don't have nothing to do with Nubia. Nothing.
You say what?
We don't have any indication that Amos Nefertari. First of all, there is no
Southern Egyptian. She has ancestry Southern Egyptian. Right?
What I'm saying is,
I found another stele where she's also that dark. I'll post it.
So okay. So what I'm trying to say, what are you? First of all, what are you trying to say? Let's just do with that.
What I'm trying to say is about 90%. Don't take the figure literally. Of a lot of these Egyptological conventions that you people so slavishly adhere to.
I don't. I actually challenge many of them, but I want to hear what
not you. I'm speaking generally.
Okay, great.
A lot of these Egyptological conventions,
yes,
right, that a lot of us so slavishly adhere to.
Yes.
All that shit was spin doctrine to push it away from any blackness. If you notice, if a motherfucker look jet black, oh, he must have been a Nubian, i.e., not an Egyptian. Oh, if he got tightly coiled, oh, nah, that was a wig. If his nose is broad, oh, it was symbolic. It was symbolic.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like in any one of those instances, I could buy it. But when it's instance after instance after instance and it's following the same pattern, it's only the black looking motherfuckers got some explanation as to why. Well, they ain't really black. It's just because of, the depiction and the blah, 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 blah. But the other motherfuckers though, with the straightish hair and and this and that, that's nebulous and ambiguous. It ain't never know. Well, the reason why she looks so light is because the conventions is because of the light skin and the light and the straight hair was because it ain't never none of that for them. It's always the super black motherfuckers.
But
so the whole point I'm making to motherfuckers out there watching the channel is peep game. The streets and human beings ain't much different from a motherfucking academia. These are humans. And they got biases, brother.
But I agree. So let me
and biases can be institutionalized. Don't just think because a motherfucker is an expert then the experts say that, so that's how that go. No,
well,
you got to
I
bring.
agree with you. I agree with you. But let me listen. I agree with 90% of what you say, and I argue about science, right? Like science can never be science until it's free of white supremacy, which it don't look like it's gonna be, right? On many things. Some things it's free from white supremacy, like mathematics, some physics. Evolution, no, evolution can never be pure unless white supremacy is out of it. With Amos Nefertari, the problem with Nefertari is that in other artwork, she's painted with the same light
The
yellow
yellow skin.
skin as other women, but then there are times where she is not, right? So that's where and then we have her remains. So now
Well, listen,
remains.
They have almost Nefertari's mummy, and it
Yes,
is in
that's what I
very
said.
good
Once we have
shape.
her remains,
Right.
now once we have her remains, now that tells
that shit could be resolved tomorrow, Reggie.
Huh?
That shit could be resolved tomorrow. Okay, I'm asking people to think here, right?
Okay, that's not me.
If
Because I agree with you. Once
if
we
there's
have
a
her remains,
if there's a
like Mel
discrepancy, yeah, if there's a discrepancy in if she was really that color or if she was the yellow sort of supposed color that they depict or whatever, because that's very easy for them to resolve. The mummy is right there. They could easily do a melanin dosage test on that mummy. They ain't gonna do it. They not gonna do it, Reggie.
No, they're
You
not
know
going to do it. They're not going to do it because the conversation that you are having is on this. What you are having on this chat is how do you tell them apart, right? That was the whole conversation of this, right? People don't have, not you, but people don't have the skill set, nor do they actually look at the material. So they go with the standard narratives without even questioning it. So, like, for example, my work that everybody spits on, except for, believe it or not, a couple of Egyptologists don't spit on.